My name is Xin Yan. I woke up feeling disoriented, trying to digest strange memories. In front of me, a middle-aged couple was talking. The woman was crying, saying they couldn't let their real daughter marry a divorced man with 3 kids. The man looked troubled, smoking silently. It hit me. I had been transported into a story, and this was the 1980s. I wasn't the real daughter, but a fake one who had grown up in this wealthy family by mistake. The real daughter, who had been living in poverty, was recently found, and now everything was a mess. To make matters worse, the real daughter's poor rural family had arranged for her to marry an older man. My fake identity made my position fragile. The family decided it was easier if I, the fake daughter, married the man instead. After all, I wasn't their real child. They thought it was only fair since they had raised me so well. Overwhelmed by the situation, the original owner of this body had tried to drown herself. She survived but was sent to the countryside and eventually met a tragic end. Now here I was fully aware of the story and my role in it. The parents subtly hinted they wanted me to go through with the marriage. I decided it was better to leave on my own terms. Staying would only make things worse for me. I agreed to go, which seemed to surprise them. They gave me 100 yuan, enough for a while, and left, relieved I didn't resist. The next day, I packed up my things, looking at the room one last time. It was full of the life the family had given me: pretty dresses, jewelry, and skincare products. Despite everything, they had treated me well in material ways. But I couldn't stay. By the time I left, they seemed conflicted, almost regretful. Yet, their focus was on their real daughter, who was now part of the family again. As I left, I couldn't help but think about how strange life could be, turning everything upside down in an instant. My new life was waiting, though I didn't know what it would bring. I was sitting in the car, thinking about why this man, Zhou Yueshan, wanted to marry again. He was 30 years old, ran a pig farm, and lived in a remote village. He wasn't the father of the 3 kids he was raising. They were his late sister's children. He'd married once before, but his wife left. Overwhelmed with work and raising the kids, he decided to remarry, and somehow my fake family arranged for me to take the place of their real daughter, Lin Cece, in this marriage. The car dropped me off at the village entrance. The driver, clearly looking down on me now that I'd fallen from grace, didn't bother being polite. I was left to drag my heavy suitcase along the dirt path. The village was full of old mud brick houses, but one 2-story house caught my eye. It was surprisingly modern and well-built. I asked a passing villager for directions to Zhou Yueshan's house. The young man carrying a hoe seemed shocked when I told him I was the second wife coming to marry Zhou. He directed me to the fancy 2-story house I'd noticed earlier. I was stunned. This was Zhou's house? It looked even better than my fake family's home. Maybe this marriage wasn't going to be as bad as I thought. When I reached the house, a large Tibetan Mastiff startled me, but it didn't attack. A middle-aged woman came to the door and looked at me with suspicion. She introduced herself as a helper Zhou hired to care for the kids and immediately assumed I was Lin Cece. I explained the situation, but she became hostile, accusing me and my family of playing games. She refused to let me in, claiming she had the authority to decide who entered the house. Frustrated, I demanded to speak to Zhou himself, but she insisted he wasn't home. Just then, the young man I'd spoken to earlier appeared, confused about the commotion. He recognized me and confirmed I was Zhou's bride, leaving the woman speechless. This wasn't the warm welcome I expected, but at least I was finally getting closer to meeting Zhou and starting this strange new chapter of my life. When I arrived at the village, a man named Li Taizhu was surprised to see me. He didn't believe I could be some wild girl, like the nosy Lu auntie claimed. He even said I was too pretty for that. I quickly realized that Lu auntie wasn't part of the Zhou family, but was just a caretaker for the kids. She didn't want me here because if I married Zhou Yueshan, her job might no longer be needed. Annoyed, I pointed out that since the bride price was paid to the Lin family, the real daughter, me, was here to fulfill the deal. I even threatened to leave and let the Zhou family take the blame for breaking the marriage contract. That made Lu Annie panic, and she finally let me in. The house shocked me. It was huge, with a modern two-story layout, fancy furniture, and even a television. Zhou Yueshin was clearly a hidden millionaire. As I took it all in, a messy little girl approached me, her big, curious eyes shining. She was dirty but adorable, and I couldn't resist giving her a piece of candy. She instantly warmed up to me, following me around like a tiny shadow. Soon, I heard footsteps, and Zhou Yueshin finally arrived. The sight of him froze me. He wasn't at all what I expected. Instead of some overweight, rough farmer, he was tall, lean, and strikingly handsome, with sharp features and a commanding presence. He looked more like a noble officer than someone who ran a pig farm. His deep voice broke the silence, asking for my name. Embarrassed from staring, I quickly introduced myself. He calmly acknowledged me, mentioning his 3 adopted kids and firmly stating he didn't plan to have more children. I stepped closer, extended my hand with a smile, and replied, "Being a mother is a noble role, and I'll be a great stepmother." When Zhou Yueshin told me I could stay, Lu Auntie immediately objected, calling my family scammers and saying I was only here because of the bride price. Zhou shut her down quickly, stating that since I was the real daughter, there was no deception. Her hostility made me smirk. Clearly, she felt threatened. I pointed out her unusual eagerness to oppose me and asked if she had someone better in mind for Zhou. Zhou didn't entertain her further and left for the pig farm, telling me to take care of the kids and choose a date if I wanted a wedding. He also offered me the master bedroom, as there wasn't a better option prepared for my arrival. After he left, Lu Auntie started mocking me again, but I wasn't about to let her walk all over me. I reminded her that I was the legitimate wife here, while she was just a hired worker. After settling into the master bedroom, I realized the room was large but simple, just a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. It was unexpectedly bare, considering how fancy the rest of the house was. Still, everything was neat and spotless, and Zhou's tidy habits hinted he might have been in the military. I unpacked my clothes, filling the empty wardrobe with bright colors, which gave me a small sense of satisfaction. After a quick, refreshing cold shower, I put on a comfortable dress, organized my skincare products, and began taking care of myself. The original owner of this body had great skin, and I wasn't about to let that go to waste. Later, I noticed 2 boys walking into the yard. They wore red scarves and looked like Zhou's adopted nephews. The taller one had a cold, serious demeanor resembling Zhou, while the younger one was more carefree, carrying a tattered bag and looking cheerful. Both were painfully thin, just like the little girl I'd seen earlier. It didn't make sense for them to be so underfed, given Zhou's wealth. In the novel, the original owner had treated these kids terribly, leaving them with emotional scars. Zhou, being a busy and quiet man, hadn't been able to support them emotionally or physically. When I learned about Zhou Yueshin's sister's kids and their tragic futures, I felt a pang of sympathy. The oldest, Zhou Yuandong, grew up cold and distrustful due to abuse from his mother and later meanness from the original owner of this body. He became a brilliant but ruthless researcher, even contributing to my downfall in the original storyline. The second, Zhou Yuhan, seemed carefree now, but he was destined to become a powerful gang leader, only to die violently. The youngest, little Yao Yao, had the saddest story, neglected from birth, bullied, and eventually driven to suicide. I couldn't change the past, but I was determined to change their futures. My goals were simple: take good care of these kids, focus on learning so I'd have a backup plan, and develop a relationship with Zhou Yueshin and no kids, slow burn romance with this quiet, handsome man. When I went downstairs, the scene disgusted me. Lu Auntie was feeding Yao Yao with no care at all, stuffing food into her mouth like she was a machine. The boys sat silently, their meals barely edible, just watery porridge. Seeing Yao Yao flinch when Lu Auntie slapped her made my blood boil. I snatched Yao Yao away and confronted Lu Auntie, furious. Her excuses about rural toughness didn't sit well with me, so I mocked her, pointing out how hypocritical it would be if her own kids were treated the same. Of course, she snapped back, saying she didn't even make food for me and I could starve. I smirked, letting her think she'd won, then reassured Yao Yao before heading to the kitchen. The kitchen was sparse and poorly managed. A few simple staples, some sprouting potatoes, and nearly empty supplies made me question how such a wealthy household could be run this way. Then, hidden under a cabinet, I found treasures, half a slab of pork belly, eggs, and fine flour. It was clear this food had been intentionally hoarded. My anger deepened as I thought about the pitiful meals served to the kids while Lu Auntie kept the good stuff hidden. I decided right then I was going to take charge, starting with dinner. These kids deserved better, and I was going to make sure they got it. I don't know how busy Zhou Yueshan was, but he didn't notice it at all. It stands to reason that he runs a pig farm, so he must have no shortage of meat to eat. However, the 3 children are as thin as monkeys. No wonder this old woman is so hostile to him. She may have made a lot of money taking care of 2 children here. Xin Yan took a deep breath and poured out all the meat and egg white noodles. Aunt Lu, who came in to clean up the dishes, screamed when she saw this scene. "What are you doing?" Xin Yan sneered. "Of course I'm cooking." "What? Do you have any objections?" Aunt Lu choked and looked at the piece of fat on the chopping board with guilt. She felt so distressed that blood was dripping. This meat was sent by Zhou Yueshan this morning, and she was reluctant to eat it. But she didn't expect that it was discovered by this woman. What should I say now? If this woman waits for Zhou Yueshan to come back and complains, I will be finished. Aunt Lu is not a fool. Naturally, she can't say that it is hers now. She could only grit her teeth and say, "What a spendthrift woman." She's so greedy right after she came in. Xin Yan didn't get angry but laughed. Being a spendthrift is good. After all, if I wasn't, the meat might have gone into someone else's mouth. What do you think? Aunt Lu was shocked and angry. She didn't dare to say anything more. She dropped her bowl and chopsticks and left angrily. This woman was different from the previous one. She had no way to deal with her. If this continued, it would definitely not be good for her. Aunt Lu gritted her teeth, thinking that she must find a way to send this woman away. Walking out of the kitchen, seeing the 2 silent brothers Zhou Yedong, she rolled her eyes and pointed at the kitchen and whispered, "Yedong, Wehan, look, this is the stepmother your uncle asked for you. She just came in today and she's so arrogant. Maybe in 2 days, she'll ask your father to kick you 3 siblings out. You better be careful." Zhou Yedong's hand around his sister tightened. Aunt Lu knew that although Zhou Yueshan was not very good at taking care of children, he was very concerned about the lives of several children. If the children expressed dissatisfaction with Xin Yan would definitely not be able to stay. After all, Zhou Yueshan found her to take care of the children. If she can't take good care of the children, why keep her? Thinking that Xin Yan would definitely not stay for a few days, Aunt Lu's depression dissipated a lot, and she turned around and left. "Woo-woo, brother, Xiaohan, don't be kicked out." The younger Xiaohan was scared. Anyway, after coming to this family, they knew that the women who came were all bad people, and none of them were good to them. Now another one came and wanted to drive them away. What should they do? Zhou Yedong's jaw was tight. He said nothing, but his eyes were deep. Only the ignorant Yao Yao sat in his arms, tugging at his clothes. Xin Yan had no idea what the 2 brothers were thinking. Now that Aunt Lu had left, she felt much more relaxed. She poured the flour into a basin, added water and stirred it, and began to knead the dough after the moisture was about right. After kneading it until smooth and letting it ferment, Xin Yan chopped the fat and lean meat into minced meat and seasoned it with salt and MSG. There were not many vegetables in the house, so she planned to steam some meat buns. It happened that the ingredients were fresh. After the dough fermented, she kneaded it again and started to wrap it. There were 3 children outside, but they were very quiet, not like the noisy children of other families, without a trace of popularity. Xin Yan thought that there was still a little kid, so she beat 2 eggs, added a little salt and warm water, and planned to put them in the pot and steamed scrambled eggs with the buns for the child to eat. A total of more than a dozen buns were wrapped before the meat filling was used up. The rest was kneaded into white flour buns. Unfortunately, there was no sugar at home, otherwise the sweet buns would be very soft and delicious. Children love it the most. Si Nien came here early in the morning, and he hadn't had a drop of water until now. He was so hungry that he felt dizzy. Fortunately, the buns were cooked quickly, and soon, the fragrant aroma drifted out from afar. Si Nien swallowed his saliva, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he reached out to open the lid. The moment he opened the lid, hot air rose, and the whole room was filled with the aroma of fresh meat buns. The meat buns made with top-grade refined flour and fat and lean meat are the most delicious. It smells so good, so good. Zhou Yuehan, who was doing homework outside, stood up suddenly, his eyes like a hungry wolf cub, staring at the direction of the kitchen, drooling. The two children are at the age of growth and they only eat 2 meals a day, and they are clear soup and white porridge, so they are not full at all. They go to bed hungry every day. Zhou Yuehan smelled the aroma of meat just now. He thought it was an illusion caused by his desire to eat meat too much. I didn't expect it to smell so good all of a sudden. The rich aroma spread throughout the room. I watched the beautiful woman come out with a big bowl of buns as big as an adult man's fist. Each bun was emitting white smoke and smelled delicious. Not to mention him, Zhou Yedong, who was more calm, couldn't help but look at them frequently. Little girl Yao Yao was drooling and screaming. The buns just out of the steamer were emitting an alluring aroma. The two little guys who were doing their homework stopped, and soon a pair of gray cloth shoes appeared in front of Si Nien. She lowered her eyes, and a greedy face appeared in front of her. Just across the table, she stared blankly, with her eyes wide open, but she didn't dare to touch. Zhou Yuehan was about 7 or 8 years old, and had just started the first grade of elementary school, but he looked like he was 4 or 5 years old. Because he was too thin, his eyes looked particularly big. At such a young age, there were mottled cracks on both sides of his cheeks. His hands were dirty as he was picking at the table, and his fingers were full of barbs, which was shocking. He didn't look like someone who lived in such a good house at all. Si Nien's autumn water almond eyes were filled with a smile. She picked up a big bun and blew it in front of him, watching the child's eyes move eagerly with her movements, and handed it to Zhou Yuehan. Eat it. Don't be afraid. Eat together. Si Nien tried to make her voice gentle. After all, these two children were very repulsive to women. As soon as Si Nien finished speaking, Zhou Yuehan's little face showed undisguised surprise, and he took it and was about to put it in his mouth. However, the next second, the bun in his hand was quickly hit to the ground. Zhou Yedong protected his brother behind him with a vigilant look, staring at Si Nien with horror. When Aunt Lu left just now, she said that this woman was here to steal my father. The last woman poisoned the food and almost killed my brother. This woman must have bad intentions. Si Nien was startled, and Zhou Yuehan was already scared silly. Seeing the buns that were bigger than his palm falling to the ground, he almost cried out of heartache. Brother.
His voice was crying.
You can't eat it. Zhou Yedong bit his lips tightly and said. Zhou Yuehan trembled and dared not say a word. Yao Yao was so scared that she burst into tears. Si Nien was shocked and angry and felt sorry for the buns. But thinking of the description of Zhou Yedong in the article, he was suspicious by nature, never trusted anyone easily, and was sensitive. He had been abused by several women in succession before, and he was already sensible. Naturally, he would not think that he would be good to them. It was the first time he met them, and if he was good to them, he would definitely be suspicious and think that he had bad intentions. Whatever. This kind of temper cannot be changed for a while. Just when Zhou Yedong thought that the woman in front of him was going to get angry and attack them, he saw her walk around them, reach out to pick up the dirty bun on the ground, pat the dust, and take a bite. Zhou Yedong's expression froze, and Zhou Yuehan was also stunned, staring eagerly and swallowing saliva. After eating a bun in 2 or 3 bites, his stomach finally stopped being restless. Si Nien wiped his hands, then walked to the sofa and picked up the crying little bean, patted her thin back, and coaxed her gently. Yao Yao, don't cry. Stepmother will make you something delicious. Yao Yao was a child who was easy to coax, and she had a good impression of Xin Yan, so she stopped crying immediately. Xin Yan wiped her tears, walked to the kitchen, brought out a bowl of steamed eggs, put it on the table, put the child on his lap, and fed the child the steamed eggs while blowing. The steamed eggs were fragrant without a trace of fishy smell, very smooth and melted in the mouth. As soon as she tasted the delicious food, Yao Yao immediately ate it in big mouthfuls. It didn't feel like it was forced in her mouth like when Aunt Lu fed her. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan were stunned when they saw the scene. That woman actually gave Yao Yao steamed eggs. There are a lot of good things at home on weekdays, but Aunt Lu will eat the best of them or take them back, and then they will eat the leftovers. Dad is very busy and gets up early and goes to bed late every day. He didn't want to cause trouble for his dad and didn't dare to say much, for fear of retaliation. But this woman gave Yao Yao delicious food as soon as she came. No, that's not right. She must be pretending. The woman that Dad brought a year ago was the same. When she first came, she touched his head and said he was so cute. But later, for the Zhou family's property, she actually poisoned the food and almost poisoned the 3 siblings. After that, he was driven away by his father. When Aunt Lu came, she was also very kind to them and cooked delicious meals every time. Later, when his father was busy, she began to be perfunctory, and the dishes she cooked became unpalatable and less, so he and his brother were not full every day. He also saw Aunt Lu secretly taking the meat that his father put at home every day, but he didn't dare to say it, because without Aunt Lu, there would be no one to take care of his sister. Zhou Yedong had been forbearing, thinking that when he grew up, he would be able to take good care of his sister. But his father's new wife came to the door again, which was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. Even though this woman looked very good now, he couldn't let his guard down. Zhou Yuehan on the side was looking at the steamed egg in the bowl and swallowing hard. He was so greedy for both the meat buns and the eggs.
Xin Yan fed Yao Yao calmly.
When both of them stood stiffly and their legs were numb, she said, "I accidentally steamed too many buns. If you want to eat, eat. If you don't want to eat, forget it. Don't stand here. These children are too sensitive. If you are too nice to them all of a sudden, they will think you have ulterior motives." Sure enough, when she said this, Zhou Yedong's tense body relaxed obviously. Zhou Yuehan immediately stepped forward and grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. It was so fragrant that even if there was poison in it, he would eat it. He would die as a full ghost. Xin Yan retracted her gaze. She still liked Yao Yao more. Maybe she was young and didn't know anything, so it was easy to get along with her. Seeing that the child still wanted to eat, she pinched a little more bun to feed her. She didn't dare to let her eat too much. After all, Aunt Lu had just fed her. If she ate too much, she would have indigestion. After the child in her arms was full, she began to eat slowly. The buns made by Xin Yan were all made of real ingredients. She was completely full after eating one. She didn't eat much either. The foul smell of the baby in her arms really affected her appetite. She didn't know how long it had been since she had a bath. Xin Yan couldn't stand such dirtiness, so she ignored Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan, who were eating voraciously, and got up to go into the kitchen to boil water for Yao Yao to take a bath. Good boy, Yao Yao. Your stepmother is going to give you a bath, okay? Under Zhou Yedong's direct gaze, Xin Yan carried Yao Yao upstairs to take a bath. Yao Yao didn't understand anything, and she just babbled whatever she said. Xin Yan pinched her little nose with amusement and went into the child's room to find 2 pieces of children's clothes. But some of them were too small, and children grow fast, so the clothes can't be worn in a few months. People like Zhou Yueshan might not be able to notice such details. He poured hot water into the basin, and when he saw that the temperature was about right, Xin Yan stripped the little guy's dirty clothes clean. When he saw the dense lice on the clothes, Xin Yan instantly gave up the idea of washing the clothes. The whole body began to itch, and the scalp was numb. The little girl seemed to be afraid of water, and she struggled when she was put down. Xin Yan quickly peeled a candy and stuffed it into her mouth. The little girl was immediately upset, squinting her eyes and smacking the candy in her mouth, as if she had never eaten such delicious food before. Yao Yao, be good, there will be candy when you take a bath. Throwing the dirty clothes into the trash can beside her, Xinyan took out her own shower gel and began to wash the child carefully. She had never bathed the child before, but she had bathed her cat. It was more or less the same. Her cat was not as obedient as the little girl. When she washed it with water for the first time, she couldn't even make bubbles. It was too dirty. Fortunately, she boiled a lot of hot water, and the weather was not cold. The child seemed to feel comfortable while soaking in the water, and he stretched out his hands and lowered his head obediently.
He also giggled from time to time.
Zhou Yadong was standing outside the door and heard the sound of the voice coming from inside. Hearing his sister's laughter coming from the other side, his tense face relaxed. This woman shouldn't attack them so soon. The previous woman also took a month to attack them.
So he still has time.
During this time, he must find a way to deal with this woman. He must not let his younger brothers and sisters suffer from their persecution again. Zhou Yadong clenched his fists, with a sinister look on his face that did not match his age. Going downstairs, Zhou Yuehan, who had eaten a bun, didn't dare to eat it anymore, but he secretly hid one. Seeing Zhou Yadong coming down, he quietly handed it to him. "Brother, you eat it." "I won't eat it." Zhou Yadong looked down at the fragrant meat bun, swallowed his saliva unconsciously, and then touched his brother's head. Zhou Yuehan looked at him cautiously. "Brother, are you angry with me? I ate the buns made by a bad woman." Zhou Yuehan was poisoned because of his greed. He vomited blood and scared Zhou Yadong. Zhou Yuehan was also traumatized, but he really wanted to eat it. This big bun was soft and fragrant. It was the most delicious bun he had ever eaten. The moment it entered his mouth, he almost burst into tears. His brother must hate him very much. He had no self-control and was easily bribed by the food made by the bad woman. He promised, "Don't worry, brother. Even if I ate her buns, I will not recognize her as my mother. I will never eat her food again. If I eat it again, I will be a puppy." When Aunt Lu returned home, her daughter Lu Guifeng saw that there was nothing in her basket and immediately frowned. "Mom, where is the meat?"
Didn't you say there would be meat today?
Aunt Lu got angry when she thought of this, poking her forehead and scolding. "Meat, meat, meat. You think about eating meat all day, it's useless. If you can make Zhou Yueshan like you, would I have to get up early and stay up late every day to take care of a few little widows? Now that someone's wife has come to the door, let's see what you can do." Looking at her daughter's increasingly fat body, rough skin, and rustic dress, and then thinking about the fair and radiant city wife that Zhou Yueshan had asked for, Aunt Lu felt very disappointed. Her daughter was already 24 years old, and Aunt Lu only had this one daughter. She had been spoiled since she was a child, which led to Lu Guifeng's ambitions being too high, and she always thought she could marry someone in the city. After a lot of effort, she found a marriage, but within 2 months, her husband died. Her husband's family thought that she had a bad fate and would bring bad luck to her husband, so they sent her back. Second marriages were not popular in the first place, and her daughter was old. People in the village looked down on her, and people in the city looked down on her too. As a result, she was almost 25 and still hadn't married. The year before last, Zhou Yueshan married a wife, but they divorced not long after. So Aunt Lu started to beat Zhou Yueshan. She followed Zhou Yueshan's idea and took the initiative to help him every day. After a while, they became familiar with each other. She offered to help take care of the children. Zhou Yueshan happened to be busy with work, so she agreed. She originally thought of finding an opportunity to send her daughter over, thinking that after a while, he would be attracted to her. But her daughter went to help several times, and Zhou Yueshan didn't even take a second look. Now he has married a new wife. When she heard her mother mention Zhou Yueshan, Lu Guifeng's face flashed a little blush. She didn't think much of Zhou Yueshan at first. Of course, self-employed people these days are not as popular as civil servants. Her goal has always been to go to the city. Before, her mother asked her to go to Zhou's house, and she was quite unwilling. But after seeing Zhou Yueshan, she changed her mind. When she heard her say this, she immediately became anxious. Wait, what are you talking about, Mom? What daughter-in-law? Isn't it the daughter of the Lin family? I heard that the other party is an intellectual, and Zhou Yueshin gave her a betrothal gift of 3,000. No, didn't you say that the woman is not your biological daughter and you don't want to break up? She may not be his biological daughter, but her biological daughter is back and has come to replace Lin Cece. Lu Guifeng suddenly became anxious. What? Why is this happening? What should I do? Humph. What can I do? Just drive her away, not to mention me. Even those little widows won't let her feel so good, don't worry. Aunt Lu thought about the suffering she had suffered at the hands of Si Nian and still held a grudge in her heart, so she decided not to go there starting tomorrow. Then she would see how she would take care of the 3 children. When Zhou Yueshin had no way to come to her, she would complain even more that Si Nian could not tolerate her. Thinking of this, Aunt Lu felt very happy. She herself had no grandchildren, and she had to help others take care of them. If it were not for her daughter and the money from his family, how could she be willing to be a nanny? At this moment, she raised her chin, and she didn't believe that Zhou Yueshin would not take the initiative to come and apologize. Thinking of this, she felt relieved instantly. At this time in the city, at the Si family, the Si family was sitting around the table eating, and Si's mother sighed. I don't know how Nian Nian is doing, and whether she is used to living in the countryside. A trace of guilt flashed across Si's father's face. At that time, he felt sorry for his own daughter, and somehow got carried away. He came up with the idea of letting Si Nian marry in her place. He felt bad that his daughter, whom he had raised carefully for more than 10 years, was just sold to a farmer. Dad, Mom, why don't I go and persuade Nian Nian not to be angry and let her come back? I will continue to persuade my adoptive parents to return the money. At worst, I will work hard to make money and return the betrothal gift. I won't study anymore. I will go to work to make money. I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Cece sat aside, tears welling up in her eyes, and said guiltily. When they heard that she didn't want to study anymore, they became anxious. How can that be possible? You are the daughter of our Si family. How can you go to work? Originally coming from the countryside, the 2 of them had always been worried that the Fu family would look down on them. But when they heard that she was still in school, they felt relieved. After all, intellectuals were considered to be invaluable in this era. If she was as good at studying as Si Nian, she wouldn't be afraid that the Fu family would look down on her. If she went to work now, what would people think? And that was 3,000 yuan, not 300 yuan. Nowadays, ordinary people only make 30 or 40 yuan a month. When would she be able to earn that much money? I don't know what that man does, but he can afford so much betrothal money. If it's less, a few hundred, they might be able to barely afford it. But a few thousand is not a small amount. I don't want to be a sucker and pay back the money for the Lin family. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Just take better care of her in the future. On the one hand, I don't want my daughter to drop out of school to work, and on the other hand, I don't want to pay this money, so Si Nian will have to suffer. No matter what kind of feelings, once interests are involved, they will become worthless in an instant. Lin Cece breathed a sigh of relief. How could she go to work for Si Nian? She robbed her of more than 10 years of good life, and she hasn't paid back yet. This is just the beginning. Lin Cece calculated that this family would not be able to take out 3,000 yuan to help Si Nian solve the problem, and it is impossible for her to let herself go to work, so she deliberately said this. It is to make them give up Si Nian completely. Si Nian, you robbed me of my life in my last life, and I lived a miserable life. In this life, the situation has changed.
Don't blame me.
If you want to blame someone, blame your parents for holding the wrong child, which made me suffer for the rest of my life. Si Nian sneezed, wiped the few hairs on Yao Yao's head, and put clothes on her. The little girl was washed and indeed more beautiful. Although the skin was a little cracked, the child recovered quickly. She took out her own vanishing cream and rubbed it on the child, and the little skin was moisturized. The child got tired after playing for a while and fell asleep with his eyes closed. The little head was buried in her neck, and the hair was very soft. The touch of the child's milk was so comfortable that people were reluctant to let go. In addition, Yao Yao was very thin, so there was no weight in her arms, so she was not tired. After she fell asleep, Xin Yan put her on the bed. The bed had been replaced with her pink floral silk bedding, which was cool and comfortable, and very comfortable to sleep in summer. It was just because the man's bed was a wooden bed, there was no cushion underneath, and it was a bit hard. But it's normal in the countryside. Xin Yan is not so pretentious. She can sleep on a hard or soft bed. She her thick black silk with a rubber band. In her previous life, she worked late and was troubled by baldness. There were not many hairs on her head. In this life, her hair is full of black silk, black and shiny. I don't know how she maintained it. Xin Yan loves it very much. From time to time, she touches it to feel the real touch of the hair. In addition, the original owner's features are bright and elegant, a typical rich and beautiful woman. She doesn't need to make up, and her eyebrows and eyes are also very beautiful. Not only are there a lot of hair, but also thick and long eyebrows and eyelashes, which makes people jealous. Not to mention, she is only 18 years old, but she has a plump figure and skin as smooth as milk. She is nearly 167 centimeters tall, but she is not skinny, but a plump and round beauty. This kind of woman basically has soft skin and a completely man-killing appearance. Of course, she doesn't know whether she can kill men or not. Anyway, she has fallen and wants to be self-sufficient. Surprisingly, these features are 70% similar to those in her previous life. However, people who have experienced the early eight do not have such aura. The original owner is a real beauty of the era. After being obsessed with herself in front of the mirror, Xin Yan went downstairs. There were not many buns on the table, but they were cold. Zhou Yedong was sweeping the floor with a broom, and Zhou Yuehan was wiping the sofa table with a rag. While wiping the table, his eyes were always staring at the buns, absent-minded. She was just thinking about coming down to clean up. It was the first day to come to someone's house, so she had to be more diligent. Of course, the second reason was that Xin Yan had a mild obsession with cleanliness and could not stand it being too dirty. I didn't expect these two children to be so diligent, which saved me a lot of trouble. Seeing her go downstairs, both of them lowered their heads, said nothing, and the sound of sweeping the floor became lighter, as if they were afraid that she would dislike it. Xin Yan rolled her eyes and said, "By the way, help me sweep the room. I'll be out for a while." There was still half of the meat left for the buns, which could still be enough for a meal. How can this family live without vegetables? Children are at the age of growth, and they need not only protein, but also various vitamins. With such good conditions, at least they don't lack meat to eat, which has already defeated 99% of people in this era. Braised pork elbow, sweet and sour pork, braised pork, stewed pig's trotters, pig offal, bone soup. Which one is not a delicacy? However, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Without seasoning, she can't make it. When she walked out of the door and saw the big Tibetan Mastiff lying, Xin Yan walked away. The dog has such a thick chain tied around its neck. How much tonnage is this? She likes cute animals, but she is still afraid of such a fierce one. The yellow-haired Tibetan Mastiff just raised his eyelids, took a look at this woman who looked insignificant, turned over, and went back to sleep.
Xin Yan?
Such a dog can really guard the house? Who said that thieves can't be delicate? Seeing that the dog ignored her, Xin Yan also became bolder, straightened her back, and walked out swaggeringly. However, Xin Yan did not notice that Zhou Yedong had been looking at her with his peripheral vision in the house. He clearly saw her reaction when she saw the dog. He lowered his eyes, and something flashed in his eyes, and he came to a conclusion. She is afraid of dogs. As soon as the man left, Zhou Yedong hurriedly strode up to the second floor. After hearing that his sister had no sound, he had been very worried. As soon as he opened the door, Zhou Yedong was stunned. Half a day's work, the originally gloomy room of his father. The bed was covered with beautiful pink high-end bedding. The table was filled with various exquisite bottles and jars and books, and there were several brightly colored skirts hanging on the window. The breeze blew, and a faint fragrance rushed into his nose. He almost didn't recognize this room. He walked to the bed carefully and looked at his sleeping sister. He stretched out his calloused hand and fell to the tip of his sister's nose. He felt her breathing, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that her sister had been washed clean, and all the dirt on her face was gone. Her little face was tender and tender. She didn't know what she had applied, but it smelled especially good. Even her hair was no longer tangled, and a fresh breath came to her face. Zhou Yedong knelt beside the bed, looking at his sister's quiet sleeping face, clean and tidy, and was a little absent-minded. Xin Yan came to the supply and marketing cooperative. It was afternoon now, and the good things had been snapped up. In order to grab fresh vegetables, everyone lined up before dawn. When she went there was not much left, but fortunately, seasonings and other things could still be bought. Xin Yan bought 2 bags of soy sauce, vinegar, and white wine and bought some star anise, cinnamon, and peppercorns, etc. She spent 50 cents to buy a bunch of vegetables and onions and garlic. The prices in this era were so cheap that it made her hair numb. She didn't plan to buy meat or anything, but she bought some fujiang flour and eggs, which cost 2 yuan. In total, she spent less than 5 yuan. In her previous life, it would cost more than 5 yuan to buy a bottle of soy sauce. Xin Yan was very happy, but soon she couldn't smile anymore. Candies in this era are really expensive. The white rabbit candies she gave Yao Yao before cost 5 yuan per pound. She wanted to buy more because she saw that the child liked them. But she only had 20 yuan of pocket money from her original body, except for the 10 big unity notes given by her family. Those candies were bought by her family for her to eat occasionally. Not much. She didn't even look at the candies given to her before. But now she has returned to the time before liberation and can't afford them anymore. Although she thought so, but Xin Yan also gritted her teeth and bought half a bag. In comparison, white sugar is much cheaper. Xin Yan weighed another 3 yuan of white sugar, planning to make sweet and sour spare ribs. She certainly would not buy spare ribs, so she could only ask her cheap husband for them. He runs a pig farm, so it shouldn't be too much to ask for some spare ribs, right? Thinking of the soft, sweet and sour spare ribs, Xin Yan's mouth was watering. She was a foodie in her previous life. When she had nothing to do, she would stay at home and study all kinds of food. But because of work, she didn't have that much time. Now that she's back, it's good. She has plenty of time to cook for herself. To be honest, Xin Yan is very satisfied with the Zhou family. This is the 1980s, and they live in a 2-story small building. You have to know that she was born in 1998, and she lived in a blue brick and tile house when she was a child. The conditions are not as good as those in the 1980s. There is nothing to be dissatisfied with now. In her time, her family urged her to get married when she was 25. She went on several blind dates, but some wanted her to quit her job and take care of the family, while others wanted her to have 2 children in 3 years. This almost traumatized Xin Yan. However, in the backward 1980s, there was a man who had his own child and did not require her to have a child, but only to be good to the child. How could such a good thing still exist in this day and age? Xin Yan no longer had the trouble of being urged to get married or have children, and now she was full of longing for a new life. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when she returned to Zhou's house with her bags full of satisfaction. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, smoke rose in the village, and there was silence everywhere. Xin Yan walked into the house and glanced at the 2 guys. Zhou Yedong was still reading seriously, but Zhou Yuan obviously couldn't sit still and had a drowsy expression. Seeing her come back, he sat up straight abruptly, pretending to be studying very hard, but in fact his eyes were desperately looking at the things in her hands. When he saw the big bag of candy, his eyes were straight. Xin Yan put the white rabbit milk candy and biscuits on the table and put the other vegetables into the kitchen. Zhou Yuan rubbed his eyes. Brother, look, she bought a lot of biscuits and candies. Zhou Yedong glanced at it and then retracted his gaze. That's not for you. What's so good about it? In the past, the adoptive father would give the previous adoptive mother money and ask her to buy food for them, but the adoptive mother would buy it and eat it by herself, and would not even look at them. Zhou Yuehan swallowed hard and said embarrassedly, "That's true." Xin Yan was sorting out the purchased ingredients in the kitchen, arranging various seasonings neatly, and pouring the purchased rice and flour into the jar separately, and then preparing dinner. While adding water to cook, she was thinking about what she would do later. After all, she only had 100 yuan in her hand now, and this trip today had cost her more than 10 yuan. Although she and Zhou Yueshan were married, they had not yet obtained the certificate, and she didn't know what the other party was thinking. She was also a person who didn't like to ask others for money, so she could only find a way to get some money. She couldn't go to college by herself at that time. You have to spend a man's money to study. Zhou Yueshan's family seems to live in a big house, but seeing that the children are as thin as dried monkeys, she is not sure whether this family is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Anyway, no matter what, relying on men is unreliable. You still have to rely on yourself. Xin Yan took out the half piece of meat left in the morning, washed it and drained it, tied it with thread, and then marinated it with onion, garlic, cooking wine, star anise, and other seasonings for half an hour. After the rice is cooked, increase the heat to heat the oil and add slices to fry until fragrant, then add water and meat into the pot. Add seasoning and start to simmer slowly over low heat until it is cooked. The water dried up and became sticky, and the piece of meat also turned red and shiny. The juice in the pot was full of the aroma of meat, and the aroma rose up in wisps. The whole kitchen was filled with this overbearing aroma. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan should have gone to bed at this time, but when he smelled the aroma, Zhou Yuehan couldn't move his feet at all, and his eyes were fixed on the kitchen. They usually only had 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. Aunt Lu had to go home very early every day, rushing home to cook for her family, so their last meal was usually at 4:30 in the afternoon.
He ate left and right.
He didn't eat after that, and had to endure hunger at night. He ate an extra meat bun today, but he wasn't that hungry. But the smell of soft and sticky meat from the kitchen made him swallow his saliva, and he couldn't move his feet at all. He completely forgot what he said that he would never eat the stepmother's food again. He was already surprised to have meat buns in the afternoon. Now there was the smell of meat and rice at night. Seeing Xin Yan coming out with the hot braised pork, Zhou Yuehan was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Rice? Braised pork? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes? What festival is today? No, even if it is Chinese New Year, they can only taste the meat at most. Because the more festive the day, the busier Dad is. Aunt Lu always makes them some food. Although there is rice at home, they eat more corn rice. He can eat 2 bowls with sour soup. Even if there is rice, it is cooked into rice porridge, and there is very little real rice. The meat they ate before was also fried very dry, not at all like the shiny red braised pork she served. Zhou Yuehan couldn't walk anymore. He looked up at Xin Yan, and then turned back to look at his eldest brother, who was also dazed. Zhou Yedong would never believe that a woman would cook meat for them. Since he was sensible, his mother had beaten and scolded him, and never cared whether he lived or died. Only when that man came, his mother would treat him better, but once she failed to keep that man, she would beat him like crazy, and he was almost beaten to death several times. Later, that woman died, and he was brought here by his father. Those women usually have the same face. At first, she smiled at him to please her father. As soon as her father left, her expression changed immediately. It was the same no matter who it was. Thinking that this woman might also use this method to confuse them and finally drive them away or even kill them, Zhou Yedong's eyes were filled with resentment. Xin Yan looked up and glanced at the two of them and met Zhou Yedong's eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Such strong malice. Her heart suddenly chilled, and goosebumps appeared in an instant. He is worthy of being one of the most scheming bosses in the future. He has such an aura at such a young age. In fact, the plot of the supporting characters is not written in detail in the novel. She only knows the subsequent results of these people. He knew that the original owner had abused him, so he hated the original owner so much. But now, she didn't do anything at all, and the child was already full of malice toward her. Like a vigilant young wolf, he watched secretly, waiting for the day when she was unprepared, and bit her neck off. Xin Yan felt somewhat powerless. It was not so easy to change a person whose character had already been determined. But no matter what, she would try to change their fate. After all, these children were related to her future destiny. If she didn't treat them well now, even if she left Zhou Yueshan in the future, she would not necessarily avoid revenge from these children. Why are you standing there?
Eat.
Xin Yan said rudely, then bypassed the two and went upstairs to call Yao Yao, who was still sleeping. Yao Yao slept comfortably. Her little face was red and adorable. She didn't cry when she was woken up by her shaking, but laughed and reached out to touch her face. The human cub was so adorable. Yao Yao, it's time to eat. Let's go to sleep after we're full, okay? She coaxed the little girl downstairs and took a look at the sky. It was already completely dark. She couldn't help asking, when will your dad come back? The two little guys looked at each other and finally Zhou Yedong spoke. Dad will come back after he's done with his work. Zhou Yueshan comes back very late, sometimes late at night, and sometimes not at all. Xin Yan frowned. She was still thinking about having dinner together if the man came back at night, so she made more. Now it seems that Zhou Yueshan should rarely eat at home. He made a bowl of rice for Yao Yao, and while feeding her, he scooped a mouthful of rice into his mouth. The mellow taste of the rice made Xin Yan almost swallow her tongue. The rice of this era is soft, glutinous, sweet, and absolutely amazing. Seeing her eating, Zhou Yuehan also let go of his brother's hand, ran over quickly, a pair of dirty little hands lying on the table, his eyes almost glued to the braised pork, looking at it greedily. Zhou Yedong's eyes flashed with anger, but he also knew that his younger brother was a foodie, and he couldn't control himself when he saw something delicious. Not to mention, this is delicious braised pork. If you are hungry, go wash your hands and eat. Xin Yan glanced at the little guy who had no self-control, feeling both funny and pitiful. He reminded him while feeding Yao Yao in his arms. Yao Yao was also very happy to see his brother. He babbled and stretched out his tender little hands, as if asking him to eat together. Zhou Yuehan's eyes turned red and he asked Xin Yan with a sob, Can I really eat it? Xin Yan nodded. Of course, this is the meat your father brought back for you. If you don't eat it, who will? Zhou Yuehan immediately ran into the kitchen like the wind, scooped a large bowl of rice for himself, and did not forget to bring a bowl for his eldest brother, and ran back in a hurry. Looking at Zhou Yedong almost pleadingly, brother, you eat too. Zhou Yedong clenched his fists, hesitated for a long time before going downstairs and sitting quietly beside him. Zhou Yuehan picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He almost cried because of the smell. The meat was stewed until it was soft and melted in his mouth. He seemed to be very hungry. He desperately shoveled rice into his mouth, wiping his tears while eating. Xin Yan felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. She knew that the two brothers were afraid of her. She finished her meal in a few bites and got up with Yao Yao in her arms. She didn't like to eat too much at night, and the braised pork was a little greasy. So she just tasted it. When she got up at this moment, Zhou Yuehan was so scared that he almost dropped the chopsticks in his hand. With rice in his mouth, he was timid and didn't dare to look at her. Xin Yan took a deep breath and said, It's hot. Remember to wash the dishes after eating. I will take Yao Yao to sleep tonight. By the way, there's still a lot of buns today. I may not be able to get up tomorrow morning. If you are hungry in the morning, steam them and eat them yourself. After saying that, she turned and went upstairs. As soon as she left, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. In the 1980s, without the nightlife, the nights were eerily quiet. But at 7 p.m., every household began to turn off the lights and go to bed. 20 years later, this is definitely a benchmark of self-discipline. However, Xin Yan couldn't sleep. The little girl also slept too much during the day, and now she was lying on the bed playing with her little bear pillow. The little girl had never seen such a thing before, and she had a lot of fun playing with it alone, but the child was sleepy and soon fell asleep with a pillow in her arms. Xin Yan pulled the quilt over her and sat down at the table to read. The knowledge of this era is still quite different from that of later generations. But she was originally a graduate of a prestigious university, so it was not that difficult. The main reason was that she couldn't sleep well right after eating, so she read a book to kill time. After reading for an unknown period of time, Xin Yan yawned, got up, took out her pajamas, and prepared to go to bed. The original owner's pajamas were made of silk, with a cool texture and very comfortable to the touch. No wonder she didn't want to leave, and now it seems that there is a reason. Just after taking off her clothes, the door was suddenly opened. Xin Yan exclaimed and quickly covered her body. The person who came in quickly retreated, the door was slammed shut, and a deep voice came from outside. Sorry. A faint smell of alcohol lingered in the air. Did Zhou Yueshan drink?
Xin Yan blushed.
In her previous life, she had never even held a man's hand, but now she was seen on the second day after she entered the book. Although she guessed that the other party did not do it on purpose, she still felt uncomfortable. Don't panic, it's just a glance, it's not like anyone will die. Xin Yan patted her hot face and quickly put on her clothes. Fortunately, nightgowns in this era were still quite conservative. In addition to short sleeves, the skirts were very long to the ankles. It just so happened that she had something to say to the other party, so she plucked up the courage to open the door. Standing outside the door was a tall and slender man. His profile was calm, and his figure was upright. As if he heard her open the door, he turned his head slightly, and his secretive eyes were sharp and cold, full of depth. Xin Yan was frozen in place for a moment, a little breathless. This man was really just like what was written in the novel, very scary and difficult to approach. Sorry, I just had a few drinks and forgot about giving you the room. Zhou Yueshan turned around and stood up straight. He put out the cigarette in his hand. His sharp features flickered under the light. He was tall and looked like a mountain in front of Xin Yan. There was a bit of apology on his face. He had been busy all day and was dragged to drink at night. His mind was a little dizzy. He subconsciously pushed the door open and went in. As a result, he saw the white figure standing in the center of the room. In addition to being frightened, Zhou Yueshan was completely sober. He just remembered that Xin Yan came to his house today. He was also a little sorry for offending the girl. Xin Yan thought of the scene just now and wanted to dig a hole with her toes to crawl into it. She said with a stiff face, "No, it's okay. Why are you still awake so late? Not used to it?" Zhou Yueshan drank a lot of wine, and the smell of alcohol on his body was a bit strong, but it was not unpleasant, and there was no sweat odor on men. Xin Yan said, "No, I just read a book for a while. I didn't expect you to come back. Are you hungry? Do you want me to get you something to eat?" Zhou Yueshan looked at her again. Under the dim light, the girl stood in front of him gracefully, with a soft black silk draped over her shoulders, bright features, delicate and fair skin, and not even a trace of pores. She was wearing a skirt that he didn't understand, but could tell was made of good fabric. There were simple but beautiful patterns on the skirt. Although she was wearing pajamas, she had a very good demeanor. Her 10 fingers were slender, and she didn't eat the breath of the world. Would such a beautiful girl be willing to marry him? Zhou Yueshan was not the kind of person who didn't know his own weight. Although he had made money from running a factory in the past few years, he had picked up his sister's 3 children and raised them. He was not young anymore. At the age of 30, he didn't plan to have children. How many women would accept him? No need, I've already eaten. Zhou Yueshan nodded slightly, speaking concisely.
Okay.
Xin Yan was speechless. Maybe because of the age difference of more than 10 years, she really couldn't find a topic to talk about. Zhou Yueshan seemed to see her embarrassment and took the initiative to say, "Although I don't know why you came here on your own initiative, I will give you a week. If you regret it within this week, you can leave at any time. After a week, we will go to get the certificate. Don't worry, I won't touch you during this time." Zhou Yueshan's voice was very light, and there was a bit of comfort in his words, as if he was worried that she was scared because of the accident tonight. "I don't have much time to come back. If you mind, I won't be back this week." They also have a place to rest at the pig farm, used for night watch. If it weren't for worrying about the children, Zhou Yueshan wouldn't have to come back at all. There's no need to be like this. It's okay, such a big house, it's not too small to live in. Xin Yan said awkwardly. She was still thinking about getting to know this person better. If he didn't come back, how could she know? And this is his home. Why did he move out just because of an outsider like her? She is not from this generation, and she must hold others responsible if she is seen. Zhou Yueshan nodded thoughtfully. This matter is up to you. Maybe because she went to bed too early at night, Si Nian woke up early in the morning. She heard the movement outside the door, got up and turned on the light, and saw that it was still dark, and Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan went to class in the dark. This village is not small. In a mountain nest, the village is called Xingfu Village, and it is divided into 3 teams. And she is the 3rd team at the highest point. There is no school in the village. The only school is the central primary school 8 kilometers away, and students from several surrounding villages go to school there. It takes 1 or 2 hours to walk there. So children usually get up very early. It's only 5 o'clock now. Si Nian looked around for a while, and she lost her sleepiness and left the room. The house is big, but it is very empty. The lights are dim, and it is chilly in the morning. There is no warmth at all. She walked past Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan's rooms. Because the Zhou family has many rooms, both of them have their own separate rooms. Sometimes they take turns to sleep with their sister. Zhou Yedong's room door is closed, but Zhou Yuehan's is open. There is only a small wooden bed in it. It should be no more than 1.5 meters tall. With such a small bed, it would be too crowded for Zhou Yueshan to sleep with them. After all, she estimated that the man was at least 190 centimeters tall yesterday. Si Nian was a little embarrassed about occupying someone else's master bedroom. Thinking that there are so many rooms in the house, if it doesn't work, she can just change to the guest room. However, when she was about to take a look at the guest room, the door of the guest room was suddenly opened from the inside. The two looked at each other and were both shocked. Si Nian was startled. Why are you here? She thought Zhou Yueshan and Zhou Yedong slept together, and she slowed down when she walked past Zhou Yedong's room. She didn't expect that he would sleep in the guest room. She had checked the guest room yesterday, and there was not even a bed, just a mat on the floor. It was probably that Zhou Yueshan's workers would come here to stay overnight occasionally. Zhou Yueshan's eyes swept over her soft white face, his Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was hoarse with a hangover. I came back too late last night, and I was afraid of disturbing Xiaodong and the others' sleep, so I came to the guest room to spend the night. Why are you here so early? It was only 5 o'clock at this time. It was still dark outside. Si Nian felt even more embarrassed when she heard this. I woke up almost immediately after sleeping. Sorry to let you sleep here. Nothing, it doesn't matter where you sleep. Zhou Yueshan saw the guilty look on her face, and he didn't seem to be faking it. He retracted his gaze and said, I still have to go to the pig farm. You can rest for a while. Si Nian said hurriedly. There should be some steamed buns I steamed yesterday in the kitchen. You can have them for breakfast. Zhou Yueshan actually smelled the smell early in the morning. He was a little confused at first, why there was such a good smell in the house early in the morning. He understood after hearing her say that. He walked to the kitchen, opened the lid, and sure enough, there were still a few hot buns, with the aroma of meat. Zhou Yueshan raised his eyebrows slightly. He underestimated her. She could actually cook. He thought she should be a lady who didn't have to do housework. Si Nian heard the sound of the door closing and heard a few dogs barking downstairs. She hurriedly looked down from the 2nd floor and saw a tall figure standing downstairs. The Tibetan Mastiff that had ignored her was now licking its tail like a dog, wagging in front of the man. Zhou Yueshan reached out and patted its head, and it immediately lay down on the ground obediently. Si Nian was surprised that the dog was so obedient. It seemed that her gaze was too strong, and the man downstairs suddenly looked up at the window. Si Nian couldn't dodge in time and bumped into the man's deep black eyes. Her heart was pounding, and she quickly retracted her gaze. Her cheeks were surprisingly hot. What was she doing? It was just a look. Why was she so guilty? Zhou Yueshan might think there was something wrong with her. Si Nian patted her head in annoyance. When she mustered up the courage to look over again, Zhou Yueshan had already walked away. The shadow disappeared into the dim sky. Si Nian couldn't sleep, of course, so she got up and started cleaning, mopping the floor, and wiping the sofa. The main reason was that she was a bit of a germaphobe. Since she was going to live there, it would be best to clean. But the house was too big, so she could only clean her room and the living room. When she was done, Xin Yan went to the kitchen to stew porridge. When she went upstairs, Yao Yao had already woken up and was holding her pillow and chewing it. The whole pillow was covered with saliva. She let go of the pillow when she saw her and immediately opened her tender little hands to hug her. The little girl is almost 2 years old, but she still can't speak. There are only 2 reasons for this. One is that her development is too slow, and the other is that no one teaches her. Xin Yan wanted to teach her to speak, so she would slow down her speech when she spoke. Although the little bean didn't understand a little, she listened very seriously. Brother, dad, hey, mom, Xin Yan looked at the little guy in surprise. Yao Yao, say it again, mom, hee. The little guy was amused, but she didn't say the second word, mom. It seems that she is not developmentally delayed, but no one taught her. Xin Yan was not in a hurry. Anyway, the children of the Zhou family are very smart, so there is no need to worry that she can't learn. At this time, the sky outside was also bright. Xin Yan turned on the TV out of boredom. At this time, the morning news was being broadcast. The sunlight shone in from the front door, adding a bit of warmth to the empty house. The fresh air was something she had never breathed in 30 years, and every breath made her feel refreshed. Xin Yan heated up the rice from last night, poured the gravy of the braised pork on it, soaked the rice, and had a mellow taste in her mouth. She also taught Yao Yao to eat with a spoon by herself. Yao Yao was really smart and learned it in a short while. No one knew what Zhou Yueshen's dog ate, and Xin Yan didn't know how to cook dog food. She was also afraid that it would go crazy if it was hungry, so she just soaked some rice and brought it out. Next to the doghouse was an iron fist filled with dog hair. Xin Yan was too scared of the dog that was almost as tall as herself when it stood up, so she stood far away and used a branch to pull the dog bowl over, cleaned it, and then poured the hot rice into it. Smelling the fragrance of the rice, the yellow Tibetan Mastiff finally opened its eyes, stood up, and cast its gaze on Xin Yan. Xin Yan put the dog bowl on the ground and pushed it in front of the dog. The Tibetan Mastiff immediately buried its head and started eating. Xin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to enter the house, he heard a voice at the door. "It smells so good, Grandma. Yao Yao's family is having meat today. I want to go play with Yao Yao." Xin Yan tilted his head to look over and saw a middle-aged woman leading a little kid blowing snot bubbles towards him. The middle-aged woman also looked over here curiously. Aunt Lu would not be so diligent and come to cook so early. You would be shocked if you didn't see it. There was a woman who looked like a fairy standing at the door of Zhou's house. "Who are you?" Zhang Xuelon asked in surprise. Xin Yan greeted politely. "Hello, Aunt. I am the daughter of the Lin family. I was engaged to Mr. Zhou before and just came here yesterday." "Lin, the daughter of the Lin family?
Lin Cici?
That's you." The other party was stunned for a moment, a little unbelievable. "Didn't I hear before that the daughter of the Lin family didn't want to marry here?" "I'm not Lin Cici. My name is Xin Yan. Lin Cici is an adopted daughter. She was taken away from me by mistake when she was a child." "Oh, yes, I seem to have heard about this. They say she's not a biological daughter. She seems to be the daughter of a wealthy family in the city, right?" Xin Yan nodded. "Yes. Our identities have been changed, so it's natural for me to marry the engaged one." The people around came over one after another. After hearing this, they looked her up and down. I said, "You don't look like a country girl at first glance." "Yes, you look like a big star on TV." Aunt Zhang saw that she was polite and sensible, and her impression of her improved a lot. She said, "I'm sorry for you. I heard that Lin Cici had agreed to it." After knowing that she was not her biological daughter, she changed her face faster than turning a book and immediately regretted it. Her house was next door, so she was quite clear about this matter. "I thought the marriage had fallen through, but I didn't expect that the biological daughter would marry here instead." But this biological daughter was really beautiful, like a fairy.
Don't feel wronged, Auntie.
I think the Zhou family is great. "Fairy sister, your house smells so good," the little boy on the side called out sweetly. Although he looks dirty, the little guy is chubby and looks about 4 or 5 years old. He is really cute. Si Nian immediately took a few candies from her pocket and handed them to him. You are so sensible. Come to your sister's house for dinner. How can this be? It's a waste to give him such good candies. Aunt Zhang quickly refused. The candies were white rabbit milk candies, which cost more than 10 yuan per pound. Si Nian looked at the eager little fat boy and smiled helplessly. No matter how expensive it is for the children. I am a newcomer, and I need your care. A few candies are not a respect. She stuffed the candies into the little fat boy's pocket. The little fat boy quickly peeled off the candy wrapper and stuffed it into his mouth, which made Aunt Zhang so angry that she slapped him. Little bad boy, why don't you thank your aunt quickly?
Aunt, yes, yeah.
Be good. Si Nian rubbed the little fat boy's head. Seeing her generosity, the people around looked at each other and whispered. People from the city are different. They eat the most expensive candies. That's right. Can a rich girl like this really live in our village? Who knows? Everyone knew the situation of the Zhou family, and now seeing Si Nian's generosity, they couldn't help but sigh. Has the Liu family not come to cook for the children yet? Aunt Zhang scolded her grandson, and then asked, Just now I smelled the aroma of meat in your house from a distance, and I thought she was coming. Si Nian shook her head. She hasn't come yet. Aunt Zhang couldn't help complaining when she heard this. Bah, this lazy girl took Xiao Zhou's money, but she didn't come to take care of the children every day when the sun was shining on her buttocks. The children are all skinny. I guess she saw you coming today and didn't plan to come. She doesn't have good intentions. I guess she wants to send her lazy daughter to the Zhou family.
Si Nian paused.
She naturally realized that Aunt Liu had bad intentions. When she heard Aunt Zhang say that the other party had a daughter, she immediately understood. Nodded and said, I know, don't worry, Aunt Zhang. I will help take care of the children in the future. At least they won't be hungry. Aunt Zhang was more satisfied with her. Although this girl came from the city, she didn't look arrogant at all and was easy to get along with. And from the aroma of meat, you can tell that she can cook. What does Liu Dongmei need to do? She said, That's great, but you may have to work harder. Not only do you have to cook for the children every day, but you also have to help deliver meals to Xiaozhou at noon. Si Nian paused when she heard this. Deliver meals? Aunt Zhang nodded. Didn't the Liu family tell you? Xiaozhou and his family are very busy every day and don't have time to eat at noon, so they all need meals delivered. Several wives in the village who work with him also deliver meals to their husbands every day, but because Xiaozhou hasn't married, Aunt Liu helped deliver them before. It was precisely because the meals were delivered at noon that Aunt Liu was sneaky and came to cook for the children almost at noon every day. Every day she could hear the hungry cry of Yao Yao. It was very quiet today. Si Nian thought about it, and it was normal. However, Aunt Liu did not tell her and did not come today. She must have deliberately set a trap for her. It is normal to deliver meals to working men in the countryside. If she did not deliver today, Zhou Yueshan would have to work on an empty stomach.
What would he think then?
Si Nian narrowed her eyes. This old woman was quite scheming. I know, Aunt Zhang. Thank you for telling me about this. Don't worry, I will deliver it to Mr. Zhou later. But can you help me look after my Yao for a while? Aunt Zhang smiled and said, You're welcome. My son Shirtu usually likes to play with Yao Yao. Si Nian thanked her. Aunt Zhang also had to go home to make lunch. Her grandson waved her hand away, went into the house, and said he wanted to help his sister play with Yao Yao. Aunt Zhang scolded a few words, then looked at Si Nian apologetically. This boy is very naughty, but he really likes Yao Yao, so don't mind it. Si Nian smiled and said, It's okay. I can save a lot of trouble with Shirtu helping me take care of my sister. Aunt Zhang returned home, and Si Nian walked into the house. She saw Shirtu stuffing the candy she gave him into Yao Yao's mouth. Sister Yao Yao, brother will feed you candy. Yao Yao was also very happy to see Shirtu. She opened her mouth and took the candy in, smacking it with her little teeth. Si Nian laughed. Shirtu, help me watch Yao Yao. I'm going to cook. Okay. Auntie, leave it to me. Shirtu replied with his teeth bared. Si Nian thought it was funny, thinking if only the two little guys in the Zhou family were so easy to coax, then turned and went into the kitchen. They hadn't finished the braised pork from last night, but there wasn't much left. It would definitely not be enough for a grown man like Zhou Yueshan. Si Nian put in the pot and steamed it with rice, and cut some potato shreds and washed the cabbage, intending to stir-fry some spicy potato shreds and cabbage soup. She was willing to add oil, so she added lard to the pot and sautéed the scallions, and the whole kitchen was instantly filled with an overbearing aroma. The living room and Yao Yao, who were playing with glass beads, were all excited. Annie's cooking smells so good, much better than Grandma's. As soon as Si Nian walked out of the kitchen, he saw Shirtu, whose saliva was dripping. Si Nian smiled and went to the cupboard to find a piece of crispy sesame biscuit and handed it to him. "Eat this to fill your stomach first, and your aunt will cook rice for you later." She bought a lot of biscuits and candies yesterday, mainly to coax Yao Yao. There are many children in the family, and some snacks can fill their stomachs occasionally. Seeing Shirtu looking so pitiful, she couldn't bear it. Saccharin is very expensive these days, and people in rural areas are reluctant to eat it. He was willing to share the candies with Yao Yao when she gave him a few candies. He is a sensible child. Si Nian likes sensible children. "Auntie, you are so kind." The moment Shida's dark and bright eyes saw the biscuits, it was as if he was enlightened. Si Nian touched his head. "Auntie will go to deliver lunch to your uncle later." "Shirtu, can you help Auntie look after Yao Yao for a while?" Shirtu nodded quickly. Si Nian went into the kitchen, took out a stainless steel lunchbox, packed the rice and dishes separately, and for the remaining dishes, she served a bowl of rice to Shirtu. Shirtu was so happy that he kept saying, "Aunt, you are so nice." Si Nian smiled and nodded, then touched Yao Yao, who reached out for a hug, and went out with the lunchbox. Just then, Aunt Zhang came over to call Shirtu home for dinner. Seeing her carrying the lunchbox out, she smiled and pointed the way. "You're going out now. Can't you find the way? Just go along this road, and you will see it. Their farm is very big." Si Nian thanked her and rushed in the direction she pointed with her lunchbox. It was a hot day in June, but the village was not so exposed to the sun. The breeze blew over her skirt, which was quite refreshing. In order to protect the original owner's tender skin, Si Nian wore a beautiful hat. The design of the hat was very beautiful. It could not only block the sun, but also modify the face shape. It was very beautiful. When she passed by some fields with her lunchbox, many people who were busy with farm work stopped eating and looked at her. No one knew her, but many people saw her yesterday. At this moment, there was inevitably a lot of discussion. A lot of people started to stare at her, wondering whose relative she was. Anyway, they had never seen such a beautiful girl in their village. Si Nian calmly accepted the stares from people on the street, and she didn't care. She was originally married into a wealthy family, and there was no need to please others in order to fit in. So, facing the stares of everyone, she just smiled, as a nod and greeting. The distance between people is shortened by smiles. The first time is a nod, the second time is a conversation, and the third time is familiarity. Sure enough, seeing her expression, everyone was flattered, and some people hurriedly smiled back. Most rural people are simple, and there are only a few top-notch ones, so it's still better. Very easy to get along with. As long as the city people don't look down on them, most of them are actually just envious of the city people's lives. Si Nian thought as she walked. She had worked outside for more than 10 years and couldn't even afford the down payment for a house. She wanted to go back to the village to renovate her house and live a pastoral life. However, the reality is cruel. In the future, hundreds of thousands of dollars will not be enough to achieve financial freedom. But in her second life, she can experience such a life. No matter what the plot in the book is, she doesn't care, as long as she lives well. At this time, in the farm, everyone who has been busy all morning is sitting on the ground sweating and eating. Although working at the pig farm is tiring and requires getting up early and going to bed late, the money earned is much more than farming. Everyone has an expression that is willing to do this. Living rooms have also been built at the pig farm because in order to prevent accidents, they have to keep watch every day. In the morning, everyone comes out from home after eating. At noon, family members will bring them food. In the afternoon, they go home to eat early after work. If they get off work late, they just cook something here to get by. Generally, there is not much time for lunch break, and no one cooks for themselves. When everyone was eating with their wives in their arms, the person who brought Zhou Yueshan food came over. Seeing the people coming over today, everyone cheered, "Boss, Sister Lu is here to bring you food." Zhou Yueshan came over and frowned when he saw the shy Lu Guifeng. Lu Guifeng came forward with a lunchbox. She was wearing a large cotton-padded jacket with flowers today. Although the weather was hot, rural people would wrap themselves up thickly regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter. This large cotton-padded jacket was bought by her family when she got married before, and she had never been willing to wear it. If her mother hadn't asked her to deliver food to Zhou Yueshan today and asked her to clean up, she would not have been willing to wear it. She had 2 braids on her head and looked shy, like an unmarried girl. The people around her were ambiguous. Everyone was an experienced person, so how could they not know what this girl was thinking? It happened that they heard that the marriage arranged for Zhou Lauda was unsuccessful, and everyone had no good impression of the Lin family in another village, thinking that this girl from their own village was not bad. Although Lu Guifeng was married, she had no children and was of the right age. Before, because Aunt Lu had to go home to cook, Lu Guifeng also came to help deliver a few times, and everyone thought she should be a good girl. "You're dressed up like a butterfly. I know the Lu family has bad intentions." Seeing her husband staring blankly, a woman could not help but complain. "What do you know? Do you think it looks good to be shabby after getting married like you?" As soon as she said this, she was scolded by the man next to her. The angry woman pinched him hard. Lu Guifeng handed the lunchbox to Zhou Yueshan in a delicate voice. "Zhou, brother Zhou, my mother asked me to bring you food. I'm sorry, I was delayed on the way." Because Aunt Lu is now helping the Zhou family take care of the children and deliver meals, everyone doesn't think it's strange that Lu Guifeng helps occasionally. Zhou Yueshan nodded indifferently. Sorry for the trouble. He had just taken the meal when he heard the people around him gasping. He subconsciously raised his eyes and glanced, and saw a woman standing at the iron gate with a lunchbox in her hand. She was wearing a beautiful goose yellow skirt and exquisite black leather shoes, revealing half of her tender white and slender ankles. Her waist was cinched by a thin belt, and she held a lunchbox with her slender fingers. Looking up, her long black hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, and the black hair hung on her shoulders, dancing in the wind. She had an oval face, black eyes and white teeth, and bright features. She was a girl in her prime. The goose yellow color was very bright and suitable for her. It makes her skin look even whiter like snow. On her head is an exquisite black hat. She looks as exquisite as a rich lady who has just returned from studying abroad. Zhou Yueshan paused while holding the lunchbox. Xin Yan did not expect to see the bloody scene of another woman bringing him lunch, and his expression was a little strange for a moment. It seems that Zhou Yueshan is also very popular in this village. It seems that he came at a very bad time. Xin Yan had a faint expression, knowing that as long as he was not embarrassed at this moment, others would be embarrassed, so he stretched out his hand and knocked on the iron gate and asked politely, "Can I come in?" Everyone looked at this beautiful girl who fell from the sky with a confused look on their faces. For a moment, they didn't know where she came from. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. "Sister, who are you looking for?" someone asked. Before Xin Yan could speak, Zhou Yueshan had already walked around the dazed Lu Guifeng and opened the iron gate. His voice was low. "Why are you here?" When the people around heard this, they were stunned. This beautiful woman actually came to see their boss Zhou. When did boss Zhou know such a beautiful woman? They didn't even know about it. And looking at the lunchbox in her hand, could it be that she came to bring him food? 2 women scrambled to bring him food. This treatment was unique in the whole village. The single dogs around were biting their back teeth. Xin Yan raised her eyebrows and glanced meaningfully at Lu Hohot, who was wearing a flowered cotton jacket behind her, and her voice was soft. "Can I come?" If she didn't come, she really didn't know that there were so many beautiful women around her future cheap husband. Xin Yan raised her eyes and looked at the tall and handsome man in front of her. The sun was dazzling, and the man of nearly 1.9 meters was too tall. She needed to stretch her neck and look up at him. The light was too bright, so she had to squint so that she could see the man's features too clearly.
I didn't mean that.
The man's voice was low and cold, without much emotion. He just didn't expect her to come. But the strange thing is, since Aunt Lu's daughter came, why did she make another trip? Didn't she know that Aunt Lu would bring her food? Or maybe Aunt Lu didn't go to Zhou's house, so Xin Yan didn't know about it. The man narrowed his black eyes and made way. Come in. Xin Yan nodded slightly and walked into the farm with the lunchbox. There is inevitably some smell in the farm. But she didn't care. The people around were sitting on the ground with small stools to eat. Now that she came in, she felt a little unnatural and quickly put away her casual look. Someone brought a stool. Sister, sit down. Xin Yan thanked her, but didn't sit down. Instead, she ignored the curious eyes around and looked at Zhou Yueshan. Zhou Yueshan felt that the lunchbox in his hand was a little hot. After hesitating for a long time, he walked over and returned the lunchbox to Lu Guifeng, who looked ugly. I'm sorry for the trouble. You can take this back and eat it. Lu Guifeng was dumbfounded and finally recovered from the shock given to her by Xin Yan. Boss Zhou, this girl is. Someone couldn't help asking. Zhou Yueshan glanced at Xin Yan, who was smiling, and then lowered his eyes to think for 2 seconds before saying, she is the daughter of the Lin family, and she is here to fulfill her engagement with me. Lin family? Didn't they all refuse the marriage? When everyone heard about the Lin family, their faces suddenly turned ugly. Zhou Yueshan was the pride of their village, and they were also their breadwinner and good brother. He had 3 children, and it was so hard. Even the betrothal money he gave for finding a wife was many times higher than everyone else's. When he proposed marriage to the Lin family before, the other party agreed, and everyone was eager to prepare a wedding for him. But as a result, not long after the other party received the betrothal money, they suddenly refused the marriage, making their boss Zhou a joke. Everyone was naturally very upset that their good brother was played like this, and they had no good impression of Lin Cece. I didn't expect that he would dare to come here at this time. In an instant, all directions were filled with hostile eyes. Xin Yan smiled and explained, you may have misunderstood. I am not Lin Cece. Everyone was stunned again, and then they heard her say, it's like this, Lin Cece and I were taken away by mistake when she was a child, and I am the biological daughter of a Lin family. Lin Cece was also recognized by her biological parents, so I came here to fulfill this marriage. I seem to have heard from the neighboring village that Lin Cece was the daughter of a rich family and didn't want to get married. I thought it was an excuse from the Lin family, but I didn't expect it to be true. That means you are from the city? Oh my God, you are the daughter of the Lin family, who was mistakenly recognized? Everyone sighed. No wonder she looks so extraordinary and doesn't look like she was born in the countryside. It turns out that she is really from the city. What shocked everyone even more is that she has lived in the city for so many years, and she can actually put down the luxury of the city and come to the countryside to fulfill such a marriage. This shocked everyone. Xin Yan nodded. You can say that. Originally, she looked fair and tender, and logically she didn't look like someone who could live a hard life. But now, not only did she come to fulfill the marriage, but she also took the initiative to deliver food to Boss Zhou. It seems that she is not that difficult to get along with. However, some people couldn't help asking, this matter has been going on for a month. Why did you come just now? Everyone frowned when they heard it. Yes, Lin Cece broke off the engagement a month ago, and I heard that she was taken away not long after. If she were to come, she would have come a long time ago. Why is she here only now? Everyone thought that she definitely didn't want to come before, but her own daughter had gone home and she was kicked out. Maybe she had no choice but to come. Xin Yan frowned and said hesitantly, this matter is very troublesome to talk about. I just found out about it not long ago. I stayed in the city because I was engaged to someone in the city. Because of this, I can't leave casually. I can only leave after my family arranges the marriage for Lin Cece. Besides, I only knew about Lin Cece's engagement beforehand. Later, my family couldn't pay the money, and Lin Cece didn't want to get married, so they let me, their biological daughter, marry here. It was my biological parents who received the money, so I can't just ignore it. When everyone heard this, they felt sad for her. It turned out that she was also a victim. She had been living well in the city, but suddenly she heard that she was not her biological child. Lin Cece was engaged and didn't want to come, and her family spent the money and couldn't pay it back, so she had to break off the engagement with the rich man in the city and marry to the countryside. As women, everyone felt that she was really miserable. This is a good child who is willing to sacrifice herself. How could it be like that Lin Cece, who, after knowing that she was a rich man, immediately abandoned her adoptive parents and returned to the city, and also snatched away someone's fiancé, leaving a mess for this child? She is so scheming and so vicious. At this moment, Xin Yan is no longer an ordinary beauty from the city. This is a sensible, kind, and good child. Who doesn't like everyone to hug and comfort a kind and beautiful girl? Yes, but don't worry, although we are in the countryside, our boss is no worse than those people in the city. Yes, Mr. Zhou is very good, can make money, and has a sense of responsibility. You will definitely be happy with him. Although our boss has been engaged before, he is still very reliable. Don't worry, we will guarantee you. Xin Yan didn't expect that she could convince these people with just 2 sentences and tell her everything, and even heard some things about Zhou Yueshin's ex-wife, which surprised her. That's right, she knew that Zhou Yueshin had been married once before, but she wasn't sure about the details. She also didn't know how far the relationship between the two had developed. Xin Yan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhou Yueshin, but she didn't expect to be caught by Zhou Yueshin. She was a little embarrassed. Anyone would be embarrassed to mention her ex in front of her current boyfriend. She pretended to be calm and looked away. Zhou Yueshin frowned. Xin Yan thought, could it be that Zhou Yueshin was unhappy about his ex-wife being mentioned? He couldn't be still thinking about his ex, that wouldn't do. What she hated most was the kind of man who was obsessed with his first love, but was looking for another one. Even if she married him, she wouldn't be happy, and it would be very disgusting. As the saying goes, if the ex cries, the current boyfriend loses. She didn't want to raise several children for him, and then have to call someone else mother in the future. Xin Yan thought, it seems that I should ask Aunt Zhang about the ex-wife situation when I have time. It's not convenient to ask Zhou Yueshin, so I can only ask others. Zhou Yueshin said calmly, because she came a little suddenly, I haven't decided on the time yet. I will make arrangements after these few days. Don't worry. The wedding must be held. She can't be wronged. As soon as these words came out, the people around applauded. Boss, you can. Boss, you are very kind. We will definitely congratulate you when the time comes. Xin Yan lowered her eyes slightly and said nothing. In fact, she didn't want to have a wedding, but she would talk to Zhou Yueshin about this matter in private. The people around applauded excitedly, as if they didn't care about Lu Guifeng's life or death. Lu Guifeng was completely stunned when she heard what Zhou Yueshin said. Since Zhou Yueshin was getting married, what should she do? Xin Yan was pulled by everyone to ask questions about things in the city and at home. She answered truthfully. Everyone felt that although she was a young lady from the city, she was very kind and could talk to anyone. She was not difficult to get along with. They envied Zhou Yueshin more and more. After a while, she was still a little reluctant and said that she must go to Zhou's house to play with her when she had time. Xin Yan couldn't stay any longer. After all, there was a child waiting at home. They couldn't let Shirtu take care of the child all the time, so they stood up and said goodbye after talking for a while. Everyone then remembered that there was a child named Yao Yao at home and asked worriedly, is Yao Yao a child at home alone? Is she taken care of by Aunt Lu? Xin Yan smiled slightly and said, please help Aunt Zhang to look after her for a while. If I don't go back, it will delay Aunt Zhang's time. I'm sorry everyone, we'll talk again when we have time. Everyone sighed when they heard this, and they despised Aunt Lu even more. She knew Xin Yan was here, but she asked her daughter to come and cook, and she didn't go to cook for the Zhou family today. It was because she saw that Zhou Yueshin was not there, and Xin Yan was a newcomer, so she deliberately made things difficult for her. Everyone could see what this old woman was thinking. Fortunately, Xin Yan could cook, otherwise, what would old Zhou think if she didn't come to deliver food today? She was really possessed by her evil ways. Everyone was very tactful and left 2 spaces for the two to be alone. I haven't looked after my piglets yet. I'll go and get busy first. I have something to do at home too. Me too, let us go together. Zhou Yueshan and Xi Nian were the only 2 people left in the venue. After a long while, Zhou Yueshan said, "Although I don't know what happened during this period, since you are here, I won't treat you unfairly." Xi Nian just breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhou Yueshan immediately said, "But there is no need for you to lie. I know a little about your situation, so you don't have to exaggerate." He hated hypocritical people. After saying that, he turned around. "Let's go, I'll take you out."
Xi Nian?
How did I lie? What I said was the truth. The truth. Although it may be different from the original owner's thoughts, it's almost the same. Besides, the original owner's thoughts are not hers, so rounding it off doesn't mean lying. Does this old man think that he has belittled Lin Cece and elevated himself by saying this? Where is it exaggerated? Where is it exaggerated? Xi Nian held her face and was very angry. According to the book, although Lin Cece is the heroine, she is not a good thing. If it weren't for her, the original owner wouldn't have ended up like this. Besides, she was taken away by mistake when she was a child, and she didn't deliberately occupy her life of a rich girl for more than 10 years. It was already miserable to fall from heaven to Hades in one day, and she had to marry a divorced man instead of her. Even a ghost would have resentment. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the original owner's unwillingness, and what she said was completely true. Now the old man actually said that she was exaggerating, haha, he said it easily. Xi Nian followed behind, staring at him with bulging eyes. She wanted to go forward and argue, but the original owner was indeed unwilling to marry before. This was true. Zhou Yueshan probably knew all these things, so he said that. She suddenly changed her mind, so it was normal for him to be suspicious. Now she was like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to speak out her pain. Even if Zhou Yueshan didn't turn around, he could feel the resentful look. When he walked to the door, he opened the iron gate. Xi Nian walked out without even looking at him.
Wait.
Just as she was about to leave, a man's low voice sounded behind her. Anything else? Xi Nian asked without interest. She was disappointed with this man. Although he was handsome, rich, and had a house, his words were too unpleasant to the ear. It turned out that there was no future in having with men, and she had to rely on herself. Zhou Yueshan paused, not caring about her attitude, and took out a thick handful of money from his pocket. Xi Nian, who had been expressionless just now, suddenly changed from Zhou Yueshan glanced at her and handed her the money. "I don't need much money outside. You can use it to buy something for yourself. Buy whatever you want, and come to me if you don't have enough. Thank you for lunch today." Xi Nian's smile became very gentle. "You're welcome. You re-welcome. It's my honor to cook for you."
Well.
Why can't I mess with men? I'm sorry. I admit that I was too loud to you just now. After all, even in the future, Xi Nian can't make so much money in a day. As long as she doesn't work hard, what's wrong with being superficial? Her attitude jumps, so much that the man smiles a little. He gave her the money and said nothing. Xi Nian waved goodbye in a good mood, and the smile on her face was brighter than the flowers. Holding the big handful of money, her hands were shaking. Although I didn't feel comfortable counting it in front of her just now, I could roughly estimate that there were several hundred of them at a glance. Isn't this the legendary generous man? The wish she left in the comment section of others to receive a generous man to transfer money has finally come true? Xi Nian walked a long way, and after making sure that there was no one around, she took out the money and started counting. A bunch of scattered big unity. The thickness is like the future small 10,000. Sure enough, when she was a child, she saw that the uncle of the butcher's house next door always had a lot of money in his pocket, which was real. Even the change was given to her. How could someone be so generous? Xi Nian was shocked and counted it quickly. But from another perspective, it can be seen how much money Aunt Lu has embezzled. In the farm, after sending Xi Nian away, everyone surrounded her with gossip. "Boss, how is it? How is the chat? Boss, you are not a righteous man. You hid such a beautiful woman so well. Are you afraid that we will hear from you? Look, what delicious food did your sister-in-law bring you? I was sitting close just now, and the smell kept rushing into my nose. It was so fragrant that my mouth was watering. Zhou Yueshan ignored the few people and sat in the seat where Xin Yan had just sat and opened the lunchbox. There were 3 dishes in total, and they were full. The braised pork was still steaming, and there were oil beads floating on the soup. Just looking at it made people hungry. Although the other 2 dishes were vegetarian dishes, they were oily and shiny, very refreshing and greasy. The rice was also steamed and plump, and the fragrance was fragrant. It looked very appetizing. Everyone who had just eaten swallowed their saliva at the same time, staring with eyes wide open, and the words of envy, jealousy, and hatred were almost written on their faces. Braised pork? Is this really made by my sister-in-law? I've only eaten this kind of braised pork in state-owned restaurants. A plate costs several yuan. It's so expensive, and it doesn't look as tasty as this. It can't be made by Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu is so stingy when she cooks.
It makes me sick.
It's just that the eldest brother doesn't care about food and eats everything. I feel that such good meat has been wasted by Aunt Lu. Yeah, it's a good thing that my sister-in-law is here now. The eldest brother will have a good time in the future. Zhou Yueshan lowered his eyes and thought of the meat buns in the morning. It was indeed made by her. Because Xin Yan didn't need to find someone to make these things to deceive him. Not to mention that she was new here and didn't know anyone in the place. She seemed different from what I heard before. When Xin Yan returned home, the 2 little ones were asleep on the sofa. Aunt Zhang was sitting nearby sewing shoe soles. Seeing Xin Yan coming back, she stood up and said, "You're back." I just saw the 2 children fell asleep. I couldn't carry Shirdu back first, so I waited for you here. Now that you're back, we should leave. Xin Yan thanked him. Sorry for troubling you, Auntie. It took us some time. Nothing. Yu Shun is usually a good person. He gives us the lowest price for meat. We can afford meat thanks to him. It's only right for him to see the children. Xin Yan also clearly felt that although Zhou Yuxian looked a little cold, he was very popular in this village. At least his character should be fine. But if he was so good, why did his ex-wife divorce him? The 3 children must have known and accepted it before they came. It shouldn't be because of them. Xin Yan couldn't help but ask, Aunt Zhang, excuse me, why did Mr. Zhou's ex-wife divorce him? Aunt Zhang was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses, her face changed, and she said solemnly, Yes, you don't know about this yet. Xin Yan paused, remembering the frown on Zhou Yueshan's face when everyone mentioned his ex-wife, and asked, If it's convenient, can you tell me about it? Aunt Zhang nodded and said in a deep tone, This is not a secret, so it's okay to tell you. When they divorced, there was quite a big fight. That woman is simply not a human being. Aunt Zhang sighed. Before they got married, they said they would have 3 children. Yushin didn't plan to have children, and she agreed. You have also seen the situation of Yushin's family. Such a big house. There is only one such family within 100 miles. Such a big farm not only does breeding but also kills pigs by himself. I heard that the fresh meat markets from the town to the county come to him to get goods. He is one of the first self-employed people to make a lot of money. That woman probably didn't expect that Yushin's family was so rich. If the eldest child hadn't discovered it early, the second child would probably be dead now. After this happened, she still refused to admit it. It was Yushin who found the person who sold the pesticides and testified against her, and she admitted it. Although the children were rescued, Yushin was very angry and sent the person directly to jail. He was sentenced to several years and has not been released yet. So you know why Yushin is so rich, but no one is willing to marry him. Because of his ex-wife's affairs. Everyone can see that Yushin really doesn't plan to have children. Without his own children, he has to help others raise children. In the future, the family property will belong to others. Of course, no one is happy.
So it has been delayed until now.
The children are pitiful. They are so sensible and obedient, but they were almost killed. Auntie is not pretending to be pitiful for you. I just think that as long as you treat the children well, Yushin will definitely treat you well. Xin Yan really didn't know about this, and her face was full of shock. Thinking back to last night when she asked the second child to eat, the eldest child was so resistant, it turned out there was a reason. Because the previous stepmother gave them too much fear, causing the eldest child to have a shadow, so he hated her so much. She actually thought that the child was too sensitive at the time and was a little angry. But now think about it. That's just the child's protective color. It's not the child's fault that he grew up to be so perverted. He encountered so many perverts when he was a child. How could his heart not be twisted? He is one of the future blackened bosses, and she has to ease the relationship with him. She doesn't ask him to be nice to her, as long as she is not on the list when he takes revenge on the women who hurt him in the future. I understand, Aunt Zhang. I will treat them well. Don't worry. Xin Yan agreed. Aunt Zhang naturally couldn't say anything more. She got up and said goodbye with the stone in her arms. On the other side, Aunt Lu, who was basking in the sun at home, heard the voice. She opened half an eye and looked over. Since she started working at the Zhou family, she can get 50 yuan a month. Of course, this money includes the money for buying vegetables. She doesn't often go to buy vegetables. She just takes a little from home to deal with it. She can save 40 yuan a month and save it for herself. Usually, when Zhou Yueshan brings meat back, she can get a lot. With this job, her parents-in-law don't dare to yell at her. In fact, she has an easy time every day. She only needs to cook 2 meals. Of course, she can't let Xin Yan stay. Once Xin Yan stays, she will lose her job.
Where can she find such a good job then?
Thinking that Xin Yan must not know about sending meals to Zhou Yueshan will definitely come to find her, and she can take the opportunity to increase her salary then. Anyway, the Zhou family lacks everything except money. Seeing her daughter coming back, she immediately sat up straight. Guifeng, how is it? Can you get along with Xiao Zhou? Lu Guifeng was already humiliated and aggrieved. When she heard this, tears fell down, and she complained loudly. What get along? The daughter of the Lin family also went there to deliver food, but Brother Zhou didn't accept my food at all. I lost face. How can I face people in the future? Thinking of the contemptuous eyes of the women in the village, when she came back, Lu Guifeng blushed. Everyone must think that she knew that Zhou Yueshan was already married, but she still ran to deliver food to him. I guess they all scolded her for being shameless behind her back. Aunt Lu was stunned when she heard this. What? Who did you say went there? Who else? The daughter of the Lin family, who was engaged to Zhou Yueshan. Mom, didn't you say she couldn't cook? How come she not only knows how to cook but also takes the initiative to deliver food to Brother Zhou? Aunt Lu's head buzzed. That woman from the city could actually cook. Not only that, she also delivered meals to Zhou Yueshan. If the other party could cook, wouldn't she lose her job? Without her job at the Zhou family, she would have to go back home to serve the whole family. By then, who knows how her mother-in-law, who already disliked her, would be mad at her. Aunt Lu regretted not going there today. If she had gone there, maybe she would have discovered it earlier and wouldn't have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. It was all because of that woman named Xin Yan who provoked her. Aunt Lu thought angrily, no. She absolutely couldn't lose this job. She couldn't get away with it. Aunt Lu thought of this woman, rolled her eyes, and suddenly came up with an idea. Aunt Lu couldn't sit still. She looked at the time. In a few hours, the youngest and second oldest of the Zhou family would be out of school. She couldn't deal with this woman, but she could start with the youngest and second oldest. As long as the youngest and second oldest don't like Xin Yan and exclude her, Xin Yan will definitely be driven away, just like that woman back then. Aunt Lu squatted on the way Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan were going home early in the morning, and in the afternoon, she saw the two of them coming back with school bags from a distance. Seeing the two children, Aunt Lu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pretended to be nervous and ran over. Oh no, the eldest and second oldest, you're finally back. Aunt Lu had an anxious and worried expression on her face. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan were stunned for a moment, frowned. What's wrong, Grandma Lu? You guys went to class and didn't know that the stepmother your father found abused your sister. Today, when I went there, I saw her beating and pinching the child. Yao Yao cried heartbreakingly. I scolded her, and she said I was meddling and wanted to kick me out. Aunt Lu wailed.
What?
The two looked at Aunt Lu in shock and hurried to run back. Aunt Lu hurriedly held the two of them, looking embarrassed. Don't be impulsive. That woman is very good at pretending. If you go back now, she will definitely pretend to be very good to Yao Yao. Yao Yao doesn't know anything and will be obedient after a little coaxing. You can't do anything about it. Maybe she will complain to your father, and then your father will hate you. You are not biological children in the first place. That woman looks like A, and is very scheming. She will definitely do everything she can to kick you out like the previous woman. If you go back to cause trouble for her now, you will fall into her trap. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yu were shivering with cold air. Their faces were pale. Then what should we do? Aunt Lu rolled her eyes and said, Little boss, although I, your grandma, may get angry with you occasionally, I have never hit you, right? Zhou Yedong lowered his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression, and nodded, Yes. And I won't pose any threat to you three siblings, but that woman is different. Now she is not only targeting you, but she is also going to drive me away. When the time comes, no one will watch over you. Your life will be very difficult. You should know that. Actually, this is not difficult. As long as you two brothers listen to me, I will definitely help you drive her away. In the afternoon, Xin Yan took Yao Yao to a sweet nap. Yao Yao was very well behaved. She would not cry when she woke up. Xin Yan turned on the TV, and she would sit on the sofa and watch it obediently. Afraid that she was hungry, Xin Yan would give her some small biscuits and candies, and the child would tear open the candy wrappers and eat them. The eldest and second child should be back by now, so Xin Yan went into the kitchen and started cooking. She bought a lot of vegetables yesterday, but she got up a little late, so Xin Yan took out the flour and noodles she bought and rolled the noodles by hand. The noodles made in this way are very delicious, chewy and smooth. It happened that the family eats lard. In this kind of weather, adding some lard and chopped green onions will make the noodles very delicious and save time. She repeatedly pulled the noodles into the thinnest state in the kitchen. When she turned around, she saw a little boy standing behind her, staring at her. Xin Yan's scalp tingled for a moment. Zhou Yedong? When did he come back? Does this child walk without making any sound? In any case, being stared at like this, even for a child, made Xin Yan feel a little scared. The subsequent description of the little boss in the article was a little perverted and weird, which made her unable to treat this child with the eyes of a normal person. Coupled with his weird behavior, it was even more terrifying. At this moment, Xin Yan even had some terrible thoughts. He doesn't want to kill me, does he? Xin Yan's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and asked calmly, Is there something wrong? Zhou Yedong looked at her for a while before retracting his gaze. His thin face was already vaguely handsome, but there was more of a sinister coldness in his brows. Sure enough, those who can be big shots in novels are not ordinary people. Zhou Yedong pinched the shoulder strap of his school bag and turned away, without saying a word. It's inexplicable. Xin Yan was also a little helpless about this guy. She turned around and put the noodles in the pot, and then began to put lard, soy sauce, and chopped green onion seasonings into each bowl. As soon as the noodle soup was poured into the bowl, oil beads floated up immediately, and a smell of scallion and lard wafted into the nose. The simple scallion oil noodle soup was ready. In Zhou Yedong's room, Zhou Yuehan sat in front of his brother with a dazed look on his face, holding his sister with candy in her mouth. Brother, what should we do? He swallowed, looking at his sister holding a biscuit in one hand and a white rabbit milk candy in the other, and he was a little overwhelmed. Zhou Yedong wiped his sister's saliva. Wait a few days and see. But Grandma Lu said that my sister was bullied by that bad woman. Zhou Yuehan hugged his sister tightly, anxiously, not wanting to hand her over to anyone. What do you think of Grandma Lu? Zhou Yedong's eyes were too deep, not like a 10-year-old child. Zhou Yuehan was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, I don't like her very much either. Her cooking is terrible, and she likes to lie to Dad. When he said this, he was stunned for a moment. Zhou Yedong hugged his sister in his arms, looked at her rosy little face carefully, and said, Yes, She likes to lie. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Si Nian's gentle voice came from outside the door. Little eldest, big second eldest, it's time to eat. The two brothers looked at each other, got up and walked out the door. Si Nian looked at the two children. They were both wearing gray cloth with many patches on them. It was hot during this period, and the two had walked so far that they were sweating. The two children looked similar, but the eldest had a cold look, while the second was more cautious. Si Nian withdrew her gaze without leaving a trace and felt her skirt being pulled by something. She lowered her eyes and saw Yao Yao's big grape-like eyes looking at her brightly, and she stretched out her little hand for a hug. Si Nian's eyes revealed tenderness. He bent down, picked up the little baby, and turned to go downstairs. Children's behavior is always the purest. She likes whoever treats her well. It is obvious that Yao Yao likes her very much. But Yao Yao doesn't like Grandma Lu because she never takes the initiative to ask Grandma Lu to hold her. Zhou Yedong lowered his eyes and followed with his brother. There were several bowls of hot noodles on the table, each with a fried golden egg on top. The aroma was wafting, making the two little guys who had been hungry for a day swallow their saliva. Si Nian sat down, glanced at the two of them, and said, "Eat. If it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen." As she said this, she picked up the noodles and started to feed Yao Yao. This time Zhou Yedong did not stop his brother from eating her food. The two children devoured the noodles voraciously. It's not like they had eaten noodles before, but this was the first time they had eaten such a mellow and chewy one. It didn't taste like what they had eaten before, with a strong smell of wheat. The food made by the stepmother was hundreds of times better than that made by Grandma Lu, and the two of them had a rare full meal. After the meal, the two of them took the initiative to clean up the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Si Nian was also happy to relax. She had just made ramen, and she smelled all over. Just as she returned to her room to change into pajamas and take a shower, the door was knocked on. Si Nian thought it was Yao Yao, who came up to find her. While putting clothes on her head, she turned back with a smile. "You girl, leave me for a while." She didn't finish her words, and her smile froze. Zhou Yueshan closed the door at an extremely fast speed.
Si Nian.
The scream got stuck in her throat. She put on her coat expressionlessly, reflecting on why she didn't close the door tightly. After changing into her pajamas, she walked out and saw the man standing at the door with his back to her. Si Nian subconsciously looked at him from top to bottom. The man had a straight bangs and wore a gray vest. At this time, sweat had stained a large piece of wet cloth on his back, faintly outlining the arc of his muscle lines. His arms and shoulders were tanned very dark, and his muscles were not very exaggerated, but very tight, with a very lean figure. His arms were full of blue veins, and his fingers were very thick and long. I heard that such men are very good. Si Nian swallowed unconsciously, and when she reacted, the man had turned his head, and her eyes fell on the man's lower body. "Zhou Yueshan, can I borrow your room to take a shower? The water pipe in the public bathroom is broken." He glanced at Si Nian with a low voice. Si Nian retracted her gaze, and a light layer of powder appeared on her soft and white face. "Okay, you go in."
"Excuse me."
Zhou Yueshan nodded politely and walked in without looking around. Si Nian thought that he would come back very late every day, so she didn't think much about it today and didn't even close the door when she changed clothes. Fortunately, this man was still a gentleman. She breathed a sigh of relief, went downstairs, and went into the kitchen to cook noodles for him. People gave her so much money, Si Nian was willing to cook for him for a few meals. Zhou Yueshan took a quick shower and went downstairs with a body full of steam in 10 minutes. He looked around the house inconspicuously. It was just a room for one day, and the house became very clean. Before, there were always some mosquitoes, and it was messy everywhere, which made people feel a little irritated. But now it is tidy and clean everywhere, the air is clear, and the ground is mopped to reflect light. Without thinking, you know it is that woman's masterpiece work, because there are very few people in the countryside who would mop the floor so clean. There is also a glass bottle on the dining table, which contains wildflowers that can be seen everywhere on the roadside, adding a bit of warmth to the whole house. Looking at the sofa again, the youngest and second oldest are doing their homework, and Yao Yao is lying on the sofa watching TV. The usually dirty little girl is fair and tender today, her clothes are all clean, and she seems to be a lot fatter than before. Zhou Yueshin raised his eyebrows, walked over, reached out to pick up the child, and a sweet smell of milk immediately rushed into his nose. The little guy was holding half a biscuit in his hand. These things are usually not available at home. Zhou Yueshin has never raised a child, and he doesn't know how to be meticulous. He always thought that as long as there is food to eat, it will be fine. He is too busy at work. He had no time to take care of the children, but he would not treat them badly in terms of money. However, no matter how much money he gave, the children were still as thin as beans. Zhou Yueshin had thought about finding a woman, but the one he found before was vicious and almost harmed the children. Later, he had to find someone to come to his house to cook for the 3 children. But the effect was not obvious.
Dad. Dad.
The youngest and the second child saw him and straightened their backs unconsciously and called out respectfully.
Yeah.
Zhou Yueshin put the youngest daughter on his lap and looked at the 2 children who looked like their elder sister. They were both in awe and afraid of him, because Zhou Yueshin's face was naturally a bit stern. During the years when he was in the army, the soldiers would walk away with their tails between their legs when they saw him, not to mention these 2 little guys. "How is your study?" he asked lightly. "It's okay, the same as before." "Okay, study hard." Zhou Yueshin was actually a little unfamiliar with the 2 children. They were not talkative. The time they talked in a week could be counted on one hand. It was Xin Yan who came out and broke the stiffness between father and son. Mr. Zhou, I cooked noodles. Would you like to have some?" Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly, stood up, and walked over. Seeing Xin Yan, Yao Yao immediately opened her hands and babbled for a hug. Zhou Yueshin raised his eyebrows and looked at Xin Yan. Xin Yan had a somewhat soft smile on her face and stepped forward and said, "Give me the child." She stretched out her hand, a pair of thin and slender fingers, which were still white and beautiful even when cooking. The nails were a little pink. Zhou Yueshin handed the child to her, and the little bean giggled as soon as it was in Xin Yan's arms. Xin Yan held her and sat down beside him, and Zhou Yueshin ate noodles with chopsticks. He was very fast, and the sound was not loud. In the end, he drank up a large bowl of noodles, and even the soup. No one doesn't like to have their own food eaten up, and Xin Yan is no exception. She stared at Zhou Yueshin and said, "There's still some in the kitchen. Do you want me to cook some more for you?" "No, thank you." Zhou Yueshin put down his chopsticks, his face calm. "You cook delicious food." He was also very serious when praising people. Xin Yan blushed a little when being stared at by the man and said, "I usually have nothing to do at home, so I like to study some food. Thank you for trouble to take care of the 3 children. You're welcome. Since I am willing to come, it shows my determination. The children are very well behaved and easy to take care of. The youngest and second oldest children basically don't need to be taken care of. They will help with the work. Although Yao Yao is small, she doesn't cry or make noises and she is well behaved, so it's not difficult at all. It just so happens that she likes to cook, and cooking for the children every day is much more comfortable than doing farm work." But thinking of work, she remembered that the original owner worked as an announcer in the city after dropping out of high school. Announcers in this era are technical jobs that must be strictly selected. Fortunately, the original owner has a good voice, is beautiful, and has a good temperament and quality, so she was quickly selected. Beauty has priority no matter what era, and if you have a technical degree, it's even more amazing. Because of this, she even defeated those who had higher education than her, and she got the job by herself. Being an announcer means with a guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood, and a regular position. The salary is upper middle class. Including subsidies, you can earn about 50 yuan a month. In this era, when 30 yuan can support a family, 50 yuan is already a generous reward. It's just that after the real daughter returned home, the original owner has been in a daze and has always found someone to replace her at work. "It seems that I have to go to the city when I have time. I can't do this job myself. At least in the future, this job doesn't have much room for development. With the development of televisions, it won't be long before every family will buy a television. The era of tape recorders will soon be over.
She is not interested in this.
It's better to sell this iron rice bowl and get a lot of money. By then, I will have money for school. Thinking about it, she said, I want to go back to the city tomorrow. Zhou Yueshan paused and nodded slightly. Okay. I'll let Aunt Lu come to take care of the children. Xin Yan shook her head. No, I'll take Yao Yao with me. Her eyes showed a bit of vigilance. Aunt Lu was not a good person at all. If Yao Yao was thrown to her, she would probably torture her. It would be best not to come again. But she had just entered the family, and the relationship between the two families had lasted for several years. If Xin Yan said a few bad things about Aunt Lu, it seemed that he was snobbish and gossiping as soon as he arrived. Will it be inconvenient? Zhou Yueshan thought she wanted to go home to see him, thinking that she might be laughed at by others if she brought her children with her. After all, this young and beautiful girl married a second married old man at a young age, and she also had to help him take care of the children. Not to mention that she was originally a rich lady. Even if she was from the countryside, she would inevitably be gossiped about behind her back. No, don't worry. I'm just going to do something. Xin Yan shook her head. Zhou Yueshan said nothing. The next day, Xin Yan woke up at dawn. In an era without nightlife, even she, a night-sleeping maniac, couldn't stand it and went to bed early in the morning. She got up and opened the curtains, and she could hear the sound of ho-ho-ho outside. The breeze blew on her face, and the fresh air instantly dissipated her sleepiness. Xin Yan stretched and walked downstairs and saw that the kitchen light was on. The two children should have gotten up and cooked for themselves. Although she promised to take care of the children, it was impossible for her to be like a nanny and do everything. The child is not young anymore. Children in rural areas mature early, and they have to learn to cook. The idea of favoring boys over girls in this era is too exaggerated. No matter how poor the countryside is, men will not be allowed to enter the kitchen. Girls have to learn all kinds of sewing work, cooking, etc. from an early age, for fear that their daughters will not be able to cook when they get married and will be laughed at by their in-laws. However, 30 years later, cooking has become the best filter for men. Who doesn't like a man who has good cooking skills and can do housework? Xin Yan thought to herself that she had to change the idea of the little boss who hates girls. There are bad women, but there are also many good ones. You can't deny everyone because of this. Seeing her go downstairs, Zhou Yueshan felt a little uncomfortable and lowered her head to look at her toes. Xin Yan didn't care and walked into the kitchen. She saw Zhou Yedong standing in front of the big pot and cooking something. She leaned over to see, but saw 2 sweet potatoes. She couldn't help frowning. You just made such a little thing? The 2 children were in the period of growing up. They didn't come back at noon. There was no canteen in rural schools these days. He had to endure until the afternoon to eat such a dry sweet potato. No wonder he is as thin as a monkey. He is 10 years old, but he is not as tall as those who are 7 or 8 years old. She remembered the description of the youngest brother in the article. Zhou Yedong admired his father Zhou Yueshan the most for his strength and height, but he himself was thin and weak. Because of his young age, he could no longer grow taller, and his body was pale and weak. In the end, he could only engage in scientific research, which was farther and farther away from what he wanted. As the eldest brother, he stuffed everything good into the mouths of his younger brothers and sisters, and he was always hungry. Not only was he sick at a young age, but his psychology was also distorted. His younger brother was 1.8 meters tall, which was what he wanted, but during his rebellious years, he felt that they became like this because his adoptive father was busy with work and did nothing, and eventually embarked on a road of no return. Do you want to eat too? Zhou Yedong was a little at a loss in front of her, afraid that he had done something wrong and that he would make her angry. Then I'll put 2 more. After all, he was just a child of 10 years old. Even if he hated women in his heart, fear still accounted for more. Zhou Yedong was also very handsome, with very prominent features. His eyes were the same as Yao Yao's, big, and his eyebrows were sharper. But at this moment his eyebrows were drooping, like an abandoned puppy, helpless and pitiful. Xin Yan sighed. This is not delicious like this. Let me teach you how to make it. Xin Yan looked at the stove, picked up a few big sweet potatoes from the corner, and threw them in. The ones in the pot were almost done, and she picked them out. Please help me peel the skin, and then put them in the bowl and mash them. Zhou Yedong was a little flustered and almost couldn't hold the bowl and chopstick steadily. He carefully looked at her face, and when he saw that she didn't notice him, he peeled the sweet potatoes with a red face. Although Xin Yan didn't look at him, he could hear the noise. She had used the flour she bought to make noodles yesterday, so there wasn't much left. The main reason was that the family was full of men, and they all had big appetites. They would eat up the flour they bought once in less than 2 days. The little left was definitely not enough to make noodles, but it was enough to make some pancakes for the children to take to school. The sweet potatoes were cooked until they were soft and became muddy when pressed lightly. Zhou Yedong handed them to her in a short while. Xin Yan took them and poured in the flour and kneaded them together. Zhou Yedong had never seen such a method before and stared at them curiously. Then the white dough gradually turned orange-yellow, and the dough was smooth. A sweet smell of flour and sweet potatoes rushed into his nose. Xin Yan only rubbed a layer of oil on the surface of the pot, kneaded the dough into a pancake shape, and put it on the big pot to bake. With 1 ball of flour, 5 large pancakes were baked. She stood by the pot and repeatedly turned the golden pancakes, and only took them out of the pot when the skin had become crispy and fragrant. She poured some water into the pot and threw a few eggs into it to cook. By this time, the sweet potatoes in the stove were also ready. Xin Yan took out the sweet potatoes and gave them 2 pancakes, saying, "Eat the sweet potatoes in the morning and save the pancakes for lunch, otherwise the sweet potatoes will be cold and choking." After saying that, she didn't even look at Zhou Yedong's complicated expression and walked out with the remaining pancakes. Xin Yan took a bite of the pancake and squinted her eyes. The sweet taste flowed into her mouth, which was perfect for breakfast. Zhou Yuehan's eyes widened when he saw the fragrant pancakes. Xin Yan ate for a while before saying, "I'm going to take Yao Yao to the city later. I don't know when I can come back in the afternoon. If you come back, make your own meals." Zhou Yuehan immediately became nervous. He was not as meticulous as Zhou Yedong. He was very nervous when he heard that the other party was going to take his sister away. After all, there are many people who steal children and sell them these days, especially girls. Many families can't afford to raise them, so they're sold to those remote rural areas as child brides. It is said that Tiedon's mother in their village was bought and beaten. Subconsciously, he wanted to look at his brother, hoping that he could speak up to stop them, but he heard Zhou Yedong's voice. "Okay." He was so shocked that the pancake in his hand almost fell to the ground. What happened to his brother? Doesn't he hate these women who come to the house the most? Why would he be willing to let that woman take his sister away? Is his brother threatened by this woman? Zhou Yuehan's face was full of horror, and he had a thought that he could only rely on himself to save this family. Zhou Yedong glanced at his brother's stupid expression, took a pancake, and stuffed it into his mouth. Although he was still shocked, he couldn't help chewing unconsciously as soon as the fragrant pancake entered his mouth.
Oh, so fragrant, so delicious.
When the 2 of them set out, Xin Yan stuffed a boiled egg into each of them. Xin Yan washed Yao Yao, fed her something, packed up himself, and got on the bus to the city. Yao Yao had rarely taken a bus before and was very excited at this moment. She babbled all the way, very excited, and looked around curiously with her beautiful big eyes. The road had not been repaired yet, and it was very bumpy, which made Xin Yan drowsy. The little girl was very awake, but she didn't cry. She sat obediently on Xin Yan's lap the whole time. People around her praised her, saying that they had never seen such an obedient child. Xin Yan smiled and kissed Yao Yao's soft little face. When they arrived at the city station, he took the child out of the car. She didn't plan to go to C's house, so she went directly to the radio station. As soon as she walked into the unit with the child, an unhappy voice sounded behind her. "Xin Yan, what are you still doing here?" Xin Yan looked back. The first thing he saw was a girl of 18 or 19 years old, wearing a professional suit, with short hair and delicate makeup on her face. When she saw that it was really her, she looked disdainful. "Xin Yan, Weren't you kicked out of the C family and sent to the countryside? Why did you come back?
Why?
Life in the countryside is not easy. Her tone was full of gloating. Xin Yan thought carefully about the original owner's memory and finally found out the information of the person in front of him from the corner. This person is the younger sister of the original owner's officer fiancé, Fu Qianqian. She is the same age as her, and the two have not had a good relationship since childhood. The reason is simple, because they live in the same family compound. The original owner is beautiful and smart. On the contrary, the daughter of the chief can't compare in every way and is always compared with her. After a long time, they naturally dislike each other. Especially after the original owner became her brother's fiancé, she became more and more grieved. Both of them only went to high school. The original owner gave up studying because she planned to marry into a wealthy family, but Fu Qianqian simply didn't want to study. When recruiting announcers, they happened to bump into each other. However, she was selected as the announcer, while Fu Qianqian could only do logistics work. She felt very aggrieved. They were always sarcastic and quarreled with each other. They were enemies before they even got to know each other. Now, she finally found out that Xin Yan was not her biological child, but a country girl. She felt so happy. Xin Yan didn't take the other party seriously. Anyway, he had no relationship with her family, so he didn't need to be like the original owner, who tolerated the other party in order to marry her military officer fiancé. At this moment, he just glanced at her and turned away. Fu Qianqian was ignored. "Stop right there." She chased after him, stood in front of Xin Yan, and glared at her. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Xin Yan stopped, frowned, and looked at the girl in front of her who was half a head shorter than her. Such a top-down look made Fu Qianqian very unhappy, and she subconsciously raised her chin. She was obviously better than Xin Yan in terms of conditions and family background, but she couldn't compare to her in height, appearance, and study. Especially in height, just because she was not as tall as Xin Yan and her temperament was not as good as her, so the company chose Xin Yan as the host instead of herself, and the reason was that she was too short. She was really... Do I have to answer you if you ask me a question? Who do you think you are? I am. Fu Qianqian was choked, her face flushed, and she said angrily, "This is my company. You don't work here anymore. Why are you here?" Xin Yan frowned. When did she say she would not do it? She just asked someone to replace her to work before. She didn't say she would not do it. And even if she didn't do it anymore, she needed to come here to resign and get approval from the higher-ups. Who told her that she would not do it anymore? Xin Yan. Who told you I would not do it anymore? I found someone to help take my place before, but it doesn't mean I would not do it anymore.
What?
Didn't you transfer the job to that Lin Cece? Fu Qianqian was shocked because she was still aggrieved about this matter. As the daughter of a leader, she had to back up a woman from the countryside. It was even more aggrieved than when Xin Yan was here. And she didn't think that Lin Cece was prettier than herself. That's not right. I heard from your family that you voluntarily transferred your job to Lin Cece. I was wondering when you were willing to give it up, but don't you know it after all this time? Fu Qianqian looked at her like she was an idiot. Lin Cece. Xin Yan narrowed her eyes. The original owner had invited another announcer to take over the job, and because he could get double the salary, the other party was very happy to agree. How come the job happened to Lin Cece inexplicably? Fu Qianqian had a constipated expression on her face. Yu Xiao worked for a while, and then Lin Cece came to work. I heard that you had left, and I thought you would never come back. Of course, she didn't tell Xin Yan. She gloated for a long time. But after hearing that Lin Cece had actually parachuted in to replace Xin Yan's position, Fu Qianqian couldn't laugh anymore. How could all kinds of monsters and demons be better than her? When Xin Yan got this position, it was a fair competition between the two. She was not as good as her, so she had to admit her defeat. But Lin Cece is not much higher than me. Why should I give it to her? Xin Yan made a rough guess. When she first entered the book, her mind was still very confused, and she didn't think about the job. It was probably because her family saw that she was gone, and there was no one to waste this position, so they used their connections to let Lin Cece replace her. She originally didn't plan to contact this family. After all, they raised the original owner so well. But Xin Yan didn't plan to let Lin Cece get away with this job. She was raised by the C family, but she didn't know Lin Cece anything. For this kind of job, if you don't have real ability, you can only get in through connections. After figuring out the relationship, Xin Yan said to Fu Qianqian, who looked aggrieved, "I didn't give it to her. This is the job I fought hard for. How could I give it to others casually? Even if I wanted to give it to her, I would sell it. I can't give it to her for free. I'm not a fool." Upon hearing this, Fu Qianqian immediately figured out something in her mind and looked at Xin Yan with sympathy. "Then you are really miserable. Not only are you not a biological daughter, but your job was also taken away. But you are much better than that, Lin Cece. At least you didn't get in through family connections like me, but you got it through real competition and your own power. Compared to her, I admire you." Thinking that Lin Cece actually got in through connections behind the scenes, and the daughter of her own leader was embarrassed to use connections. Why could she do that? Fu Qianqian hated Lin Cece even more, and even Xin Yan, whom she didn't like, started to like her. Her Mandarin is not so standard, and the effect of the broadcast is much worse than yours. Lin Cece just entered the industry and had no contact with it before. Naturally, she couldn't keep up with it all of a sudden. She was not professional at all. Xin Yan's mouth twitched. Listening to her endless complaints, she felt that this person was not looking for trouble with her, but to complain about Lin Cece. After that, Fu Qianqian said as if she was not afraid of trouble, "Let's go. I'll take you to find her. Sister Chen is talking to her." Xin Yan was brought to the broadcasting studio by her. At this moment, Sister Chen was talking to a young girl. She had a serious face, and her face was not very good. This person was the old broadcaster, who led the original owner. Every time a new person came, they had to go through her strict selection, and the requirements were very high. Even the original owner's conditions were scolded by her several times. Everyone was very afraid of this old man in the unit. "Sister Chen, look who's here." Fu Qianqian shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the two people over there. Lin Cece turned her head and met Xin Yan's gaze. Her expression suddenly tightened.
Xin Yan?
"Why are you here?" Sister Chen's face darkened when she saw Xin Yan. Originally, Xin Yan was the newcomer she was most optimistic about, but he didn't come for a long time and inexplicably transferred the job to a newcomer with little technical content, which added a lot of workload to her. Sister Chen was always unhappy. Seeing Xin Yan at this moment, after being surprised, she didn't look good. Xin Yan withdrew his gaze from Lin Cece and looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him who was in her 40s, wearing red-framed glasses and a professional suit. "Sister Chen, I'm back to work." As soon as these words came out, Lin Cece's face changed, and then she began to panic. Sister Chen's expression also showed astonishment. "Didn't you transfer the job to Lin Cece?" Sister Chen's eyes went back and forth between the two. "Yes, Sister Nian Nian, what are you talking about? Mom and Dad said that it would be inconvenient for you to go to work in the future if you go to the village, so they asked me to work for you." Lin Cece responded quickly, emphasizing the word mom and dad. It seemed that she wanted to use the word parents to put pressure on her. In the novel, the original owner did not come back to take this job. She was deeply immersed in the tragic fate of marrying an old man and raising children for him. How could she have the mood to come to work? In addition, the original owner had a strong self-esteem. She was afraid that she would be laughed at when she returned to the city, and that these people would mock her life experience, so she didn't dare to come back. She didn't even know that her job fell on Lin Cece. So when she came back just now, she didn't react. Xin Yan looked at her strangely and said, "What are you talking about? When did I say that it was inconvenient for me to go to work? Didn't I ask someone to take my place? Sister Chen also knows about this. If I stopped doing it and it was inconvenient for me to go to work, could I not tell Sister Chen?" "No, Sister Xin Yan, my parents didn't want you to work so hard, so they asked me to come and help you. My parents said they would tell you about this when you came back. I just finished my work. How about I take you back and let your parents talk to you?"
Xin Yan laughed angrily.
She was putting pressure on her by talking about her parents again and again, as if she would be unfilial if she didn't agree. In this day and age, the crime of being unfilial is worse than heaven, and this heroine is really good at moral kidnapping. No need. Si Nian refused, pretending to be shocked, and said, I got my job by relying on my own strength to compete with everyone, and it has nothing to do with my parents. You don't have to involve my parents in everything. We are not children anymore, and we still need our parents to make the decision. I only know that I have never transferred my job to anyone. After that, she ignored Lin Cici's ugly face, looked at Sister Chen, who was in doubt, and said, Sister Chen, you should also know that I am not such an irresponsible person. Even if I want to transfer it to someone else, I must be capable, not just give it to an outsider. The transfer also requires the signature of the person himself. I haven't been here. How could I have transferred it to her? I don't know what the reason is, and I don't know when the unit can give the job to others without the consent of the person himself. Of course not. Sister Chen immediately denied it. Our unit values ability the most. People without ability won't last long even if they get in through connections. Her words were clearly mocking Lin Cici's inability. She was already very angry about Si Nian giving the job to a layman for no reason. After drinking for a while, she realized that the other party actually used the backdoor method that she hated the second most. Even Si Nian herself didn't know. Who is Sister Chen? She has worked hard all these years to get to this position. She has seen many people with no ability being forced in because of connections, but she has never met such a bold one. How is this different from those scumbags who used other people's grades to go to college? Sister Chen looked at Lin Cici meaningfully. Lin Cici's breath was choked, and she almost couldn't hold her expression. In the surprised and suspicious eyes of everyone, she had to lower her head and bite her lip to look aggrieved. Sister Si Nian, I really don't know anything. I just followed my parents' arrangements. They asked me to come. She is quite good at pretending to be innocent. Si Nian knew that the original owner's parents were a bit snobbish, but they would not go so far. No one would believe that Lin Cici did not play tricks. She sneered. You are right. My parents are just worried that I can't come back to work. But it doesn't matter. I'm back now. Then there is no need to trouble you. You go back. Lin Cici. Then why has she been working hard and being scolded these days? Lin Cici was so angry that smoke was about to come out of her head. Si Nian ignored her and turned to Sister Chen. In fact, my parents' thoughts are not wrong. Now that I have returned to the countryside, it is indeed inconvenient to come to work, but I am worried that a long delay will cause trouble to you, Sister Chen. So, I want to solve this problem quickly today. Sister Chen nodded. She knew something about her situation. Seeing that she could still think about herself while holding a child, she couldn't help but soften her heart and sighed. What are your plans? It's not a good thing to let an outsider work for me all the time. Not to mention causing trouble to you, I also feel bad. Lin Cici, who was standing aside, turned green when she heard this. However, this is not the Si family, and she has no say. Then she heard Si Nian say, so I plan to sell this job to some professional people in our unit. I believe that these people will treat the job they paid a high price for with all their heart. As soon as she said this, Fu Qianqian, who was watching the show on the side, pricked up her ears, and she almost had the 3 words "sell it to me" written on her face. Her dream is to be a radio host. Now the dream is right in front of her, within her reach. She looked at Si Nian nervously, and for a moment she regretted why she had quarreled with her before. If she had had a better relationship with her, wouldn't she be able to give it to herself now? Fu Qianqian blushed with anxiety. Sister Chen thought about it, and it was true. Their golden rice bowl, no matter how many people want to buy it, they can't, and few people are willing to sell it, unless they have no choice. Do you have any recommendations? Sister Chen asked. Si Nian nodded and said, I think Fu Qianqian is very good. Her voice is full of energy and her Mandarin is also very standard. In addition, she came to the interview with me before. I think her ability is not much worse than mine. Fu Qianqian on the side. Did she hear it wrong? Si Nian actually recommended herself? Sister Chen and Fu Qianqian are also very familiar with each other. She also knows the identity of this young lady. Although she is a little arrogant and rude, she has never relied on her family's identity to get in. Instead, She chooses to use fair and just competition like most people. She also has a good impression of this child. Then ask her if she is willing to buy it for you. Sister Chen looked at Fu Qianqian. Fu Qianqian's height does not meet the standard. If she does not rely on this family's relationship, she will never be able to be an announcer in her life. After all, good image and temperament are also one of the important screening conditions.
Ido.
Fu Qianqian said hurriedly, as if she was afraid that she would regret it. Will you sell it to me for less money? She held Xi Nian's hand. Xi Nian asked back, how much are you willing to pay? I'll give you 2,000, will you sell it? Fu Qianqian was still naive, and her family was indeed rich and willing to pay. This is a golden rice bowl. But people who take the initiative to pay are relatively naive. Xi Nian also saw that although this child and the original owner did not get along, but his heart was not bad. So he was not greedy, nodded and said, okay, sell it to you.
Ah.
Fu Qianqian originally came to find fault, but now she was dancing with joy and said, let's go, we will go to handle the formalities immediately. She was afraid that Xi Nian would regret it as soon as she turned around, so she had to handle the formalities quickly and then let her cry by herself. On the other side, Lin Cixi, who was ignored, saw that she was ignored and Xi Nian actually sold this job. She couldn't sit still. She hurriedly stopped her and said, Sister Xi Nian, such a big thing. How can you make a decision so quickly? Do your parents agree? As soon as she said this, she immediately received Fu Qianqian's hateful gaze. Xi Nian mocked, I am an adult. I can make my own decisions about my own work, and besides, my parents have found their biological daughter. In order to repay their more than 10 years of raising me, I went to the countryside to marry you and clean up your mess. I don't think I owe you anything. Since they are not my parents and have no right to interfere in my choice, you don't have to worry about it. Xi Nian finished speaking, holding the child and Fu Qianqian to go through the formalities. Fu Qianqian knew that this woman must be eyeing this position, and she was also wary of Lin Cixi at this moment. She couldn't help but complain, it's better for you to be my sister-in-law than for her to be my sister-in-law. Duant, I'm not interested in being your sister-in-law. Xi Nian raised his hand to stop her.
Fu Qianqian?
For a moment, she couldn't react and couldn't figure out whether there was something wrong with her ears or Xi Nian's brain. She was clearly determined to marry her eldest brother before, but now she was like a different person, saying she was not interested. Was she pretending not to care because she was afraid of being laughed at by her? Thinking of this, Fu Qianqian understood immediately. She never thought that Xi Nian was really not interested. This novel is actually biased towards men, that is, men try to please women in various ways, and the male protagonist neither agrees nor refuses, so it adds many misunderstandings and setbacks to the love journey of the male and female protagonists. The original owner can only be regarded as a small vicious female supporting role in it. After all, the male protagonist is an officer, and there are many people who like him. Xi Nian actually sold the job to Fu Qianqian for a reason. Because in the novel, Fu Qianqian didn't like Lin Cixi in the early stage, but after Lin Cixi helped her get the job, she was grateful to Lin Cixi and turned enemies into friends. When thinking of this plot, Xi Nian still felt a little confused as to why Lin Cixi could help Fu Qianqian. Now she completely understands. The feeling is that Lin Cixi took her job and borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha. Lin Cixi did not develop towards being an announcer in the later period, but chose to continue to go to college. Let the Fu family, who originally looked down on her, look at her with new eyes. Life can be said to be a cheat all the way. Now that she has taken the initiative to sell the job to Fu Qianqian, she has also lost the opportunity to please Fu Qianqian. Fu Qianqian may seem difficult to get along with on the surface, but in fact, she has a very simple personality and is very easy to conquer. In the book, Lin Cixi took advantage of this and won her over step by step. But it is different now. Fu Qianqian already has some opinions about Lin Cixi. Although the original owner and her had a bad relationship since childhood, they were acquaintances after all. Even if the relationship was not good, it was more intimate than Lin Cixi, who was just here. Now Lin Cixi got this job in the way that Fu Qianqian hated the most. According to Fu Qianqian's personality, I'm afraid she'll look down on Lin Cece all her life. Not to mention that Lin Cece is unwilling to give up her job. Fu Qianqian hates her even more. Looking at this situation, it is probably not easy for Lin Cece to build a good relationship with her. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is a good friend. Let us go home and get the household registration book first. Fu Qianqian was in a good mood and didn't want to complain about Lin Cece, so she hurriedly pulled Xi Nian back to get the household registration book. Xi Nian pretended to be embarrassed and said, "My household registration is still here at the Xi family. This workstation should be given to Lin Cece by my parents."
I'm worried.
She hesitated to speak. Sure enough, Fu Qianqian's expression changed immediately. "So what? This is not the job you got with their help. Why should you give it to Lin Cece? I'll go with you. I don't believe that Lin Cece dares to it from me. If she dares to it, I will be the first to not let her go." Xi Nian nodded. "Then I'll trouble you." Fu Qianqian didn't expect her to be so polite. For a moment, she felt a little unnatural. She scratched her short hair and said, "Humph, don't think too much. I'm not helping you. I'm just doing my own job."
Xi Nian smiled.
Because it was inconvenient for Xi Nian to hold the child, Fu Qianqian also took a taxi. Xi Nian was indeed a little tired. The child was 2 years old. No matter how thin he was more than 20 kilograms. His hands were sore at the moment. Seeing the child in Xi Nian's arms staring at her with a pair of beautiful big eyes, Fu Qianqian's face was a little complicated. It was really unexpected that Xi Nian, the most beautiful and most promising in the compound, married the most miserably and became the stepmother of such a big child. Suddenly, a sigh came to my heart. "Hey, Xi Nian, you are not going to leave it like this, are you?" Xi Nian teased the little girl and said, "Isn't this good? Look at her, how well-behaved she is." Fu Qianqian pouted and was about to say that she didn't like children, but a little hand pinched a candy and handed it to her, babbling. Fu Qianqian was shocked. She can't speak yet, right? She looked so old, but she still can't speak? Just now, I saw the child was quiet and thought she was just obedient, but who knew that she couldn't speak? Xi Nian nodded. Not yet, but soon. Fu Qianqian looked at her with more complicated eyes and more admiration. 10 minutes later, the two came to the family compound. If it were normal, Xi Nian would not be able to go in. After all, the fact that she was not a biological child had long been a hot topic. If the Xi family didn't want to, she really couldn't go in. But it was very simple to follow Fu Qianqian in. The two swaggered to the door of Xi's house. Before Xi Nian entered the house, she saw her parents coming out with dark faces, comforting Lin Cece. Lin Cece lost her job, so she was naturally sent back. At this moment, she was crying about the injustice she had just suffered at the radio station. She said that Xi Nian was taking revenge on her because she came back and took away her favor. Hearing this, Xi's father and mother were furious. They really didn't expect that their daughter, who they spent a lot of energy to raise, would be so vicious. They didn't ask her for anything in return, but they didn't expect that she pretended to be obedient and agreed to leave, making them feel guilty about her, but secretly used such means to suppress their daughter and make her unable to gain a foothold in the city. It's so hateful. At this moment, they were about to take Lin Cece to Xi Nian to seek justice, but they didn't expect Xi Nian to come to the door by himself. Lin Cece calculated that Xi Nian would come back because she wanted to change jobs and needed a household registration book. But she never expected that Xi Nian would bring Fu Qianqian back as well. Seeing the two of them at this moment, her face froze. Sure enough, when the gloomy faces of Xi's father and mother saw Fu Qianqian, their angry expressions were restrained immediately. The people in this family compound love face the most. After all, no one wants to be laughed at. Although they are very angry at this moment, they have to smile. Why is Qianqian here too? The person who spoke was Xi's father. He was very familiar with Fu Qianqian. She was the most beloved daughter of Chief Fu and was more favored at home than his son. At the beginning, he once asked Xi Nian to build a good relationship with this young lady. But the two of them have always been at odds, and now they actually took the initiative to talk to Si Nian. Fu Qianqian was very straightforward and said directly, "Hello, Uncle Si. I am here to get the household registration booklet from Si Nian to handle the transfer of work procedures. Can I give the household registration booklet to Si Nian? I will send it to you later."
What?
Si's father was stunned. He just heard his daughter say that Si Nian wanted to sell her job to an outsider, but she didn't say who the other party was. Si's father never thought that it would be Fu Qianqian. Si Nian then said, "Dad, thank you and Mom for your concern for me. In order to keep my job, you also troubled Lin Cece to go to work for me. Thank you so much. I have been worried about work before, so I came back as soon as I could. I am sorry to have troubled you for so long." Si Nian's grateful tone stunned Si's father and others who were originally angry. What? Si Nian said innocently. "Cece has already told me that you are worried that I will not go to work and miss this job, so you ask Cece to help me with the work. I am so touched, but don't worry, I have already dealt with this matter, and you don't have to worry about it in the future. I have planned to sell the job to Qian. Fu Qian nodded in agreement. "Yes, I have promised to buy this job for Si Nian, Uncle Si. You don't have to worry." Si's father looked embarrassed. He couldn't get angry at the moment, and he felt a little guilty because they didn't think so at all. They just felt that it was a pity to leave this position like this. It happened that Lin Cece had nothing to do during this period, so they wanted her to go to school for a while. Otherwise, it would be a pity to lose it. When she goes to school, she will sell this job. At least that's what they think. I didn't expect Si Nian to come running back. "Uncle Si, the HR department will be off work soon. Could you please give the household registration book to Si Nian and me first, so we can go through the formalities?"
Fu Qianqian urged vigorously.
If it were someone else, Father Si might be able to find a reason to refuse, but the other party was Fu Qianqian. He stammered for a long time before saying, "Qianqian, you are the eldest daughter. How can we let you do our Nian's job?" Fu Qianqian hated this tone. No matter how hard she tried, others always used the annoying tone of "you are the eldest daughter." Even if you don't have to do it, the opportunity will be put in front of you. Hearing this, she immediately became dissatisfied. "Uncle Si, don't underestimate me. What Si Nian can do, of course I can do it. What's wrong with it?" Father Si was speechless. Father Si was taught a lesson by a junior at such an old age, and he could only smile and said quickly, "Ha ha ha, you're right. Then Uncle Si, can you hurry up? I asked for leave, and I still have to go to work."
Fu Qianqian urged.
Father Si had no choice but not to offend him. He gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "Okay, Uncle will get it for you right away." After getting the household registration book, Si Nian and Fu Qianqian left in a hurry. The people in the Si family looked unhappy, but they couldn't stop them. Lin Cece was so angry that her face turned green. Fu Qianqian went home to get the household registration book and knocked on her brother's study to borrow money from him. "Brother, lend me 1,000 yuan, and I'll pay you back when I get my salary." She looked excited. Hearing this, Fu Yang frowned. "What are you doing with so much money?" "To buy a job. Don't you know that Si Nian's job is gone? She sold it to me and she is waiting downstairs. Give me the money first." Fu Qianqian hurriedly said. "Didn't she leave? Why did she come back again?" When he heard the word Si Nian, Fu Yang's handsome face flashed with displeasure. When he heard that Si Nian had left, he felt that it was unlikely. She knew that she was not her biological daughter a month ago, and in order to stay, she pretended to be sick and made a lot of noise. She was well known in the whole compound.
Fu Yang never liked Si Nian.
Although she was really good-looking, there were many good-looking people in the world. A woman with only good looks, but no substance, was no different from a vase in his eyes. And he was also very annoyed that she always pestered him. He wished that she would. It seemed as if everyone knew that they were engaged, which made him feel constrained. Fortunately, this person was not a biological child of the Si family, so he didn't have to marry her, which also made Fu Yang feel relieved. Unexpectedly, she came back just a few days after leaving. Now she even came to find him with such a lame excuse. Did she think that if she gave the job to her sister, he would look up to her?
How naive.
No matter what she did, he would not marry her again. So it was better to give up this idea. That Lin Cece was better than her. Thinking of this, Fuyang gave her the money and sent her away. Let her go quickly, and don't come to our house to pester us again, so as not to make people laugh at her. Hearing this, Fu Qianqian was stunned for a moment. Brother, what are you talking about? Who is pestering you?
Who else could it be?
She suddenly sold the job to you. Isn't it just to make our Fu family owe her a favor so that she can find an excuse to come here in the future? I've seen a lot of tricks like this. Tell her that it's better not to bother me again in the future, otherwise I won't be so easy to talk to. Fu Qianqian was so greasy after listening to her brother's mysterious and confident speech that she wrinkled her nose with disgust. Brother, what are you talking about? When did she come to bother you? Xin Yan came back to get her household registration booklet. I was afraid that she would run away, so I dragged her here. No wonder when she came here just now she said she would not come so that you would not think too much. I didn't expect that you really thought too much. Fu Qianqian had a constipated expression. Fu Yangjuan's face turned black. What did you say? I said, she didn't come to see you at all. I insisted on dragging her here. She didn't even want to let her into the house. If she really wanted to see you, wouldn't she have come up with me a long time ago? In fact, Fu Qianqian was a little unwilling to give up. She had been thinking that if the person she married was Lin Cece, she might as well die. She also thought that Xin Yan might still have feelings for her eldest brother, so she pulled her over. Maybe she could see her eldest brother and rekindle their old feelings. Who knew that she refused with a look of disgust, saying that she was loyal to her new husband and would not meet other men to avoid misunderstandings. She was shocked. After saying that, she grabbed the money and ran downstairs. Fuyang was a little annoyed by his sister's words, and he found it hard to believe. How could this be possible? Xin Yan had been following him since she was a child. She didn't want to leave the C family before, and she wanted to marry him, so how could she approach him without a purpose? This kind of words can only deceive a simple person like his sister. Anyway, he doesn't believe it at all. Although thinking so, Fuyang still stood up, walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked downstairs. He wanted to see if Xin Yan was really as innocent as his sister said. However, at this glance, Fuyang couldn't help but frown. Under the bright sunshine, the girls stood gracefully in the garden. The roses in the garden were blooming beautifully, but they were even inferior to her. In this era, the family conditions have improved, and everyone loves to dress up. He has seen many beautiful women with personality, but none of them is as bright as her. She just stands there like a work of art from the European century painting, especially under the sunlight, glowing white. Even the roses around her become a foil, eclipsed. The light in her eyes is gentle and relaxed, unlike the shy and artificial light when she faced him before. Xin Yan didn't like children at all before. Whenever there were children, she would subconsciously stay away from them, thinking they were noisy. But at this moment, she was holding a child gently in her arms, with a smile on her face, more beautiful than a flower. Fuyang was a little distracted, but the next second, as if she felt his gaze, Xin Yan suddenly looked up and looked at him. Fuyang was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to retract his gaze, fearing that the other party would think too much about him looking at her, or come to pester him. However, when he was about to draw the curtains, he saw that Xin Yan had retracted his gaze as if nothing had happened, and his expression was still calm, without the slightest fluctuation, as if he was an insignificant person. Fuyang paused and looked over in disbelief. Xin Yan had already turned around and left with her sister. How could it be possible? In the past, when she saw him, she was more excited than anyone else and would come to pester him the first time, which was very annoying. She didn't react when she saw him just now. Did he just misunderstand, and she didn't see it at all? Yes, she definitely didn't see it. If she saw it, she wouldn't be so calm. Fuyang thought so. He pulled his lips in disdain and closed the window. Xin Yan and Fu Qianqian went to the radio station to handle the formalities. Since they were all family members, the process was quick. After the formalities were completed, Xin Yan had nothing to do with the radio station anymore. Fu Qianqian gave her the money. Seeing that it was getting late, Si Nian hurriedly left the radio station. It was a rare opportunity for her to come to the city, and she wanted to buy a lot of things. But the last bus here was at 5 in the afternoon. It was already 3 o'clock now. Si Nian calculated the savings she had now. Fu Qianqian's 2,000, Zhou Yueshan's more than 600 before, plus her original savings, a total of more than 2,700. More than 2,700 in the 1980s was equivalent to 20,000 yuan or even more in the future. After all, money is more valuable now. Si Nian was actually quite glad that she came to the 1980s instead of the 1960s and 1970s. After all, in that era, sometimes you couldn't buy food or clothes even if you had money, and most of them were various tickets. There were restrictions on everything you could buy. However, the 1980s, an era of gold everywhere, was different. You can buy whatever you want as long as you have money. Although using tickets may be cheaper, there are too many restrictions. Everyone has begun to pursue quality. Si Nian took Yao Yao into the department store. It was Yao Yao's first time to such a place, and her beautiful big eyes looked around curiously. The pupils were full of curiosity about the world. Si Nian first took the child to the children's clothing area, intending to buy some clothes for the child. It was extremely hot in the summer, but the children's clothes were all thick cotton clothes. Not only were they easy to get dirty, but they were also difficult to wash. Rural people raised children and put on 10 or 8 pieces of clothes, as if they were afraid that the children would be cold all year round. Yao Yao only has 2 coats for changing, and some of them can't be washed clean. In order to free his hands, Si Nian planned to buy her some light children's clothes. There are many people who are willing to spend money on their children these days. A small t-shirt costs 4 or 5 yuan, and there are more expensive ones that cost more than 10, 20 or 30 yuan. No matter which era, there are many rich people, and no matter how expensive it is, there are people who buy it. Si Nian was lucky and happened to run into a supermarket promotion, buy one get one free. She picked out 2 floral t-shirts, 2 pairs of pants, and small sneakers for children, which cost her only 15 yuan. She wanted to buy clothes for Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan. After all, Zhou Yueshan gave her a lot of money. But Si Nian didn't know their sizes, so it was difficult to buy them at the moment, fearing that they wouldn't fit. So she thought she'd come back next time she had a chance. She couldn't buy clothes, but that didn't mean she couldn't buy anything else. The 2 little guys' school bags were so old that they were all worn out, so she didn't have to worry about the size, so she just bought 2. She couldn't carry too many things by herself, so she didn't dare to carry too many. Fortunately, she had a school bag, so she could stuff everything into it and still fit a lot. Then, Si Nian went to the nutrition section and bought some milk powder, nutrition, honey, and other good things. After all, the child is now healthy and needs to be supplemented with food. Si Nian also bought some calcium tablets to replenish qi and blood. When she was a child, her health was not very good, and she had been malnourished. After taking calcium tablets, her height increased rapidly, and Si Nian thought calcium supplements were still very useful. After buying these things, it was already past 4 o'clock. Si Nian brought Yao Yao to the station, and the 2 of them, one big and one small, found a snack bar and sat down. She was also very hungry, and she said, "Boss, give me a bowl of soy milk, 2 eggs, a serving of fried dough sticks, and a basket of steamed dumplings." As soon as the food was on the table, Si Nian gobbled it up. Yao Yao could eat by herself, and she didn't need Si Nian to feed her. She stuffed an egg into her mouth by herself. She looked so cute. As soon as Fu Yang's car drove over, he saw Si Nian sitting in the snack bar. He frowned immediately. As expected, he knew that Si Nian had bad intentions. Otherwise, how would she know that he would come to the station to do business today? She must have used work matters to inquire about his whereabouts from her sister. How annoying! The driver was from the Fu family and knew Si Nian. When he saw Si Nian, he immediately said, "Master, do you want to say hello to Miss Si?" The driver still had some impression of the young lady of the Si family. She was very beautiful, and today she took the initiative to sell her job to their young lady. After hearing that she was not their biological daughter, she chose to leave the Si family. In short, she was quite pitiful. She was older than his daughter, but had experienced so much. After all, the two families were engaged and lived in the same compound. He felt that it would be not good not to say hello when they met at this moment. Hearing this, Fuyang was immediately displeased. No need, just drive away. The driver was stunned for a moment, but thinking that the young master did not seem to like Miss Si Nian very much, he did not say much. When passing by the two, Fuyang subconsciously tilted his head to look at Si Nian. For some reason, he wanted to see him walking by her, but her face was full of excitement, but he pretended not to see it. Maybe men's bad nature is to bully women, because he felt that Si Nian's eyes before made him very uncomfortable. Although he comforted himself that Si Nian might not have seen him, his heart told him that she saw him. However, he was disappointed. Si Nian was concentrating on eating and did not tilt her head to look at him at all. His car was so obvious, and it was all around. When people looked at her subconsciously, she didn't even glance at her. She was so pretentious. Fu Yang's face was gloomy, just like the feeling that he had ignored someone for a long time, and suddenly one day, the situation changed, and it was his turn to be ignored. If Si Nian knew what he was thinking, she would definitely cry out that she was wronged. She was not from this era, and she didn't think it was strange to see the car, not to mention that she was not the original body, and she was not familiar with Fu Yang's car, so of course she didn't care at this moment. Who would have thought that because she didn't look, he would make up such a lustful drama in his mind? Fu Yang withdrew his gaze with a gloomy face, not knowing whether he was talking to himself or the driver. His voice was quite loud. In the future, if you see her, you don't have to stop the car. Pretend you didn't see it. The driver felt puzzled. Master, maybe Miss C didn't recognize it as your car. Fu Yang sneered. How is it possible? In the past, when she saw my car, she screamed louder than anyone else. The driver was silent when he heard this. Master, you also said that was in the past. I think at that time Miss C might have just thought that you were her fiancé, and that's why she greeted you enthusiastically. After all, with your relationship, it would be abnormal not to say hello, right? Fu Yang was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered. According to you, she just pretended not to see it? Want to attract my attention? This woman is getting more and more scheming, but unfortunately, no matter how much she bribes others, she will never have a chance. The driver was stunned. Master, do you think Miss Si Nian came here because she asked others about your whereabouts? Fu Yang said as a matter of course. What else? How could she know that I was coming here today? The driver was speechless for a moment. Maybe. She just came to take a ride. Fu Yang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Uncle Lu, what do you mean? Do you think I'm being sentimental? Or did Si Nian give you some benefit to make you speak for her like this? Uncle Lu thought so, but he didn't dare to say it directly. After hearing the latter sentence, he felt overwhelmed and said hurriedly, I am just guessing. Please don't misunderstand, young master. Fu Yang snorted coldly, and his good mood disappeared. An hour later, Si Nian returned to Xingfu village with a lot of bags. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and it was time for everyone to go home after busy farm work. He just bumped into Si Nian. Seeing that she bought so many bags, some people envied, and some people were jealous. The news that the daughter of a rich girl in the city went to the countryside to marry Zhou Yueshen had spread throughout the village. Seeing Si Nian buying so many things as soon as she came, everyone who was used to saving was naturally a little uncomfortable. A woman came over, showing her yellow teeth that had not been brushed for 20 years and said, Zhou family, you are too extravagant. You have only been here for a few days and you have spent money to buy so many things. You really don't feel sorry for spending your own money. Yes, although our Xiao Zhou can make money, he doesn't spend it like you do. It's not that what you said is unpleasant, but you don't know how to live like this. You see and bring your bad habits in the city to the countryside. Si Nian smiled faintly. Anne is right, although this is all my own money. The woman didn't believe it at all. How can a girl like you have so much money? What are you bragging about? Aunt, who says girls can't have money. I graduated from high school and work as an announcer at a radio station in the city. I earn more than your whole family in a month. How can you have no money? After hearing this, the aunt felt as if someone had strangled her. Announcer? That's a golden rice bowl. Although they didn't understand, many families in the village also had radios. It was heard that the person speaking was the announcer. Rural girls of Xi Nian's age are basically married, cooking for their husbands and taking care of children at home, and almost few of them have income. But it is really different in the city. It is much better. For a moment, the people around looked at Xi Nian differently. The aunt was frustrated and felt very unhappy. When she returned home, she happened to meet Aunt Lu and asked Sister Lu, "Do you know where Xi Nian came from?" The two have a good relationship and often chat about family matters. She also knew that Aunt Lu helped the Zhou family take care of the children. Aunt Lu asked her puzzledly, "Xi Nian? Why are you asking this?" The aunt told her what happened when she just met Xi Nian in an even more exaggerated way. Hearing this, Aunt Lu's eyes turned red with jealousy. She knew better than anyone how generous Zhou Yueshan was. Xi Nian had been here for a few days and had not gone to work. What was she bragging about, saying that she was an announcer? If she was an announcer, would she come to this broken countryside? She immediately thought that Xi Nian was lying, and she might have spent Zhou Yueshan's money. Aunt Lu had been waiting for Zhou Yueshan to come to her house for the past 2 days, thinking that she could take the opportunity to increase her salary. Who knew that not only did he not come, but she also got the news that Xi Nian was squandering Zhou Yueshan's money. So she couldn't sit still and hurried to Zhou's house, but when she thought of something, she turned around and went to the farm again. Fu's house. Fu Qianqian was in a good mood today. She hummed a little song on her way home and ran into her eldest brother with a gloomy face. She was startled and asked, "Brother, why are you staring at me?" Fu Yong narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Fu Qianqian, what did you say to Xi Nian today?" Fu Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "I didn't say anything." "Didn't say anything? You didn't tell her that I would go to the station today?" Fu Yong said with some anger. "How many times have I said that you are not allowed to tell anyone my whereabouts, especially the Xi family? You didn't take my words seriously, right?" "Brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. When did I tell others about your whereabouts?" Hearing his inexplicable accusations, Fu Qianqian was also a little angry and shouted angrily. A hint of doubt flashed in Fu Yang's eyes. "Today, only you have contact with Xi Nian. Besides you, who would tell her that I was going to the station?" Hearing this, Fu Qianqian was stunned. She was stunned by the narcissism of her eldest brother. "Brother, you don't think Xi Nian went to the station to wait for you, right?" Fu Yong narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Fu Qianqian chuckled. "Brother, you are too narcissistic, ha. Why did they wait for you at the station? It is obvious that Xi Nian is in a hurry to go home. There is only one station to go home in the city, and you are not the only one who can go there. Brother, are you okay in your brain?" After saying that, she reached out and touched Fu Yang's head. "You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" Fu Yang's face suddenly turned dark. Seeing his expression of not being able to play, Fu Qianqian retracted her smile, seriously said, "Brother, don't worry, I really didn't say anything. Besides, how would I know that you went to the station today? You didn't even tell me." "Okay, she went there just to go home. Did she really block you at the station?"
Fu Qianqian asked curiously.
If it wasn't like this, there would be no need for Big Brother to be so angry. Fu Yong was stunned for a moment, then his expression was a little subtle when he reacted. Xi Nian really didn't block him. She just appeared there. Now think about it, it's a little strange. If she really went to gamble on herself, she wouldn't be in the mood to eat. Thinking of the possibility of some misunderstanding, Fu Yang's expression was uglier than swallowing a fly. As the sun set, Xi Nian finally arrived outside the house. Zhou Yedong was sitting on a small stool washing clothes at the door. De Huang was lying drowsy at the door. When Xi Nian entered the door, De Huang stood up first, wagging his tail, indicating that he was hungry. When Zhou Yedong saw her, he was also stunned for a second, then hurriedly got up and wiped his hands on his clothes. Seeing Zhou Yedong, Yao Yao, who had been playing all day, was very excited. She quickly let go of Xi Nian's hand and ran over with a staggering step. Zhou Yedong hugged his sister. A Yao Yao stuffed the candied haws in her hand into her brother's mouth. Although she couldn't speak, her expression showed that it was delicious and her brother should eat it quickly. Zhou Yedong hurriedly blocked her. Yao Yao eats, brother doesn't. Yao Yao licked it again. The candied haws was actually a little melted, but she ate it happily, with a pair of beautiful big eyes squinting and a satisfied smile on her face. Xin Yan glanced at it and went into the house. Inside the house, Zhou Yuehan was lying on the table doing homework. Seeing her come back, he sat up suddenly. But he didn't see his sister, and he immediately showed a look of horror. Yao Yao, where is Yao Yao? He screamed. Brother, brother. Yao Yao is gone. Brother, she sold my sister. His scream stopped abruptly when he saw Zhou Yedong leading his sister, and the words, she sold her sister, were stuck in his throat. Zhou Yedong glanced at his brother. Xin Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Yuehan. What did I do to my sister? Zhou Yuehan shuddered, lowered his head quickly, and stammered. No, nothing. Come here.
Xin Yan spoke slowly.
Zhou Yuehan's eyes turned red, his calves were shaking, his front feet were unsteady, he couldn't stand steadily, and he didn't dare to go over. If he didn't go, he would definitely be beaten by that bad woman if he went. Woo, he was going to be beaten. Zhou Yuehan looked at his eldest brother for help. The eldest brother didn't say a word. Woo. Even the eldest brother doesn't care about him? The younger sister betrayed him, and the eldest brother also betrayed him? Seeing his repulsive look, Xin Yan sighed. Am I a monster? Just when Zhou Yuehan's legs softened and he was about to sit on the ground, something was suddenly put down in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, rubbed his blurry eyes, and took a closer look, only to see that it was a blue backpack. He saw someone in school carrying this kind of backpack, and he heard that the other party's family was very rich. Others carried canvas shoulder bags, but only he could afford a backpack. Everyone envied him. Zhou Yuehan rubbed his eyes again, and after making sure he was not mistaken, he widened his pupils. What is this? Your school bags are all broken, so I went to the city and bought one each for you and your brother. You can choose. Xin Yan took out all the things he bought from his school bag and put the school bag in front of the two of them. Zhou Yuehan was so excited that he forgot about offending someone just now and covered his mouth with excitement. For us, his tears, which had just welled up because of fear, now fell because of disbelief and excitement. A Yao Yao saw that the second brother was crying. He staggered over and stuffed the candied haws in his hand into his mouth. Zhou Yuehan was not as strong as Zhou Yedong. He cried while holding the candied haws in his mouth. Seeing his younger brother's lack of ambition, Zhou Yedong couldn't bear to watch. Xin Yan didn't laugh at him. He put the things he bought in the kitchen. I prepared today's dinner. As soon as I entered the kitchen, then she saw the chopped ribs in the pot in the kitchen. Xin Yan's eyes widened. What a good thing. Pork is very expensive these days, especially ribs. Most people can't afford it. She was thinking about talking to Zhou Yueshan to send more meat back, but she didn't expect him to take the initiative to send it back. At that moment, Xin Yan decided to have a rib hot pot tonight. The rib soup is nutritious and delicious, and it is also very delicious when cooked in hot pot. The main thing is that it is very simple to stew. This man is a careful person. He is probably worried that he can't cut it, so he carefully cut it into small pieces, and each piece is cut very evenly. In addition to stewing the ribs, Xin Yan also plans to make a portion of soy sauce ribs, which children love. She washed the ribs and drained them, put them in the pot with cold water, and added onions, and to remove the fishy smell. After a while, white foam floated on the surface of the pot. She shook off the foam and took it out of the pot. It was a little late now, and it takes a long time to stew the ribs. Xin Yan planned to make sauce-flavored spare ribs to fill the child's stomach first, and then slowly stew the soup. Heat the oil in the pan, add white sugar, and stir-fry until it turns caramel color. Then color the ribs to avoid burning them, so Xin Yan has to control the heat. After the color is even, add the green onion, pepper, garlic, and cooking wine and stir-fry for 1 minute, then pour in soy sauce and some simple seasonings. Since there's no soybean paste at home, Xin Yan just gave up. Pour clean water into the pot and simmer it on medium and low heat for 15 minutes. After a while, an incredible fragrance came out of the Zhou family's kitchen. Zhou Yuehan, who was holding his school bag outside and couldn't let it go, drooled and his eyes lit up. Great, we have meat to eat tonight. Zhou Yedong glanced at him, and his brother's face was full of happiness that people couldn't bear to break. Indeed, what they ate these days was hundreds of times better than in the past few years. It was so happy and dreamy that people couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. Zhou Yuehan happily hugged his sister and spun around. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it would be nice if the stepmother would always be like this. He spun around and around until he reached the kitchen door. Just as the fire was simmering, Xin Yan opened the lid of the pot. A rich aroma instantly filled his nose. Zhou Yuehan swallowed his saliva and couldn't move his feet for a moment. The next second, he appeared in front of the big pot, his eyes glued to the sauce-flavored spare ribs in the pot. The spare ribs were stewed until crispy, fragrant, and soft, and the bright yellow sauce wrapped the meat. The juice was still bubbling. It was so fragrant. Zhou Yuehan glanced at Xin Yan and asked shyly, Are we going to eat this tonight? Xin Yan was cutting potatoes to stew the spare ribs. Hearing this, he responded, Yes, are you hungry? Zhou Yuehan's face flushed red, and he stammered, No, I'm not hungry. After that, he hurriedly hugged his sister and ran out, his face flushed. For some reason, he felt very excited when talking to his stepmother, and there was a kind of happiness and excitement that he couldn't explain. He didn't understand what it felt like at such a young age, but Zhou Yuehan knew that he didn't reject this feeling, and even felt a little happy. He thought, it would be nice if his stepmother was always like this. Aunt Lu followed Zhou Yueshan all the way home, and kept talking about how Xin Yan spent money recklessly, saying that she didn't know how to live, and that she only found Zhou Yueshan for money, etc. She bought a lot of good things for herself, but didn't buy anything for the child. She knew that the child was Zhou Yueshan's Achilles heel. If it wasn't too much, Zhou Yueshan wouldn't say anything, but Xin Yan was so extravagant after just getting married. Aunt Lu felt that no man could stand it. However, as soon as she arrived at the door of Zhou's house, she smelled a fragrant aroma. She could smell it at once. It was the smell of pork ribs. Her eyes lit up immediately. You see, I knew that she would eat the good ones secretly and not leave them for the children. Zhou Yueshan glanced at her when he heard this, then pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Zhou Yueshan didn't say anything, Aunt Lu thought he was angry, and she was immediately happy and followed him with gloating. As soon as the two entered the room, they saw a lot of things on the table. Before Aunt Lu could see what they were, she started to complain. Look, Yueshan, I said I didn't lie to you. Look at how extravagant she is. She bought so many things in just a few days. It's really a waste of money.
Dad.
Before she finished speaking, Zhou Yuehan ran over, with an excited face and his new school bag on his back. Dada's voice was a little happier than usual, and it seemed that he was not so afraid of Zhou Yueshan. Zhou Yueshan had never seen the second child so happy. Compared with the eldest child, the second child's personality has always been more cheerful, but only when he was not around. He was so happy at this moment, I don't know what he wanted to express. Soon, Zhou Yueshan found the new school bag on his back. His dark eyes moved, and he squatted down and touched the little one's head. You bought a new school bag? It looks very nice. Yeah. The little one's eyes brightened, and he nodded heavily, with excitement on his thin face. She bought it for me. He glanced towards the kitchen, not daring to call Xin Yan's stepmother, let alone mother. Then he pulled Zhou Yueshan to the table and said, There are also things for your brother. Look quickly, and clothes for your sister, and skirts. Look here, this is fruit candy, and there are popping candies. This biscuit is delicious. I saw our classmates have eaten it. He stared at the bag of biscuits. He had never eaten it, but he knew it must be delicious. Zhou Yueshan looked at the things on the table: candy, biscuits, school bags, children's clothes, milk powder, and honey, basically all bought for the children. Aunt Lu was standing aside and was stunned. Her face was in disbelief. Xin Yan actually bought school bags and clothes for the children? How is this possible? How could she be so willing? Is she crazy? These things are very expensive just by looking at them. Well, this scheming witch, she must have known that Zhou Yueshan valued several children, so she bought them so many things for children, to please him. She underestimated this woman. It turns out that women from the city are different. Aunt Lu's face was livid. She felt sorry for the money and was jealous. If Xin Yan hadn't come, the money might have been given to her. Xin Yan seemed to have heard the noise and came out. She had just stewed the ribs in the pot and steamed the rice when she heard the noise. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yueshan came back. She walked to the dining table with a big bowl of sauce-flavored ribs and put them down. After glancing at Aunt Lu, who hated evil, she retracted her gaze and said to Zhou Yueshan, "You are back. Wash your hands and eat something first. The meal is not ready yet." Zhou Yueshan looked at the ribs that were steaming with fragrance, and he had to say that this woman was really good at cooking. He felt hungry just looking at it. He nodded and replied, "Okay." Then he glanced at Aunt Lu, saw that her expression was colorful, her eyes sank, and her voice was low and cold. "Aunt Lu, if you have nothing to do, you can go back." When Aunt Lu saw the big bowl of spare ribs on the table, her eyes widened. She thought that since she was already here and they were so familiar with each other, she might as well have a meal before leaving. Who would have thought that Zhou Yueshan would turn around and chase her away? Her face immediately turned red. "Yueshan, what I just said, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to destroy your relationship. I just heard these words from others. I'm also worried that the child will be wronged." After saying that, she acted pitifully. "I've been busy these past 2 days and have no time to come over to cook. I've been troubling Miss Xin Yan to cook for me. Seeing how hard she works, cooking and taking care of the children, I feel really bad. Don't worry, I'll come over tomorrow to cook for you." Aunt Lu is not a fool. Although she hates Xin Yan very much, she knows that this woman is so smart that if she goes against her now, she will not get any good results. It's better to be sensible now and pretend to be kind until she can keep her job. This woman has just come, so she must want to please people. She doesn't believe that this woman will be so nice. Maybe she'll show her true color soon. Xin Yan has lived 2 lives. How can she not understand the shameless face of Aunt Lu? When Zhou Yueshan was not around before, she didn't have this attitude towards herself. She was thinking about what to say to make Zhou Yueshan drive her away. After all, the 2 families have known each other for a long time and have a good relationship. She was really worried that Zhou Yueshan would keep the other party. Wouldn't that be too annoying? Then Zhou Yueshan said calmly, "No, Aunt Lu, we have already agreed that I will not bother you after I find a wife. This month's salary has been given to you in advance. There are only 2 days left, and you don't have to come after that." Zhou Yueshan is not a fool. He was too busy with work before and had no time to take care of the child, so he had to hire someone. But he never treated the child badly in terms of money and food. But the child is getting thinner and thinner. Children are at the age of development. If they eat better, they can see the difference in their condition in a few days. The previous children had sallow complexions, not as good as those children in the village. Xin Yan has been here for only a few days, and the child's complexion is not only rosy, but also clean. It doesn't look like the mud monkey before. He was willing to give Aunt Lu so much money, just hoping that she can take good care of the child. However, the result was disappointing. Several times before, I saw the child drinking water in the middle of the night because he was hungry. Zhou Yueshan also stuffed money into the child, but the child was reluctant to spend it. Aunt Lu's face changed drastically, and her expression was panic. Sure enough, the thing she was most worried about still happened. She hurriedly said, This is not good, Yueshan. Miss C has only been here for a short time, and she has left all the work to her alone. If I leave, she will definitely be too busy." Hearing this, Xin Yan said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, but I don't think I'm too busy. In addition to taking care of the children and cooking at home, it seems that there is nothing else I need to do." Aunt Lu is exaggerating. In the countryside, being able to just take care of children and cook is already very happy. After all, other families carry their children to work in the fields, and they have to go home to feed pigs and chickens after being exhausted, cook for the whole family, and after the family has finished eating, they need to clean up the leftovers before they can go to bed. Si Nian only needs to cook and take care of a little girl. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuan basically don't need her to take care of them. They know how to take the initiative to do things, clean and wash clothes. They only have a dog at home, and compared to other people, this is already a happy life. Aunt Lu seems to be exaggerating. Aunt Lu gritted her teeth in anger, but smiled awkwardly. You are a city person, different from us rural people. You can't bear this hardship. With my help, it will be much easier. Si Nian didn't give her any chance. Don't bother, Auntie. I can still bear this hardship. Aunt Lu wanted to speak, but Zhou Yuan had already spoken. Aunt Lu, that's all. You can go back. Aunt Lu was anxious, and in desperation, she actually begged for mercy. Yuan, you can't treat me like this. Without this job, how can I live? I don't want 50 yuan a month from you in the future. Give me 40 or 45. I will take good care of the children, clean for you, and work like a cow and a horse. I only ask you not to fire me. This. Si Nian was really shocked by this old woman. 50 a month? This salary is as much as when she was a broadcaster. This man is too extravagant. No wonder Aunt Lu didn't want to leave. She wouldn't want to leave either. Her sharp voice scared Yao Yao so much that she burst into tears. Zhou Yuan's ears hurt for a while. He frowned unhappily and said in a dignified voice, Aunt Lu, I told you that it's not necessary now. If you do this again, don't blame me for being rude. Si Nian went over and picked up the crying Yao Yao and stayed away from Aunt Lu. This kind of entangled person is the most terrifying. Yao Yao, be good. Don't be afraid. She patted the child's back to coax her. As expected, when she touched a familiar person, Yao Yao felt relieved. She hugged her neck tightly and looked at Aunt Lu, who was throwing a tantrum in fear. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuan also had disgusted expressions on their faces. Little elder and second elder, please help Grandma say something. Grandma took care of you for so long before. If you don't have any credit, you have worked hard. Don't you want to eat meat every day? Seeing that Zhou Yuan was useless, Aunt Lu set her sights on Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan swallowed his saliva and said awkwardly, Grandma Lu, no, I won't eat your food. Of course, I don't mean that your food is bad. Aunt Lu. Zhou Yedong said nothing. Aunt Lu, I don't want to say the same thing for the third time. Zhou Yuan was already unhappy. Si Nian came over these 2 days, and you ran back without saying hello. I paid you to work, but how well you did. You should know that I didn't care about these things because we are from the same village. If you really want to argue with her, you should return some of the money to me. If you don't want to make things too ugly, please leave. Aunt Lu choked. Asking her to return the money. Wouldn't that be asking for her life? She was completely panicked. She was afraid that if she continued to argue, she would really be found out that she had embezzled the money before, so she left awkwardly. The room finally quieted down. Zhou Yuan looked at Si Nian and saw that she was also staring at him. He said, I'm sorry, I didn't keep her. It doesn't mean that I want you to do all the work. I will try my best to help you in the future. If you find it troublesome, you don't have to send me meals specially. Just help me take care of Yao Yao. He was worried that Si Nian would think that he dismissed Aunt Lu as soon as she came back and treated her as a nanny. Although Zhou Yuan hoped that someone would really take care of the child, he didn't want to wrong the girl. In the future, I will give you 200 living expenses every month. After deducting the child's expenses, you can spend the rest yourself. If you need anything else, tell me. Si Nian was stunned. 200. Is this man so extravagant? 200 yuan is equivalent to 3 or 4,000, or even more in the future. Even in the future, few men will give women several thousand pocket money a month, right?
Wow.
How much money does he make? Si Nian felt that he had made a fortune. Well, that isn't it too much? Then I won't be polite. Seeing her polite words but bright eyes, Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed a faint smile. Don't worry, I have saved a lot of money, enough for you to spend, as long as you live a good life. Zhou Yueshen's parents died early, so naturally one person's food feeds the whole family. He joined the army at a very young age and served in the border for 8 years. He was an officer and retired. If he hadn't retired, he would be the head of the regiment now. However, due to some accidents, he had to leave. He had been saving his money all these years and didn't spend much. His retirement pay was still there. After returning, he founded a breeding farm, which was transferred from those people at a low price. It didn't cost much. In this day and age, as long as you are bold and don't cross the red line, you can basically succeed. It's just that you are not allowed to do it too big, so Zhou Yueshen only does it in the village. But in fact, his reputation has long been known, and he has monopolized the supply of a large area of the fresh meat market. Naturally, he has a lot of money. Now, he just needs to wait for the full opening. However, he made so much money, but he had no time to spend it, and he couldn't even raise several children. Sometimes Zhou Yueshen also doubted himself. But today, when he saw the second child carrying a new school bag with an excited face and excitedly introducing the things that Xin Yan bought to him, he suddenly found the meaning of making money. It turned out that it was not meaningless, but it had been used in the wrong place before. Don't worry. There is nothing that can't be solved with money these days. Xin Yan said with a smile. That's right, 80% of the hardships in life are because of money. As long as the money issue is solved, what else is difficult? Aunt Lu was driven away, and Xin Yan was relieved. She always felt that if Aunt Lu didn't leave, she would be a time bomb. It was better for her to leave now. She went into the kitchen and looked at the pork rib soup. It would take another half an hour to simmer on low heat. The ribs had to be soft and rotten to be delicious, otherwise the children couldn't bite it. Xin Yan added a piece of firewood to the fire and then walked aside to start washing the side dishes. There was nothing at home, so she bought them all, some potatoes, tomatoes, and cabbage. While she was busy, she felt as if someone walked in from behind. Turning back, she saw it was Zhou Yueshen. The kitchen was very wide, but he had a slender figure, and when he looked up, he looked like a mountain, pressing down on the whole kitchen and making it a little cramped. Do you need help? Looking at her busy back, unlike other village women, she looked beautiful and well-organized even when she was cooking, and she didn't look embarrassed at all. Her slender back was refracted by the halo of the setting sun, and her slender waist seemed to be broken if she held it with a little force. A girl like her was born to enjoy life. Okay, help me clean the kitchen. The ribs are wet and slippery from washing them just now. Xin Yan was not polite. She liked to cook, but she hated the mess after cooking the most. It was very annoying to clean up, but it was not certain if someone helped. Zhou Yueshen nodded slightly. He took the broom and started to clean. The kitchen was steaming and fragrant, and the empty house was full of the smell of fireworks. This house was built only 2 or 3 years ago, and it has always been empty, and it always feels uncomfortable to live in. Zhou Yueshen always felt that it was missing something, but he didn't know what was missing.
But now he knew.
Xin Yan was cutting vegetables peacefully, but soon she felt the man's gaze. She suddenly felt a little unnatural. Why did this man keep staring at her? Although she admitted that she was indeed beautiful, she couldn't help blushing when she was stared at like this. Maybe Zhou Yueshen's tall and strong appearance is not very popular in this era. But in the future, such a macho man will be hard to find. She used to see pig butchers, and they were all big-bellied, smoking uncles. This was the first time she saw a man like him with a fierce momentum and a cold look. Just as she was so distracted, she suddenly felt a tingling pain in her fingertips. She accidentally cut her hand. Before she could react, the man had already strode forward, pinched her hand, and said in a low voice, "Let me see." Xin Yan only felt her hand burning, and the rough big hand and touch wrapped her soft white little hand, and her face suddenly burned. "You don't mind?" He fell in a low voice. "What?" Before Xin Yan could react, the man put her hand in his mouth. Xin Yan only felt a buzzing in her head, and her whole body exploded. The warm touch made her moan, and her face turned red from her neck to the top of her head.
God.
What is this man doing? Hearing her soft exclamation, Zhou Yueshin's eyes were cold, and his breathing suddenly became heavier. He let go of her hand and strode out. When he came back, he had a bottle of ointment and gauze in his hand. His upright and calm expression made Xi Nian a little embarrassed. It seems that I was overthinking. Maybe Zhou Yueshin's action was just subconscious, and there was no other meaning. She breathed softly. Zhou Yueshin was obviously very experienced in dealing with such minor wounds, and he fixed it in no time. Looking at the finger wrapped in gauze, Xi Nian moved stiffly. Zhou Yueshin stood up and said, "Go sit out for a while, I'll take care of the rest." "Can you cook?" Xi Nian looked away from his finger and looked at the man. Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly and said in a cold voice, "Yes." Xi Nian thought he was busy with work and never cooked. But thinking about it, it's not strange for a man to cook, so she nodded and said, "Okay, you help me cut this potato into pieces and put it in the ribs to stew together. Just wash this vegetable. Let's cook it in hot pot later. The soup may be a little light. I'll add some chili water." Zhou Yueshin cut the potatoes and put them into the ribs soup according to her instructions. Xi Nian took out a small bowl from the cupboard. There was no salt, but there was new in the cupboard. She tiptoed to look through the cupboard. Suddenly, a tall figure came down from behind her and easily took the bag of salt that she didn't get. The two were very close, and there was a man's warm breath behind her. Xi Nian's face was hot again, and her cheeks were more colorful than the sunset on the horizon. The two stood quietly in the kitchen, dividing the work and cooperating. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Xi Nian felt that her breathing was a little unsmooth. She lowered her eyebrows and put the seasonings in a pleasant way, looking for topics to talk about. "Have you been busy lately?" Zhou Yueshin paused while picking up firewood and looked at her sideways. Any woman would scream at her well-defined profile. "Not very busy. What's wrong?" Xi Nian said, "You know where the Lin family is. I've been here for so long, and my biological parents may not know the situation yet. I want to go back and see them." Zhou Yueshin paused and nodded. "It's time to go back and see them. The Lin family is in Linjia village next to us, not far away. I'll go to the farm to tell them something tomorrow, and we'll go back at noon." Xi Nian was not familiar with the Lin family, but the plot of the novel mentioned this family. After the family knew that she was the biological daughter, they visited her several times, but were rejected by the original owner. In the novel, after she was forced to marry, she also felt that it was Lin Cece and her biological parents who had harmed her, and she hated them so much that she didn't want to see them even when her parents came to her house. As a result, she pushed her biological parents away and was completely disappointed in her. Later, Lin Cece not only gained the favor of the C family, but also received a lot of benefits from her adoptive parents. Of course, because the book did not describe the details of this family, Xi Nian was not very clear about the details. The reason why she wanted to go back, in addition to seeing what the Lin family was like, she also wanted to ask about the 3,000 yuan betrothal gift. In the novel, they wanted to see the original owner several times, and they should also care about her. Since they care about her, why are they unwilling to return the 3,000 yuan and let her marry someone she doesn't want to marry? Xi Nian has always thought that this matter is a bit strange.
She nodded. Okay.
When the two of them walked out with the pork rib soup, the little guys were still sitting at the dining table. The braised pork ribs on the table were not touched at all. Xi Nian was puzzled. "Why don't you eat?" Zhou Yuehan swallowed and said, "Wait for Dad to eat together." Xi Nian smiled. "Silly child, go get a bowl to eat." Zhou Yuehan blushed, then quickly patted his face and ran into the kitchen with a stern face. The two of them took a spoon and put rice into their own bowls. Zhou Yuehan looked at the fragrant rice and pressed spoonful after spoonful into his bowl. He scooped it into his mouth when he couldn't hold it anymore. He took a bite of the braised pork ribs and almost swallowed his tongue. He took a bite of meat and a bite of rice. The rice dipped in sauce was so delicious. It was not greasy at all. Seeing the children eating without stopping, you can tell how good Xi Nian's cooking skills are. Shirtu from the neighboring house was so envious that he cried. He took a few gulps and stood up. "Grandma, I want to go play with Yao Yao." His grandma glared at him. "Why are you going to someone else's house so late at night?" Are you afraid that they don't know you're going to eat for free? Eat quickly and go to sleep. After saying that, she put a piece of crispy oil residue into his bowl. Although she said that, Aunt Zhang also sighed. The Zhou family made such delicious food all day long. Not to mention the children. It made her greedy. Shirtu picked up the oil residue in the bowl without knowing the taste. He just felt that he had no appetite at all. Ever since he ate the meal cooked by Aunt Xinyan, the meal cooked by Grandma became not delicious. I don't know when I can have another meal. Epsilon sad face Omicron. Alas, Shirtu supported his chin and sighed again. Xinyan got up quite early in the morning because she had to go home. She gave Yao a bath, changed her clothes, tied her hair into small tufts, pinned a beautiful hairpin, poured the leftovers into the big yellow bowl as usual, and waited for Zhou Yueshan to come back. Zhou Yueshan went out at 4 o'clock today, and it was 8 o'clock now. Seeing that it was still early, Xinyan went to make some milk powder for Yao Yao to drink as water. It can not only replenish water but also nutrition. Children grow fast, and they can feel plump in a few days.
Less.
Now she is wearing the little skirt she bought, and she looks more fashionable than the children in the city. She looks so cute holding the bottle. When Zhou Yueshan came back, he saw this scene. Yao Yao was sitting on the bed drinking milk with the bottle in her arms, and Xinyan was standing in front of the wardrobe mirror, wearing earrings. She was wearing casual clothes and tight jeans, and looked conservative, but her body curves were very good. From the side, she had a thin waist and long legs, and her hair was slightly curly, tied high behind her head, and some hair was left on her forehead to modify her face shape. Her features are bright, and she looks very pretty and delicate even without makeup. Her lips are red and her teeth are white. When she smiles, there are 2 small dimples on her face. Her eyes are curved and her eyelashes are very long, as if she has her own eyeliner, which makes her eyes look even deeper. She is so good at raising children. In just a few days, Yao Yao is like a different person. Just like her, she has become very delicate. Zhou Yueshan noticed that she must be very clean. For example, she would take a shower and wash clothes every day. She would clean the room very cleanly. Obviously, this rural area is out of tune with her, but now that she lives here, even this house has become more upscale. The ordinary small building seems to have become a small garden house. How to describe her? Like a pure white rose living in the weeds. At this moment, Zhou Yueshan was a little absent-minded. It was not until his trouser leg was pulled that he lowered his eyes and looked at his daughter's beautiful and clean little face, holding the small bottle to give it to him, that he came back to his senses. Xinyan also noticed him and was slightly surprised. Are you done so soon? Zhou Yueshan bent down and picked up his daughter, nodding. Well, go earlier. At this time, it was autumn, and everyone was busy with farm work. Maybe they could help if they went earlier. Although Zhou Yueshan said to give Xinyan a week, it was not only for her, but also for himself. But obviously, he was very satisfied with Xinyan. Xinyan naturally felt the man's attitude. He was no longer as cold as when they first met, and had a businesslike attitude. She smiled at the man. There were many people busy with farm work these days, and Xinyan saw it. Thinking that the original owner's family was from the countryside, it must be the same. That's why she deliberately wore pants that were convenient for working. She couldn't just go back and do nothing. When she went downstairs, Xinyan also saw pig thighs and pig buttocks placed in the yard, filled in a bamboo basket. Next to them were newly bought eggs, a bag of rice, a bottle of expensive-looking wine, and a pack of cigarettes. Xinyan put the candies and biscuits she was carrying back. At this moment, she felt that she was not presentable. Look, this is the handiwork of a big shot, very generous and extravagant. Xinyan opened and closed her mouth for a long time before saying, Isn't it too much? They're your mother's family, this is what you should do. Seeing her stunned red lips slightly opened, Zhou Yueshan explained calmly. Xinyan retracted her jaw in shock. In fact, she was a very selfish person. She was not familiar with her original family, and she didn't know much about the 3,000. She went back this time just to find out about the money and see what this family was like. She didn't plan to bring too many things back. First of all, She was worried about encountering the kind of greedy people who would see that you are willing to give it this time, but would come to your door again next time, which would be troublesome. But this kind of thing is naturally not easy to tell Zhou Yueshan. Well, it has come to this point, which actually tells her in disguise that this man has her in his eyes, so he will prepare everything carefully. Thinking of this, Xin Yan's face couldn't help but get a little hot. Thank you for your trouble. You re-welcome. Zhou Yueshan nodded slightly and took the small bag of candies and biscuits from her hand. Although there were not many, these things were not cheaper than meat. The man easily carried a large basket of things on his back without bending his waist. He carried other things in one hand, and Xin Yan was empty-handed. She hurriedly took Yao's hand, took the key to lock the door, and the two of them went in the direction of Linjia village. Xin Yan followed Zhou Yueshan with the child in her arms. It was still early, and although the sun was shining, it was not very hot. Because Xin Yan was holding the child, Zhou Yueshan walked very slowly. But even so, Xin Yan's hands became sore after a while, and a trace of sweat appeared on her forehead. In fact, she is not such a delicate person, but her original body could not endure any hardship. The feeling of the body naturally involved her nerves. Although Yao can walk, she walks very slowly. Zhou Yueshan stopped and said in a low voice, "Xin Yan, hold Yao for me." It was the first time that Xin Yan heard him call her name. A man's voice was much deeper than that of a young man, and his voice sounded even more beautiful, and when he called her name, Xin Yan felt sorry for the fact that she only liked pure boys in high school before. She wiped the sweat off her face and handed the child over without any hesitation. "Let me carry this." Xin Yan hurriedly took the cigarettes and alcohol from his hand. It was much easier to carry cigarettes and alcohol than to carry children. Zhou Yueshan didn't say anything, and the two continued to move forward. Passing by a field, people around greeted Zhou Yueshan enthusiastically. He seemed to be very popular in the village, and even these people's eyes were a bit flattering. Zhou Yueshan, on the other hand, dealt with it indifferently, treating everyone the same. Everyone couldn't help but speak when they saw the man leave. "See, Xin Yan is so lucky. Zhou brought so many good things in one trip. The pig legs and pig buttocks must weigh more than 100 pounds. There is also a large bag of rice. The cigarettes and alcohol are all the best. The Lin family is really rich." "That's right. I heard that they gave a betrothal gift of 3,000 last month, and now they're bringing so many things. I heard that Xin Yan was taken away by mistake, and the Lin family never raised her. Xiao Zhou is so willing to give her up. Everyone was envious and jealous. What's the use of being so good? They don't want a son. All the money they earn in the future will be given to their family. You'll just be a servant after marrying into the family. I don't envy her." "That's right. Nowadays, if you don't have a son of your own, who will take care of you in your old age?" Xin Yan is so stupid. She thinks that with Xiao Zhou's conditions, if they want a child, she'll get it. Although everyone was envious and jealous, they did not dare to be too impulsive. After all, Zhou Yueshan said that he did not want children. His children were all from the Zhou family and his sister, and they would not be given to outsiders in the future. Now she is young, and it is hard to see anything. When the youngest and second oldest grow up and get married, maybe she'll be the first one to be driven away. Now she is so glorious, but who knows how miserable she will be in the future. Everyone looked at Xin Yan's back and muttered. At this time, Xin Yan and Zhou Yueshan had already arrived at Linjia village. Linjia village was indeed it is not far away, but it is more remote. It is a small village in Shankaka. Like Xingfu village, it is divided into 3 teams. Team 1 is at the bottom, Team 2 is in the middle, and Team 3 is at the top. The two came here by mountain road and saw the village after turning a corner. The village is surrounded by mountains. These mountains have been basically developed, and there are terraces everywhere. The two walked down from the mountain, which was very bumpy. Compared with Xingfu village, it is really different. However, Xin Yan also heard that Zhou Yueshan's breeding farm has grown, so it has driven the economy of Xingfu village. But there are no such people in Linjia village. Everyone is still farming honestly. Every family has a lot of land, and they make money by growing tobacco and grain all year round. The price of grain is also cheap, but it is not enough for the whole family to spend all year round. You can see how bad the conditions are. What surprised Xin Yan was that not only did the people in Xingfu village know Zhou Yueshan, but even the people in Linjia village knew Zhou Yueshan, and they all greeted him enthusiastically. Xingfu village has a millionaire, everyone knows it. The news has spread all over the place, and many men in the village want to follow him, but because of his relationship, the family doesn't want anyone anymore. Now, when people want to eat meat, they don't go to the city, but go to Zhou's farm, where the price is cheap and the meat is fresh. During festivals, they buy pigs from Zhou's family. Last month, Zhou Yueshan came to Lin Lauer's house in their village to propose marriage and gave a full 3,000 yuan as a gift. This made the villagers envious. Unexpectedly, not long after, it was rumored that Lauer's daughter was not his biological daughter. Now that Lin Cece has been recognized, the biological daughter is unwilling to come and live a hard life. The Lin family regretted the marriage and was unwilling to pay back the money. Their reputation in the village has been ruined. After all, no one wanted to offend Zhou Yueshan for the sake of Lin Lauer's family. I thought the marriage would fall through, but I didn't expect Zhou Yueshan to come to Linjia village with so many things on his back, and there was a very beautiful woman beside him. Everyone was not stupid, and they knew what the relationship was at a glance. They were just confused as to why the two of them brought so many things to their village, looking like they were visiting someone. I haven't heard that there are relatives of Zhou Yueshan in Linjia village. Everyone thought of the Lin family at the same time, but it was impossible to think about it. It would be fine if the Zhou family didn't come to get the money back, so how could they come to visit them? At this time, no one thought of Xin Yan as the daughter of the Lin family, until an old lady saw Xin Yan and exclaimed, "This girl looks like Lin Lauer's wife when she was young." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they looked at the face of this woman who looked spoiled in amazement. Sure enough, the more I looked at her, the more I felt that she was similar to Lin's second son. Everyone had an incredible idea in their mind. Seeing that the two were indeed walking towards the direction of the Lin family, they didn't care about the ground, and they all carried their hoes to watch the show. At this time in the city, Ci's family, Lin Cece didn't expect Xin Yan to really sell her job. She thought Xin Yan was deliberately saying that to target her. Who would have thought that she actually sold this iron rice bowl and got 2,000 yuan? In the previous life, Xin Yan was very smart. After she married Fu Yang, she sold her job and started a business with others. Relying on her good figure and beautiful looks, she soon gained a foothold in the ranks of wealthy wives. Her business was booming, and Fu Yang, who didn't like her at first, was gradually attracted to her. Xin Yan lived in such a family, and she was knowledgeable since childhood, so she was naturally more far-sighted than ordinary people. Lin Cece was most jealous of this matter. She is now very worried that Xin Yan will get the money and come to the city to do business again, attracting Fu Yang's attention. Fu Yang is the kind of person who doesn't like delicate women, so he looked down on Xin Yan at the beginning. He likes the kind of woman who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not a vase. So now Lin Cece guessed that Xin Yan sold her job because she couldn't get along with Zhou Yueshan, so she chose to sell her job and planned to do it herself. Thinking of that cold-hearted man, Lin Cece gritted her teeth. In fact, she liked Zhou Yueshan very much in her previous life. He was young and promising, and he could make money. He lived in a big house that everyone envied. He was tall, cold, and handsome. However, such a person, no matter how she tried to please him, he always had that expressionless look. The two had been married for a year, and he didn't even touch her. Although she was willing to spend money, she had to take care of 3 children who were not her own. What's more terrifying is that the 3 children are darker than each other, especially the oldest one. Whenever she scolded her sister and brother, he would stare at her with that gloomy look. In such an environment, Lin Cece felt miserable even if she had money. Until one day, she found out that she was actually the daughter of the C family, but it was too late. At that time, the beautiful woman had married her husband, an officer, and lived the life of a rich wife. and she was tortured by the children and felt dizzy and like a clown. Lin Cece was so unwilling that she went crazy, transferred all her hatred to Xi Nian, opposed Xi Nian, and wanted Fu Yong back. In the end, not only was she divorced by Zhou Yueshan, but Fu Yong also hated her so much that he finally died unwillingly. So, in this life, she would swap their identities before Xi Nian got married. The current Xi Nian is not as smart as in the future, and is even very willful. With just a few words, she separated her from her parents and even designed her to marry Zhou Yueshan, and she became the real officer's fiancé. This result is what she wanted. She didn't intend to kill Xi Nian, but to let her experience the pain she had experienced in her previous life, everything. This is the biggest revenge for her. However, when things succeeded, Lin Cece was not happy. Because Fu Yong still didn't like her, but Xi Nian seemed to have a plan. She was very afraid that this woman would come back. She must find a way to get the 2,000 yuan back. Without money, no matter how smart Xi Nian is, she can't turn over. Thinking of this, she immediately told her parents about it. After hearing that Xi Nian had received a large sum of money and seemed to be planning to secretly return to the city, the couple became anxious. They were worried that Xi Nian would really run back and ruin their daughter's marriage to the Fu family. They sent Xi Nian to the countryside. I just wanted to stay away from her so that she wouldn't be able to ruin their marriage. But who knew that the girl agreed on the surface? They were actually preparing this in secret. They were really. The two of them immediately came up with an idea and planned to go to the Lin family, transfer their daughter's household registration here, and return Xi Nian's, so that Xi Nian would no longer be a member of the Xi family. So the Xi family couldn't sit still, and Xi's father immediately drove and led his wife and daughter to Linjia village. Soon, the people in the village who were rushing to watch the show saw a white car driving over. Everyone was shocked. What day is today? Why did such an outsider come to the village? Everyone stopped and soon saw Lin Cece, who was sitting in the back of the car and dressed up carefully. Lin Cece is indeed a beautiful girl. In the past, everyone in the village praised her for her good looks. Now that she is rich, what she eats and wears are different, and naturally she seems to have changed. Especially seeing her sitting in the back of such a luxurious car, her eyes were straight. Everyone only knew that Lin Cece's biological parents were rich, but they didn't expect them to be so rich. In their village, if a family has a bicycle or a motorcycle, it is already very remarkable. At this moment, everyone sighed, and their envious eyes fell on Lin Cece. Lin Cece felt these envious or jealous eyes and raised her chin high. She deliberately lowered the car window, fearing that others would not see her beauty. At this moment, her vanity was greatly satisfied. On the other side, Xi Nian and Zhou Yueshan had already arrived at the door of the Lin family. The Lin family's house was even worse. It was a yellow earth tile house. The walls were mottled and even cracked. The tiles on the roof were yellow, and there were holes in many places. Maybe they were reluctant to replace them with new ones, so they just used plastic bags to press them on. They could continue to make do with a few stones. It can be seen how poor the family's conditions are. Rural houses are like clothes, patched for decades. The outside door doesn't even have a lock, and a wooden stick is used to hold the door behind. After going to Zhou Yueshan's big bungalow, Xi Nian was at Xi's house at the beginning of the book. In fact, she didn't feel too much of the contrast between this era. It was not until she saw the Lin family that she realized the true appearance of rural areas in remote mountainous areas where development is difficult. Although she herself was also from the countryside when she was a child, it was not like this. Zhou Yueshan had a calm expression and raised his hand to knock on the door. Soon, someone's footsteps approached and a female voice sounded. "Who is it?" As the wooden door was opened, a woman in a patched cotton jacket appeared in front of the two. The woman was still a little dusty and was stunned to see the two people at this moment, but when she saw Zhou Yueshan, her face was obviously pale and she stuttered. "Zhou, Comrade Zhou." Zhou Yueshan nodded slightly and asked in a low voice, "Is Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin home?" The woman shook her head. "My parents-in-law went to the fields. I will go and call them back."
Come in.
she said, and hurriedly made way for the two to enter the house. She didn't dare to ask more, but when her eyes fell on Xin Yan, she was a little confused, but she didn't dare to look at her for too long. She hurriedly shouted to the people in the house, Xiaofeng and Xiuyu, go to the field and call Mom and Dad back. Seeing her somewhat helpless expression, Xin Yan guessed that this person should be her eldest brother's wife, Zhou Suisui. Although she had never seen this family, she still knew the general characters of the plot. The Lin family has a total of 4 children. These days, every family has many children. After all, in the era without contraception, no matter how good the conditions are, every family will give birth to a baby if they get pregnant. 2 years later, the country began to implement family planning, advocating late marriage, late childbearing, fewer births, and better births, so as to control the population in a planned way. The eldest brother of the Lin family is not very old either. His name is Lin Xiao, 23 years old, married and childless. His wife is from the same village, named Zhou Suisui. Next is Lin Sisi, who is the same age as Xin Yan and just turned 18. The 2 younger brothers are twins, late-born children, and are only 10 years old. They are called Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu respectively. The 2 children were in the 1st grade at the age of 9, and now they are only in the 2nd grade at the age of 10. The Lin family allowed Lin Sisi to go to high school, which shows that they still value their daughter very much. However, when Lin Sisi knew that she was not their biological daughter, she immediately left the Lin family and returned to the arms of her biological parents. About a moment later, Xin Yan saw 2 young boys with the same appearance and dusty faces running out of the house. After they looked at the 2 curiously, they hurried out. The Lin family's genes must be very good, otherwise Xin Yan would not be so beautiful. The 2 younger brothers are also very handsome at a young age, but they went to school too late and could not keep up. I am afraid that their future will not be easy. The Lin family is so poor, not only because of the large population, but more because the 2 adults are not in good health. The father has a lame leg, and the mother has asthma and cannot do heavy work. All the work of the family fell on Lin Xiao. So Lin Xiao got married relatively late, otherwise he would not have no children now. The family relies on a few acres of land to make a living. Lin Xiao couldn't go out to work because his 2 younger brothers were too young. If something happened, there would be no one at home who could handle the matter. It was said that the Lin family coveted the 3,000 yuan. If they coveted it, they shouldn't be living such a miserable life. Xin Yan withdrew her gaze, and Zhou Susue came over with 2 bowls of water and handed them to the 2 of them. She wiped her hands on her trouser legs with an uneasy look on her face, because in her opinion, Zhou Yueshin came to ask for money. The Lin family was unlucky. As soon as they got the 3,000 yuan betrothal gift, they found out that Lin Sisi was not their biological child. As a result, when they went to the city to find their biological daughter didn't even let them see her. When the family came back, they found that their house had been turned upside down and the 3,000 yuan had been stolen. No one would believe it if they told others about it. Everyone insisted that they couldn't find a daughter to marry, and they were reluctant to spend the money, so they found such a lame excuse. Later, Lin Sisi left. Her biological daughter went to find them several times, but refused to see them. The Lin family also understood that the child must not want to come back to live this hard life, so they did not force her. Not only did they lose their child, but they also owed a huge sum of 3,000 yuan. They really had no face to see anyone, and they were raising money everywhere recently, thinking of paying the money back first. This incident was too much of and the Lin Lauer couple seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. After Lin's mother stopped taking the medicine, her asthma attacks became more and more frequent. Lin's father also couldn't sleep all night because of rheumatism in the middle of the night due to a leg injury. In order to pay back the money, Lin Xiao went to the city to work as a porter and had to walk 3 or 4 hours to come back to help with the work at night. The family has been trapped in the haze for a while, and life has not been easy. But no one has complained at all. Who would have thought that what was supposed to come would still come? Zhou, Comrade Zhou, we didn't mean to not pay you back. We have raised money again now, and we will definitely pay you back. Zhou Susue stammered. Zhou Yueshan paused and looked at Xi Nian. Xi Nian was really hot and gulped down a bowl of water. It was a little sweet, and it seemed that there was a little sugar in the water. Hearing this, she asked in confusion, "Sister-in-law, do you mean that the 3,000 yuan is missing?" Zhou Susue thought that Xi Nian and Zhou Yueshan came to ask for money, and didn't think much about it, because they had never seen this sister-in-law when they went to the city before. So she blushed with shame. "Maybe you won't believe it. We really didn't covet the betrothal gift. It was stolen. We really can't find it back. There is really no way." Xi Nian narrowed her eyes. "Stolen? This kind of words is really too fake. If you don't know the character of the Lin family very well, I'm afraid you won't believe it. After all, 3,000 yuan is really a lot of money in this era. Yes, I don't know how to explain it to you, but I'm really sorry." Although Zhou Susue knew that it was useless to apologize, she didn't know what to say except sorry. Fortunately, after hearing that Zhou Yueshan came to the door, the Lin family hurried back from the field. Because of the hot weather, people in the countryside now go to work very early before dawn. It's only 9 o'clock now, and the whole family is covered in dust. When Lin's father and mother walked to the door of their house, they saw many villagers standing at the door. Everyone was talking about the gift. Obviously, in such a short time, the news that Zhou Yueshan came to the Lin family had spread everywhere. Of course, no one believed it, because he took the gift of 3,000 yuan but didn't marry his daughter to him. He didn't return the gift and said it was stolen. Now that they saw Zhou Yueshan finally came to their door, those who envied the Lin family before were also happy. Who said that the people of Lin Lauer's family were honest. Look at them now, they are blinded by money. They thought that if Comrade Zhou didn't come, they could get away with the money. Now he is here. Let's see what they will do. That's right. Comrade Zhou used to be a soldier. How can they take advantage of him? The sound of pointing and talking around made the Lin couple blush. They didn't dare to say a word and hurried into the house. Seeing them like this, everyone felt that the Lin family was guilty. They were more and more certain that the 3,000 yuan was hidden. Not to mention that rural people are looked down upon in the city. Such a situation also occurs in the countryside. The rich look down on the poor. Obviously, the Lin family is one of them. But before, no one was too much, just talking behind their backs. They still dare not scold so blatantly. No one wants to see that the Lin family, who has always had the worst life in the village, has turned over and sang because of Zhou Yueshan, the factory director. Xi Nian finally saw the original body's parents clearly. They were much older than she had imagined. Logically, they should be about the same age as Xi's parents, about 40 years old, but they looked like they were in their 50s. Their hair was half white, their faces were full of wrinkles, and their bodies were full of traces of hard life. The man was not short, but the burden of life made him unable to lift his head. His hunched back and lame feet made him look more like an old man. Although the woman was better, she was also very thin and looked like a broken body. But if you look closely at her eyebrows and eyes, she is indeed very similar to the original owner. She must have been a beauty when she was young.
Xi Nian sighed.
Although she was not very good at reading people's faces, these two people looked like very honest people just from their appearance. The 3,000 yuan must have been stolen. But Xi Nian felt that this matter should not be so simple. "Comrade Zhou, you are here. We are sorry for you." The two walked hunched in front of Zhou Yueshan, looking humble. Zhou Yueshan stood up quickly, holding the two people who were about to kneel down, and said in a heavy voice, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, what are you doing? That money, it's not that we don't want to return it to you, but now the family really can't afford so much money." Lin's father said guiltily, "We don't ask for your forgiveness, but just ask you to give us some time. We will definitely return the money to you." Zhou Yueshan sighed softly. "Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, I'm not here for the gift." "What?" The two were stunned and looked at each other, full of disbelief. Only then did they notice that Zhou Yueshan had placed a large basket of pork, rice, and other good things on the side. There was also a pretty girl standing next to him. The moment they saw Xi Nian, they seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then their eyes widened suddenly. Although they had never seen their biological daughter, sometimes blood ties are so wonderful. At this moment, The two were almost certain that the graceful girl in front of them was their real biological daughter.
Xinyan.
The child they had gone to the city 3 times, but failed to see. Xinyan took the initiative to say, "Mom and Dad, I should call you this." This address stunned Zhou Suisui, who was standing by. This beautiful girl, who looked like a fairy, actually called her parents-in-law Mom and Dad? She was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to react to something, and her eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that this is the biological daughter of the parents-in-law, who were taken away by mistake in the city? She just thought she was a relative of Comrade Zhou. She didn't think much about it at all. She didn't dare to look at her more. After all, the other party was too glamorous and beautiful. She had only seen such a beautiful woman in the city, and she didn't have the courage to look at her directly. You are Nian Nian?" Hearing Si Nian's voice, Lin's father and mother choked several times after being shocked. They thought that this daughter would never recognize them, but they didn't expect that she would take the initiative to appear in the Lin family one day. Si Nian nodded. "Yes, I am Si Nian. You went to see me before, but I was too willful at that time and didn't meet you."
I'm really sorry.
Lin's mother covered her mouth and almost burst into tears. "Why? How could it be? This happened too suddenly. We know you definitely can't accept it. After all, our family conditions are really..." "Sorry, daughter. We can't give you a good life." "It doesn't matter. I'm fine now. Thanks to you for arranging a good marriage for me." Si Nian smiled and said frankly. Hearing this, not only Lin's father and mother, but also Zhou Yueshan raised their eyes and looked at her, with a trace of inexplicable emotions flashing in their eyes. What did you say, you and Comrade Zhou?" Lin's father and mother were a little confused. Although they wanted to recognize their biological daughter, they never thought of marrying her off. They originally thought that if Lin Sisi didn't want to, they would return the money. However, the accident happened too quickly, the money was stolen, and Lin Sisi also recognized her ancestors and had nothing to do with their Lin family. They had always just wanted to raise money to pay the money back, and had never thought of letting her marry. Seeing the confused tone of the two, Si Nian guessed it. Seeing the substitutionary marriage, the Lin family had no idea at all. It was Lin Sisi's own plan. She convinced Si's father and mother, but kept it a secret from the Lin family. What exactly did Lin Sisi want to do? Was she taking revenge on her? But apart from the fact that their identities were swapped, there was no hatred between the two of them. When reading the novel, Si Nian brought the heroine into a good position and the original owner into the role of a vicious female supporting role. It felt that it was natural to swap identities. In the later period, Si Nian was entangled, which was indeed the standard of a vicious female supporting role. But now, when it was her turn, she felt something was wrong. That's right, Si Nian went there on the day of the previously scheduled marriage. Zhou Yueshan spoke, implying that since your daughter has married as agreed, the betrothal gift does not need to be returned. As soon as these words came out, even Zhou Susui's face changed. Her aunt was sent there to get married before she even returned home. Wouldn't she hate the Lin family to death? Mother Lin and Father Lin's faces changed drastically, and they were full of panic. How can this be? Nian Nian doesn't even know about marriage, and we haven't discussed it. How can she get married just like that? She now knew that Comrade Zhou didn't come to ask for money, but to inform them that he and their daughter were married. No wonder there were so many tempting things on the side. But no matter how good it was, this was not what they wanted. It's not that they looked down on Comrade Zhou, but because their daughter was too innocent in this matter. She didn't know anything. She was just taken away by mistake when she was a child, and there was no reason for her to pay for the mistake they made. No, I know, Lin Sisi told me a month ago. To be honest, when I heard about this, I couldn't believe it, so I didn't want to come back. This is the original owner's idea. After saying this, she clearly felt the gaze of a certain man. Si Nian swallowed and continued, but then I figured it out. It doesn't matter who I marry. That's right. When the original owner heard that Lin Sisi was engaged in the countryside, she had uneasy thoughts. Worried that Lin Sisi would come back and take away the officer's fiancé's marriage, would her marriage in the countryside fall on her head? Sure enough, she really guessed it. What, Sisi told you? Hearing this, Lin's mother and father's faces changed. Lin Cece grew up with their love and care. Although she could not live a rich life, she had never suffered any hardship. The school had always sold everything to let her go to school. Later, she did not do well in the high school entrance examination and could not go to college, so they arranged a marriage for her. It happened that Zhou Yueshin came to propose marriage, and Lin Cece seemed to have a good impression at the time, so they agreed. Otherwise, even if the other party was rich, they would not be willing to take care of so many children for him. Unexpectedly, just a few days after agreeing to this matter, Lin Cece seemed to have changed into a different person. Suddenly, she went to the city all day long. One day when she came back, she told them that they were not her biological parents. Later, several people went to the city to find the C family, only to find out that the two families had taken the wrong baby. Lin Cece went back with high hopes, but their biological daughter was unwilling to come back. Although the Lin family felt a little uncomfortable, they also knew that their family was not well off and they couldn't force it, so they just let it go. However, after Lin Cece left, the promised marriage became a problem because after they came back, the 3,000 yuan was stolen. Everyone had been trying to find ways to pay back the money and never thought of asking Xin Yan to marry in her place. Who knew that Lin Cece actually told Xin Yan? No wonder this girl didn't want to come back. She must be worried that she would be married off as soon as she came back. When they received the 3,000 betrothal gifts, everyone scolded the Lin family for selling their daughter. For a moment, the couple's faces were not very good. However, now that things have come to this, what else can they say? They just look at Xin Yan with more guilt. It's all our fault. It's all our fault that we are incompetent and have harmed you. The two covered their faces and wiped their tears. Zhou Yueshin could understand the situation and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin. I will try my best to make Xin Yan live a good life." Xin Yan was about to be moved, but Zhou Yueshin said, "As long as she treats the child well, I don't have any requirements." That's right, as long as she continues to be like this, Zhou Yueshin will definitely ensure that she will have no worries for the rest of her life. Xin Yan's mouth twitched. "What about you, Nian Nian? As long as you say the word, we will obey you." Lin's father and mother didn't want to say it too bluntly. It's not that they don't want their daughter to marry Zhou Yueshin, but it's too unfair for Xin Yan to get married right after she came back. Xin Yan said slowly, "I'm fine like this, you don't have to worry about me." But although the betrothal gift does not have to be returned, the thief must be caught. I think this matter is a bit of a coincidence. Why did your whole family come out to find me? But why did you leave so much money at home? Xin Yan asked the question he wanted to ask. No, Sui and Cece were all at home at the time, but they had work in the fields, and Cece went to find her classmates. When we came back, the house had been ransacked.
Oh.
Lin Cece is at home? Xin Yan didn't know why, but she felt that this matter must be related to Lin Cece. But now she has no evidence, so she can only let it go for the time being. It's not good to say in front of Lin Cece's adoptive parents who have raised her for 18 years that she might be the thief. Not to mention whether others believe it or not. She just came back and said this. Who knows if others will think that she is angry and framed Lin Cece. After all, one has known each other for 18 years, and the other has just appeared, so everyone will naturally believe the former first. 3,000 yuan is not a small amount. Didn't you call the police? Xin Yan asked lightly. We also reported it, but the police said it was too far away and couldn't be checked. The couple said embarrassedly. Such a large amount of money, they want to get it back more than anyone else. However, in this era, people take the money and run away, and there is no surveillance. Who knows who it could be? Zhou Yueshin, who was standing aside, glanced at her and then said, I will contact someone to investigate this matter. Don't worry. 3,000 yuan is not a small amount. It really can't be let go. Although he is rich, Zhou Yueshin is not a complainer. He can be indifferent to losing so much money. Besides, this is the betrothal money he gave to the Lin family. What kind of thing is it to steal the betrothal money? The bride will not be happy when she gets married. He does have some connections, otherwise the police would not care about these remote villages. Hearing this, Lin's father and mother were ashamed and grateful. "Thank you so much, Comrade Zhou." "You're welcome." Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly. The matter was solved happily. Seeing that someone was helping and their daughter came back sincerely, Lin's father and mother always relaxed their hearts that had been hanging for a long time. At this moment, the tense wrinkles were relaxed a lot, and they quickly stood up and said, "Look at us. We are so busy talking that we haven't even cooked. Dad, you guys chat first, Su Sui, and I will go to cook." Lin's father responded quickly and said, "Okay, Su Sui, take out the tiguanyan that I stored somewhere in the cupboard and make a cup of tea for Comrade Zhou and Yan Yan,"
Suzu exclaimed, "Ah,"
and hurried into the kitchen to find a small bag of tea. It wasn't much, and it was given by a guest before. Dad Lin had never been willing to drink it, and would only make some tea to relieve his thirst when he wanted to drink. It was used to quit drinking. Now there is not much left, and he can't afford to drink a little wine. There is only this little bit of tea left, and Dad Lin is only willing to put a little bit at a time. But this tea is very fragrant, and a little bit can be brewed several times. Soon, the fragrant tea was served. Xin Yan stood up, pointed to the things in the big backpack beside her, and said, "Sister-in-law, Mom, put these things into the house first." Dad Lin and Mom Lin had seen it before, but they were too embarrassed to say it. Now they were ashamed. "How dare we accept so many good things from you? We have already owed you enough." Xin Yan shook his head and said, "Just take what you should take. He is your son-in-law. Don't be too polite." Zhou Yueshin stood up. "I'll move in." So many things placed at the door are really eye-catching. Seeing the helpless expressions of Lin's father and mother, Zhou Yueshin then said, "Xin Yan and I haven't had the wedding yet. We have been very busy during this period. I also want her to adapt for a while. I know you don't want her to marry me so aggrieved, so I came here this time, and I also plan to come and discuss the time of the wedding with you, so that we can make preparations. These things will also come in handy when we hold the banquet." Although I was engaged to Lin Sisi before, I didn't have much contact with her. I won't let Xin Yan be wronged just because of a change of person. I promise you this. Zhou Yueshin promised solemnly. It's good for a man to be older, not like a young boy. He can't even speak. Zhou Yueshin's words not only gave everyone time to accept it, but also showed his attitude and commitment to Xin Yan. Everyone present felt relieved. Xin Yan even suspected that he was a leader before. Anyway, his words were very intimidating. He didn't act like a nouveau riche boss at all. Okay, that's as I should do. Comrade Zhou is very thoughtful. We really need to discuss the wedding carefully. We must not let Nian Nian suffer any grievances. Father Lin was very satisfied with his future son-in-law. Although he was married for the second time and had 3 children. But he was very mature and thoughtful. "Oh, you're all here, just in time." Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from outside the house. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look. They saw the Si family couple and Lin Sisi, who were dressed very elegantly. Si's father was wearing a neat old-fashioned gray suit and glasses, looking like a successful man. Si's mother was also wearing a retro cheongsam. Her hair was styled with hairspray, her face was painted with makeup, and she carried a small leather bag. Lin Sisi followed behind in a pink dress, looking well-behaved and sensible. Xin Yan glanced at the dress, which was exactly the same as a dress in her closet. Even the color was the same, but Lin Sisi grew up in the countryside and was a little tanned, so the pink color looked even more abrupt. Xin Yan silently retracted her gaze, but she was a little confused in her heart. Why did this family come here? What are you doing?
Lin Sisi naturally noticed Xin Yan.
After all, in this shabby yellow earth tile house, she was so pretty that she didn't look like someone from this era. She looked particularly beautiful in a simple casual loose t-shirt and jeans. Her skin was dazzlingly white. No matter how many expensive skincare products she used, she couldn't maintain it. Lin Sisi was 18 years old in adolescence and had a lot of acne on her face. She was young and ignorant, and often squeezed it with her hands, causing her skin to get worse and worse. She used to wonder why her brother and younger brother had better skin than her, since they were in the same family. Although her brother had dark skin, no matter how he made it, he had no pores and his features were also very good-looking. Her two younger brothers were even fairer and tenderer when they were young. She was so beautiful. At that time, she thought that there was a reason why she was beautiful. After all, her family members all had good features. So she was also the prettiest girl in the village. But when she came to the city, she realized that her good looks were really not worth mentioning. Especially when Lin Cece saw Xin Yan, she realized how big the gap between people was. She realized how powerful the so-called genes were. I thought Xin Yan would become as shabby as everyone else after staying in the village for a while. Who knew that she was still so bright and beautiful when we met again? On the contrary, her elaborate and gorgeous appearance seemed a bit too much. It made her feel delicately ugly. Lin Cece blamed all this on Xin Yan. She thought otherwise. It was because Xin Yan had robbed him of 18 years of his life. He might be as fair and beautiful as her. He wouldn't have to dress up so hard, but he still couldn't compare to her. Seeing Xin Yan, Xi's father and mother looked gloomy. They thought Xin Yan came to the Lin family to ask them to cancel the engagement. They immediately lost their faces. Originally, they didn't send Xin Yan to the Lin family but to the Xi family because they planned to let Xin Yan and the man their daughter was engaged to get married quickly. In this way, Xin Yan would be a married person, which would not only help their daughter solve the problem of marriage in the countryside, but also prevent them from destroying their daughter's marriage with the Fu family in the future. Seeing her appear here, they remembered that their daughter said that she sold her job for money and might want to go back to the city. Naturally, they thought that Xin Yan was here to discuss the cancellation of the engagement. They immediately scolded. "Didn't you agree to get married with us? Why did you run back? Do you think that you can go back to the city and destroy our Cece and Fu Yang's wedding after canceling the engagement?" At this point, Zhang Suimei looked at Xin Yan with disgust. "We have raised you all these years, and we have done our best." Cece's fiancé, "Don't be so wishful thinking." Xin Yan raised her eyes. Her eyes were as deep as a black pool under her long black eyelashes. "Lin Cece's fiancé? Is this family suffering from paranoia?" Zhang Suimei said too much, and she regretted it after saying it. In fact, she didn't want to do this to the child she raised, but after coming here, she became more and more worried when she heard Cece say that. So her tone was a little heavier at this moment. Seeing Xin Yan staring at her, her expression became a little unnatural. Just when she was worried that her daughter would make a big fuss like before, Xin Yan calmly lowered her eyes and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Suimei, who had suppressed her anger just now, felt a surge of anger again. "You still refuse to admit it. Cece saw that you sold your job, so you thought about buying the job so that you can go to the city to find the young master of the Fu family, right?" Xin Yan's lips curved slightly, and her clear and charming eyes swept over Lin Cece, as if seeing through everything. Lin Cece met her gaze and couldn't help but lower her head. She felt uneasy and a little guilty. "Mom, you're overthinking it. I'm already married to Mr. Zhou. How could I go to find Fu Yang?" Xin Yan sighed, with a helpless tone on her face. "Marriage? But you don't even have a marriage certificate. Who knows what you're thinking?" Zhang Suimei still didn't quite believe it. Xin Yan used to cling to Fu Yang very tightly. She was happy at that time, but now she is afraid that this will happen. After all, Xin Yan is beautiful, and she and Fu Yang grew up together. No matter how bad their relationship is, it is better than CCS. She is also worried that her rich husband will be snatched away. "Aren't you here to talk about the wedding with my biological parents? You can't just get the certificate without doing anything." This is the only chance for a woman in her life. Facing her adoptive mother's attitude, Xin Yan was not angry, but lowered her long eyelashes and lowered her soft voice. In this way, Zhang Suimei seemed really aggressive. Although it was said that she took the wrong child, she had raised the child for 18 years and should have feelings for him. But now she didn't even give the child time to hold a wedding, but chose to hastily let the child get the certificate. It was too harsh. The Lin family thought that their daughter would have a good life in such a rich family. But they didn't expect this person to treat the child like this. Cece followed them. Although they were not so good in material terms, they never wanted to be mean to the child. Even if they were going to get married, they planned to have a grand wedding. Looking at the treatment suffered by their own daughter and her aggrieved tone, Lin's father and mother felt heartbroken. They hurried forward to protect their daughter and said, "Mr. C, Mrs. C, my daughter didn't lie. She and Comrade Joe did come here to discuss the wedding. Although we are very grateful for your kindness in raising her, marriage is a big deal after all. How can we let a child down? It was our fault back then and the child is innocent. It's okay, Mom. My adoptive mother is just concerned about me. Don't blame her." Zhang Tsueme didn't expect it to be like this and was very stunned for a moment. She had wronged her daughter, but her daughter turned around to speak for her. The child used to be very stubborn and would not be so easy to talk to. Has she really grown up after experiencing such a big? Thinking that the daughter she had raised for 18 years was now calling someone else mother and calling herself adoptive mother, Zhang Tsueme felt depressed. Recently, she's been focusing on her biological daughter, so she has neglected her adopted daughter. At this moment, when the adopted daughter's mother said that the child was innocent, she felt ashamed. It was obviously their fault, but now Si Nian has to bear it all alone. Si's father also felt a little bit sorry to see his always proud daughter fall into this situation. Although Si Nian was spoiled, she was smart since she was a child, had a photographic memory, was very good at everything she learned, and was beautiful. Every time he took her out, he felt very proud, and everyone praised his daughter for her beauty. It was because of this face that the daughter was valued by the Fu family. But now, she has fallen to marrying an old man who has been married for 2 years. It was their parents who forced her. Not only did she not blame them, she also endured it silently. They actually wondered if she had other thoughts. What a? Both of them were ashamed. Seeing that everyone showed a guilty expression to Si Nian, Lin Cece was a little panicked. She always felt that Si Nian was different. She was obviously still very willful before, the kind of eldest lady who couldn't stand being wronged. As long as she was provoked, she would not be able to control her emotions and make a scene. But now she lets her parents preach and pretends to be so aggrieved. She can't bear to see them like this. Not only her biological parents, but even her parents who raised her for 18 years looked at her with concern. And she has been here for so long, but they haven't said a word to her. Lin Cece suddenly felt unbalanced. Then Sister Si Nian, why did you sell your job to Brother Fu's sister? Everyone is saying that you sold your job so that you could have a chance to meet Brother Fu in the future, to please Fu Qianqian and ask her to help you make connections. Of course, I definitely believe that you're innocent, but it's only because everyone else says so that my parents are worried. Lin Cece lowered her head and acted innocent. Si Nian sneered in her heart and raised her eyebrows. The original owner had a proud personality and never bothered to explain such things, not to mention that Lin Cece was still talking about such things at this moment. If it were the original owner, she would have been furious. This is why, although the Si family originally planned to keep Si Nian, they changed their minds a month later and not only wanted her to leave, but also cruelly asked her to marry Zhou Yueshen instead of Lin Cece. Because Lin Cece was too good at provoking wars behind her back, and the original owner was too disdainful to explain, as if you can think whatever you want, and even blamed Lin Cece for it. And then Lin Cece looked innocent again, so the Si family naturally thought she was going too far. I have raised you for 18 years, and you are not grateful, and you actually bully my own daughter in return. It would be strange if the Si family could tolerate her. However, Si Nian would not be so stupid as to confront her now. This would make her look guilty, and everyone would think that she was bullying her. Isn't it just pretending to be pitiful? Who can't do that? Si Nian has watched Legend of Zhen Huan 5 times and has seen all kinds of tricks. It doesn't matter what outsiders say. I believe that people like my parents who are honest and straightforward will not believe those dirty words. They just care about me. But since you raised this question, I think I should explain it clearly. I can't let everyone misunderstand me. Mom and Dad, you remember that I dropped out of school because the Fu family urged me to get married. The top operation of reverse Pua Pua yourself. Let the other party think it is their fault, not only moved but also think she is sensible. Sure enough, when these words came out, C's father and mother, who were already a little guilty, immediately showed a shameful expression. It turned out that in the eyes of their adopted daughter, they were so tall. However, they disappointed her. The two looked guilty, of course I remember. Originally, their daughter had very good grades, but because the Fu family son was old and wanted to get married as soon as possible, they had to let their daughter drop out of school. As for whether she could go to school in the future, it was not within their consideration. At that time, she only wanted to marry into the Fu family as soon as possible to stabilize her status. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Now, not only did she fail to marry into the Fu family, but she also lost her studies. If Xin Yan hadn't mentioned this, they would have forgotten it. At this moment, their expressions became more and more ashamed. I sold my job just for this matter. I thought that I was still young, and since I didn't have to deal with the Fu family, I shouldn't give up my studies. I plan to use this money to go to college. You should have no objection, right? Of course not. Who doesn't want their children to go to college, study hard, and have a good future? If there is no Fu family, then studying is the best way for her daughter. Lin Cece was speechless. She really didn't expect that Xin Yan actually planned to continue to go to school. She racked her brains and didn't think of this possibility. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. After all, it was her rebirth that changed Xin Yan's direction. Although Xin Yan couldn't be with Fu Yang, she returned to the Lin family. But why did she not feel happy at all, but became heavier? She was thinking about stepping on Xin Yan, but now she found that no matter what she did, she could still survive. It took her more than a month to make C's father and mother hate her. But with just a few words, she changed the attitude of C's father and mother. Her plan was ruined. How could Lin Cece be willing? Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the tall man behind Xin Yan who had been silent, but could not be ignored. Something flashed in her eyes, and she pretended to be surprised and said, "Sister Xin Yan, you are married to Comrade Zhou. Do you still have to go to school? In this case, who will take care of his 3 children?" As expected of a heroine, she spoke straight to the point. That's right, if Xin Yan went to school, what was the point of Zhou Yueshan marrying her? Zhou Yueshan originally wanted to find a woman who could help him take care of the children before getting married. Xin Yan was not suitable in every aspect. Lin Cece knew very well that if this man could not meet his requirements, he would not accept him no matter how good the other party was. If Zhou Yueshan broke off the engagement, the Lin family would return the 3,000 yuan betrothal gift. Lin Cece knew the conditions of the Lin family very well. Not to mention 3,000 yuan, they couldn't even get 1,000 yuan together. How could they possibly pay it back? In the end, Xin Yan could only take out her own 2,000 yuan. By then, she would have no money to go to school. Lin Cece felt that she was so smart. This was simply a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Xin Yan still wanted to study, dream on. I also wanted to repeat the year. If Xin Yan studied, what would the C family think if I didn't do as well as her in the exam? Lin Cece would never allow that to happen. Sure enough, when these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Xin Yan. Originally, no one was surprised when Xin Yan said she wanted to study. After all, she was not very old. But when Zhou Yueshan was mentioned, this matter became difficult to handle. Since Xin Yan wanted to study, she had naturally thought about this problem. She was not stupid, but she was different from others. Others studied to learn knowledge, but Xin Yan just wanted to get a university diploma. She was a graduate of Tsinghua University in her previous life, and she knew the importance of academic qualifications. This was just to make a good foundation for her future. As long as she passed the exam, everything would be fine. At this moment, she was quite calm. Everyone else has thought of what you have thought of. I am not a fool. She glanced at the self-righteous Lin Cece with disdain and said, "I don't plan to go back to school. I only plan to take the college entrance examination and go to university. I will temporarily take a 2-year leave of absence and go to school after I raise Yao Yao to kindergarten age." Hearing this, Lin Cece sneered, "Sister Xin Yan, You are too selfish. How could Comrade Zhou agree? He is not a fool. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yueshen's deep voice rang out. I agree. Yao Yao is still young. It may delay you for a year or two. After 2 years, you can do whatever you want. Don't worry too much. You can't use a child to restrict Xi Nian for a lifetime. And he can't be so selfish as to use a child to bind Xi Nian's future. Xi Nian looked at Zhou Yueshen gratefully. Her eyes were like water. The sun shone down from the top of her head, making her skin white and delicate, like porcelain, and her pair of scissor pupils slightly curved into a gentle arc. Zhou Yueshen's Adam's apple slid, and he looked away. He was marrying her, not harming her. How could he let her stay with them for the rest of their lives? Lin Sisi, who was standing by, choked. In her few memories of Zhou Yueshen, he had never been so easy to talk to. Her palms tightened unconsciously. Although she didn't like Zhou Yueshen anymore, the man she had married in her previous life treated another woman better than herself in this life. How could she feel comfortable?
Xi Nian again.
What kind of magic potion did she feed Zhou Yueshen? No royal family would agree to such a thing. But Zhou Yueshen agreed, without even thinking about it. Is Xi Nian so charming? Lin Sisi saw Yao Yao again, the girl who had always been dirty in her memory, now standing at Xi Nian's feet with her finger in her mouth, holding Xi Nian's leg with one hand, looking at everyone timidly. She was completely different from the child in her memory in her previous life. Lin Sisi was spoiled by her adoptive parents since she was a child. She was always taken care of by others. When it was her turn to take care of others, she would buy some things for the child when she went to Zhou's house, but she would not cook for her or give her a bath. Other things were left to the nanny Aunt Lu. Rural children are all dirty, and she didn't think it was strange. So in her memory, Yao Yao has always been a dirty child that she didn't even want to hold. But now, she is clean, white, tender, fragrant, and soft. She looks like a porcelain doll in a little dress. She is so cute. Anyone would take a second look at her. Lin Sisi opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Seeing that the atmosphere was awkward, Mother Lin hurriedly said, Since everything has been made clear, it's good. Mrs. C and Mr. C, please sit down. I'll go cook and have a meal together. The C family originally said that they came to transfer their household registration, but now they couldn't say it. After all, their eagerness made them seem really ruthless. Nowadays, people love to save face, not to mention that the two are public officials, and it would not sound good if it got out. Hearing this, he hurriedly refused. No, we have something else to do, so we will go back now. Nian Nian, I am sorry for your injustice. Dad has some money here, just consider it as your wedding. You are right, a girl only has this once in her life. You have to do it gloriously. Xi's father stepped forward, took out 200 yuan from his pocket, and stuffed it into Xi Nian. Lin Sisi's eyes were red. They originally came here to break off their relationship with Xi Nian. Now, not only did they not break off, but her father actually took the initiative to give her money. Although the Xi family has a solid family background, 200 yuan is also several months' salary. Zhang Xuemei on the side also felt pain and opened her mouth, but seeing so many people staring at her, she didn't dare to say that it was too much, for fear of embarrassment. Maybe this is the typical way of waiting for face to die. Xi Nian refused the offer after 2 attempts. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, you're a fool. Sister, brother Fu Yang and I have decided to look at rings and take wedding photos. If you and Comrade Zhou also plan to get married, we can do it together then. Lin Sisi said unwillingly, always feeling that she was at a disadvantage for coming here today, so she picked a fight with Fu Yang. Everyone knew how much Xi Nian liked Fu Yang in the past. After she said this, Xi's father and mother looked at her in disapproval. It was miserable enough that she couldn't marry the person she liked, and now she had to watch him take wedding photos with another woman and get married. This was really cruel. Unexpectedly, Xi Nian raised her eyes and smiled, and replied, Okay. Lin Sisi gritted her teeth, certain that Xi Nian was just pretending not to care. Maybe she had been jealous of her for a long time. She probably planned to take the opportunity to contact Fu Yang. When the time comes, she will make sure Zhou Yueshan sees Si Nian's true face. Fu Yang himself hates women who are entangled. Si Nian will definitely make both men hate her if she does this. Thinking of this, Lin Cici's depressed mood improved a lot. The Si family did not stay for long and left after they finished speaking. No matter how Lin's father and mother asked to stay for dinner, they refused. Seeing that the Lin family is so poor, what can they eat? It's good enough for their family to have enough to eat, and it would be embarrassing for them to stay. After getting in the car, looking at the dilapidated house of the Lin family, Zhang Xuemei couldn't help feeling a little sad. I don't know if that girl Nian Nian can get used to living in such a house. She has been spoiled since she was a child. Si's father was also distressed. He originally came to make trouble, but now seeing that they actually drove the child to such a dilapidated mountain village, he felt bad. Please help us more in the future. After all, they have helped us raise Cici for more than 10 years. Lin Cici almost exploded when she heard this. She grew up here since she was a child, so isn't she pitiful? A bunch of trash. After the Si family left, the atmosphere in the Lin family became much more relaxed. Zhou Yueshan and Lin's father were sitting in the yard drinking tea and chatting. Si Nian walked into the house. Just as she was about to hold Yao Yao to sleep, she saw her two younger brothers standing in front of the table, staring at the biscuits and candies on the table. The two younger brothers are the same age as Zhou Yedong, but they haven't experienced as much as Zhou Yedong. Although the Lin family's conditions are not good, they have nothing to say about their children. The two children are growing up normally, and they are still naive and playful at this age. Seeing her enter the room, Lin Yu moved towards his brother and whispered, "Brother, Xiaxin." A month ago, they heard that Lin Cici was not their biological sister, and their biological sister was in the city. The two children were in a bad mood after losing their sister. Later, this new sister didn't even want to look at them, and their parents' hair turned white with worry. Later, everyone in the village said that this sister didn't want to come back because she despised their family's poverty. The two decided not to have her as a sister. Now she suddenly came back. Although the two didn't understand what they heard, they knew that she would not leave. Lin Feng stared at Si Nian and said nothing. Si Nian looking at the two younger brothers, they were still young and ignorant. They only knew that their sister looked down on them and that Lin Cici didn't want them, so they didn't have a good impression of her. Sure enough, in this novel, the most troublesome people are not the male and female protagonists. It's these little rascals. Si Nian put Yao Yao on the bed. Although the Lin family was shabby and bare, they were very clean. In this hot weather, there was not even a mosquito. The bed sheet was a big peony flower. The pattern was washed white, but it was very tidy. She reached out to pull the quilt to cover the child, then turned around and told the two younger brothers, "Keep your voice down and don't disturb Yao Yao." The two looked at each other and nodded. Si Nian turned and walked out. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Yu couldn't help but poke his brother beside him and asked, "Brother, why did she suddenly want to come back? Doesn't she dislike our family being poor?" "Don't think he doesn't know. She didn't want to come back at first. Everyone said that she looked down on their Lin family and that she and Lin Cici would rather stay in the city than come back. The first time they went there, they stood at the door for a whole day, and she didn't even look at them. They went from expectation at the beginning to disappointment and then anger. It was because of going to find her that the money was stolen by the thief, and his parents turned gray overnight, and his eldest brother had to work hard from dawn to dusk every day. Since everyone despised them, why did they come back now? The more he thought about Lin Yu, the angrier he felt, and he didn't want to listen to her at all. Si Nian didn't expect that meeting once would change everyone's attitude towards her. Seeing Zhou Susu and her mother busy in the kitchen, she went in to help. "Mom, let me do it. You go talk to Dad and them about the wedding." Since her daughter came back, Mother Lin has had a smile on her face. She looks radiant, and she seems to be several years younger. She really wants to talk to her husband and son-in-law about the wedding. After all, her husband doesn't understand these things, so how can he arrange them? But the whole family is waiting for dinner, and she can't just sit there. When she heard her daughter coming in to help, she was a little surprised. "How can I let you do it? Go and sit down, kid. Lin Cece grew up with them since she was a child, and they were reluctant to let her go to the kitchen. It was even more reluctant for their delicate daughter. Xin Yan said helplessly, Mom, I like to cook. I don't understand what Brother Zhou and my dad talk about. Instead of sitting there, let me do it and you go to talk. You are an adult and have more experience. Don't worry, cooking is not a big deal. Hearing her daughter say this, Mother Lin's eyes were slightly red. You are so sensible.
Xin Yan smiled helplessly.
After Mother Lin walked out happily, Xin Yan took out the pork from the backpack to wash it. As a result, as soon as she squatted down, she suddenly felt a black screen in front of her eyes. She looked up, but saw a slender figure walking towards the kitchen door. It was Zhou Yueshan. He walked in, saw Xin Yan squatting on the ground, and stepped forward and said, Let me do it. Where are my parents? Xin Yan asked puzzled. Zhou Yueshan glanced at her. Your dad said he was going to call someone for dinner, and your mom went to buy vegetables. Because the two of them came suddenly, the family was not prepared. Father Lin was happy and hurried out to spread the good news. The onlookers, second brother, where are you going? Father Lin, how do you know my daughter is getting married? Neighbor. Passerby, second brother didn't go to the fields today? Father Lin, yes, my daughter is back. Passerby. After a while, the whole village knew that the daughter of the Lin family not only came back, but was also going to marry Zhou Yueshan. Not only did she not have to pay compensation, but she was also married to the Zhou family. Relatives and non-relatives came to congratulate, and some who didn't believe came to inquire about the situation. Anyway, after today, the Lin family will turn things around. To have a good relationship with the Lin family is to have a good relationship with the Zhou family. When Xin Yan went out again, the small courtyard of the Lin family was full of people. The house was noisy, and she was worried that Yao Yao would cry if she was woken up and couldn't see anyone, so she hurried over. Sure enough, a group of children stood at the door, but did not go in. They were blocked by Lin Feng and Lin Yu and were not allowed to go in. Xin Yan breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. As soon as she walked over, the children around her suddenly became quiet. They sniffed their noses and looked at her curiously. Lin Yu cast an unnatural expression at her, as if to say, Look, I didn't make a fuss. It was them who made the fuss. It's none of my business. Xin Yan went into the house and grabbed a handful of candy to send a few children away. The children who got the candy immediately shouted sweetly, Sister is so pretty. Then they left happily. Xin Yan then looked at the two younger brothers, stuffed a handful of candy into their bags, and reached out to rub the heads of the two guys hard. Well done. The two guys blushed and turned their heads away from her. I'm not helping you watch. I'm just afraid that they will make the house dirty. After saying this arrogantly, the two little guys ran away one after the other. Xin Yan looked at the two of them with amusement and went back to the kitchen. Zhou Yueshan had been called out for a drink. Xin Yan walked into the kitchen as if nothing had happened. Seeing Zhou Susho busying herself in sweat, she went over to help. Zhou Yueshan had already cut the meat. He had good knife skills and was fast. Each piece of meat was cut to the same size and thickness. The obsessive-compulsive disorder patient said he loved it. Xin Yan added water to the big iron pot. These days, everyone uses earthen stoves to cook, which are embedded with big iron pots and can be used for steaming rice and cooking. After steaming the soaked rice in the pot, Xin Yan began to marinate the meat that Zhou Yueshan had cut. The marinated fresh meat was tender and fragrant, not at all dry. Zhou Susho was busy on the side, secretly looking at the sister-in-law who looked like a rich girl, working leisurely in this shabby small kitchen. She was a little surprised, and thought Xin Yan was the kind of person who was even less skilled than Lin Cece. She had been married for so long, but Lin Cece had never cooked. Because she was a scholar, everyone looked up to her. People said that scholars' hands were used for writing, not cooking, so no one dared to order her around. Unexpectedly, Xin Yan looked more delicate, but in fact, she was not delicate at all, and she had no airs at all. I don't know why, although they didn't have much contact, Zhou Suasue liked the sister-in-law more. Just seeing her taking meat and eggs, Zhou Suasue felt a little pain, and is it too much? These things were reserved for her wedding, and Zhou Suasue was worried that if she used them now, it would not be enough by then. Not much. There are many men in the family, and it will definitely not hurt to eat more. Xin Yan beat the eggs and planned to steam a steamed egg for the child, and then mix white flour and eggs to make fried white flour cakes. The child loves to eat this, and it is also suitable for entertaining people. All of these can be used for banquets. Thinking that the adults would drink, she also planned to wrap some peanuts with egg liquid and flour, which were fragrant and crispy, and especially delicious, and the most suitable for them to drink. There weren't many seasonings at home, only some potatoes, flour, sauerkraut, and red beans. There was basically no meat, and the rest was what they brought back. Although there weren't many dishes popped up in Xin Yan's mind. Steamed meat with sauerkraut, stir-fried meat with chili peppers, white flour cakes, hot and sour potato shreds, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sauerkraut soup. Although they were all very simple meals, rural people loved to eat them. Mother Lin quickly bought a chicken back. Since there were guests at home, she naturally had to stew the chicken. But stewing a chicken took too long, so Xin Yan planned to make a dry pot chicken. Seeing that her daughter really knew how to cook and wasn't forcing herself, Mother Lin felt both distressed and relieved. Soon, with the help of Mother Lin and Zhou Suisui, the side dishes were ready. Steamed dishes were the simplest, and soon the kitchen was filled with a suffocating aroma. Everyone who was chatting couldn't help swallowing. "What are you cooking? Why does it smell so good?" "Yes, it smells better than other people's wedding banquets." Outside the door, Linny looked at his second brother, who was holding a cute little baby in his arms, and gulped his saliva. "Second brother, did our mother's cooking smell so good before?" Lin Foam took the baby's hand from his ear and said nothing. Seeing him staring, Lin Yu also looked over and saw the sister he didn't like coming out with a bowl of fried white flour cakes. Immediately, a bunch of children surrounded her and kept calling her sister and beautiful sister, each one more servile than the other. Then the sister he didn't like smiled very beautifully and gave food to those children. He swallowed his saliva and complained to his brother beside him in a low voice, "This group of flatterers. As soon as she came back, she bribed my parents and those children. But don't worry, big brother, I won't be like those people. I will not recognize her for a little food." He has never eaten his sister's food since he was a child, because Lin Cece never cooks. Even if she is alone at home with them, he and his brother cook. Lin Cece never cooks. Others say that she is a student and an intellectual, different from them. Parents also let them give in to her, saying that she is a sister and they should take care of her. Lin Cece can't cook, and she, a rich girl from the city, is even less likely to do it. Maybe she is just doing it to please everyone. Those children are not picky, but he is different. You can tell whether it tastes good or not at a glance. Lin Yu raised his chin with a look of disdain. Xin Yan seemed to feel the gazes of the two guys and looked over here. Seeing Yao Yao wake up at some point, she was being held in the arms of her older brother Lin Feng. The little girl was very well behaved, and she didn't make any noise or fuss when being held. Maybe because Lin Feng was about the same age as her brother, she wasn't afraid at all. Xin Yan came over with a bowl of white flour cakes. The white flour cakes were small, fried in various shapes, and golden in appearance. The aroma of lard instantly hit her face. Lin Yu's nose moved, and he glanced at them coldly. It was not a big deal, but he almost couldn't take it back. He was resistant psychologically, but his body couldn't control it. Xin Yan handed it over. "Are you hungry? Do you want to try it?" As he got closer, the fragrant aroma immediately rushed into his nose. By the time he reacted, his hand had already grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. "Oh my God! It's so delicious!" Xin Yan put the white flour cakes in the bowl in front of the two of them and went to the kitchen to bring out the steamed eggs. Only a little soy sauce was added to the steamed egg, and the smooth and bouncy steamed egg made Lin Yu's eyes go straight. Xin Yan said in a gentle voice, "Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu, right? Can you help your sister feed the children?" Lin Yu swallowed his saliva unconvincingly. Just when he wanted to be tough and ask why he should help you, he heard his second brother nodded and agreed without ambition. "Okay." He stuffed 2 poops into his mouth fiercely. It was too bad, he wanted to eat more. As the fragrance drifted by, everyone hurriedly said goodbye and went back to their own homes. Those who were on good terms stayed. Mother Lin moved the 4-corner table to the yard and served the cooked dishes. Seeing how rich today was, everyone was envious. This was more rich than the New Year's Day, with pork and chicken. But thinking that Zhou Yueshan also carried more than 100 kilograms of pork, as well as rice, cigarettes, alcohol, and other good things. If the mother-in-law's family didn't make more delicious food, it would seem unauthentic. Mother Lin invited everyone to the table. Everyone looked at the exquisite food and exclaimed, "Sister Lin, how come you are such a good cook? We are having a party tomorrow, and you will be the chef. Before, my second brother said that your cooking was unpalatable. He must be worried that we would come to eat for free, so he said that." Everyone looked at Father Lin with red eyes. Father Lin almost spit out a mouthful of wine. He did not dare to raise his head when he received his wife's death stare. He said very guilty, I did not say it was unpalatable. Everyone was still teasing, ha ha, second brother is still being modest. Father Lin's forehead was sweating, and he winked at his friends. Hee hee. Of course my cooking is not that good. These are all made by my daughter. How can I make so many tricks? Mother Lin gave her husband a look of remorse and explained proudly to everyone. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Is it true? Of course it's true.
Don't look at my daughter like that.
She's actually a good cook. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make these things. Everyone, please try it. Don't let my daughter's cooking skills go to waste. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Mother Lin raised her chin with a proud expression. No one expected that the Lin family's biological daughter, who looked like a delicate young lady, she is so good. I thought she must be a person who has never done housework. I didn't expect her to be so good. There are few people in the village who can cook like this. It is even better than that of the state-owned restaurant. Everyone put a piece of meat in their mouths and exclaimed, "It smells so good. The meat is so tender. Yes, I have never eaten such peanuts. The outer layer is so delicious." Xin Yan girl, you're not a chef, are you? Some people looked at Xin Yan in surprise, who came out and sat next to Zhou Yueshan. Xin Yan smiled and said, "No, I just like to cook." "Great, your cooking skills are better than those of the chefs in state-owned restaurants. We want to ask you to be the chef for our banquets in the future." Of course. Xin Yan agreed easily. Being a chef can make a lot of money, and some people go to learn it. Everyone laughed and had a better impression of Xin Yan. They were worried that this child would not adapt to the countryside and would be difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, he had such a good personality. He was much better than the arrogant Lin Cece before. I heard that Lin Cece never cooks. And because she is a scholar, she not only does not cook, but also does not work in the fields. The Lin family is willing to spoil her. Seeing such a sensible Xin Yan, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Everyone who usually only likes to drink and not eat vegetables now picked up the food with chopsticks quickly. Several children were wolfing down, saying that they had never eaten such delicious food. Lin Yu did not expect that Xin Yan's cooking was so delicious. Even the rice was more fragrant than others. At this moment, he felt that Xin Yan seemed not so annoying. Xin Yan cooked big pot dishes, but still underestimated these people. In the end, even the soup in the bowl was used to mix the rice. The dishes and rice were eaten up, and everyone looked unsatisfied. After eating and drinking, everyone took the initiative to discuss helping with the wedding. After all, it is a shortcoming, and everyone would feel bad if they didn't do something at this moment. One of the old men in the village drank a little wine with rosy cheeks, counted with his fingers, and said, "I counted with my fingers. August 17th is a good day to get married. Yes, that day happens to be National Day. Celebrate with the sky. There is still a month left. You can also make preparations." Lin's father and mother also thought it was a good idea, so they looked at Xin Yan and Zhou Yueshan. "Nian Yueshan, what do you think?"
Xin Yan nodded. Okay.
Zhou Yueshan also nodded slightly, without any objection. After discussing the wedding date, of course, we have to prepare for the wedding and we have to take time to get the certificate, take wedding photos, buy rings, etc. It was almost afternoon, and everyone went home to work. The wheat harvested in the field by the Lin family in the morning had not been harvested yet. Father Lin took a break and planned to go over to work. Otherwise, if it was delayed for a day, he would have to work harder when his son came back. After this incident, the one he felt most sorry for was his eldest son. Not only did he have to work in the town every day, but he also had to take care of the family. Both he and his wife were in poor health and could not do much work. Everything had to wait for his son to come back to help, so they tried to do as much as they could. Zhou Yueshin naturally went to help. Although Father Lin was embarrassed, he knew that Comrade Zhou was a good worker by looking at his muscular body. Xin Yan had nothing to do at home, so he also said he wanted to go and take a look. So the whole family simply locked the door and set off together. Yao Yao and Lin Feng and Lin Yu were already familiar with each other. Now, they were holding her hands and making her laugh from time to time. Xin Yan freed her hands and felt relaxed. Soon, the family came to the wheat field of the Lin family. A breeze blew, and golden waves of wheat rose in the terraced fields. It was more spectacular than the waves of the sea. People were bending over to harvest in other fields. Xin Yan knew how to harvest wheat. Originally, Mother Lin just wanted to bring her daughter to get to know her own fields, but she didn't expect that her daughter was no worse than them in farm work. After learning for a while, she got used to it. But compared with the women, Zhou Yueshin's speed was amazing. Before everyone else had cut half of one, he had already cut two. It must be said that men's ability to act should not be underestimated. Father and Mother Lin looked at their future son-in-law who was capable and could make money, and their mouths were grinning from ear to ear. Although Zhou Yueshin was much older than his daughter, he was mature and stable, kind to people and capable and able to make money. It is said that the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she dislikes him. But now, the more they like him, the more they like him. It would have taken 2 days to harvest the wheat, but this family finished it in one afternoon. Other families around them were jealous. They thought it was different with a son-in-law. Even Xin Yan was busy and sweating. She knew how to harvest wheat, but her body was too white and tender. After a while, her wrists ached, and she felt like blisters were coming out of her palms. Her physical strength was lost faster than everyone else, and she soon fell behind. Just as she straightened up and pinched her sore palms, a dark shadow appeared in front of her eyes. Zhou Yueshin put his coat on her sunburned face and said in a low voice, "Go and have a rest, I'll do it." Xin Yan raised her hand to wipe the sweat off her face. She was wearing a light-colored casual short t-shirt today. The fabric was thin and soft, and the crystal sweat slid down her skin and did not fall into the fabric. The fabric was sticky on the skin, showing the delicate waist and the curve of the figure more exquisite. A kind of indescribable, soft beauty. People around were secretly looking over here. Zhou Yueshin blocked the gazes of most people. He looked for a few seconds and then looked away. "Okay, then I'll trouble you." Xin Yan was not a person who would show off. Besides, the original owner kept her body so well, and she liked it very much. She couldn't let herself ruin it. Women all love beauty and naturally hope that they will always be so beautiful. Not to mention others, she would be happy to see it. Zhou Yueshin bent down and started to work. Xin Yan glanced at him inadvertently. The man's strong arms showed muscle lines and blue veins with the movement. His palms were particularly large, and he could hold a handful of wheat. How painful it would be to pinch someone with such a strong hand. Xin Yan's mind suddenly popped up yellow waist for no reason, and she blushed as she thought about it. She quickly patted her face and looked away. She didn't notice Zhou Yueshin suddenly raised his eyes and glanced at her from a distance. As the sky gradually darkened, several women went home to cook. The men stayed in the field to collect the wheat. Because Xin Yan was a little tired today, Mother Lin didn't let her cook at night, and she was happy to relax. When everyone came back at night and saw that it was Mother Lin who cooked, they all showed a very obvious disappointment in their eyes. Mother Lin was so angry that she became a puffer fish. But everyone was too tired, busy all day, surprised and frightened, so they just put up with it. As soon as it got dark, several children began to doze off. Because it was too late, Mother Lin let the two of them stay overnight. She cleaned up the room for the two of them and specially changed the bedding. Because Xin Yan had already gone to Zhou's house, the Lin family thought that the two had already slept together and didn't think much about it. Anyway, the two were going to get married soon, and it would be good to communicate more about their feelings. Mother Lin said, "Nian Nian, you and Yueshin sleep in this room at night. If you need anything, tell me." Xi Nian turned around and swallowed the words when she met Mother Lin's happy eyes. Forget it. If she and Zhou Yueshin don't sleep together, she's worried that her family will think too much. They're getting married anyway, so it doesn't matter whether they go to bed early or late. Besides, there's a child, so there's nothing to worry about. The next second, Mother Lin said again, "I see Yao Yao and Xiaofeng are asleep, so you can rest assured they will take good care of the child." Xin Yan. Zhou Yueshin still had a calm expression. After Mother Lin left, he looked at her in silence for a long time and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, if you don't agree, I won't touch you." Xin Yan was stunned for a moment. Did she show resistance when she said this? Although she didn't have any expectations of men, it didn't mean that she didn't want to sleep with a man in her arms at night. It's okay to not have a man in your heart, but it doesn't mean that you can't have no man around you. Xin Yan was a widow for too long before, and she wanted to find a man to kiss all day long. Finally, she found a handsome and mature one. But he said that she didn't agree and didn't touch her. Can she say that she agrees? Zhou Yueshin. Why does she look so disappointed? It was not as convenient as the Zhou family, and since she did not bring any change of clothes, Xin Yan just washed herself casually and went to sleep. The house was very clean, and the beds were all brand new. Although it was a wooden bed, there were several layers of padding underneath. Mother Lin wanted to give them all the best. Xin Yan was not used to sleeping in pants, so she asked Mother Lin to find a loose skirt to wear. It was obviously a somewhat old-fashioned floral skirt, but she had a unique retro beauty when she wore it. Mother Lin blushed when she saw her daughter's figure. Whoever finds his own daughter is really blessed for 8 lifetimes. Xin Yan returned to the room and soon saw Zhou Yueshin walked in with a wet body. He sweated a lot during the day, so he just took a shower and washed his clothes. There were many scars on his strong and fierce chest. Xin Yan glanced at it casually and was stunned. There was a deep scar mark on his chest not far from his heart. It looked like he had been pierced by a bullet. Inevitably, she was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Yueshin was only a male supporting role, so there were not many details in the description. She really didn't know what this man did before. In addition to the obvious scar, there were also many crisscrossing scars, but they were obviously all old injuries. When he was working today, Xin Yan watched for a long time. How should she describe it? The proficiency and fluency were as flexible and changeable as a fish swimming in a river, but the strength was like the explosive power of a wild beast in the mountains. Zhou Yueshin and Xin Yan have been together for quite a while, and they are about to get married. There are some things that should be discussed. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Xin Yan. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "There are some things I want to tell you." Xin Yan looked away from him and nodded slowly. "You say it." Zhou Yueshin motioned for Xin Yan to sit down, and Xin Yan turned around and sat on the bed face to face. The moonlight poured into the small room like water, and the faces of the two people in the room were a little hazy. Zhou Yueshin spoke slowly in the haze. "Xin Yan, we have reached the stage of discussing marriage. Although I don't know why you came here, since you are willing to marry me, I will not let you down. You can ask me any requests you have, and you can ask me anything you want." Xin Yan blinked her long eyelashes. Her eyes were very bright. "Okay, then I won't be polite. Why don't you have children?" Zhou Yueshin didn't seem surprised by this question and said lightly, "At first, it was indeed because of the 3 children. You have seen my work, which is very busy. I don't want my children to be like my sister's children, because the man is busy with work and neglects to take care of them, causing irreparable harm to the children." Xin Yan nodded, which was understandable. It was not easy for her sister to raise 3 children. If there were another child, his pressure would be quite great. "Why do you have so many scars on your body?" She stretched out her white fingers, pointed at the man's chest and asked. Zhou Yueshin raised his eyes to look at her, his voice calm. I was a soldier for a few years before. This is the wound I got while on a mission. Xin Yan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that he had been a soldier. She thought that Zhou Yueshin, who looked like someone who was not easy to mess with, might have been a troublemaker in the past and often fought. No wonder the wound looked like a gunshot wound. It must have been a very dangerous mission. Xin Yan was instantly in awe. Then, do you have someone in your heart? She asked curiously. Why do you ask? Zhou Yueshin was stunned for a moment. I remember you have an ex-wife. Zhou Yueshin frowned when he mentioned his ex-wife. Xin Yan just wondered if she had talked about something inappropriate. After all, the most taboo between men and women is to mention the ex. Then she heard Zhou Yueshin say, she and I met through a blind date. We didn't have much contact, and we didn't have much feelings. Besides that, I haven't had contact with any other women. Xin Yan felt inexplicably relieved, but then she became worried. This man is almost 30 years old, and he doesn't like women? A man is 30, rich, handsome, but not interested in women. There are only two possibilities. One is that he likes men, and the other is that he is not good enough. Xin Yan subconsciously looked at the man. The suspicious look made Zhou Yueshin's face darken. He stood up uncomfortably and said, It's late. Go to bed. If you mind, I'll sleep on the floor. Seeing his reaction, Xin Yan became more worried. She is a normal woman. How can she spend the night without a nightlife? As expected, you can't have your cake and eat it too. It doesn't matter, sleep on the bed. Anyway, it doesn't work. It doesn't matter whether they sleep together or not.
Xin Yan thought.
She sighed inaudibly, but how could the man with sharp ears and eyes not hear it? Inexplicably, Zhou Yueshin thought of Xin Yan's suspicious look just now. His face darkened a little. Zhou Yueshin. Sometimes I really want to prove myself, but I'm afraid of scaring her. Xin Yan didn't think about it anymore at this time, pulled open the quilt and got in. The quilt on the side was pulled aside, and the man approached. At this moment, Xin Yan smelled the fresh scent of a mountain stream on him, so she sighed again, thinking that the man who was good in every way had poor hardware. Now that she was not familiar with him, she could only wait and see if she could find a chance to take him to see a doctor. Zhou Yueshin's action of getting on the bed froze again with this sigh. With this thought in mind, Xin Yan closed her eyes. Although Zhou Yueshin's hardware was not good, she would not dislike him. For some reason, she had a good impression of this man and always felt that she would be happy with him. Zhou Yueshin reached out to turn off the light and lay down. The double bed, which was neither too big nor too small, became extremely narrow in an instant because of the presence of the man. The temperature of the skin of the person next to her could be clearly felt between breaths. It was the first time that Xin Yan shared a bed with a man, and she was still a little uncomfortable. She quickly turned around and closed her eyes with forced calmness. She was still worried that she would not be able to sleep, but her worry was unnecessary. 10 minutes later, midnight. Zhou Yueshin reluctantly pushed away the woman who had gotten into his arms. Xin Yan slept well last night and woke up early in the morning. When she opened her eyes, she saw the man next to her still sleeping, with the quilt covering only his lower body, revealing his sturdy waistline and the hideous scar. Although the scar is hideous and scary, it is more attractive on a man. His figure is not the kind of exaggerated muscle, his skin is bronze, and his tight muscle lines look very beautiful even when he is relaxed. Once he exerts force, more obvious blue veins and muscle arcs will be highlighted. Just looking at it makes people dry their mouths. Gulp, she swallowed her saliva. Don't worry, man. Even if you are abnormal, I won't dislike you. In the future, the men's hospital will develop better and better, and any problem can be solved. Zhou Yueshin suddenly moved and opened his eyes. When she saw Zhou Yueshin move, she quickly raised her eyes, but she saw those eyes as deep as the sea opened, squinting and looking at her in confusion. Xin Yan was frightened because she felt guilty. She screamed subconsciously and quickly retracted her claws. Zhou Yueshin was also stunned. After a moment, he sat up with his hands on the bed. When he thought of something, his face became uglier. Sure enough, the feeling last night was not an illusion. This woman. Zhou Yueshin frowned his thick black eyebrows, but when he saw Xi Nian's guilty look, he sighed and said, "I'll get up first, you sleep for a while." Then he got out of bed. Xi Nian patted her chest and took a small breath. She just thought that the man should not have noticed her obscene action just now, but Zhou Yueshin turned around. He looked at her in silence for a long time and said in a low voice, "If you have any questions, just ask me. There is no need to be so sneaky."
Xinyan.
"Is this something you can ask?" When Xi Nian went out, the whole family had already gotten up. This morning they had Lin's mother's specialty, pickled cabbage noodles, but everyone looked like they had no appetite. Obviously, after eating the Manchu Han banquet made by Xi Nian yesterday, these foods that they usually thought were good seemed very ordinary. Thinking that Xi Nian was about to get married, they might never be able to eat such delicious food again, and everyone was worried and couldn't sleep. Especially Lin Yu, who spent the whole night last night thinking about the white flour baba they had eaten during the day. Because Zhou Yueshin's farm was very busy, he couldn't stay outside for a long time as the boss, so the two of them had to leave after breakfast. Lin's father and mother looked reluctant, but it was not easy to keep them. So after breakfast, the two of them prepared to leave. At this time, Zhou's house. Today is Saturday, no class. Zhou Yuehan sat at the table eating the sour soup rice made by his eldest brother. He looked constipated. His eyes looked out from time to time. At this moment, he actually found that he missed his beautiful stepmother very much. Zhou Yedong ate his food expressionlessly. It was the first time Zhou Yuehan didn't finish his meal, so he didn't dare to waste it and took it outside to feed Da Huang. But Da Huang just sniffed it with the tip of his nose, then turned his head away without even looking at it. Zhou Yuehan whispered, "Da Huang, do you also think my brother's cooking is bad?" "I think so, but I dare not say it. I don't know when the stepmother will come back. Of course, I don't mean to miss her. I'm just worried about my sister." He squatted beside Da Huang, muttering to himself. Coincidentally, at this time, there was a sound of pushing the door outside. Zhou Yuehan looked over expectantly, but saw Aunt Lu with a flattering face. He was immediately disappointed. "Little second, open the door for Grandma quickly. Grandma brought you delicious food." After Aunt Lu went back during this period, her family heard that she was fired and never gave her a good face. "Now I heard that Zhou Yueshin and Xi Nian went to the next village, so I rushed over. I was thinking about whether I could get some good things." Sure enough, when she saw little second at home, her eyes lit up immediately. These two children are timid, and they never dare to complain about what they do. So they coax people to open the door for themselves. When little second heard that there was something delicious, he walked over eagerly. What delicious food! He stood at the door curiously, looking at Aunt Lu. Obviously, she had nothing in her hands. "Let Grandma in and Grandma will give it to you." Aunt Lu doesn't have any food. It's just a trick to fool children. She can't bear to buy delicious food for her own children, let alone buy it for other children. The second child was a little confused, but didn't think much about it and opened the door. Sure enough, Aunt Lu came in immediately, looked around to see that there was no one, and hurried into the Zhou family's house. It is not a simple matter for other people to enter the Zhou family. The Zhou family is different from other families. For the safety of several children, Zhou Yueshin not only raised a big dog, but also locked the iron gate. Other families just press the door with a wooden stick and are often visited by a group of thieves. But the Zhou family has such a big house here, and no one has ever dared to come. Aunt Lu also dared to come because she had worked in the Zhou family for a period of time. Zhou Yuehan regretted letting people in. Although he didn't like Grandma Lu, he didn't think much about it because she was an acquaintance. Seeing that she ignored him and walked towards the house, he panicked. "Grandma Lu, what's the matter with you?" Aunt Lu said perfunctorily. "Grandma left something here. Come and look for it." After that, she walked towards the second floor. The woman came from the city, and she must have brought a lot of good things. She took the things away secretly, and then Xi Nian might think that the second and third son stole them. She didn't believe that the woman could remain calm after her things were stolen. Zhou Yedong had just come out of the dishes when he saw Aunt Lu enter his stepmother's room. His younger brother followed behind with a look of bewilderment on his face. He ran over and asked Xiao Han, "Why is she here?" Zhou Yuehan wanted to follow in, but was locked outside by Aunt Lu. He was so anxious that he almost cried. Realizing that he had done something wrong, he didn't know what to do. Seeing his brother coming, it seemed as if he had found his backbone, and he said in a crying voice, "Brother, Granny Lu said that her things were left at our house, and she said that if she let her in, she would give me delicious food, and then she went into my stepmother's room." "Woo woo woo, I didn't mean it." Zhou Yuehan's eyes were red, his calves were shaking, his front feet were confused, and he couldn't speak clearly. If Granny Lu stole his stepmother's things, he would definitely be beaten to death by his stepmother. Woo woo, he would die. Zhou Yedong also glared at his brother with hatred. "You idiot." Xin Yan and Zhou Yueshin returned to the village, and the two went their separate ways. Zhou Yueshin went directly to the farm, and she walked home with Yao Yao. Today is Saturday, and the little one and the second child do not have classes. Xin Yan thought about taking the children to the mountains to pick up some mountain products. The weather was good, and it rained in the middle of the night last night. There must be a lot of wild mushrooms in the mountains now. They are very delicious for stewing soup. However, when she got to the door of the house, she found that the iron gate was open. She was a little confused and walked in. When Da Huang saw her, he immediately stood up and wagged his tail to say, "Woman, I'm hungry." Xin Yan and Da Huang have been together for a while, and she is not afraid of it because it doesn't bite. Just when she was about to walk over to touch it, she heard a faint cry coming from the house. It was the voice of the second child. Xin Yan's eyes tightened, and she immediately walked in quickly. She saw the little one lying on the ground, and the second child was sobbing with fear on his face. Aunt Lu stood in front of the two children with a haughty attitude, cursing and wanting to kick them. "You two little beasts, you dare to stop me. You don't want to live." She was about to leave after she finished speaking, but the next second her smug expression froze when she saw Xin Yan standing at the door. She subconsciously covered her pockets. Xin Yan didn't expect Aunt Lu to appear here. Her face sank, and she strode forward to pull Zhou Yedong up from the ground. After looking him up and down, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was fine, and then she looked at Aunt Lu, who was a little panicked. Xin Yan narrowed his eyes. "Aunt Lu, what are you doing?" I didn't do anything. It's just that this little beast, the child, stopped me and wouldn't let me go, so I pushed him. It's not my fault." Aunt Lu argued guiltily. "Then why did you appear in my house?" Xin Yan asked in a deep voice. Aunt Lu said confidently, "I was here to take care of the children before. I left something here, so I came back to get it." At this point, her eyes rolled around and she said indignantly, "I didn't expect to see these two children stealing things in your room when I just came in. I scolded them twice and said I would tell you, but they panicked and didn't let me go. That's what happened. You should have heard that their last stepmother was driven away by them, fearing that someone else would take away their father. Don't look at their young age, they have a lot of thoughts." Hearing her words of thief crying thief, Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan's faces instantly lost their color. They widened their eyes in horror, with an unbelievable look on their faces. After all, they are still too young, especially the second child, who is only in the first grade. They let them in just because they are greedy, and they never thought that the other party stole other people's things and falsely accused them of stealing. They didn't steal. But after being exploited like this for a long time, the two children didn't even dare to defend themselves and could only look at Xin Yan in fear. Xin Yan was not a fool, and would believe such a low-level trick. In the frightened eyes of the two children, she said coldly, "Aunt Lu, do I think I'm a fool? Those things of mine are useless even if the children steal them, but they may not be useless if you steal them. Should I call the police, or do you hand them over yourself?" Aunt Lu didn't expect that she was not shaken by what she said at all. Now that her thoughts were exposed, her face sank immediately. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. My family is waiting for dinner. I'm leaving first." Xin Yan let go of the frightened Yao Rao and stood in front of her. "Hand over the things you stole, otherwise Zhou Yueshin will not be as easy to talk to as me when he comes back." "You, who are you threatening?" I said I didn't take it, so I didn't take it. Aunt Lu shouted loudly. Xin Yan sneered, little boss, go and loosen De Huang's chain. Zhou Yedong came back to his senses and hurriedly got up to find De Huang. Grandma Lu was a scoundrel. They couldn't beat her or scold her, but De Huang could. When she heard that De Huang had to be loosened, Aunt Lu immediately panicked. She pushed Xin Yan, who was standing in front of her, away and ran out. Xin Yan didn't expect her to do this. She was not careful for a moment and was pushed out by her. Her head hit the leg of the sofa heavily, and she was dizzy and dazed by the pain. Zhou Yuehan screamed in fear, and Yao Yao was also scared and cried. The two children hurriedly surrounded them. Xin Yan was dizzy. Seeing the two children standing in front of her crying, she still stretched out her hand and patted their shoulders to comfort them. Don't cry, I'm fine. After saying that, she fainted. The news that Aunt Lu ran to Zhou's house to steal things and pushed people spread quickly. She was also chased by the Zhou family's Tibetan Mastiff and screamed loudly. Her pants were torn and the jewelry in her pockets fell to the ground. When Xin Yan woke up, there was a white space in front of her and a strong smell of disinfectant at the tip of her nose. She opened her eyes and heard the nurse's voice. You're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Xin Yan was still a little groggy, but she quickly realized that she should be in the hospital. It's okay, am I okay? She still remembered that Aunt Lu pushed her, and her head seemed to be hit. Don't let her have a concussion. The back of her head was hit, but it's okay. I'll call your family members over for you. The female nurse looked at her enviously. This woman was carried by a man, and there were 3 children around her. She had been in a coma for several hours, and several people had been waiting outside. They were really an enviable family.
Xin Yan nodded.
Soon, the door of the ward was pushed open. The tall and slender figure of the man approached, holding some food in his hand, and the other hand holding Yao Yao, who was stumbling and couldn't keep up. As soon as she saw her, Yao Yao immediately let go of Zhou Yueshen's hand, ran towards her, and struggled to climb onto the bed with her short legs. Zhou Yueshen sat down beside the bed and put the food on the bedside. His eyes were deep, and his tone was a bit complicated. How is it? Are you feeling unwell? Xin Yan shook her head. Just when she was about to ask how the child was, she saw 2 small and thin figures standing at the door of the ward, secretly looking at her from afar, but not daring to get close. No bleeding, right? She was about to reach out to touch it, but the man grabbed her hand. Zhou Yueshen quickly let go and said, There is no bleeding, but there is a swelling. Xin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Where's Aunt Lu? She has been sent to the police station. Zhou Yueshen looked at her, his voice cold and deep. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, you should protect yourself first, and I will take care of the rest. Don't confront others head-on in the future. She came from the city, and her strength was not as good as some country women. Besides, people like Aunt Lu would not hold back when they attacked, and would do anything when pushed into a corner. In the end, she would be the only one who would get hurt. Xin Yan was a little embarrassed. She really didn't expect Aunt Lu to react so strongly at that time. She just wanted to let the dog out to scare her and make her hand over all the things. She didn't expect Aunt Lu to panic like that. What Xin Yan didn't know was that someone had sneaked in without knowing that Zhou Yueshen had a dog in his house before and tried to steal. As a result, his leg was bitten off by De Huang, who was moving freely in the yard.
Da Huang was afterwards.
So this is why no one dared to steal from Zhou's house. De Huang might just bark to scare people when he was. Once he was untied, he would be no different from a wild beast. What's the difference? I heard that this Da Huang belongs to the Qinghai Tibet region. Zhou Yueshen picked it up when he was a soldier in Tibet. He raised it by himself and only recognized Zhou Yueshen as his master. It may not roar at familiar people, but once it is in danger, it is extremely ferocious. Tibetan Mastiffs are different from ordinary dogs. They are huge and look scary. Otherwise, Xin Yan would not have been so weak at the first sight. Others are also afraid. Even Aunt Lu is no exception, so she reacted so violently at that time. Of course, her fate was not good. Da Huang bit through her trouser legs and a long bloody mark was scratched on her legs. Her screams resounded throughout the village. She was also scared and wet her pants. It was so miserable. Before she could react, she was taken away by the Public Security Bureau for stealing. I know. She nodded obediently. It was difficult to say more when she was called. Maybe she realized that her tone was a bit cold and hard. Zhou Yueshan paused and his voice softened a lot. Eat something first. Thank you. Xin Yan was indeed a little hungry, so she took the food and started eating. It was packed food from a state-owned restaurant, and it tasted pretty good. Xin Yan looked at the scene outside and knew that they were in the city, and she was immediately happy. When can I be discharged from the hospital? The doctor said, as soon as I wake up. Then let's go shopping. The youngest and second oldest are here, so we can buy them some clothes. Xin Yan had thought about buying clothes for the two children before, but she didn't know the sizes, so she didn't buy any, and only bought clothes for Yao Yao. She felt bad about it. She was worried that the two sensitive children would think too much and misunderstand that she didn't like them. Zhou Yueshan took the fruit peel that was placed aside, and the joints were slender and distinct, with slightly blue veins.
Okay.
Zhou Yuehan, who was outside the door, heard this, and his big eyes, which were swollen like walnuts, turned red again. It's all my fault for letting Grandma Lu in. She stole my stepmother's things and pushed her. But when his stepmother woke up, she didn't blame him and said she would take him and his brother to buy clothes. He choked and said, "Brother, am I too bad?" Zhou Yedong's eyes were also complicated, and he didn't speak. Zhou Yueshan put away the lunchbox and walked out. Seeing the two children standing outside, he also knew the situation. Although the children might be wrong, he was really too young and didn't think that people were so bad, so Aunt Lu took advantage of it. It's distressing to see him blaming himself like this. He rubbed his two sons' heads with his big hands and said in a low voice, "Go in. She won't blame you." Standing in the corridor at the staircase of the hospital, Zhou Yueshan lowered his head to light a cigarette, took a deep breath, and with his other hand, holding a letter, he casually threw it into the trash can. Xin Yan checked it out, and after she found no problem, she planned to be discharged from the hospital. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan were sitting in the corridor of the hospital. When they saw Xin Yan coming out, they quickly stood up, looking at a loss. Xin Yan saw the two children and smiled in a good mood. "Let's go. It's a rare opportunity to come to the city. I'll take you for a walk." In fact, this matter was not completely without gain. At least the two children knew that she was not the kind of unreasonable stepmother. Zhou Yuehan stood behind Zhou Yedong, holding the chicken claw-like little hand on the corner of Zhou Yedong's clothes and tightened it. Zhou Yedong looked at Xin Yan silently, without speaking. At this moment, Zhou Yueshan also came back. There was a faint smell of tobacco on his body, but it was not unpleasant. After glancing at the two children, he retracted his gaze, took Yao Yao from Xin Yan's hand. "Let's go." The two children then took action. Xin Yan looked at the reactions of the two little guys and sighed slightly. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. The family left the hospital and headed for the city center. It was the same commercial district that Xin Yan had been to before. The city's development in the 1980s was not yet complete, but the basic needs of life had been met. You can buy food, clothing, and daily necessities here. This is also one of the favorite places for people in the city. There are even fountains and carousels in the big square in front of the mall. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan have lived in the countryside since they were young. This is their first time to come to such a prosperous place. At this moment, the two of them stared at it in a daze. Zhou Yuehan, who was originally a little depressed, was completely diverted at this moment, staring straight at the carousel. There were many adults around accompanying their children on the carousel, and the laughter of children was endless. So this is the life of children in the city. There was a trace of yearning in the eyes of both of them, but they didn't dare to speak up. In their eyes, although Zhou Yueshan was good to them, he was always cold and a strict father. The stepmother had only been here for a short time. Although she looked different from the previous stepmother, they were not sure whether she was pretending, and they didn't dare to speak up. However, at this moment, Si Nian suggested to Zhou Yueshan. Yao Yao has never sat on this. We can try it when we come back later. Zhou Yueshan took a glance, and his sharp features looked even deeper in the sun. Hearing this, he nodded slightly, and his voice was gentle. Yeah. Si Nian felt that he was just a bit cold and difficult to get along with. But in fact, as long as you speak openly, he will agree to any request. So it is not without reason that the novel describes him as taciturn and not good at expressing himself, which leads to several children not understanding him when they grow up. Today is Saturday, and the children in the city are also on holiday, so there are a lot of people in the mall. The two children followed him in and felt a little at a loss. It was so luxurious inside that even the floor was clean. They were very careful with every step, for fear of getting dirty by themselves. The two followed closely behind like two little tails. Si Nian led the group up to the second floor, which was full of children's clothing. Although relatively expensive, there were still many people who could afford to buy clothes these days. The two children saw the same style on the wall as their richest classmate in their class. Among most gray cloth clothes, the blue leather jacket was particularly eye-catching, and there were patterns on it. I heard that such a piece would cost 10 yuan. The two dared not even think about it. 10 yuan was enough to buy a lot of food. Although others always said that their Zhou family was rich, they both knew how hard their father worked to make so much money. He came back so late every day and went out before dawn in the morning. He was very busy every day and worked all year round. They worked so hard to make money, so of course they didn't dare to be extravagant. They usually wore old clothes. Anyway, they had no requirements for what to wear. Children in the village all dressed like this, so there was nothing strange about it. It was just that when the school saw the students from rich families dressed well, everyone would inevitably take a second look. However, the stepmother took down the clothes that they usually didn't dare to look at for a second and gestured to them. How about this one? Can you wear it? Si Nian's eyes were like lasers. She would immediately notice where the two children looked more. After all, the children's thoughts were too obvious. Glancing at the buy one get one free sign next to her, Si Nian raised her eyebrows in a good mood. It seems that I am lucky. What do you think of this? Zhou Yueshan has never bought clothes for his children outside. The main reason is that he is too busy and has no time to go shopping in these places, let alone buy clothes. He didn't expect that there are so many styles of children's clothing now, but his memory is still stuck in the old days. Nodding slightly, he said in a gentle voice, "Just choose it." Si Nian asked the two to try it. Zhou Yuehan's eyes lit up. Just as he reached out to take it and touched it, the shopping guide next to him snatched it back. "Wait, are you sure you want to buy it?" Si Nian was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the woman's dissatisfied expression, he frowned. "What do you mean? We have to buy before we can try it. Otherwise, what if he wears it dirty? We can't sell it then." The shopping guide has been in the city for a long time and rarely sees people wearing cloth clothes and straw sandals in a big mall like theirs. Moreover, the child's clothes are patched. What era is this? There are still people wearing patches. At first glance, he is a rural person from a remote area. She spoke loudly. There were many people shopping in the supermarket with their children at this time. When they heard the sound, they all looked at the two children with curiosity or disgust. Zhou Yuehan's face flushed. Although he was young, he was not completely ignorant. It was obvious that he understood what the other party said. He was disgusted that he was too dirty to try it on. For a moment, he couldn't raise his head because of the sharp gaze. Although they were looked down upon in the countryside, the people in the city made them feel more pressured. Zhou Yedong didn't say anything, but his face was not looking good. At this moment, he even had a vicious idea. Did the stepmother bring them here on purpose to avenge them for causing her to be pushed down by Grandma Lu, causing her brother to be laughed at? However, Si Nian's reaction told him that he really thought too badly of people. Si Nian was the first to stand up and scolded. "What do you mean? How can we know if it can be worn if we don't try it? Our little second child's clothes are not very good, but he wears them cleanly. How can he get his clothes dirty just by trying on them? I think you should not go to work while you are sick. If your eyes are not good, go to the hospital early. Otherwise, you will be blind at an old age." The two children were poorly dressed, with a rural look, but Xin Yan was different. She looked as rich as a peony, with delicate skin and a tall figure. Just by looking at her dress, you could tell that she was a young lady who you couldn't mess with. These words were spoken sharply, and the shopping guide was speechless. She had just seen two dirty children holding clothes to try on, and she rushed over to them away out of worry, and her behavior was a little extreme. She never thought that the woman next to them was actually the child's family member. She was speechless, and her face looked bad. Zhou Yueshin held the child in one hand and glanced at the somewhat embarrassed and angry shopping guide, without any expression, apologized to the two children. He is such an oppressive man. Just a light glance can give people overwhelming pressure. The female shopping guide felt a chill on her back. If it was just a woman, she might dare to resist. However, this man's seemingly nonchalant was actually oppressive. Those eagle-like deep eyes made people dare not disobey. He did not persuade her to apologize, but ordered her to apologize. The two children were stunned. There were many people who laughed at them, especially those women, and few of them had a good face to them. They all knew that if it weren't for them, there would be many people who liked their father. It was because of them that their father didn't want his own children, so those women especially hated them. Over time, the two children felt that women were terrible. I'm not wrong. Why should I apologize? The female shopping guide stammered. With so many people staring at her and asking her to apologize to the two rural wild children, how could she face people here in the future? Everyone look, is my son dirty? Xin Yan asked the people around who were looking at her curiously. The people around were stunned for a moment, as if they didn't expect her to speak. After hearing this, they subconsciously looked at the two children carefully and then shook their heads. Indeed, although the two children were wearing rags and linen clothes, they were washed white and obviously very clean. Xin Yan mocked. See, I told you that there was something wrong with your eyes, but you still didn't believe it. Everyone said they were not dirty. What right do you have to say that my child is dirty? The female shopping guide blushed. However, at this moment, the manager of the mall came over after hearing the noise. Seeing the noise, he frowned and asked, "What happened?" The female shopping guide was a little angry and immediately turned the tables and said, "Manager, these two people are making a fuss here, and they don't buy clothes. They insist on letting the children try on clothes and make the clothes dirty. I advised them, but they didn't listen. Some people couldn't stand it, but didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but some people agreed. Indeed, people go to places that suit their level. To be honest, it affects our shopping experience here." The speaker was a woman in red high heels, with a child of about the same age by her side. She was also a little contemptuous at this moment. Some people also like to pretend to be rich. They look bright and beautiful on the surface, but their children are dressed like beggars. It's no wonder that people misunderstand them. Hearing someone speak up for him, the shopping guide seemed to have regained his dignity. He straightened up immediately. The people around him also felt that it made sense, and their eyes looking at Xin Yan became a little contemptuous and strange. Yes, he was dressed decently, so why was his child so shabby? It was really no wonder that people misunderstood. Xin Yan laughed out of anger. What kind of victim-blaming theory is this? The second child was very simple and did not think as much as Zhou Yedong. Seeing that his stepmother was being ridiculed by everyone because of him, he was scared to tears and looked at Zhou Yueshin for help. "Dad, I don't want to buy anything anymore, let's go home." Zhou Yueshin looked at the poor second child. Although he was almost 8 years old, his arms and legs were weak due to long-term malnutrition. Now he stood in the crowd with a pale face and shivering. The people around him were as scary as a flood and a beast. She realized belatedly that the two children had been in such an environment. However, when facing her before, the two children were sensible and forbearing. So he never thought there was anything strange. But at this moment, he seemed to have discovered that their problems were not on the surface, but in their hearts. Sensitive and fragile. Fearful and helpless. Zhou Yueshin's eyes became deeper and deeper. He glanced at the shopping guide with extremely cold eyes and looked at the supervisor. His voice was low and cold. "Supervisor Wang." Supervisor Wang was still frowning, but suddenly he heard someone calling him. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhou Yueshan. When he saw who it was, he suddenly widened his eyes. Zhou, Comrade Zhou. Then he walked quickly towards Zhou Yueshan and said in astonishment, "Why are you here?" Zhou Yueshan retracted his gaze and said coldly, "Bring the children to buy clothes." Manager Wang was stunned for a moment, looked at the two children, then looked at him, as if he had realized something, and suddenly widened his eyes. "They are." The shopping guide didn't expect that the man actually knew the manager. When he heard his tone, his mind immediately buzzed. Xin Yan was also confused. "Do you know each other?" Manager Wang hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course, the fresh meat in our supermarket is supplied by Zhou's breeding farm. The cooperation has been more than a year." Xin Yan was shocked. "This is Zhou Yueshan's breeding farm in the city. Is it so big?" Everyone was surprised to hear this. Everyone knows that the fresh meat in Hongxing supermarket is pure grain pigs. Pure grain pigs are not only more fragrant, fresher, and more chewy, but also of high quality. I heard that many people lined up from far away to buy pork here. People who often go to the supermarket and buy vegetables know it. I heard that it comes from a large breeding farm. But I never thought that it was from the man in front of me. Everyone was shocked. This is a real rich man. The woman who had just mocked Xin Yan for not being worthy of such a place and looked down on them as low class, her expression froze instantly. She was a teacher, and she had seen many rural children. Many of them were dirty and had to be sent to school in the city because of their poor families. They were out of place and did not like cleanliness, which was very unpleasant. So when she saw this family being so persistent, she couldn't help but mock them a few times. Who would have thought that they were actually a large pig farmer? The shopping guide was also dumbfounded. She worked in a supermarket and relied on her connections to keep the best pork for herself every day. She never thought that the pork was actually from the farm of the family she looked down upon. Their supermarket was a large supermarket, and ordinary people were not qualified to cooperate. Even if they cooperated, they might be replaced at any time. Only fresh pork was supplied by the same supplier all year round. I heard that they even signed a contract. The shopping guide couldn't laugh anymore. "Can't the cooperating personnel try on the clothes they buy in your mall? Since you think we are dirty, there is no need to eat the pork we raise. Let's end this cooperation in the future." Zhou Yueshan's tone became more and more light. Manager Wang's face turned pale. He was just a manager. How could he make decisions for their supermarket? Besides, the boss of the supermarket was said to be a comrade in arms of Comrade Zhou, and the boss had a good relationship with him. Moreover, their mall's pork usually sells the best, plus they know each other, and the price is affordable. If the other party doesn't cooperate, where can he find affordable and delicious pork to sell to everyone? If the boss knew about this now, he would have to quit. He immediately said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Come over and apologize." Unexpectedly, the manager got angry, and the saleswoman was so scared that her legs went weak. She hurried over and bowed her head to apologize. "Yes, sorry, I didn't mean it." "Yes, you didn't mean it, you just have a problem with your eyes."
Xin Yan mocked.
The saleswoman's face was pale and blue. "Auntie, let me ask you, are we still qualified to shop here?" Xin Yan looked at the woman who mocked them for not being qualified. The woman looked embarrassed and ugly, and hurriedly pulled her daughter away in shame. That look was really refreshing. Xin Yan snatched the clothes and handed them to the dazed Zhou Yuehan. "Try it. We have money to buy it." Zhou Yuehan had never been protected like this before. At this moment, he looked at his father with shock and admiration. It turned out that his father was so powerful. The image of Zhou Yueshan in his heart changed dramatically at this moment, tall and mighty like a mountain. He put on the clothes with a red face, happy and nervous, and his little face was red. The child in the mirror was a little thin, but the green jacket was very beautiful. He had new clothes to wear, and they were especially beautiful new clothes. He no longer had to envy others in the future. He also had a very powerful father. With his father around, no one dared to bully him. If only my stepmother could always be so nice. She bought coats, underwear, pants, and sneakers for the two children. She carried several bags. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan carried their own things. Their faces glowed more than ever before. Xin Yan also bought them 2 toy guns, which they held lovingly. When the children around passed by them, they looked at the toy guns they were holding with envy. When they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, she spent another $1 to let the 3 children ride the carousel. As soon as the carousel started to move, Zhou Yuehan let out an excited cry. Zhou Yedong hugged his sister nervously, and listening to the giggles of his sister in his arms, his tense little face slowly relaxed, with a gentle smile on the corners of his lips. Xin Yan was also bored and sat in the back. Zhou Yueshin was of course not interested, but looking at their smiles, he felt that the world was the most beautiful. His deep gaze fell on that pretty girl. Her clear laughter was as sweet as a mountain oriole, and her smile was brighter than the sun. As if she felt his gaze, Xin Yan suddenly turned her head and smiled at him. This smile was deeply engraved in Zhou Yueshin's mind, and it would last a lifetime. "Brother, why are you standing here? Come on, let's go to the haunted house." Fu Qianqian held a cotton candy in her mouth and a bucket of popcorn in her hand, pushing Fu Yang, who was standing there. Fu Yang frowned and retracted his gaze, saying impatiently, "Go by yourself. Don't bother me." "Hey, didn't you promise to go with me? I don't dare to go alone." Hearing this, Fu Qianqian was angry and pinched him hard. "I just went to buy the tickets and you said you didn't want to go. Are you kidding me? I'm going to tell Mom." Hearing her never-boring trick, Fu Yang was a little annoyed. He put out the cigarette in his hand. If Ms. Zheng hadn't insisted that he bring Fu Qianqian here, he wouldn't have wanted to waste the rare rest time. He didn't expect to see Xin Yan here. Seeing her childlike smile, the face that had appeared in front of him countless times, but now facing another man. At this moment, Fu Yang felt that something important in his heart was quickly slipping away. This feeling made him feel lost for a moment. It was really a ghost. He never took her to heart, so how could he feel lost because of it? It must be that he was too busy with work recently and was a little tired, that's right. After playing for a day, it was already afternoon when they went back. The family sat on the bus back to the village. Zhou Yuehan was still talking to his brother about the carousel with great interest. Yao Yao had fallen asleep from exhaustion. The little one nestled in Zhou Yueshin's arms, her little face flushed from sleep. So cute. Xin Yan was also a little tired. The car was shaking. She yawned as she listened to the excited mumbling of the little one in the front seat. She was already injured, and after all this trouble, she was also tired all of a sudden and fell asleep with her eyes closed. Zhou Yueshin suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders, and his back stiffened. He let the woman beside him lean on his shoulder and fall asleep. He tilted his head and could only see the woman's drooping eyebrows. Her forehead was full, her eyelashes were long like butterfly wings, her skin was as white as cream, and her face was as red as rouge. The soft touch of a woman was different from that of a child. The faint fragrance of a woman filled his nose. It was not the smell of cheap perfume, but the light, clean and fresh smell of shampoo, which made him breathe slower. The Liu family had been in a state of chaos. They could make a lot of money a month by relying on Aunt Liu to help take care of the children in the Zhou family. As a result, Aunt Liu was courting death and was driven away. Now she is stealing Xin Yan's things. Now she has been reported to the police station. The Liu family panicked and rushed to the door to ask for forgiveness. Of course, they were not on good terms with Aunt Liu, but if there was no one like Aunt Liu in the family who would do her job in the future. The relationship between the Liu family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was not that good, but Aunt Liu herself was not a good person. Anyway, this family was the same. Aunt Liu's parents-in-law were both in their 70s, with gray hair, thin eyebrows and eyes, and sharp mouths and monkey cheeks. They looked mean. Now that their daughter-in-law was arrested, they were of course anxious. Their grandson and grandson were going to take the college entrance examination, and they would become civil servants in the future. If she had a criminal record, wouldn't everything be ruined? After knowing the seriousness of the matter, the 2 old people came to the door in person. Who would have thought that they would have to wait for a whole day? It's just a push. It's not like she's going to die. City people are just spoiled. They actually made such a big fuss. It's not the first time that women in the village have fought and quarreled. She's just being pretentious. Aunt Lu's mother-in-law scolded harshly. Old man Lu, who was smoking a pipe, sat at the door of the Zhou family. Obviously, he was not very patient about this matter. The Zhou family and their Lu family were also relatives. Zhou Yueshin had to call him grandpa when he saw him, but he actually sent his daughter-in-law to the police station. This was not giving him any face at all. Thinking of the gossip in the village today, the face-loving old man couldn't hold it anymore. He wanted to teach this junior a lesson. The two waited and waited until the sun set, and finally saw the family coming back, talking and laughing. Looking at the big and small bags, clothes and toys in the hands of the family, the two old people's eyes were full of jealousy and envy. The Zhou family was the only family in the village that made it through. When Zhou Yueshin had not yet joined the army, the Zhou family was obviously the poorest. This village was originally Liujia village, and it was renamed Xingfu village after it was renamed. The Zhou family was also very unlucky in the past, and the conditions were not very good. The elder sister ran away with the city people. Zhou Yueshin joined the army at a young age, and another younger sister married to the city and did not come back for several years. After Zhou Yueshin retired from the army, his parents died and the old man also died, leaving only the three brothers and sisters. Zhou Yueshin was capable. As soon as the country was opened up, he spent money to transfer a bunch of piglets from those who secretly raised pigs in the mountains at a low price. At that time, everyone in the village thought he was crazy. After all, before the 1980s, speculation was still illegal. Individual businesses began to appear around 1980. At that time, there were many surplus laborers in rural areas. The national economic situation was not optimistic at that time. People yearned for individual business and wanted to own their own business premises, sell their own products, be responsible for their own profits and losses, and pay the individual industrial and commercial management fees and taxes on time. This business model is the individual business, which increased the economic sources of the individual business and also made contributions to the country. So the first batch of brave people made a lot of money. Those who thought Zhou Yueshin was crazy were also slapped in the face. After the Zhou family made money, everyone began to envy. The Lu family took advantage of their relationship with the Zhou family. Otherwise, Aunt Lu would not be able to come to the Zhou family to take care of the children so easily and charge so much money. However, the poorest family in the past has now become the richest in their village. Not only is it the first family in the village to build a 2-story bungalow, but it is also the only one with $1,000,000 yuan. If Zhou Yueshin didn't want a child, they would have thought of marrying their granddaughter to him. Now, seeing that they go out and buy so many things, big and small bags, how can people not be jealous? But the two were more angry now. They had been waiting here for a whole day, and this family was so nice that they could be so happy. Now the two were even more certain that the Zhou family relied on their wealth to ignore them and deliberately bully them. The two old people had stern faces. It was obviously their family members who did something wrong, but the two did not seem to be here to apologize, but more like to find fault. Zhou Yuehan ran in the front, laughing and saying that he was the first to get home and his brother lost. However, when he turned around, he met the two old people's harsh death stare and was so scared that he almost threw the toy gun in his hand. Zhou Yueshin and Xin Yan also stopped at the same time and looked at the uninvited guests standing at their door. "Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu, are you okay?" Zhou Yueshin raised his black eyes and asked calmly. Hearing this address, Xin Yan knew that Aunt Lu's family had come. But why didn't they look like they were here to apologize, but looked aggressive, like they were here to find fault? Xin Yan shuddered as she looked at the two men's harsh and gloomy faces. How come all of this family looks the same? The two old people looked a little better when they saw Zhou Yueshin took the initiative to speak, but when they saw that Xin Yan was fine, they sneered. "If I hadn't come again, you would have been blinded by some. Your Aunt Lu has helped you take care of your children for so long. Even if she has no credit, she has worked hard. But you actually sent her to the police station for such a... Don't you feel guilty?" The two men stared at Xin Yan indignantly. obviously putting all the blame on Xin Yan. Their eyes seemed to want to eat her. If it weren't for her, maybe their granddaughter would be with Zhou Yueshan now. Xiao Zhou, tell me honestly, is it this woman who instigated the relationship between you and our Lu family behind your back, so you treated your Aunt Lu like this? After saying this, not only did the two children frown, but Zhou Yueshan also turned cold. Youngest and youngest, can't you see we are standing here? Why don't you open the door and let us in? Go get me a glass of water. The two old people said unhappily. Xin Yan touched the sleeping Yao Yao and said to Zhou Yedong, youngest, take your sister upstairs to sleep first. Zhou Yedong paused for 2 seconds, then chose to listen to Xin Yan, walked over, took his sister, and went into the house. He was not a fool. It was obvious that these two people came to find trouble, and they came for Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu was so bad. She stole her stepmother's things and framed them, causing her stepmother to be injured. How could she let these two people order her around now? Unexpectedly, the two children ignored them. The two old people were shocked. In the past, the two children were very timid. It was not like they had not been here before, and they basically did whatever they were told. Look at what they have become now. They don't even know basic manners. Xiao Zhou, look at her attitude. This is the good daughter-in-law you married. If your parents were still alive and knew what kind of person she was, they would definitely not agree to let her marry into the Zhou family. Old Mrs. Lu complained to Zhou Yueshan. She really didn't understand why Zhou Yueshan married such a person. She also said that she was from the city and looked like a. She was not as sensible as her granddaughter. Zhou Yueshan heard this. I should know what kind of person she is better than you. You men are so superficial. You only care about her pretty face because she looks so charming. In fact, such women are restless at first glance. I'm not trying to destroy your relationship, but I'm an experienced person. I can tell who is a human being and who is a ghost at a glance. You have been deceived by her. Mrs. Lu looked up and down at Xin Yan's clothes with disdain and said in an exaggerated manner, you dress so flashy in the village, I don't know how much fun you have behind the scenes. She looks fine and nothing happened, but you are spouting nonsense to frame your Aunt Lu. People who don't know would think she was seriously injured. You even sent your Aunt Lu to the police station. It's too vicious.
Xin Yan, just speak nicely.
What's wrong with personal attacks? What's wrong? Are people not allowed to be beautiful these days? After thinking for a while, Xin Yan decided to defeat magic with magic. She stretched out her hand to brush her hair and said confidently, thank you for the compliment. It seems that you have a good eye and know that I am beautiful. Old Mrs. Lu was so angry that she fell backwards. When did I say you were beautiful? I said you were a. Vox spirit is synonymous with beauty. How can you be called a if you're not beautiful these days? For example, someone like you, maybe no one will call you a in this life. So pitiful. But it doesn't matter. Just try to be more beautiful in the next life. No chance in this life does not mean no chance in the next life. After she said that, she looked up and down at old Mrs. Lu's appearance, then wrinkled her nose in disgust, with an expression that said it was really ugly, but it was not your fault. No, shameless, really shameless. Old Mrs. Lu was furious, pointing her finger at her nose, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. A hint of smile flashed in Zhou Yueshan's eyes, but his eyes were still deep. How come I didn't know since when the Zhou family's family affairs also needed the Lu family to take care of it? Old Mrs. Lu's face flushed. I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Zhou Yueshan asked. I mean, old Mrs. Lu hurriedly made excuses, and then she remembered the purpose of her visit. She was so angry with this little witch that she even forgot what she came for. She immediately regained some momentum, glared at Xin Yan, pointed at her nose, and cursed. She deliberately framed your Aunt Lu. Are you, Xiao Zhou, so cruel to let your Aunt Lu suffer injustice? Zhou Yueshan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Framed? Then whose things did those things fall from her body belong to? Old Mrs. Lu immediately said righteously, that must be a false accusation. Maybe she secretly put them into your Aunt Lu's pocket and deliberately let the dog chase your Aunt Lu, creating the illusion that someone stole her things, just to destroy the relationship between the Zhou family and our Lu family. And your Aunt Lu has watched you grow up since childhood and has known you for decades. How could she be so careless as to steal things from the Zhou family? It must be someone who deliberately framed her, he said, looking at Xin Yan. Okay. Zhou Yueshan nodded, turned to ask Zhou Yuehan, who was peeking at the side. Little second. You were at home with your brother at the time. What do you think happened? Zhou Yuehan shrank his head and looked at the two old people in fear. Then he mustered up the courage to say, Grandma Lu lied to me and said she would give me delicious food, so I let her in. Then she went into my stepmother's room and accused my brother and me of stealing things, but we didn't steal. Old Mrs. Lu choked and stammered. Little, how can you believe what a child says? Zhou Yueshan sneered. I don't trust my own family, so how can I trust you outsiders? If she didn't steal anything, why did she run away? Old Mrs. Lu was speechless. There must be a misunderstanding here. Your Aunt Lu is not that kind of person. You should know better than me what kind of person she is, Zhou Yueshan said. Before, the money I gave her for buying groceries every month, plus her salary, was 50 in total. Whose pocket did it go into in the end? We need to do the math. Zhou Yueshan was not a fool. After Xin Yan came back, the child gained weight visibly. And he gave Aunt Lu so much money every month, but the child was raised like a monkey. Although he might know that this person would be a little greedy, as long as the child was raised well, he would turn a blind eye. However, it was obvious that Aunt Lu was not just a little greedy. When the two heard this, their eyes widened. What? 50? Not 40? Looking at the shocked expressions of the two, it is obvious that they didn't know that Aunt Lu had hidden her own private money. Now that they realized it, their faces turned black. Well, this old hoof actually dared to hide the money. She must have taken it back to subsidize her poor parents. 10 yuan a month, more than 100 yuan in 12 months. Just thinking about it, old lady Lu felt her heart aching. At this moment, she wanted to run to her daughter-in-law immediately and slap her hard. An old thing who is ungrateful. Although they were very angry, for the sake of their grandson's future, the two did not want to admit that it was their daughter-in-law's fault, and they did not think Xin Yan was a good thing. After all, with Xin Yan, they couldn't even get 40. The Zhou family had to withdraw the lawsuit and release the person. At this moment, she no longer had the confidence she had before, and she had a tone of compromise. Xiao Zhou, your aunt must not have done it on purpose. Just for the sake of the two of us old people who are alone, please let her go this time. We are all relatives. Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu, no matter whether she did it on purpose or not, it's wrong. If an apology is useful, what do we need the police for? You push Xin Yan this time, but what about next time? Can you forgive him if the injury is not serious? Zhou Yueshan's expression was extremely cold, and he was not moved by the words of the two old people at all. Xin Yan thought, very good. This man is different from those men who keep things quiet for the sake of face. At least he will not be persuaded so easily. I don't know where this family got the confidence from. They actually took advantage of the fact that they were relatives and took it for granted. Don't they know that it was Zhou Yueshan who called the police? Xin Yan didn't even think about calling the police. After all, she was born in this remote little village. There are too many thefts like this, and the police may not necessarily take care of it. It's really troublesome. Of course, she wouldn't let Aunt Lu go so easily. However, she still underestimated the shamelessness of these two people. She thought that the two would give up after Zhou Yueshan said this, but they immediately cast indignant expressions at Xin Yan. Are you really going to fall out with our Lu family for a woman you've only known for a few days?
Xin Yan.
Is your family so great? Zhou Yueshan said in a low and cold voice. Why should I wrong my wife for outsiders? Can you two give me a reason? As soon as these words came out, Xin Yan's favorability instantly soared. They were almost applauding. Well said. The two old men's faces turned green. You. The two pointed at Zhou Yueshan and Xin Yan with trembling hands, their faces blue and white. Zhou Yueshan stretched out his hand and lightly grasped Xin Yan's shoulders, protecting her and walking around the two people. The Public Security Bureau will handle this matter. If you want to solve it, go to the Public Security Bureau. not here. After that, the two of them walked into the Zhou family's gate without looking back. The two wanted to follow in, but seeing the big dog inside that was taller than a person when standing up, staring at them covetously, their legs immediately went weak and they hurriedly retreated. Seeing that no one paid attention to them, the two old men became anxious. What can we do? Xiao Zhou has been bewitched by that Xin Yan and is unconscious. Old Lady Lu said in a panic. Old man Lu took 2 puffs of his pipe. His brows and eyes were cold. I remember that little Zhang Qian next door had a very good relationship with Zhou Tingting. Are they still in touch now? Zhou Tingting is Zhou Yueshan's sister. After she got married to the city, she rarely came back. Little Zhang Qian is the granddaughter of old Lady Lu's cousin. She used to come to play with Zhou Tingting. Yes, I'll ask little Zhang Qian to call Tingting and ask her to help teach this little fox, little witch, a lesson. In the city, there was a restaurant where the Fu family and the Si family were having a dinner together and talking about their wedding. Their son will be 26 next year. In this era, 26 years old means other people's kids are in the 6th grade. Fu's parents saw it and were worried. Although Lin Sisi was not as pretty as Xin Yan, she was the biological daughter of the Si family after all. It was certainly not easy for them to cancel the engagement. They thought it didn't matter if she was a little different, as long as she had a good temper. Seeing that she was sitting obediently, Fu Yang's mother, Ms. Zheng, enthusiastically served her some food. Sisi, eat more, don't be embarrassed. You look so thin. You must have suffered a lot in the past. Lin Sisi blushed and said softly, It's not hard. Although I have lived in the countryside for 18 years due to an accident, I believe that this is all a test of fate for me. Now that the test is over, I can meet such good parents and brother Fuyang. Hearing this, Ms. Zheng was immediately satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. As expected, intellectuals speak differently. Look how well they speak. When Fu Qianqian heard this, she immediately made an exaggerated vomiting expression. Lin Sisi. Ms. Zheng glared at her daughter fiercely, not knowing what was wrong with her daughter. She used to shout every day that she didn't like Xin Yan and wanted to replace Xin Yan. Now that she has changed, she is even more unhappy. Xin Yan grew up in the same compound with her since childhood and was often compared to her. It is understandable that the two have grievances. But how could Lin Sisi offend her? Lin Sisi was also very aggrieved. She had tried hard to please this future sister-in-law. Although Fu Qianqian didn't like her at the beginning, she didn't hate her either. But since Xin Yan sold her job to Fu Qianqian has become a different person. Whenever she met her, she began to dislike her in various ways and would mock her from time to time, which made Lin Sisi very angry. She thought, Xin Yan must have said bad things about her behind her back, so Fu Qianqian was like this. Thinking of Xin Yan, Lin Sisi thought of something, and her mood improved. She deliberately said, By the way, I went back to the village with my parents a few days ago, and I met Sister Xin Yan. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the Fu family, including Fu Yang, all looked at her. Ms. Zheng was also stunned for a moment, then reacted with a complicated look in her eyes. Nian Nian, it's been a long time since we last met. I heard that the girl went home. I wonder how she is doing? After all, she is her junior, and she used to visit her home often. If she pretended not to hear it now, it would seem harsh. Lin Sisi immediately said naively, My sister is also very good. Like me and brother Fuyang, she is also getting married. We have agreed to take wedding photos and buy wedding rings together. It's just that my sister's family doesn't have a car, and the place where she is getting married is a bit remote. She also told me that she hopes brother Fuyang can help pick her up. After she said this, she subconsciously glanced at Fuyang. Sure enough, he frowned. Lin Sisi was delighted. Everyone sighed. Mr. and Mrs. C were also stunned. Is this true? Lin Sisi lowered her head and explained in a low voice. Yes, Sister Xin Yan came to me privately and told me that. I promised her not to tell you, my parents, but today is a rare opportunity to meet brother Fuyang. So, Mom and Dad, don't be angry with Sister Xin Yan. It sounded as if Xin Yan was still trying to get in touch with Fuyang through her, but she was very naive and kind. Not only did she not understand, she was also willing to help Si Nian. There was no one better than her in the world. After Lin Cece finished speaking, she felt that she was really too naive. Sure enough, Si's father and mother immediately looked ugly. These two people are suspicious by nature. Although they have feelings for Si Nian and feel guilty, they are not good people either, judging from the fact that they sent Si Nian to marry their own daughter a month ago. Only Fu Qianqian looked unconvinced. From the last situation, it seemed that Si Nian didn't like Lin Cece at all, and according to Si Nian's arrogant temperament. She hasn't tried to please her for her brother for more than 10 years. How could she please Lin Cece? Others don't know, but Fu Qianqian knows it very well and doesn't believe it at all. However, even Ms. Zheng and Mr. Fu frowned, obviously thinking that Si Nian's behavior was inappropriate. But thinking that his son hated Si Nian so much, he would definitely not agree to this matter, so there was no need to worry at all. Just hearing these words, his impression of Si Nian immediately became much worse. He looked honest before. Who would have thought that he actually had such thoughts behind his back? The future daughter-in-law is simple and naive, and is being used by others, but they are not fools. At this moment, I felt a little distressed for Lin Cece, and immediately comforted Lin Cece. Cece, this kind of thing is not our turn to care about. Our Fu Yang will definitely not go, and he specially picked her up. What kind of look is that? You haven't got married yet, and men and women should not be intimate. It's not that your aunt is cruel and doesn't want to help, but it's really unnecessary for Fu Yang to go in person. After speaking, Ms. Zheng looked expectantly at her son, who had not spoken much. Right, son? Fu Yang retracted his gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. In Lin Cece's expectant eyes, he said coldly, "It's not a big deal, just go." Ms. Zheng. Lin Cece? Everyone. Ah Chiu Si Nian, who had just woken up, sneezed twice in a row. She thought, cursed and caught a cold. Who would curse her so early in the morning? Rubbing her nose, Si Nian reached out to open the window to let the morning sun in. It's so comfortable to sleep until you wake up naturally. You only need to cook and play with the dog every day. No matter what era, money can solve 90% of the problems between couples. Si Nian and Zhou Yueshan, there is no conflict for the time being. She turned on the radio and heard Fu Qianqian's full-bodied voice. It was upright and might not be so delicate and pleasant, but the standard Mandarin and serious attitude made people feel good. Si Nian hummed a little tune as she entered the kitchen. She went to the city yesterday, and because Zhou Yueshan was there as a laborer, she bought a lot of vegetables, fruits, and melons. Now the kitchen was neatly stacked with vegetables, fruits, and some dry goods. She also bought some fruits. In the pot next to her was the mung beans that she soaked before going to bed last night. It was hot this day, and Si Nian planned to cook some mung bean soup to cool down. It was fine at home, but once you go out, the scorching sun seemed to be tanning you. The Zhou family also had a refrigerator because they had pork. But Aunt Lu didn't know how to use it before, and it was a mess inside. It took her a long time to clean it, plug it in, and then start to cook the mung beans. After boiling, switch to medium heat. When the water is about to be boiled dry, add a large amount of boiling water, cover the pot, and continue to cook for 20 minutes. When the mung beans are soft and the soup is green, the mung bean soup is ready, Baidu. There was some leftover pork rib soup from the day before, so Si Nian washed an eggplant, cut it into small pieces, and sprinkled a little salt evenly on the surface of the eggplant. After preparing the seasoning, put the eggplants in hot oil, fry them until soft and cooked, remove them, drain the oil, and put them on a plate for later use. The next step is the soy sauce, which is also simple. Si Nian took out a small bowl from the cupboard, put a little salt and MSG, as well as 2 spoons of white sugar, 2 spoons of aged vinegar, 2 spoons of soy sauce, and an equal amount of water in the bowl. After mixing them thoroughly, add 1 spoon of starch to increase the viscosity. She also bought a bottle of bean paste. The bean paste these days is particularly fragrant. In short, just the smell is very appetizing. After frying the red oil over low heat, add an appropriate amount of chopped green onion, garlic, and chili to enhance the flavor. Then pour in the fried eggplant, stir-fry for color, and add the sauce. Turn to high heat and stir-fry. Finally, add the chopped green onion for garnish.
It is so delicious with rice.
Si Nian took into consideration that Zhou Yueshan had a big appetite as a man, so she fried 2 large eggplants at a time and fried some tomato scrambled eggs. After feeding Yao Yao, she sprinkled a layer of eggplant soup on the rice, and she ate a full bowl of bibimbap. The only thing missing was the pickled spicy and sour dried radish to relieve the greasiness. Si Nian used to have a poor appetite on hot days, so she liked to make some pickled radish as a side dish, which was especially appetizing. Whether it is spicy and sour dried radish or pickled radish strips, they are very delicious with rice. Si Nian swallowed her saliva. Thinking that she had returned from delivering food to Zhou Yueshan, she would go buy some radishes to try. As soon as she said it, Si Nian carried the lunchbox and headed towards the Zhou family's farm. She came early today and met other women delivering food on the way. They were all very enthusiastic and caring to see her. Compared to Si Nian's lunchbox, everyone else's is very shabby. It's just a big bowl filled with a large bowl of rice covered with various dishes, and they just eat it with a pair of chopsticks. As long as it's edible, it's fine, and no one is pretentious. Sister Si Nian, what a coincidence you also come to deliver food to Boss Zhou. I heard that Aunt Lu stole your things and injured you yesterday. Are you okay? Why don't you take a rest? Yes, that Aunt Lu is also very vicious. I heard before that she is dishonest and often steals people's vegetables from their vegetable gardens. I didn't expect it to be true. I guess they saw that you came from the city and brought good things, so they targeted you. It's terrible. I heard that the Public Security Bureau is here. People like this would have been sent to labor camps in the past. Si Nian looked at the indignant group of people and smiled. It's okay. It's just a bump. It's almost healed. You still have a good attitude. If it were me, I would have caused trouble for the Lu family a long time ago. You just arrived and you were bullied. We are also very embarrassed that we couldn't help. Everyone had sworn to Si Nian that although they were poor in the countryside, the people were nice. But after just a few days, they were slapped in the face. City people originally thought that rural people were dishonest, but now it's confirmed. It doesn't matter, it's all over, and Aunt Lu has received the corresponding punishment. Si Nian, the victim, comforted several people. Everyone felt even more sorry for her, but they also felt happy when they thought of Aunt Lu's end. I heard from my mother-in-law that she was bitten and screamed. I heard that she was scared to her pants by your dog. Haha, that's right. She deserved it. Several women talked and laughed, and soon came to the farm. At this moment, there was a large truck parked in front of the farm. It was the truck that Zhou Yueshan's farm used to deliver goods. But everyone was off work at this moment, and there was no one next to the car. Instead, there was a man lying in the driver's seat and sleeping soundly. Li Mingjun was planning to take a nap. He came early today and had been busy with the afternoon delivery. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard the voices of several pretty girls. Li Mingjun is 27 years old and has just been divorced. He is feeling empty, lonely, and cold. He usually rushes to deliver goods to the countryside and the city every day, and he hasn't touched meat for a long time. At this moment, the laughter of these women like wind chimes woke him up at once. It was amazing to see them at a glance, and his eyes were glued to each other. Among this group of women, there was actually a delicate flower that was blooming brightly and amazingly. He has been working here for so long, but this is the first time he has seen such a beautiful woman in Xingfu village. Slender waist and long legs, skin like cream, and beautiful face. It is not the kind of skinny and bony appearance, but a plump and perky figure. It has everything it should have, but the small waist is so slender that it can be held in one hand, and the thin legs are straight and slender. It is simply the best of the best. Li Mingjun came from the city. He is the brother-in-law of Zhou Yueshan's sister Zhou Tingting. Because the villagers can't drive and Zhou Yueshan can't handle it alone, he was recommended. He was not happy at first, but now he is very excited. Seeing the beautiful woman coming over, he wiped his saliva, sat up straight, reached out to take the leather jacket beside him, and put it on. When Li Mingjun was young, he was still quite handsome. He called himself Zhu Shimao of Nancheng, a star in that era. His hair was divided into 3 7-points with hairspray, and he wore leather jackets and jeans. How many women liked him when he was young? It was better after getting married, but not long after getting married, he couldn't help but cheated on his wife, so he had to divorce. Now that he is older and married for the second time, it is hard to find a partner. In addition, at this age, he has been drinking for a long time and has a beer belly, so he is not so handsome. But Lee Mingjun is still very confident in himself. He thinks that there is no man more fashionable than him in this area. Besides, he can drive a truck and can make money wherever he goes. In the eyes of Nancheng Zhu Shimao, Lee Mingjun, he is a romantic man, and no woman will not love him. Especially the women in the village, who are superficial and have not seen the world, and can be easily deceived by sweet words. He has hooked up with a few of them before, and he has not been discovered yet. Of course, he just wanted to play with those women, and naturally did not develop any relationship. However, when this woman appeared, others might only see her beauty, but Lee Mingjun was different. He saw his future. Then he saw the woman getting closer and closer. He quickly slid down the window, and when several women passed by, he coughed in a chic manner. Sure enough, this sound attracted the attention of several women, and everyone looked at him. Then they saw a handsome man sitting in the driver's seat looking at them. "Hello, sisters-in-law. Are you here to deliver food?" Lee Mingjun greeted Si Nian in an English accent he learned abroad, thinking he looked very cool. He touched his hair and pretended to casually show Si Nian a smile he thought was his coolest. These women often came here to deliver meals, so they naturally knew him and said with a smile, "Mingjun is here. Why did you come so early today?" Lee Mingjun then retracted his gaze from Si Nian and teased, "If I hadn't come earlier, how could I have met the sisters-in-law after that?" He looked at Si Nian again. Si Nian couldn't help but frown at the greasy look in his eyes, like a teddy bear in heat. She glanced at the man. He didn't look like he was from the village. For the people in this village, having a 28-bar bicycle was already amazing, let alone a car.
Wait. Lee Mingjun. Si Nian suddenly remembered.
Isn't that the guy who had an affair with the original owner in the novel and cheated on Zhou Yueshan? It's not that the original owner really likes him, but because this man fell in love with the original owner at first sight. After the first meeting, he felt that she was stunning and started to pursue her madly. Of course, the original owner didn't want to do that. After all, she grew up in a small town, and her fiancé was a major. Naturally, she looked down on the greasy Lee Mingjun. In addition, after being forced to marry Zhou Yueshan, she hated divorced men from the bottom of her heart. However, Lee Mingjun was an extremely credulous person with no sense of boundaries. At first, she was a little worried when she saw the original owner getting married to Zhou Yueshan. But after hearing that the relationship between the two was not good, she became more bold. Relying on the fact that he was the brother-in-law of Zhou Yueshan's sister, he often took the opportunity to go to Zhou's house to find her. As a result, he was seen by others, and there was more gossip. His reputation was also ruined. The original owner hated him so much and spoke ill of him. So he offended Lee Mingjun and spread rumors behind his back that the original owner was unwilling to be lonely, and seeing that he drove a big truck, he must come from the city, so he had to flirt with him because he wanted to live a good life in the city. This completely ruined the original owner's reputation. Nowadays, it is a big crime for a married woman to flirt with a man, and people will stab her in the back. In the eyes of the villagers, Lee Mingjun is a bit capable. He dresses more brightly and beautifully than others, looks good, and can drive a big truck. The villagers how many girls were thinking about him. Si Nian was not satisfied with having Zhou Yueshan, the richest man in the village, and she even hooked up with him.
Naturally, she was criticized.
The rumors were getting worse and worse. However, the original owner was arrogant. She believed in it and refused to explain. It was just right to divorce Zhou Yueshan. After she found that this might help her get away from Zhou Yueshan, she sometimes even took the initiative to invite Lee Mingjun into the house in front of the children. The children hated her so much, but they could do nothing about it. Xin Yan and Zhou Yueshan divorced not only because of the children, but also because of this incident. In this era, if people really can't make ends meet, they will basically not have a chance to divorce. Going to get a divorce. After all, divorce basically ruins a woman's life. However, in the eyes of the original owner, her life was completely ruined when she married a second married old man. It's just a little more unpleasant now, so what's there to be afraid of? People these days are either timid and allow their families to bully them and are unwilling to leave, or they are people like the original owner who are unwilling to accept reality. Obviously, the original owner belongs to the latter. In the end, he went further and further on this road to death. Thinking of this bloody plot, Xin Yan's expression was like swallowing a fly. Although everyone knows that there are bad peach blossoms, the man in front of him is too disgusting. He failed to hook up with the woman and framed it on the woman. Isn't such a person a despicable disaster? I don't know how much hatred the person who wrote this novel has for this female supporting role. Who is this? After greeting several sisters-in-law, Li Mingjun asked in surprise, as if he had just shifted his attention to Xin Yan. No one thought much about it, and introduced enthusiastically. This is Xin Yan. She just came to our village from the city not long ago. She is the wife of Boss Zhou. You may not know her yet. Hearing that she was Boss Zhou's wife, Li Mingjun froze, but when he thought of something, he suddenly smiled again, revealing an intoxicated expression. Xin Yan, Xin Yan. What a beautiful and pleasant name. Xin Yan made a disgusted expression and said sarcastically, "It seems that you have made a lot of money in my husband's factory." Li Mingjun almost didn't follow her train of thought. Hearing this, he subconsciously felt guilty and retorted, Why do you say that? I'm not that kind of person." Xin Yan sneered. "Then why do you speak so greasy? If you can't describe it, study hard. Otherwise it will show that you are uneducated." Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun's ambition is high, and he thinks he is invincible. He came here because Zhou Yueshan is his eldest sister-in-law's brother, and he wanted to follow Zhou Yueshan to make a lot of money. As a result, he has been working as a driver for so long. He is not happy about this. He started to make a profit from the price difference. He not only wanted to mess with Zhou Yueshan's wife, but also ruined the reputation of Zhou Yueshan's breeding farm and planned to run away with the money. However, Zhou Yueshan was not easy to mess with. He ended up not well. He was sent to the police station by Zhou Yueshan. If it weren't for his sister kneeling down and begging him, this man would have been in jail. But people let him go, and he was not grateful, but also hated Zhou Yueshan. Seeing Zhou Yueshan making so much money, he also spent money to learn to do it. However, he found that this thing was not so simple, and he couldn't bear the hardship at all, and finally lost everything. Several sisters-in-law also felt that it was wrong for him to call Xin Yan like that. When they heard this, they sighed. Li Mingjun's face was even more pale and blue, and it was distorted. Isn't he handsome? He was actually said to be greasy and disgusting, and he was also called uneducated. Li Mingjun was so angry. Usually, it was women who flattered him, but now she dared to scold him like this. Isn't this woman just relying on her beauty? She really thinks she is so great. He took the initiative to ask her name to give her face. She was nice, but she was shameless. So, what if she is Zhou Yueshan's wife? Didn't Zhou Yueshan have to ask him to help drive? If he didn't deliver the goods himself, who else in the village could help him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his self-confidence was overwhelming. He immediately said in a sarcastic tone, "You think too much. I was just joking, haha, I won't praise everyone." He said in a condescending tone, "Are you kidding? I know you? Why are you a stranger, joking with me?" Xin Yan asked back.
Li Mingjun shuka.
Everyone didn't quite understand why Xin Yan, who had always been good-tempered, seemed to be so harsh at this moment, but seeing the awkward situation, they also hurriedly said, "Then let us go deliver the food first. The men at home are hungry." "I won't say more to you." Li Mingjun looked gloomy and watched the women walk into the farm. Their faces were like the bottom of a pot. "I thought it was a delicate peony waiting to be picked, but who knew it was a rose with thorns. Although he was rejected in front of so many people, he thought that such a woman was not bad. Compared with the kind of woman who came over with a casual beckoning, she made him feel more challenging and more exciting. Thinking of this, Lee Mingjun felt a lot more comfortable. He guessed that this woman must not know his identity and didn't know that he was a city person, so she looked down on him so much. Women these days are very realistic, and everyone wants to marry in the city. Zhou Yueshin's conditions are not as good as his. Although he earns more than himself, he is under a lot of pressure and has 3 burdens. And he can only live in the countryside. But he is different. He has only one daughter, who lives with his wife and has a house in the city. In addition, he thinks he is more handsome than Zhou Yueshin. No woman would not be moved after knowing his conditions. Thinking of this, Lee Mingjun straightened his waist confidently and straightened his leather jacket. If it were not for the inconvenient occasion, he would have wanted to tell Si Nian immediately how good he is. If she didn't choose him, she would regret it for the rest of her life. At this moment, Lee Mingjun even thought of the scene of the arrogant woman humbly trying to please him. Ah Chiu! Ah Chiu! Si Nian sneezed twice just after putting down the lunchbox. She rubbed her nose. Who the Hades is that? Thinking about her behind her back all day long. Are you not feeling well? The man's low voice sounded from behind. Si Nian turned around. She saw a tall figure in a military green vest walking over from behind.
He was a little wet.
He stepped into the small office with long legs and looked at her with deep black eyes. This is Zhou Yueshin's own restroom. It's not big, just a small bed and a table. On the table are many handwritten orders and invoices, with dense numbers, strong handwriting, and sharp pen tips, giving people a deep and heavy feeling. No, it's just a little hot.
Si Nian replied.
Si Nian just came over and was sweating. Zhou Yueshin heard it and turned on the fan beside him. A ray of cold wind rushed into his skin, and his bundled hair was instantly messed up.
Si Nian sighed comfortably.
Let us eat quickly. It's the pork rib soup from the day before yesterday. I fried 2 dishes. Braised eggplant and fried eggs with tomatoes. You should like them. By the way, it's hot. I also brought you a bowl of mung bean soup. It's iced. It's very refreshing. You try it. She took out her pink thermos from her handbag and put it on the table. The original owner loves to keep healthy, and she usually has flower tea and other things. In addition, she is an announcer, and her voice is very strained at work, so she bought a thermos, which has a very good insulation effect and a large capacity. Si Nian couldn't find a cup at home, so she put it in this cup. After all, she is not very old, and the original owner also likes some exquisite things. Even the thermos has a pink pattern. Judging from the texture, it should not be cheap. Zhou Yueshin stood by, looking at the cup and the exquisite lunch on the table. It was made with care. Although I don't know how long she can last, for now, Si Nian has done a good job. Zhou Yueshin pulled a chair for her to sit on, and went outside to get a stool. He also had a piece of watermelon in his hand, and handed it to her. As if he was afraid that she would find it dirty, he put a piece of paper on his hand and said in a low voice, "The villagers grow it themselves. It's very sweet. You try it." Si Nian was not polite and took it. "Thank you." Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly and said nothing. When the two were alone together, he always spoke very little and was a taciturn person. Si Nian took small bites of the watermelon and planned to wait until he finished eating before going back. She looked at the man. He was very tall, just sitting down, and his body was lean and strong. He ate very quickly, but he didn't make any smacking sounds, and it didn't make people feel indecent.
His face was calm.
He was not like others, whose mood changed because of the taste of the food. Si Nian couldn't help but ask, "Is it delicious?" Zhou Yueshin paused. "Well, very good." Si Nian chuckled. "Then why do you have a stern face?" Zhou Yueshin. After about a long silence, he seemed to have organized his words and said in a low voice, "The food you cook is delicious. I don't have a stern face. I am born like this. Don't think too much." It is true that many people are afraid of him because of his expression. Zhou Yueshin was worried that she would misunderstand. Si Nian smiled. "That's good. If you like it, I will make more in the future." Zhou Yueshin nodded. Don't be too tired. I'll go back to eat when I have time.
Sinyan nodded.
Just as he was talking, someone rushed in. Boss, the goods are here. I want you to go and have a look. Zhou Yueshin stood up, put down his chopsticks, and talked to Xin Yan. You take a rest first. I'll go over there. Come back soon. Xin Yan nodded slightly, without thinking much. After blowing the fan for a while, Xin Yan felt her head a little heavy, which might be the sequelae of the collision yesterday. She reached out to turn off the fan, sat at the table and waited boredly for a while, then felt a little uncomfortable, so she lay down for a while. After sweating, people tend to get sleepy. She yawned and dozed off for a while. Yudong followed Zhou Yueshin in from the door, followed by a few people from the farm. They came here to talk about business, but they saw Xin Yan lying on the table to rest. Yudong was surprised. Is this my sister-in-law? The others nodded. You just came back. You didn't know. Our brother Zhou is getting married soon, on National Day on October 1st. I have to say, my sister-in-law's cooking skills are really good. I smelled the smell as soon as I came over. It's so delicious. Someone sniffed hard intoxicatedly. Zhou Yueshin glanced at a few people coldly. Let's go out and talk. Let her sleep. After a while, everyone dispersed. Only Yudong followed shamelessly, because he was too curious about his sister-in-law. Thinking that it was a rare visit, he had to say hello. Zhou Yueshin looked at the figure lying over there and said nothing. Yudong walked to the table without a sense of boundaries, stretched out his hand to pinch a piece of pork ribs and stuffed it into his mouth, and suddenly widened his eyes exaggeratedly. This pork rib smells so good. How did you stew it? He said, and hurriedly reached out to take it again. Zhou Yueshin's eyes were indifferent, and his voice was low and cold. Are you free? Yudong was so scared that he almost dropped the pork ribs in his hand and hurriedly shouted, No, I'm not free. Didn't I just come back? He didn't realize until halfway through that his sister-in-law was still leaning back to rest. In Zhou Yueshin's death gaze, he quickly covered his mouth and tried to explain with his eyes that he didn't mean it. Seeing Xin Yan move, Zhou Yueshin subconsciously reached out and patted her shoulder. However, Xin Yan was half asleep, sweating, sticky, and uncomfortable. She felt someone around her and thought she was resting at home. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed the person next to her. Yao Yao, stop making trouble. Let me sleep a little longer. Her slender, white, and slightly pink fingertips held Zhou Yueshin's rough but slender fingers. At that moment, the air around seemed to stagnate. The whole room suddenly became quiet. Yudong opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene as if he had seen a ghost. He almost forgot to chew the ribs in his mouth. Zhou Yueshin lowered his eyes and glanced at them. He didn't pull back his eyes, but looked at the stunned Yudong opposite him, and his voice was cold. Do you have anything else? Yudong stretched out his hand to close his jaw and swallow the meat in his mouth for a long time. Now he shook his head very tactfully and hurriedly said goodbye. He had a feeling that the eldest brother's wife would be different from the previous ones. Zhou Yueshin sat down in this position, but the silence did not last long, and was soon broken by a knock on the door. Xin Yan was startled and sat up straight. When she looked up, she saw the man sitting next to her. She was still a little confused. When they sat down just now, were they so close? She found that there seemed to be something in her hand. Xin Yan was stunned again, and subconsciously lowered her head. She was actually holding the man's fingertips. She immediately took it back as if it was hot, and put her back behind her. She looked at Zhou Yueshin with a little powder on her face. Sorry, I fell asleep. The tone was very nasal. He probably caught a cold. Zhou Yueshin put down the pen in his hand and reached out to take the lunchbox. The hand was the one that Xin Yan had just pulled. He stood up, tidied the desk, and said in a low voice, You go home and rest first. I'll wash the lunchbox and bring it back in the evening. Xin Yan looked at his slender back, watched him walk out of the office, and seemed to be talking to someone outside the door. Her head was indeed a little dizzy. Maybe she really caught a cold. She was just wondering why she woke up and held Zhou Yueshin's hand. Xin Yan was silent for a few seconds, but she really couldn't remember what had just happened. If it was a man holding her hand, she could still understand. But why it was she who held his hand? Xin Yan herself didn't know that she actually had such a quirk. So Zhou Yueshan sat so close and waited for her to wake up before letting go. Thinking of this possibility, Xi Nian's face turned red again. On the way back, Xi Nian noticed that some villagers were planting radishes in their fields. The radishes were lush and green, with half of their bright green bodies exposed. When she was a child, her family also planted radishes. The ones with half of their green bodies exposed were particularly sweet and had a lot of moisture. There were people working in the field, so she asked immediately, "Annie, are you selling these radishes?" The aunt turned around and saw Xi Nian pointing at the radishes in her own field. She was surprised and said, "Isn't this the wife of Mr. Zhou? You want radishes?" Most of these things are grown by people in the village, mainly because they are easy to grow. People at home don't like to eat them, so they grow them to feed pigs. This thing is not valuable. Xi Nian nodded. "Yes, I see your radishes are big and good. I want to buy some from you to dry and eat." When the aunt heard her praise the radishes she grew, she smiled and said immediately, "Why do you want money? Pick as much as you want to eat. Don't be polite to me." Because the Zhou family opened a farm, the pork they sold was much cheaper, and they didn't have as much trouble eating pork as in previous years, and everyone remembered it. It's just a few radishes now, of course they're willing to give. Besides, it's also beneficial to have a good relationship with the Zhou family. To be honest, the Zhou family is really hard to contact. It's not that Zhou Yueshan is not good enough, but because he is too busy. He is in the farm every day and rarely meets him. The children are too young and usually silent. As a result, everyone is not very familiar with the Zhou family. If it's just the villagers, if they go to the farm to buy meat, the Zhou family will give the price of Xiangyin. But Zhou Laoda's wife looks like a good person and easy to get along with. Now there are rumors everywhere in the village that but no one has said anything bad about her yet.
How can that be?
You have to give what you deserve. Otherwise, I won't be able to take your money when you come to my house to buy meat in the future.
Xi Nian smiled.
What a joke. You can't take advantage of such a small advantage. People gave her face because of Zhou Yueshan's family relationship, but she can't really take it seriously. Besides, it's only 1 or 2 yuan. It's not like she can't afford it. If she doesn't charge for it, she will owe someone a favor. So she said, "Aunt, I want 10 kilograms. At the price of 10 cents per kilogram, how about I give you 1 yuan?" After saying that, she took out the money and handed it to the aunt. The aunt pretended to push her for a while, but in fact, she couldn't stop smiling. She didn't expect that these few broken radishes she planted could make money, so she stopped working immediately and came over to enthusiastically pull radishes with Xi Nian happily. At this time, a song flashed through Xi Nian's mind. Pull radishes, hey yo, I can't pull them. The radishes are big and juicy, and they can be eaten as fruits. However, no matter how delicious something is, it will not be rare or valuable if there are too many of them, but in Xi Nian's opinion, it is indeed a good thing. 10 kilograms of radishes are too little. Xi Nian said that she would come again, and the aunt sent her away enthusiastically and said that she was welcome to come again next time. Xi Nian returned home, pulled an unused plastic basin under the faucet, and turned on the water to wash it. Then she went into the house, found the transparent plastic bucket that Zhou Yueshan's family used to hold lard, cleaned it, and put it in the sun for disinfection. Yao Yao walked out unsteadily on her clack little sandals, saying that she would help. Then she squatted down and started playing with water. Xi Nian let her stay by her side. After washing the radish, she took out the kitchen knife and cutting board and cut the radish into strips. 5 pounds were used to pickle spicy radish strips, and 5 pounds were used to dry into dried radish. The cut radish strips were marinated with salt for about half an hour. Xi Nian loves spicy food, so she also bought a lot of chili peppers. She cut a few of them for later use. Next, she prepared the pickling water. She poured in water and white vinegar, then poured in a bag of pickled peppers, added salt and boiled them, then let them cool for later use. The radish strips are also marinated now. Pour out the water, add her favorite chili peppers, and finally pour in the pickling water and stir evenly. It is a simple dish. The appetizing, sour, spicy, and crispy radish strips are ready. Of course, if you want it to be tasty, It is best to marinate it for about 4 or 5 hours. Xin Yan poured the pickled radish into the transparent plastic bucket prepared in advance. The red and white radish strips increased her appetite just by looking at them. Her mouth began to drool. It takes a much longer time to dry the radish, so don't worry about it for now. After finishing the work, Xin Yan was sweating again. She took her pajamas to take a shower. Seeing that the sun was still good outside, she carried Yao Yao to the yard to bask in the sun while letting her hair dry naturally. However, at this moment, the sound of a car horn suddenly rang outside.
Xin Yan frowned.
Looked over. Then he saw the annoying Li Mingjun driving his car and parking in front of Zhou's house. He opened the car door and got out. Thinking he was very charming and dashing, he smoothed his hair that was messed up by the wind and walked towards Xin Yan with a piece of good pork. Li Mingjun's eyes widened when he saw the bright and beautiful girl in the yard wearing a long skirt and her hair hanging on her shoulders. Xin Yan took a bath. She liked to wear thin and soft skirts at home. The fabric of the skirts was close to her body, and her good figure was so eye-catching. The slightly wet black silk stockings hung on her shoulders, showing a natural curl. Under the sunlight, there was a very obvious halo on her head. Although they were so far apart, Li Mingjun seemed to have smelled the sweet scent of this woman. Based on his experience of having contact with so many women, this woman must be the best of the best. At this moment, Li Mingjun was a little jealous of Zhou Yueshan. How could a rough man who was older than him and didn't dress up like him have such a delicate wife? Thinking about his own conditions, Li Mingjun raised his chin and walked over with the pork. He was originally worried about not being able to find an excuse to come to Zhou's house. It happened that when Zhou Yueshan was distributing pork to everyone, he asked someone to help bring it back to Xin Yan. So he sent him halfway, using the excuse that he had something to do. Everyone knew that he was the brother-in-law of Zhou Yueshan's sister, so they didn't think much about it and sent him the meat. "Sister-in-law, I'm bringing you pork," he shouted loudly. Xin Yan saw him and her mouth twitched. She originally thought that what she said at noon was bad enough, and the other party should have retreated. But she didn't expect that people were shameless and invincible. Even in that situation, this teddy man dared to come. And it was when Zhou Yueshan was not at home. How daring! Xin Yan put Yao Yao down and suddenly stood up. Li Mingjun's eyes lit up immediately, and he stared at the woman's graceful curves greedily and erotically. However, soon, his obscene expression froze. But he saw Xin Yan loosen the iron chain of the big Tibetan Mastiff and then walked over with the dog. Li Mingjun swallowed his saliva and stepped back several steps. His expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" I came to bring you meat. Really, Boss Zhou asked me to send it. I don't have any other intentions." Xin Yan stopped and gently touched De Huang's head with his thin white fingertips. De Huang seemed to feel something, and his fierce eyes stared at the man at the door, as if he would pounce on him as soon as he made a move. "I said you have other intentions?" Xin Yan withdrew his hand, raised his eyes, and asked lightly.
Li Mingjun shuka.
His explanation just now made him seem guilty. Seeing the huge Tibetan Mastiff baring its teeth at him from time to time, Li Mingjun's legs almost weakened, and he hurriedly said, No, I put the meat here. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first." After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at the beauty for another second, and turned around and ran to the car in embarrassment. Xin Yan carried the meat into the house. How could she tactfully tell Zhou Yueshan that Li Mingjun couldn't be used? Because she had not been here for a long time, she had no way to explain the matter of Aunt Lu before. She, who had just come here, complained to Zhou Yueshan that the aunt he had known for decades was not a good person, and people might not believe her completely. However, these two people really couldn't stay. I didn't know how to deal with Aunt Lu's matter. Xin Yan was wondering about this question, but she didn't expect to receive a notice from the Public Security Bureau the next day to let them go. She originally thought she was going to deal with this matter, but when she asked, she found out that Aunt Lu had been picked up by someone. The person who picked her up was none other than Zhou Yueshan's biological sister, Zhou Tingting. I heard that the person was released on bail in the name of Zhou Yueshan. The police checked his identity. After it was confirmed that they were members of the Zhou family, the Public Security Bureau thought that the two parties had reconciled privately and did not think much about it. It was not until Zhou Yueshin's friend went back and found out about this that they quickly contacted the Zhou family. Zhou Yueshin's family had a phone call, but when they answered the call, the person had already gone back. Xin Yan was just thinking about waiting for Zhou Yueshin to come back and tell him about this to see how to deal with it, but the person they wanted to deal with came to their door arrogantly. Ting Ting, it's her. It's that who framed me for stealing and destroyed the relationship between our two families. You have to take care of this matter. Otherwise, your Zhou family's property will become someone else's. Xin Yan looked over and saw Aunt Lu, who was limping and leaning on a cane and looked very embarrassed, standing next to a woman with a leather bag, a hip skirt, and high heels. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old, with shrewd and alert eyebrows, and it was obvious that she was a person with a heavy heart. Are you the daughter of the Lin family who deceived my brother into marriage? Xin Yan hadn't spoken yet when she heard the other party speak with disgust. I tell you, you're dreaming. As long as I'm here, don't even think about entering my Zhou family. Your Zhou family? Xin Yan was so angry that she laughed. Zhou Yueshin was a good person, but there were many top-notch people around him. No wonder the original owner went crazy in such an environment. Who wouldn't go crazy? Of course. Pack up your things and get out now. My Zhou family doesn't welcome you. Zhou Tingting had already learned from Aunt Lu that the two of them hadn't gotten married yet, and they hadn't even obtained a marriage certificate. This woman shamelessly lived in the Zhou family. You could tell what kind of person she was at a glance. She just wanted to her brother by relying on her beauty. She was so nosy before she even entered the house. Not only did she drive Aunt Lu away, but she also destroyed the relationship between the two families. What would others think of their Zhou family if this got out? The Zhou family's affairs are the Zhou family's affairs. The person I married is not from the Zhou family, but Zhou Yueshin. What right do you have to chase me away? Xin Yan's face did not show much expression, and his tone was calm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingting was immediately furious. Sure enough, Aunt Lu is right. You are not a good person. Xin Yan sneered. You kept telling me to get out the moment you came here, so you're a good person? You. Zhou Tingting's face turned red with anger. Open the door for me. She raised her foot and kicked the big iron door hard. The iron door made a harsh sound. She wished she could go in and teach this witch who occupied her home a lesson. Xin Yan asked her for a beating and gave her the, "Aren't you arrogant enough to tell me to get out? Isn't this your home? Why do you want me, an outsider, to open the door for you?" Zhou Tingting was so angry that her made-up face was twisted. After she entered the city, everyone was polite to her. This was the first time she saw someone who looked down on her. She pointed at Xin Yan's nose and cursed. Why are you so arrogant? My brother didn't get married because of Yang Yujia. Do you think he really likes you? He has only been here for a few days, but you really think of yourself as the mistress? Zhou Tingting. Zhou Tingting was cursing when a low and cold scolding voice suddenly came from behind her. What are you doing? Zhou Tingting was startled. She turned around and saw Zhou Yueshin's slender figure approaching with a sullen face. She seemed like a different person and complained aggrievedly. Brother, that woman bullied me and wouldn't let me into the house. Get her out now. Aunt Lu was watching the show with glee. It was as if she was sure that Xin Yan would have a miserable end. Zhou Tingting was the most petty and vengeful person. If you offend Zhou Tingting, she will suffer the consequences. So, this is your reason for kicking the door? Zhou Yueshin stared at her coldly, without any emotion in his eyes. She provoked me first. Zhou Tingting hurriedly put the blame on Xin Yan. She pointed at Xin Yan and said, "She is so vicious. She falsely accused Aunt Lu of stealing and even destroyed the relationship between our two families. Now she has locked me out." Thinking about the reason why she came today, Zhou Tingting instantly regained her dignity and accused indignantly. Who told you that she didn't steal anything? Zhou Yueshin said in a deep voice. It's impossible, just think about it. Zhou Tingting said flatly. Aunt Lu is not that kind of person. She took care of me when I was a child. She didn't believe that Aunt Lu would steal things. She was not a fool. How could she trust a stranger instead of someone she had known for decades? Besides, if Aunt Lu wanted to steal things, she would have done it long ago. Why not when is it better? But when she is here. So you bailed her out from the Public Security Bureau on your own initiative? Zhou Yueshin said calmly. Of course, Aunt Lu didn't steal anything. Why should she be locked up? She has taken care of the little boss and the others for so long. Even if she has no merits, she has worked hard. How can you be so cruel to her, an old lady? Zhou Tingting was furious. If her good friend hadn't called her, she wouldn't have known about this. She just took her back the night before yesterday. Because Aunt Lu's injury was a little serious, she let her rest at home for 2 days. After knowing what happened, she came to find her. Okay. Zhou Yueshin nodded, turned to look at the people watching the show behind the door. Aunt Wang, please come forward and tell us how many vegetables Aunt Lu bought from your house. The fat woman called Aunt Wang came out and sneered. Every time you buy vegetables, you only buy $1, and they are all the rotten leaves we left over. I still remember it clearly. Hearing this, Aunt Lu was stunned. The smile froze on her face, and when she reacted, she immediately said fiercely, You are talking nonsense. Who is talking nonsense? You always go to the cheapest one every time you go. I said a few words to you before, and you asked me to stop meddling in other people's business. Aunt Wang said sarcastically. After listening to what Aunt Wang said, Zhou Yueshin couldn't tell what emotion was in his eyes, and his voice was calm, but people who knew him knew that this man must be angry. I give you 30 yuan salary and 20 yuan for vegetables every month, and this is how you take care of the children. After Xin Yen came, he realized something was wrong, so he asked someone to check it out. Sure enough, Aunt Lu is more than just a little greedy. Aunt Zhang, you say. Zhou Yueshin spoke calmly again. Aunt Zhang hurriedly said, That day I came out to fetch water, and Sister Lu fell down. A large piece of meat and rice fell out of the basket. I took a closer look at it at that time. The Lu family has so many people, and their conditions are very poor. How can they afford so many good things? Even if Zhou Yueshin would give him, he would definitely not give so much. He is not a fool. Is there anything that everyone does not understand after hearing this? Even Zhou Tingting was stunned. In other words, Aunt Lu was really harsh on her nephews and secretly stole the good things from the Zhou family? Being seen by others means that this is not the first time. 20 yuan a month, 3 children can eat a lot of good things. This is a false accusation. It's all a false accusation. Aunt Lu hurriedly denied. Zhou Yueshin's expression was extremely cold. I didn't want to make a big fuss, but I didn't expect that Aunt Lu not only didn't know her fault, but also made it worse. It seems that I was too polite to you. Not long after Zhou Yueshin finished speaking, the police car arrived. Before Aunt Lu could beg for mercy, she was caught again. Zhou Tingting, this is my own family affair. You don't have to interfere. I'm not stupid enough to be used by others. Go back. Zhou Tingting shuddered. Her brother would never be so angry with her. It must be because of that witch, right? And even if Aunt Lu might have been greedy for a little food, it wouldn't be as excessive as they said. Maybe this woman bribed people and joined these people to complain. It's so vicious. Xin Yen didn't know what was wrong with this person. The person who asked her to get out was Zhou Yueshin. Why was she glaring at her? Zhou Tingting's mother-in-law's surname was Wang. When she heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Before she could say anything, her daughter-in-law madly ranted. Didn't I tell you that the thing was a relic my mother gave me? Why did you steal my things? Are you crazy? Give it back to me. Because she was holding her anger in the Zhou family, and now that the thing was missing, Zhou Tingting vented all her anger on her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law had praised the jade pendant before as very beautiful. She hinted that she should give it to her. She didn't give it to her, and her mother-in-law was unhappy for a long time. Her mother-in-law was not someone to be trifled with. When she heard this, she immediately became angry. Why would I take your jade pendant? I think you are really crazy. You have no respect for your elders and dare to rush into me. Do you want to die? When Zhou Tingting first came into the family a few years ago, she was not so arrogant. After all, She was just a rural person and was extremely humble. Later, her eldest brother opened a factory and made a lot of money, and he established a firm foothold in the Lee family. Her parents-in-law were not as harsh as before, and they treated her better and better, and even asked her to help send their youngest son to work in her brother's factory. So Zhou Tingting became a great contributor to the Lee family and became more and more arrogant. Although her mother-in-law sometimes couldn't stand it, she still endured it thinking about her family's situation. After all, she is now the boss's sister. Although the Lee family is in the city, their wages are very low. Eating the food of a state-owned unit, the surface is bright beautiful, but actually only earns 30 yuan a month. Naturally, she has to please him. But she never expected that she would accuse herself of stealing something when she lost it. Wang's mother is a primary school teacher, and she loves Face the most. It is impossible for her to steal a broken jade pendant from her. She admitted that she did praise the jade pendant for its beauty, but Zhou Tingting said it was her mother's relic, so she gave up. She thought it was unlucky to be a dead person's thing. Zhou Tingting's temper has been getting worse in recent years. If it was the first 2 years after she got married, she would only dare to complain secretly even if she was really stolen. However, now a young and promising brother has become her biggest backer. She said without showing any weakness, "If it's not you, who else? Who else in this family would steal my things? And the jade pendant is not the most valuable. If someone really wants to steal it and sell it, there are so many jewelry and they shouldn't only choose this one. Only the mother-in-law is interested in this jade pendant. Zhou Tingting can't think of anyone else except her. Why is there no one? Didn't you bring an old woman to our house a few days ago? She lives in your room. Why don't you say she stole it?" The day before yesterday afternoon, Zhou Tingting picked up an old woman from somewhere, saying that her relative was injured and had to stay at home for 2 days. Seeing that the old woman was injured, she didn't say anything. But the house is so small, and the several rooms are all full. Zhou Tingting didn't know what was wrong with her. She gave her room to the old woman to sleep, and her son and grandson also squeezed into her room. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she thought that she was not familiar with the old woman and it would be better to sleep with her than with her, so she didn't think much about it. In the past 2 days, she didn't enter her daughter-in-law's room at all. Who else would steal except that woman? In her opinion, the old woman was not a good thing, with shifty eyes. But it was hard to say anything. Now that she was wronged by her daughter-in-law, she immediately thought that it was very likely that the old woman was dishonest and took away the jade pendant. Zhou Tingting let the wolf into the house herself, and she actually questioned herself in return. It really made her angry.
Impossible.
Hearing this, Zhou Tingting directly rejected it. But a sense of panic inexplicably surged in her heart. If one person said that Aunt Lu would steal things, she would definitely not believe it, but if everyone said it, she would feel a little unsure. But she still didn't quite believe that Aunt Lu was that kind of person. "I'm going to search your room," Zhou Tingting said directly, not knowing whether it was for face or to prove herself. Mother Wang was so angry that she stared at her daughter-in-law in disbelief. She had said this to this point, and she still doubted herself. She hurriedly patted her chest to calm down. "Okay, go search. If you can't find it, I'll beat you to death." Zhou Tingting saw her firm tone, and her heart became more and more worried for a moment, but she still said with certainty, "Even if it's not you, it can't be Aunt Lu." After saying that, she walked towards Mother Wang's room with her own mind. She rummaged around on Mother Wang's desk, even under the bed, and became more and more panicked. Mother-in-law liked the jade pendant so much, and logically, if she had stolen it, she would have hidden it. The jade pendant was not very valuable, and mother-in-law was not someone who needed money so much, so she shouldn't have sold it. Zhou Tingting had some incredible thoughts in her mind. Could it be that she really misunderstood, and it was really Aunt Lu who stole it? Now that she calmed down, Zhou Tingting regained her rationality. If her mother-in-law really wanted to steal her jade pendant, she should have stolen it long ago. Why wait until now? When she went to bail Aunt Lu out the day before yesterday, she heard that she was wronged in the Zhou family and was bitten by Xin Yan's dog. She felt that their Zhou family owed her. So she felt very guilty and took her home in person. Worried about her injury, she deliberately vacated her room for her to sleep. There is no one else but her. My brother said so, the villagers said so, and now my mother-in-law said so. She was the only one who didn't want to believe it, and she only believed Aunt Lu. Is it always me who is wrong? Zhou Tingting's face was full of disbelief. Maybe she put it somewhere and couldn't find it. It must be like this. Zhou Tingting didn't believe that she was wrong. Xi Nian and Zhou Yueshan came to the Public Security Bureau together to deal with Aunt Lu's matter. Originally, if Aunt Lu apologized properly and corrected her mistakes, it would definitely be fine. Not only did she bribe someone to bail her out, but she also arrogantly went to trouble Xi Nian again. She is really unrepentant. And this time, not only did she steal Xi Nian's things, but she also deceived the police when reporting parole. In addition, Zhou Yueshan later reported that she had withheld money for vegetables. This time, it was a big deal. Before, she might have been locked up for a few days, but this time she would probably be sentenced. Xi Nian stood behind Zhou Yueshan and watched him talk to several police comrades. Aunt Lu over there cried and said that she was wrong. Seeing that no one responded, she sat down on the ground. I really won't steal in the future.
Please let me go.
I swear, if I steal again, I will be struck by lightning and give birth to a child without an. As a result, she didn't sit well, and a somewhat turbid jade pendant fell out of her trouser pocket. Everyone's eyes fell on the jade pendant. Xi Nian raised an eyebrow. Aunt Lu's expression froze, and she quickly reached out to grab it. However, the policeman saw something was wrong immediately and picked up the jade pendant before her.
Xi Nian blushed.
If she didn't hug him now, it would seem a bit artificial. She stretched out her hands, and her slender white arms passed through his thin waist, tightly hugged his waist, and interlocked her thin white fingers. The road is not good, so it is better to be careful. Even with a helmet, the wind was still very loud. Xi Nian took a deep breath, and his breathing became a little hot for some reason. The starry eyes under the helmet trembled. How could this ordinary motorcycle make him feel like riding a motorcycle? When the pedestrians on the road heard the sound, they all cast their eyes in the direction of the two. Seeing this brand new black second-generation Honda King, envy flashed in their eyes. Men envy motorcycles and women envy the women on the car. In this era, if you have a Honda King, it is so easy to pick up girls. Taking it out for a ride is no worse than a car. Xi Nian had never had a boyfriend in her previous life, and she had never been able to experience the feeling of a boyfriend picking her up and dropping her off at home, or the feeling of riding a motorcycle when she was young. She didn't understand it either. But at this moment, she seemed to feel it. This feeling was not bad. She raised her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. He was very tall and had a very broad back. As long as she lowered her head slightly, most of the wind would be completely blocked, and she could only smell the light scent of mountain spring water on the man. Her arms subconsciously tightened by 2 points. He was wearing a thin, simple military green vest, and his arm muscles were prominent, but not particularly exaggerated. The perfect arc was just right. Through the fabric, you can feel the hard and firm muscles, and even vaguely feel the touch of abdominal muscles. Xi Nian sighed lightly and felt even more regretful in her heart. Man, why can't your lower body be as hard as your body? Even so, such good muscles are not something you can touch normally. Xi Nian has never touched a man's abdominal muscles, and her fingers couldn't help but move. In an instant, the man's body tensed up. His breathing became heavier, and his voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of warning. Xi Nian, don't move. Xi Nian was embarrassed. It was just a touch, but he reacted so violently. If you didn't know him, you would think he was A. The car drove out of the city, and the traffic became less and less. The speed of the car increased suddenly. The speed of motorcycles these days is also very fast. Xi Nian exclaimed, not daring to move. She hugged the man's waist tightly and put her face on his back. Zhou Yueshan slowed down. When she called his name, her voice was soft and especially pleasant. Zhou Yueshin stared at the dark eyes in front of him with a tense look, but he finally slowed down a bit. His voice slowed down, "Don't be afraid." Xin Yan sat for a while, and clearly felt that this man was really stable when riding a bike. He could ride such a broken mountain road without shaking her up. Soon she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yueshin was fast and stable. He could even exceed the speed of a van. It usually takes an hour and a half to get to the city by car, but he saw the entrance to the village in less than an hour. In the quiet village, the sound of the motorcycle was particularly clear. People working in the fields all cast their eyes on them. When they saw that it was the two of them, they all showed sighing expressions on their faces. The Zhou family really made a lot of money. This big house was built less than 2 years ago, and they bought a car. Although everyone said that Xin Yan would be a stepmother after marrying into the family, and her future would be miserable. But as far as the current situation is concerned, which woman in the surrounding area lives as comfortably as she does? A short happiness is better than a lifetime of suffering. Especially the women of the same age in the field, who used to look down on Xin Yan and thought that she only cared about the present. But during this period of time, with what happened in the Zhou family, the whole family carried large and small bags home, and their lives became more and more comfortable. Xin Yan didn't even have to work in the fields. Now when she came back from the city, Zhou Yueshin rode her back on a new motorcycle. Who wouldn't be jealous? Looking at herself, she had to finish the work in the fields before it rained before she could leave, and she couldn't relax for a moment. What a good life. Everyone couldn't help but think of the Zhou and Lu families again. Aunt Lu came back today and brought Zhou Tingting with her. Zhou Tingting had a quarrel with Xin Yan, and it was said that Xin Yan would not let her in. Aunt Lu was fine, after all. She did something wrong, and it was understandable. But why did she not let Zhou Tingting in? That was Zhou Tingting's parents' home. Everyone hadn't thought much about it before, but now seeing how comfortable Xin Yan was, they naturally felt sour. These things were naturally magnified in their minds, and they even substituted themselves with the feeling of being blocked at the door by an outsider after getting married and returning home. If you ask me, this Xin Yan might really have some problems. Aunt Lu can understand that, but Zhou Tingting didn't defend her. I heard that she locked people at the door and wouldn't let them in. She was so aggressive right after entering the house. She will have a hard time in the future. She just relies on the fact that the Zhou family doesn't have parents-in-law to control her. I also think that this woman is quite strange. Do you still remember the woman who married Zhou Lauda before? They have been married for a year. I heard that they sleep in separate rooms and have never touched each other, let alone take her to the city to buy things, eat in restaurants, and drive her home personally. Haven't you noticed that Zhou Lauda has been running to his house more and more frequently recently? Who let her be beautiful, gentle, and soft? How can a man refuse? But why did I hear that she is restless? When I passed by the door of Zhou's house yesterday at noon, I saw that Li Mingjun said something to her. She was dressed so coquettishly. Is it true? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? She is too shameless, isn't it? Can't Zhou Lao satisfy her? She hooked up with someone else. Here, Xin Yan didn't know that she was maliciously slandered just because she and Zhou Yueshin rode a motorcycle back. This is how it is in this era. If you don't live well, people will despise you for being poor. If you live too well, others will be jealous of why you live so well. It must have been obtained through improper means. In front of Zhou's house, under the eaves, Zhou Yuehan moved a bench and was doing homework outside. At such a young age, he already understood sadness, and his little brows were frowned, as if he was a little absent-minded. Zhou Yedong was cleaning the yard. When his expression was calm, he was somewhat similar to Zhou Yueshin. He was very self-disciplined every day, always finishing his homework in the fastest time before his younger brother, and then started to find other things to do. Sometimes he was accompanying his younger sister, sometimes cleaning or washing clothes for his younger brother and sister. He was only 10 years old. At this age, as a child, being able to do this step was already very good. In addition to studying and attending classes every day, he devoted all his time to his blood relatives and never went out to play with other children. He was introverted and always taciturn. Therefore, he had almost no friends in the village. Everyone thinks that he is a very lonely person, with cold eyebrows and eyes, like a vigilant little wolf cub. Unlike the innocence of other children, he is fierce. He and his brother have been invisible for a long time without contact with outsiders and have never had much presence in the village. People don't like to play with them. But these days, it's different. The two of them suddenly changed into cool new clothes, new shoes, and even their school bags were backpacks. This conspicuous outfit attracted the attention of many peers. Some girls have begun to take the initiative to chat with them. But Zhou Yedong found that he still hates women. Except that person. When they returned home, they heard from Grandma Zhang that Grandma Lu and Aunt came to trouble their stepmother. Then Dad and stepmother went to the city, and no one knew what happened. Hearing his brother sigh, Zhou Yedong glanced at him. The younger brother, who never liked his stepmother very much, since the stepmother bought him clothes, always mentioned her in 9 out of 10 sentences. For example, "Brother, what do you think she'll cook today? Brother, my clothes got dirty by accident. What if she gets angry when she sees it? Brother, she gave me cookies today. She should not hate me, right? Brother, she is a very nice person." Zhou Yedong never responded to his brother because he knew it in his heart. After he finished his homework, he started to clean up. He cleaned the house inside and out. Because stepmother likes cleanliness. The two children were absent-minded. Only Yarao handed a white rabbit milk candy to Da Huang and babbled as if saying, "Eat it, you eat it." Da Huang put his front paws on the posture of her Langtu, squinted lazily, and looked at the little bean in front of him. He perfunctorily put his nose close to sniff the candy in the little bean's hand, and then looked away disappointedly. His tail swung from time to time. But he did not drive away the little girl in front of him. At this time, the sound of a motorcycle approaching came from outside the door. At once, the 3 little kids and the dog looked over at the same time. Didn't they see the person sitting on the cool motorcycle who they had been worried about? Both children stopped what they were doing and looked over. Little kid happily ran over with an unsteady step, and the 2 little tufts on his head swayed. De Huang stood up, looking as if he had just woken up, stretched his front paws forward, but his eyes were staring outside. "It's mother dog. The mother dog is finally back, QAQ." Xinyan looked at the 1, 2, 3, and 4 people in the yard, some happy, some expectant, some worried, and some eager for De Huang, and a soft light flashed in her eyes. If at the beginning, she just hoped to improve the children, at least so that they would not hate her so much and take revenge on her in the future. Now, she really likes these children. Seeing Yao Yao's happy little figure pulling at the iron gate, Xinyan hurriedly got off the car. However, after sitting on the motorcycle for nearly an hour, even if her ace didn't hurt, her legs were numb. As soon as her feet touched the ground, they softened. Zhou Yueshen had just parked the car and subconsciously pulled her. When his hand touched the skin of her arm, it was so soft. It seemed that it would break with a little force. He quickly let go of his hand and rubbed his fingers. At this moment, the iron gate was opened by Zhou Yedong, and Yao Yao stumbled towards the 2 of them. Xinyan took 2 steps forward, picked up the child, and kissed her on the face. Yao Yao immediately giggled. Then she stretched out her little hand and pointed at her father's motorcycle. Yao Yao had never seen it, but it was fun to see the 2 adults riding it back, just like the horses they rode that day. Although she couldn't speak yet, she already had a memory. Xinyan immediately raised her eyebrows. "Yao Yao, do you want to ride on Daddy's motorcycle?" Yao Yao bit her finger and nodded her little head. Xinyan smiled, turned around and put her in front of Zhou Yueshen. "Zhou Yueshen, take the children for a ride." Zhou Yueshen looked at the little kid in his arms. The little kid was curiously touching the motorcycle, and his little hands were curiously touching here and there. Zhou Yueshen's eyes flashed with love. Although the children were not his own, he really loved them. It was just that he did not do well, causing several children to be bullied and wronged. He thought that when the children grew up a little and could be self-sufficient, it would be fine. But now I know that because of being busy, I missed many opportunities to care for the children. That's why they are like this now. They are timid, cowardly, silent, and autistic. He thought it was because of the influence of the children's family. But now I realize that this is my own problem. Xin Yan is also raising a child for the first time.
But she does better than me.
Zhou Yueshin is grateful to her from the bottom of his heart. Her arrival has added so much warmth and color to this cold home. The children's eyes are also bright because of her. The simplest things he can do now are the most precious memories for the child. Zhou Yueshin turned the key and started the car. Just as he moved, his trouser leg was pulled. He lowered his eyes and saw the second child looking at him with sparkling eyes, with an expectant and nervous light in his eyes. "Dad, I want to ride." Zhou Yueshin was stunned for a moment, raised his eyes, and looked at Zhou Yedong, who was standing at the iron gate not far away, and did not come over. He was the eldest and the most mature, but the admiration and expectation in his eyes at this moment could not be concealed. Boys like these things more. Zhou Yueshin laughed in his chest, lifted his son behind him with one hand, and his voice was rarely happy. "Hold Dad tight." Zhou Yuehan immediately hugged his father's waist tightly, and his little face pressed tightly against his father's broad back. The excitement made his cheeks red like a little apple. Zhou Yedong stood far away, looking at his younger brother, who was hugging his father without any scruples with envy. He couldn't take the initiative to speak like his younger brother. He was used to enduring everything, hiding, planning himself in his own small circle, and dared not take a step. Even if he wanted to, he would not speak. However, the next second his stepmother, who came over at some point, gently pushed him from behind. At this moment, Zhou Yedong subconsciously walked forward. "Go hug your brother, otherwise it's not safe." Zhou Yedong stopped and looked back at her. The sky was covered with dark clouds. It didn't rain, but it was tightly pressed down, and there was no sunshine at all. However, the woman standing there at this moment, in his eyes, seemed to break through the sky, shining into his dim heart, and became the brightest beam of light in his heart. His heart was beating, and he walked to the front of the car with uneasiness and rapid breathing. The tall figure of his father was in front of him. He clenched his small fist, summoned his courage, and called out, "Dad." Zhou Yueshin lowered his eyes and responded, "Come up, hold your brother tight." Zhou Yedong nodded heavily, climbed up with some effort on the back seat, and then hugged his brother tightly. Seeing that the children were sitting firmly, Zhou Yueshin started the motorcycle. Considering that it was the first time for the three children to ride a motorcycle, Zhou Yueshin did not drive fast. Xin Yan watched the backs of the few people go away, then turned and went into the house to prepare today's dinner. When she turned around and saw De Huang wagging his tail at her, Xin Yan remembered that she had not had time to feed De Huang at noon today, and Aunt Lu and others came to make trouble.
She has been busy until now.
She went over and patted De Huang's head, thinking about the leftover dishes at home, and smiled. "De Huang, let's eat meat today. There are men in the family and the consumption is huge, so meat is indispensable for every meal." Zhou Yueshin took the children to ride around the village twice. The children, who were somewhat restrained at first, have adapted to it now, and feel the wind blowing across their cheeks. It was going to rain and it was getting dark, so everyone was carrying hose to go home. Some dusty children were immediately attracted by the sound of the motorcycle. Seeing that it was Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan riding cool motorcycles, they were immediately envious and could not move. "Mom, I want to ride too." As soon as the words fell, he was slapped on the back of his head by his mother. "Ride your head, get out of here quickly." After a few laps, the raindrops fell, and Zhou Yueshin took the children, who were still not satisfied, home. At this moment, the smell of hot food came from the house. Although the weather was gloomy and it was about to rain, the family was in a good mood. The second child's long hair was blown all over the place, which looked quite funny. After parking the car and carrying the child into the house, heavy rain began to fall outside the door. However, the house was warm at this time. Xin Yan was the only one there, but the radio was on, and the sound of news was constantly broadcasting from it. In the kitchen, an amazing aroma came out, and the children swallowed their saliva at the same time. The stepmother's cooking was so fragrant that the children's appetite came out. Zhou Yuehan was about to run over and secretly take a look at what delicious food his stepmother made today, but he was pulled by someone from behind. Turning back, he looked at his brother in confusion. Brother? Why are you pulling me? Zhou Yedong looked at his brother expressionlessly. Have you finished your homework? Zhou Yuehan's bared teeth suddenly retracted. He lowered his little head and poked his fingers guiltily. Not yet. Then don't do it. Zhou Yedong's voice became heavier. His younger brother is always reluctant to study, and his grades are not very ideal. He has to be watched every day when he does his homework before he can finish it. He is having so much fun now that he has completely forgotten his homework. His parents have told him since he was a child that knowledge can change his destiny. So Zhou Yedong has experienced so many misfortunes, but he has never complained about anything, let alone blamed his father. Because he knows very well that in this world, you can't rely on others, you can only rely on yourself. Zhou Yuehan looked at him pitifully, and seeing that his brother's expression did not relax at all, he pulled his little shoulders to do his homework. When the eldest brother frowned, he looked scary, like his father. Xin Yan cooked a table of dishes, but Zhou Yueshan didn't have time to eat because it was raining and she had to go to the farm to check it out. There was not even an umbrella at home, and seeing that the man was leaving like this, she hurried to the house to take out her umbrella and handed it to him. Take an umbrella with you. It's easy to catch a cold if you get wet. She looked at Zhou Yueshan worriedly. This man is really hard-working. He gets up early and goes to bed late every day. Today he was busy coming here to deal with Aunt Lu's matter. He was afraid that he would be bullied. He took a few children to play for a while after coming back, which delayed him a lot of time. Although this can indeed bring him closer to the children, Zhou Yueshan's breeding farm is also on the rise. He has to make up for the delayed time with his rest time. Many parents are busy and always ignore their children's problems. This happens in every era. Xin Yan can understand it. Zhou Yueshan wanted to say no, but when he lowered his eyes to meet her worried face, his Adam's apple moved, but he still reached out to take it and said in a low voice, I may be back very late. You should go to bed early.
Xin Yan responded.
However, when the man opened the small umbrella with pink lace, Zhou Yueshan.
Xin Yan.
Ahem. Or should we wait until the rain stops before leaving? Xin Yan suggested. A tall and strong man holding a small umbrella. It was so strange. Zhou Yueshan looked down at Xin Yan, then at the umbrella, and rarely agreed with her. He nodded slightly, okay. After waiting for a few minutes, the rain was getting heavier. Xin Yan glanced at the man sitting upright from time to time. Several little guys looked at the two of them in confusion. Why is the atmosphere between stepmother and father a little weird? About 2 minutes later, Zhou Yueshan stood up. You guys eat. You don't have to wait for me. As he said this, he walked into the rain holding Xin Yan's small umbrella. His sharp eyebrows were tightly knitted. In fact, he wanted to tell Xin Yan that it was okay for him to get wet in the rain and he would not get sick so easily. However, Zhou Yueshan could not ignore the glances she cast from time to time. If he did not hold her umbrella, would she be very disappointed? So this tall man, who was as tall as a mountain, went out holding the small umbrella with a strong sense of contrast. Occasionally, someone did not rush home and was rushing home at this moment. Suddenly, he saw someone coming in front of him, subconsciously raised his head, and took a curious look. The next second, his feet slipped, and he stumbled and fell on the ground. When they looked back, the man holding the umbrella had gone far away. The villagers were stunned. If they were not mistaken, the man holding the pink umbrella was not the man with the title of the toughest man in their village. Zhou Yueshan? Is he so delicate? He was holding a pink umbrella with lace. If this got out, it would be quite explosive. It turned out that under the old-fashioned appearance of Boss Zhou, there was such a girlish heart. The heavy rain lasted until the early morning. After finishing his work, Yu Dong yawned and walked into Zhou Yueshan's office, complaining, This sky is endless. I am so tired. Boss, do you have an umbrella in your room? Lend me one. Zhou Yueshan took off his soaked vest, revealing a strong back muscle. Yu Dong was envious and jealous. He is already 30 years old, and his figure is still so good. Does he need others to live? Zhou Yueshin tilted his head and bit the cigarette at an angle in his mouth.
Indifferent tone, no.
Isn't there one here? Yu Dong thought so too, but the next second he noticed an umbrella that didn't look big hanging on the wall. He hurried over, and just as he was about to reach out, the umbrella was snatched away by someone even faster. Turning his head, he met his boss's narrowed eyes, dangerous eyes. He choked and whispered, "Isn't it just an umbrella? Is it that serious?" Zhou Yueshin didn't look at him, took the umbrella and turned around to put it on the table, changed into a vest casually, raised his eyes, and said vaguely, "You'll be on guard tonight. Yu Dong. Isn't it your turn today?" The man who usually treats his work as his wife actually pushed his wife to him today. Brothers' wives should not be bullied. He won't do it. Zhou Yueshin then said coldly, "You have to give back what I helped you guard before.
Yu Dong.
Okay, now that you have a woman, you start to ruin your brothers, right?" He pointed at Zhou Yueshin with a trembling finger. Yu Dong always felt that Zhou Yueshin was very abnormal during this period. In the past, he basically stayed in the farm all day long. However, now whenever he has a little time, he will find a way to run home. When did he become so family-oriented? The only possibility is that it is for that beautiful sister-in-law. Zhou Yueshin raised his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Tomorrow I will send the youngest and the second oldest to school." He got up early in the morning, and the youngest, the second oldest, also got up early, and they had to walk a long way to school every day. Zhou Yueshin's family conditions were not good when he was a child, but he had a strong ability to adapt and lived a harder life than the two children. It's just that he never took these things seriously. Everyone in the family thinks he is an emotionless, cold-blooded machine. But the two children are different from him. After taking them around twice on a motorcycle today, Zhou Yueshin realized how important his behavior in front of the children was. Yu Dong opened his mouth, but he couldn't make excuses now. He watched the man's figure walk into the rain. The next morning, Xin Yan was awakened by the sound of a motorcycle. Did Zhou Yueshin come back last night? She slept quite late last night and thought that Zhou Yueshin would not come back at night since he went there so late. When she heard the noise, she got up and looked out the window. She was surprised to see Zhou Yueshin carrying the two children into the car. Zhou Yuehan sat in front of him, and Zhou Yedong sat behind him. Both children looked very excited. The rain had stopped, but the road was wet. Their trouser legs must be covered with mud. Both children deliberately changed into their old clothes. But no thinking that Zhou Yueshin would send them to school. Sometimes they would see their classmates' fathers riding bicycles to send their classmates to school. Everyone was envious, but they never expected that they would have such a day. They were also children sent by their fathers. The two children touched the hot eggs and pancakes in their arms. These were made by their stepmother last night. They could eat them after heating them up today. Their stepmother also made milk powder for them. It tasted sweet and mellow. After drinking a cup, their stomachs felt warm. There were 2 eggs every morning, one to eat at home and one to take to school. That's right. There are also apples and bananas. The stepmother loves to eat fruits and says that they can supplement vitamins, but they don't know what vitamins are. Anyway, eating them is good for the body. The stepmother said that eating them will make them taller, and they will be as tall as their father in the future. At first, they didn't dare to mix them with milk powder, because in their memories, this kind of thing is only for their younger sister to drink, and it is a very precious thing. They are reluctant to drink it. But after hearing the stepmother say that drinking it will make them taller, the first thing the 2 children do when they get up every day is to mix them with milk powder. They want to be as tall as their father in the future. That way they can protect their younger sister and stepmother. Listening to the sound of the motorcycle fade away, Xin Yan turned around and went downstairs. The pickled radish that had been soaked overnight was finally ready. It was sour and sweet, with a hint of spiciness, and very crisp and sweet. She and Yao Yao were the only ones at home, so they just cooked some porridge and drank a large bowl of rice porridge with the radish. Soon, uninvited guests came to the door. It was Old Man Liu and Old Lady Liu. Seeing the 2 of them, Xin Yan didn't even have the heart to open the door for them. She was not the kind of person who would compromise for the sake of her own interests. I thought they were here to cause trouble because of Aunt Liu, but who knew that the two people today seemed like different people with flattering faces. Mrs. Zhou, we were wrong before and misunderstood you. Xin Yan raised his eyebrows. If someone was too attentive for no reason, he was either a traitor or a thief. Sure enough, the two soon revealed their true colors. Little Zhou's wife, we already know that your Aunt Lu was wrong. The police also notified them that as long as you are willing to reconcile, you can get a lighter punishment. We two old people kneel down for you. Can you let your Aunt Lu go for once? Xin Yan crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, Aunt Lu not only stole my things, but also withheld the food expenses of the little boss and others. Didn't the police tell you? The two people's faces froze. How could they not know that if it was just because of Xin Yan, it would not be so serious? Who knew that Lu Dongmei, that idiot, actually ran over to make trouble again yesterday? Now, Zhou Yueshan caught her handle and sent her back. Zhou Tingting had agreed to help, but this beast couldn't stay still for several days and stole someone's jade pendant. Zhou Tingting didn't care. They had no choice. The police called and said that the embezzled money must be returned to the Zhou family first, and then the sentence would be lighter. Unless they reconcile privately, they have to pay back the money anyway. If they don't pay it back, Lu Dongmei will be even worse off. The two had no choice but to go to the door and beg for forgiveness. Although they looked down on Lu Dongmei, her grandchildren and son needed her to take care of her. If she went to jail, who would do the housework in the future? And if she went to jail, their Lu family would also be embarrassed. Otherwise, even if Lu Dongmei died in prison, no one would care about her. Xin Yan knew it and sneered. Anyway, my things are back. Whether to forgive Aunt Lu is a matter for Zhou Yueshan and the children. Why are you looking for me? I don't have the ability to make decisions for them. The two had no choice but to grit their teeth and take out more than 100 yuan from their pockets and handed it to Xin Yan. Here is 120 yuan. Everything your Aunt Lu took away before is here. Is that okay? Xin Yan looked at the painful expressions of the two and took the money without any hesitation. Her smile became brighter. Of course I can, but whether to forgive or not, you still have to trouble Zhou Yueshan to find out. What? I gave you all the money. The two stared at her. Xin Yan sneered. This is the money you owed me. How can you bribe me? Okay, give me another 100 and I'll think about it. The two were so angry that they vomited blood. They left with a sentence you wish, and turned away angrily. If he gave her another 100, wouldn't that mean the Lu family's death? The more than 100 was given by the Public Security Department. He wanted to use this money to bribe Xin Yan and ask her to help, but who knew that this woman was as cunning as a monkey? Xin Yan took the money again, and was in a good mood. When Zhou Yueshan came back in the evening, she put the money on the table and said with sparkling eyes, This is the money returned by the Lu family. It's for you. Zhou Yueshan wiped the sweat from his head. He had a short buzz cut, a sharp face, and deep features. Even with a buzz cut, he was still amazingly handsome. He wiped it casually, glanced at her, and looked at the wrinkled money again, and then said calmly, You keep it. You don't have to give it to me. Xin Yan was not polite and nodded. Then he went into the house and served the dishes on the table. I made soup for you, you taste it. Xin Yan handed a bowl of soup with wolfberry and yam floating in it to Zhou Yueshan and said, You stay up late every day. You need more nourishment. Zhou Yueshan glanced down and paused with his chopsticks. Zhou Yueshan stared at the red wolfberries in his father's bowl curiously. He didn't know what it was, but his stepmother served so many to his father. It must be delicious. He also wanted to drink it. So when Zhou Yueshan went to the kitchen to serve the soup, he floated the small red wolfberries in it into his bowl little by little. When he sat down happily with a bowl of wolfberry soup, Xin Yan glanced at it and almost spit out a mouthful of soup. Little second, what are you doing? Zhou Yueshan was biting the red wolfberries. The taste was weird, and it wasn't very delicious. Hearing this, he blinked in confusion. Drink the soup. Xin Yan, that's for stewing soup, not eating. It's not that you can't eat it, but you can't eat it as rice. But there are a lot in Dad's bowl too. The second child looked at his father. His tone was a little sour.
Xin Yan.
This little fool. Just listen to me, just drink the soup. When she was stewing the soup, her original intention was to add a little more wolfberry into it because wolfberry was good for the body. She wanted to nourish Zhou Yueshan. But she didn't expect that the second child would mistake it for something delicious. Zhou Yedong glanced at his stupid brother and couldn't bear to watch. The second child also felt that the taste was not so good and nodded obediently. He was a little worried that he had put all the food in his own bowl, so his stepmother was unhappy and didn't let him eat. Thinking of this possibility, the second child frowned. Xin Yan felt Zhou Yueshan's complicated gaze and felt a little guilty for some reason, so he coughed to change the subject. By the way, do you have any pig's trotters, pig's kidneys, large intestines, or pig's bones left over from your factory every day? Zhou Yueshan nodded slightly. Yes, do you want them? There are a lot of these things. The best-selling ones every day are pork belly and fat, followed by lean meat. Most of the goods are sent directly to the city after being slaughtered. Villagers only buy them when they have a snack, so there are not many left. But the ones that Xin Yan wants are really the most left over every day. Pig's trotters don't have much meat and are difficult to handle, so no one wants them. Large intestines may have a smell, otherwise everyone still likes to eat them. As for pig's kidneys, Zhou Yueshan frowned for some reason. Because this thing is only eaten by men. Things that strengthen yang and replenish qi. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the wolfberry soup in the bowl. Zhou Yueshan. Xin Yan nodded hurriedly. Yes, I want it. If you have it, give me a little more. Braised pork trotters, braised large intestines, thick bone soup, pork kidneys. She hasn't made these things yet, but she heard that they can enhance performance, so of course she prepared them for him. Zhou Yueshan looked at her sparkling almond eyes and withdrew his dark eyes with a strange expression. I'll have someone send them to you tomorrow.
Xin Yan nodded.
What? Send these to the Zhou family, boss. When did you become so stingy? These things are so difficult to handle. Yu Dong looked at the pig's trotters, pig's large intestines, and pig's bones in the bag. These were usually difficult to handle and sold cheaply. Usually the boss would pick out the best ribs or pork belly to send back. Why is he so stingy today? Did he have a quarrel with his sister-in-law, deliberately giving her these difficult-to-handle things? If so, that's too mean. How could he not know that the boss was such an excessive person? Stop talking nonsense, and send it quickly. Zhou Yueshan lit a cigarette and bit it between his lips. His tone was quite impatient. Yu Dong muttered softly, opened it and took a look, only to find that it had been washed clean. Even the hair on the pig's trotters was burnt clean. Although, these things are indeed not very good, but was he too loud to the boss just now? He rode his bicycle with a big bag of things and left the farm. As a result, just after pedaling for a while, there was a sudden and the tire exploded. Getting off the car, he saw that some naughty kid from somewhere had dropped thumbtacks on the road, and the tires were punctured into sieves, which made him so angry. Yu Dong was so angry that he was still holding something in his hand. When he was about to walk over, a truck stopped next to him. He tilted his head and saw that it was Li Mingjun. He raised his eyebrows. This man is very coquettish. It's so hot, and he wears leather jackets every day. He is really not afraid of the heat just to look cool. Old Yu, where are you going? Li Mingjun actually heard Zhou Yueshan asking Yu Dong to deliver something, so he hurriedly followed him under the pretext of going home. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky that he saw Yu Dong's bicycle was punctured. God really helped me. Ever since he saw that woman, Li Mingjun felt like he was crazy, with that gorgeous face in his mind all day long. Even if he was defeated, he was still greedy. He became more and more courageous. He ran here very diligently these days. Usually, he would leave early after delivering the goods. But now, he squatted here every day, just wanting to see the young sister-in-law more and satisfy his eyes. The more she disliked him, the more uncomfortable Li Mingjun felt. I'm delivering meat to the old man's house. Why are you here? Yu Dong was a little confused. This was not the way out, so why did Li Mingjun come here? I'm bored, so I came here to take a look. Is your car broken? How about I help you deliver it? Yu Dong thought about his beloved car with a flat tire, and he felt angry. I don't know why that rascal threw nails on the road. My tire was punctured when I came here. I was so angry. If you want to go, then give me a ride. Then go and change the tire. I can help you with the delivery. How could he let him go with him? Lee Mingjun rolled his eyes. Yu Dong thought about it and it was true. He didn't think much about it. After all, although Lee Mingjun was not very reliable, he was quite good at delivering goods. It's just that the man always likes to put on airs. But he is from the city, so it's inevitable, and it's normal. So he handed it over. Okay, then you can help me deliver it to Zhou's house, and tell my sister-in-law that the boss asked me to deliver it. He didn't dare to say that he was the one who sent these broken things. After all, who would give gifts these remnants? Although he didn't understand why the boss asked him to deliver these. Lee Mingjun immediately smiled and said, Okay, I promise to deliver it to you. Yu Dong didn't think much about it, and gave him the things. Soon, the truck came to the door of Zhou's house again. In the past 2 days, because of the incident between Zhou Tingting and Aunt Lu, everyone had some prejudice against Xin Yan. Especially before, someone said that she was seen talking to Lee Mingjun in a coquettish way. Everyone remembered it in their hearts, but unexpectedly, someone bumped into it again today. Seeing Lee Mingjun's truck parked in front of the Zhou's gate, everyone looked at him with contempt. Then they looked at Xin Yan, who came out in a skirt. Who in this village wears a skirt every day and has loose hair? It's obvious that she is not doing her job properly. Everyone felt that Xin Yan was not serious anymore. Lee Mingjun sorted out his hair and picked up a big bag of groceries. I don't know what it is. It's so heavy. He opened it and took a look, but saw that they were all some parts of the pig that he didn't like. He was immediately disdainful. Yu Dong even sent it over specially. He thought it was something good. That's it? In order to please the beauty, Lee Mingjun immediately took out the good pork belly that his family had asked him to keep from the car and walked towards the iron gate. This time he didn't dare to commit suicide like last time and shouted loudly, Sister-in-law, I have brought you something good. There were so many people around. He didn't believe that Xin Yan would dare to let the dirty dog drive him away in front of so many people this time. In order to see Xin Yan today, he also put on the Anton watch that he had always been reluctant to wear. He deliberately exposed it, fearing that Xin Yan would not see it. This is the symbol of city people, and no country people can afford it. Xin Yan saw that it was this annoying, greasy man again, and disgust flashed to her eyes. But looking at the things in his hand, she wondered if Zhou Yueshan really asked him to send it? How could Zhou Yueshan value such a person? Xin Yan was a little impatient, but she had prepared the ingredients to make these things. Now she walked over, wanting to see what this man wanted to do. Put it there and go away. Xin Yan stopped a few steps away from the iron gate, really not wanting to get close to the greasy man. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lee Mingjun's face suddenly turned dark, and he said sarcastically, What are you talking about, sister-in-law? I came all the way to deliver the goods to you, and you won't even let me in? This is too much. Xin Yan, didn't my man pay you? Lee Mingjun was stunned for a moment, then his face sank. What do you mean? Xin Yan folded his hands. Since you have been paid, you are just a worker who moves goods. You just put it wherever I tell you to. How is it too much?
Lee Mingjun.
His face turned pale and blue, so Xin Yan regarded him as a worker of the Zhou family from the beginning. Did you misunderstand something? Although I drive for the Zhou family, I am not a worker. I only came to help because of my sister-in-law. By the way, my home is in the city. You know Nanjing, right? That's the most prosperous city here. So what? Xin Yan pulled the corner of his lips with disdain. Didn't you collect your salary?
Lee Mingjun shuka.
I'll say it for the last time. Leave it at the door and leave quickly, or I'll let the dogs out. Lee Mingjun was so angry that he said unwillingly, You are driving me away just for Zhou Yueshan.
You see how stingy he is.
He opened such a big breeding farm, but he was reluctant to give you any good things. They are all these leftovers. I even specially left a piece of pork belly for you. Xin Yan wanted to roll his eyes when he heard this. Oh, you kept the pork belly for my family, so I should thank you? Go away or not. If not, I will release the dogs. Lee Mingjun's face suddenly turned pale and blue. He looked at her angrily, and left reluctantly. Xin Yan was also very unhappy. This man affected her mood too much. It would be fine if it happened once, but will it ever end? This matter today must be mentioned to Zhou Yueshan. This man has poached people even to his doorstep, and he is still working in the farm, Makabaka. Although she was very annoyed, Xin Yan still did not forget her mission. The things Zhou Yueshan gave were very sufficient, and they were obviously carefully cleaned. The hair on the pig's trotters was burned and shaved very clean, so she didn't have to deal with it. Not to mention the pig's large intestine. Xin Yan put some cooking wine and vinegar and rubbed it repeatedly, but no dirt was rubbed out. It seemed that the man knew how to clean it better than her. However, Xin Yan still rubbed it with vinegar and flour for a while, and then washed it with clean water several times. Wash it and blanch it in a pot, add onion and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell until the intestines shrink and change color, and then take them out. The seasoning was prepared by her in advance. A fool can make it. They are green onion, dried red pepper, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, etc. These things are relatively easy to buy. After blanching the large intestine, pour soy sauce, light soy sauce, salt, a little dark soy sauce, and appropriate amount of water directly into the iron pot. Pour in clean water and heat the sauce. Then put the processed large intestine into the sauce. Mix it slightly. The water covers the large intestine, and then turn on the fire to stew so that the sauce is thoroughly absorbed into the large intestine. In the remaining time, Xin Yan cleaned the shank. The meat on the shank is very tendinous, and it takes a long time to stew. Especially the bone marrow in the shank. After it is stewed, a little suction can out the mellow bone marrow soup. Don't mention how delicious it is. The nutritional value is also very high. Time passed in a flash, and the pig large intestine was almost braised. When the lid of the pot was opened, the sauce aroma was tangy, without any fishy smell, and each large intestine turned into a sauce red. Xin Yan cut a small piece and put it in his mouth. It tasted mellow, salty, and fragrant, and the more you eat, the more chewy it is. Even the marinade has an attractive aroma, and it is delicious when used to braise pig ears and pig trotters. Seeing that it was getting late, Xin Yan decided to save the pork bone soup for the evening. So she started cooking, added some lard, and stir-fried pork kidneys. The pork kidneys have a strong fishy smell, but they are very delicious when cooked well, fresh and tender. When it is hot, people in the countryside love to eat sour soup. Sour soup is actually not very nutritious, but it is a favorite of people in the countryside. It is not only refreshing but also simple and cheap to cook. Xin Yan also likes it, but only if it is paired with side dishes. She cut a bowl of braised pork. After filling the belly, he sprinkled the marinade and chopped green onion on it, opened his pickled radish strips and took out a portion, copied 2 side dishes, and dinner was ready. There is meat and soup, which is both delicious and refreshing. The first thing the little brother and the second brother did when they came back was to do their homework, and they were particularly proactive when it came to dinner time. Because of Zhou Yueshan, the Zhou family also ate a little late. As soon as they sat down, Zhou Yueshan came back. As soon as they entered the room, they smelled the overbearing fragrance. The aroma of the sauce was mixed with the mellow aroma of rice, which was simply too tempting. After they sat at the table, Xin Yan hesitated to speak. Zhou Yueshan, how is your relationship with Li Mingjun? Xin Yan thought that if the relationship was not good, Li Mingjun would not always be asked to send meat. Zhou Yueshan paused, then frowned. Li Mingjun? How do you know him? Xin Yan had not been here for long, so Zhou Yueshan was a little confused. Li Mingjun usually only went to the farm, and he went there relatively early, so it should be rare to run into him. Xin Yan was puzzled. Didn't you ask him to send me meat? Zhou Yu frowned and said in a cold voice, Did he send it to you today? Xin Yan nodded slowly. Yes, it was the same last time. Looking at Zhou Yueshan like this, doesn't he know yet? Xin Yan was puzzled. The other party would not come to give him meat again, and again just to chat with him, right? Li Mingjun in the novel is a stingy man. Zhou Yueshan's deep black eyes narrowed suddenly. He might not think much about others, but the other party was Li Mingjun. What did he do to you? Zhou Yueshan's voice was cold. Si Nian suddenly mentioned this person, which meant that this person left a deep impression on her. Thinking of Li Mingjuan's reputation as outside, Zhou Yueshan frowned unconsciously. I heard that Li Mingjun was very popular in the village before. Si Nian also asked him specifically. Si Nian said, "He didn't do anything to me, but his words were unpleasant. If it is inconvenient for you in the future, I can get it myself, and you don't have to let him come." When Zhou Yueshan heard this, his face darkened a little. Li Mingjun loved to flirt with women whenever he saw them, but not all women could tolerate his frivolity. At work, he could drive a truck and was very familiar with the route, which was indeed convenient to use. So when his sister recommended him to come, Zhou Yueshan didn't care since he saw that he could really do it. He couldn't interfere with other people's private affairs. He didn't expect that it would cause Si Nian discomfort. But what puzzled Zhou Yueshan even more was that he had asked others to deliver the meat both times, so why did it fall into Li Mingjun's hands? Coincidence? Or intentional? Si Nian, I didn't let him come, and I'm sorry that you feel uncomfortable. I'll ask about the situation tomorrow and give you an explanation. I won't let him come in the future. Zhou Yueshan felt a little apologetic and began to explain. So these 2 times were directed and acted by Li Mingjun himself? Thinking of this possibility, Si Nian suddenly felt nauseous. Then thank you for your help. Of course, she would not let Zhou Yueshan fire him because of this incident. After all, it is not easy to find a convenient truck driver these days. But she could remind Zhou Yueshan, he is so smart. He must have noticed something wrong very quickly. Si Nian thought so, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. The next day, when the sun was about to set, Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan ran to Si Nian with tears in their eyes. Can you go see my dad? He had a fight with someone. Recently, Zhou Yueshan would pick them up from school whenever he had time. The 2 children were very relaxed and got home more than an hour early every day. Today, when passing by the farm, their father suddenly said that he had something to go in for. So the 2 children waited outside. As a result, before they waited for anyone, they heard everyone say that there was a fight. When they went in, they saw that their father was beating someone, and blood was flying everywhere. The 2 children were shocked and at a loss. They had never seen such a situation. In their eyes, their father has always been a calm and steady person. They have never seen him like this. Not knowing what to do, they subconsciously ran back to find Si Nian. Because besides their father, she was the only adult in the family. Dad is also good to her. Si Nian almost didn't react when she heard this, and wiped her hands. What? Zhou Yuehan pointed in the direction of the pig farm, and his nose and tears fell. Really, there was a lot of blood.
Oh.
Si Nian threw down the handkerchief in her hand and ran out. She vaguely felt that this matter was related to what she and Zhou Yueshan said about Li Mingjun last night. But how could they fight? She was just worried that she would say it too directly, and that it would make a big fuss. Zhou Yueshan couldn't find a truck driver at the moment, so he was tactful. But he didn't expect that something would happen. She ran to Zhou's farm like a dart, and as soon as she entered, she saw a lot of people surrounding her. She saw a pool of blood on the ground, everywhere, and was shocked. Why is there so much blood? Zhou Yueshan is such a steady person. He wouldn't kill anyone. Si Nian was very panicked, and she grabbed someone and asked what happened. After asking about the situation, her face became more and more ugly, and she quickly turned around and walked towards Zhou Yueshan's office and pushed the door open. The pungent smell of blood rushed into the nose. Beside the small bed in the office, a man was sitting shirtless, with a lot of blood on his body. Next to him sat a man about the same age as him, bandaging the wound on his hand. The air was filled with the smell of medicated oil, pungent and strong. Si Nian was so scared that she didn't move for a long time, until the man's dark eyes looked at her. There seemed to be a slight pause, as if he didn't expect her to come over. Yu Dong on the side was also stunned. He stood up as if he had done something wrong and called out, "Sister-in-law." If he hadn't been fooled by that rascal Li Mingjun yesterday and gave him the meat, his sister-in-law wouldn't have been harassed by him. Today, he actually dared to take advantage of the boss's absence at the farm. He talked about his sister-in-law with some people. He said that his sister-in-law seduced him and so on, which was very unpleasant. Unexpectedly, he ran into Zhou Yueshin, who had just returned. Although he was taught a lesson in the end, Yudong still blamed himself and felt unsatisfied. Are you okay? Xin Yan nodded as a response, then looked at Zhou Yueshin, opened his mouth, and finally asked. Zhou Yueshin shook his head. Nothing, don't worry. Although he said so, it was still hard for people not to think about it with blood all over his body. Yudong was afraid that Xin Yan would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained, Sister-in-law, don't blame the boss. This matter has nothing to do with the boss. It's all my fault that I was fooled by that stinky boy Li Mingjun and gave him a chance.
I'm really sorry.
Xin Yan also knew that it was probably Zhou Yueshin who asked others to deliver meat to her, but Li Mingjun found out and wanted to take the opportunity to get close to her, so he took the initiative to help. As a result, after being rejected by herself, she was so angry that she started to slander her behind. Coincidentally, Zhou Yu was heard, and there was a fight today. Xin Yan nodded. Then I took the initiative to go over, took the medicine on the table aside, and looked at the man who moved with her movement. Where to hurt, I will help you apply the medicine. Because of herself, she couldn't put it outside.
Things.
Xin Yan grabbed his hand angrily and pressed his wound with her slender fingers. The man frowned immediately and then heard Xin Yan say angrily, It hurts? It hurts, I'm glad you hurt. You look so calm, but I didn't expect you to fight. Is it worth it? Just fire him and get out of here. It's okay to hit others, but it's not worth hurting yourself? Zhou Yueshin frowned sharply, staring at her with his black eyes, his Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was a little hoarse. He deserves it. But you can't fight like this. What if someone dies? Do you want to go to jail? Xin Yan was in a heavy mood. He knew that Zhou Yueshin had taken action because of him, but on the other hand, he was also worried. There was so much blood. If something really happened, what should he do? Seeing the blood on his body, she became even more worried and hurriedly asked, Let me see. Are there any other injuries? Zhou Yueshin saw her delicate eyebrows tightly knitted, her beautiful eyes worriedly scanning his whole body, bending down to touch his chest carefully, with such an urgent look. So close that his skin could feel the hot air from her breath, and the injured hand was still held by her. The whole office was quiet, and the pungent smell of blood was replaced by her fragrance. She seemed to be completely unaware of how ambiguous their current posture was. Zhou Yueshin's slow heartbeat suddenly beat strongly, his breathing deepened a little, his eyes darkened, and when her hand went down, he finally moved.
Ah!
Xin Yan was suddenly grabbed by the man's slender wrist and pulled forward heavily.
Staggering.
A strong big hand tightly wrapped around her slender waist and pressed her hard against his chest. Xin Yan's chest was pressed against the man, and her breath was full of the man's smell, and she was almost suffocated. When she reacted, her little face instantly became red, turning red at a speed visible to the eye. Don't touch me, I'm fine. But if he continued to touch me, he could not guarantee that I would be fine. Xin Yan's face was scarlet, her clear almond eyes were like autumn water, gentle and charming, but when Zhou Yueshin was stunned, she said, If you don't believe me, let me see. Zhou Yueshin. The ambiguous atmosphere suddenly disappeared. He let go of the woman in his arms, allowing Xin Yan to finally breathe some air other than his. Her white t-shirt was stained with blood. However, the words of such a bright-faced and pure girl made him, a 30-year-old man, at a loss for how to respond. After a while, Zhou Yueshin sighed softly. The sound caused his chest to vibrate slightly and spread through the tight muscles to the palms of Xin Yan's hands that were still attached to them, making them numb. His voice was low, This is not my blood. Xin Yan looked up in surprise and almost bumped into the man's chin. It's all Li Mingjun's? Did he really get hurt? With so much blood, he would be half crippled, if not dead. Zhou Yueshin seemed to be pleased by her surprised expression and laughed softly twice. This is pig blood. When he came over, everyone was slaughtering pigs, and Li Mingjun was catching the pig's blood with his back to him. At the same time, he was slandering Xin Yan. Zhou Yueshan went up and kicked him, knocking him away, so the blood spilled all over him. No matter how impulsive he was, he would not really beat anyone to death. When he sent the two children back, he saw the truck outside. Zhou Yueshan knew that Li Mingjun had come, so he thought about coming in. He didn't expect to hear those unpleasant words. He knew what kind of person Xin Yan was. She would put down her self-esteem to him. Li Mingjun really took himself too seriously. Others might not know, but how could Zhou Yueshan not know? He deserved to be beaten. Xin Yan was dumbfounded. Pig blood? So, did she misunderstand everything just now? I thought the man was really impulsive to that extent for me. Now it seems that I think too much. Thinking of her worried and anxious expression just now, Xin Yan's face flushed. Why didn't you say it earlier? She slapped the man angrily. Zhou Yueshan snorted. His face turned pale for a moment. Xin Yan was frightened and looked at him in horror. Are you really okay? Did she use too much force just now? Zhou Yu took a deep breath, and seeing that she was frightened, he reached out and patted her shoulder, soothing her gently. It's okay. It's an old wound. Upon hearing this, Xin Yan immediately looked at the sharp scar on his chest. It's not known how long it has been, but it's right at the heart, and it's a gunshot wound. It must have been very serious at the time. She actually hit such a fragile place just now. Xin Yan frowned fiercely and quickly stroked his chest gently. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay. He nodded slightly. Xin Yan felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Then how is Li Mingjun? When this name was mentioned, Zhou Yu couldn't help frowning. I won't die. Xin Yan rarely saw him showing such a disgusted expression and was slightly surprised. Then, if the matter breaks down, what will happen to the goods here? I heard that your eldest brother is helping people to transport goods outside. Zhou Yueshan spoke, and Xin Yan was stunned for a moment. She really didn't know about this matter. When Zhou Yueshan mentioned it, she remembered something very important. Although the Lin family is poor, they will not be poor forever. Her eldest brother worked as a porter outside. The leader saw that he was a good and honest person, so he wanted him to go over to help. Later, he learned to drive and move goods. The turning point was that when he was delivering goods with the boss, he had a car accident and saved the boss at the risk of his life. The boss took him in as his adopted son, and then he became prosperous all the way, and the Lin family gradually lived a good life. It was at this time that the eldest brother was studying outside. The novel did not write the details, and Xin Yan did not know that the money was stolen. I thought it was the Lin family's corruption. But now it seems that it should be, because of the money that the eldest brother became a porter, so the opportunity was formed. However, it will take many years before the rescue happened. And although her elder brother saved people, he almost lost a leg and became half-disabled. If she followed Zhou Yueshan, it would be different. After all, the Zhou family in the later period was rich. Of course, the original owner was already dead at that time. Really? I don't know much, or ask my parents. Xin Yan thought about the plot and murmured, with a dull expression, and her hand was still on the man's chest, and she didn't remember to take it back. Zhou Yueshan couldn't stand her soft little hands and grabbed her. Looking at her dull expression, this girl was really simple and kind. She should have a better life, but she was ruined by herself. Before, Zhou Yueshan had been waiting for her to regret it, telling himself that she regretted it and she didn't want to. In that way, he could let her go at any time. Zhou Yueshan didn't want anyone to be forced to marry him for other reasons. Xin Yan was the same. So he kept his distance and didn't want her to get hurt. But now he regretted it. He didn't want to let go of this woman. She would be his from now on and only his. The man's dark eyes moved, and he said, Xin Yan, let's get the marriage certificate. Xin Yan was stunned. She didn't expect him to suddenly change the subject. Then she reacted and smiled, okay. Didn't she come to the countryside to marry him? Zhou Yueshan was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect her to agree so easily. After getting the marriage certificate, you really won't have a chance to regret it. He reminded again in a low voice. Xin Yan asked seriously, why would I regret it? Zhou Yueshin hesitated for a moment, his face deep. I have 3 children, and I'm old. That's perfect. I'm afraid of having children, and I like older men. I heard that older men are more caring.
Xinyan smiled happily.
Zhou Yueshin. Why does she think differently from other women? Are people in the city so open-minded? Those women who came to propose marriage before either avoided him as soon as they heard that he didn't want children, or they persuaded him to have his own child. Only she didn't mention anything. This kind of relationship always makes people feel relaxed. Zhou Yueshin moved his fingertips and came back to his senses. His hand was still on her slender waist, and the two of them were in an ambiguous posture. It was the first time that he lost his temper with a woman, which Zhou Yueshin himself didn't expect. However, he didn't regret it. The feeling of a woman in his arms was something he had never experienced before. With a slight touch, his scalp tingled, and the stimulation that went straight into his brain was something he had never experienced in his life. Zhou Yueshin stared at Xin Yan's delicate face. She was so beautiful, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. No matter from which angle you look at her, there is no flaw. When you get closer, you feel that her beauty is breathtaking. She is not an ordinary person, but she is willing to accept herself that others cannot accept. Zhou Yueshin's eyes were deep. Wait for me for 2 days. After I finish this busy period, I will take some time. He already knew what he had lost for work. He hurt the child and couldn't hurt her again. Xin Yan nodded, but she didn't think much about it. She was the kind of person who would make the best of a situation. After hearing this, she thought of something very important. Zhou Yueshin, my household registration has not been transferred back. If the household registration has not been transferred back when they get married, don't they have to use the C family's household registration booklet? This is not a good thing, and it must be transferred back quickly. It is not troublesome to transfer the household registration, and both parties just need to cooperate. But there is no need to worry. After all, seeing that the C family can't wait to take their daughter back, I am afraid they are also thinking about transferring the household registration quickly. It is only because they feel guilty about letting me marry in place of them that they did not mention this matter. Zhou Yueshin nodded. I will go with you then. Judging from the last time the C family came to find trouble, it is estimated that they are not easy to get along with. Zhou Yueshin will not be careless about his marriage. Xin Yan returned home with a hot face. Zhou Yueshin followed her and heard that the 2 children were frightened, so he also came back. After the two talked it out, the relationship took a big step forward. But the atmosphere inevitably became ambiguous. Especially when they were alone, Xin Yan would always think more about the scene of sitting in the man's arms just now. Although she didn't know Zhou Yueshin very well, she also knew that this old man was not someone who was easily moved. So, he never mentioned the matter of getting a marriage certificate. Xin Yan guessed that he was giving her time to hesitate and regret. This also proved that this man didn't take her seriously. She was a person who could leave at any time. She originally thought that the road to conquering the old man was long and long. Unexpectedly, his sudden initiative caught Xin Yan off guard. But she had to say that the old man's aroused look did not disappoint her. His hormones were simply overflowing. Just sitting on him made her blush, and her heart beat fast. If she took it a step further. Wait. What are you thinking about? Xin Yan, have you forgotten that Zhou Yueshin is not good enough? Emotional issues are easy to resolve, but physical issues. Xin Yan thought about her upcoming nightlife and fell into grief. What's the difference between a normal woman without a nightlife and a widow? And it's painful to be able to see, but not eat. It seems that the treatment can't be delayed any longer. Xin Yan took out her own money, intending to spend a lot of money to buy some tonic to try. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. When Xin Yan was counting her assets, there was a knock on the door. Xin Yan hurriedly took her money and said, "Come in." I thought it was Yao Yao. I didn't expect that the person who came in was Zhou Yueshin. After the previous incident where he was seen, Zhou Yueshin has been very careful. He must knock a few times and wait for Xin Yan to respond before entering the door. Xin Yan looked up at the person who came, but saw that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Every time Zhou Yueshin saw his big bed turned into a small pink floral bedsheet, as well as the fairy-like screen window and the strong but not pungent sweet fragrance of a woman, he was still a little uncomfortable. There was even a small wool mat on the floor, and the girl's pink and white feet stepped on it and then put it into slippers. Every move caught the man's attention. Have the little one and the second child been comforted? Xin Yan has not forgotten the pale face of the two children who were frightened. Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly, took 2 steps closer to her, and lowered his head to talk to her. It's okay. The two children misunderstood just like her. They thought she really beat him up like that. Xin Yan pulled a stool from the desk next to him for him to sit on, and sat on the edge of the bed with his hands propped up. Zhou Yueshin glanced around and saw a lot of thick books on the table, and in front of him was an open book about studying abroad. Recently, there has been a wave of studying abroad in the city. Returnees have become the object of yearning and admiration for countless people. The social environment is constantly changing, and studying abroad is beginning to usher in a wave of development. Many people in the city, who have the conditions, are sending their children abroad. If Xin Yan had not come to the countryside, perhaps she would have had such an opportunity. Zhou Yueshin retracted his gaze, and in Xin Yan's puzzled eyes, he took out a passbook from his pocket. He raised his hand, his fingers were slender, his knuckles were distinct, and the blue veins on the back of his hand were obvious even without force. He held the passbook with his rough fingers and handed it to her. This is the family passbook. My savings over the years are in it. Here it is for you.
Xin Yan?
She looked at the passbook handed over by the man and was a little dumbfounded. Give it to me? Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly. I'm usually busy, and it would be troublesome to give you money every time. It's better to give you the passbook directly. You can take it out when you want to spend it. There's no need to be so troublesome. Zhou Yueshin didn't forget her bright eyes when he gave her 600 yuan last time. Xin Yan closed her jaw in shock and reached out to take it. To be honest, she was really curious about how much savings this man had. She reached out to take it and opened it to take a look. Tens, hundreds, millions, hundreds of thousands. Xin Yan was shocked. I can spend all this? More than a dozen W. In this era, that's already a wealthy person. This man, you say he is not smart. He gave her the opportunity and time to choose as soon as he came. You say he is smart. He turned around and gave her the savings of more than 100,000 yuan. No matter what time, it is basic not to show wealth. For a moment, Xin Yan was shocked by how much the man valued her. Before giving her 200 a month, she already felt that it was a lot. Now he gave her hundreds of thousands of yuan and told her to use it as she wanted. Xin Yan finally felt the illusion that she could never spend it all. Okay. Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly. He gave her all his heart and trusted her. She chose to be his other half and one of the guardians of his children. It was right to give her all these. Of course, Zhou Yueshin was not really a fool. At least other people didn't get this treatment from him. He wanted to try with Xin Yan right now. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Hundreds of thousands of yuan. Even if I once had a deposit of 300,000 yuan, it would be hard not to be tempted, okay? No wonder those women love and hate Zhou Yueshin. Zhou Yueshin paused, his voice gentle. That can't be blamed on you. I trusted the wrong person and learned a lesson. Money can be earned again if it's gone, but women are really gone if they're gone. Besides, in addition to this card, Zhou Yueshin also has another public account for his own farm. Even if Xin Yan took the money away, it would not have any impact on the farm. Xin Yan felt for a moment that he was in love. However, in this age of male chauvinism, it was rare for a man to take the initiative to hand over his salary card. It was also the first time that Xin Yan experienced the feeling of being valued and trusted. She closed the passbook and said solemnly, Zhou Yueshin, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I believe you. The man said briefly. However, the simplest words are often the most touching. With a bankbook of hundreds of thousands of yuan in her pocket, Xin Yan became nervous. For a moment, she didn't know whether to put it in the cabinet or under the bed. This thing can't be taken by others. After all, the amount is very eye-catching. If it is discovered by someone with ulterior motives and they have ideas about it, it will be bad. Xin Yan felt that the bank book with hundreds of thousands of yuan in it became extremely hot. Finally, she found her jewelry cabinet and locked the bank book in it. Only then did she feel at ease to go downstairs to cook. The Zhou family was peaceful. Even because of Li, the incident with Li Mingjun brought the two closer together. But there was a huge quarrel outside. Everyone thought that Xin Yan and Li Mingjun really had an affair, and that was discovered by Zhou Yueshan, so Li Mingjun was beaten. Li Mingjun's fans all felt sorry for him. Maybe it was Xin Yan who seduced him, so why did they only beat Li Mingjun? And Boss Zhou, who was always calm and steady, actually took action for Xin Yan. Everyone thought that after such a commotion, Zhou Yueshan must have looked down on Xin Yan and might even kick her out. After all, flies don't bite seamless eggs. If Xin Yan really had nothing to do with others, would Li Mingjun fight with Zhou Yueshan? Everyone was gloating and waiting for Xin Yan to be driven away. However, they did not wait for Xin Yan to leave, but instead waited for the news that the two were about to get married. This matter spread so much that even the neighboring village was alarmed. Mother Lin was worried about Xin Yan, and she came to Xingfu village early in the morning with a basket. She had been to Zhou Yueshan's house before and came to discuss the wedding. When she saw the big house, Mother Lin was extremely shocked, and she still felt an illusion when she looked at it again. However, there was no time to think about it now, so she hurried over and knocked on the door. This glance was not a big deal, and she saw her daughter holding a bone to feed the big dog that was taller than her when she stood up. Mother Lin's legs almost went weak. She was very scared when she saw the dog before, but she didn't expect her daughter to be so brave. She hurriedly called Xin Yan, Nian Yan. Xin Yan heard the voice and looked back, but she saw it was her mother. She hurriedly got up, threw the bone to Da Huang, and walked over to open the iron door. "Mom, why are you here?" Mother Lin hurried into the yard, took Xin Yan's hand, and started to check. She was relieved when she was sure that her daughter was fine. "I heard that Xiao Zhou had a fight with someone in his factory, and it was because of you. Mom was worried about you, so I came to see if you were okay." She heard people talking about this on the way here. Some of the words were directed at her daughter. Mother Lin was very angry when she heard it, but on the other hand, she was worried that her daughter would be affected by these words. Xin Yan felt her mother's deep concern, and her heart was warmed.
I'm fine.
"It's good that you're okay, Nian Nian. Don't take those words seriously. Mom knows what kind of person you are." Mother Lin patted the back of her daughter's hand. Her daughter was a kind girl at first glance. Xin Yan knew that after what happened yesterday, there would definitely be some unpleasant voices in the village. She thought that even the parents in the next village knew about it overnight, which must be very serious. She nodded and said, "I know. There's nothing good at home, so I brought you some rice and eggs. You can use them to nourish the children." Mother Lin hurriedly handed her the basket in her arms. Xin Yan was a little embarrassed. "How can I do this?" The woman in front of her was really simple and honest. Even though she had just recognized her own daughter, she was really caring and loving. The incident happened yesterday, and she came to her house early this morning with things. Mother Lin quickly pushed them to her. "Why not? Take them and tell me about this in detail." Xin Yan nodded and told her the whole story. After hearing this, Mother Lin was filled with righteous indignation. What? Thinking about the rumors and dirty words against her daughter, Mother Lin felt distressed and worried. What will Xiao Zhou say? Her daughter has moved in with Zhou Yueshan. If she breaks up with Zhou Yueshan because of this, what should she do in the future? Although Mother Lin knew that it was not her daughter's fault, most men these days are self-centered. As long as such rumors are spread, he will think that women are unclean and have some thoughts. This is what Mother Lin is most worried about. Xin Yan smiled slightly. "Mom, Zhou Yueshan didn't doubt me, and he said he would take me to get the certificate in a few days." There was a bit of shyness and happiness in her words that she didn't even notice. Mother Lin was surprised. "Really?" Xin Yan nodded. "But before this, the household registration must be transferred back. You came at the right time. I was planning to find a chance to inform you about this. Mother Lin nodded in agreement. You're right, it's convenient to transfer it. I'll go home and tell your dad. When we have time, we'll go to the city together to do it. The wedding date is approaching, and this matter can't be delayed.
Xinyan nodded.
Thinking of something, he said, By the way, I heard Zhou Yueshan say that my elder brother is driving for someone in the county? Mother Lin was surprised. How did Xiao Zhou know? I heard from your brother that the boss saw that he was young and valued him, so he taught him to drive. Xinyan nodded. You also know about Zhou Yueshan and Li Mingjun. My elder brother works hard outside. Zhou Yueshan intends to let him come to the farm to help transport goods. What do you think, Mom? Mother Lin was flattered. Really? But your brother is a rookie who has just started out. Can he help? She had heard before that working in Zhou Yueshan's factory can make money, and many people can't get in even if they have connections. Unexpectedly, her son-in-law started to help her daughter's family before getting married.
How could she not be moved by this?
Since Zhou Yueshan mentioned it, there must be a way to bring him. I think it's a good opportunity, but you can discuss it with my elder brother first and then make a decision. Mother Lin nodded quickly. She came with a sad face and left with a happy face. A few days later, the Lin family and Xinyan and Zhou Yueshan went to the town together to discuss the transfer of household registration. However, when they arrived at the military compound, only Xinyan could enter. The Fu family is very close to the Si family, and on the way back, they took the same road. When Fu Yong saw Xinyan, he thought he had seen it wrong. Then he saw her walking towards the direction of the Si family, narrowed his eyes, and his depressed mood because of seeing Xinyan at the entrance of the mall before suddenly improved. Uncle Lu, you see, she is back again. Is she still unwilling to give up? Uncle Lu. Should I go over and say hello? Uncle Lu couldn't answer his young master's last question, so he could only change the subject. After all, their car was going to pass by Xinyan. If they didn't say hello, it would seem a bit ruthless. Last time they could pretend not to see it, but this time they might not be able to avoid it. But Uncle Lu was also a little surprised. Why did Xinyan appear here? Fu Yong retracted his gaze and said coldly, If you want to fight, fight. Why ask me? The corners of Uncle Lu's mouth twitched. But he also knew that the young master had agreed. Otherwise, he should have pretended not to see it with a look of disdain, just like he did last time. Uncle Lu was about to drive over in his car, but because of the requirements in the compound, he drove very slowly. Just as he was about to get closer, he saw a tall and slender man walking up to Xinyan with big strides and talking to her. The relationship between the two seemed extraordinary. The girls in the compound were very concerned about their reputation. Even though they had been engaged before, Miss Xinyan rarely had the opportunity to be alone with young Master Fu Yong. With other men, she kept a considerable distance for fear of gossiping. But now, the man actually put his arm around her shoulders. Uncle Lu was shocked. Who was that man? From the compound? He subconsciously looked at his young master in the rearview mirror. But he saw that he was also staring at the two people in front of him, with a surprisingly heavy look in his eyes. Why are you here? Xinyan was also surprised to see Zhou Yueshan follow in. Normally people are not allowed to enter the military compound unless they are brought in by someone inside, so this is why she couldn't come in without seeing the Lin family when they came to look for her before. If she hadn't grown up here since she was a child, and the Si family hadn't forced her not to come back, she probably wouldn't have been able to come in. This time she came here, thinking that she would go and persuade the Si family to transfer her household registration. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yueshan also came in. She looked at the man in front of her in astonishment and asked worriedly, You didn't sneak over the wall to come in? A faint smile flashed across Zhou Yueshan's dark eyes. There's someone I know here too. I just borrowed their phone to make a call. I'm here. I'm worried about letting you go alone, he said in a low voice. Xinyan was stunned for a moment, then understood. After all, Zhou Yueshan said that he was a soldier before. It's not strange to know a few people in the military compound. She breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Let's go together. Zhou Yueshan nodded slightly, stretched out his hand to hold her shoulders, and pulled her to his side. The car behind slowly drove over. Xi Nian didn't think much. She also didn't notice Fu Yang's dark eyes in the car. Don't mention it, although Fu Yang doesn't like Xi Nian. But no man can tolerate that the woman who was his fiancée some time ago is entangled with other men in such a short time. She pretended to be affectionate and wanted to be with him before, but it turned out to be fake. She almost fooled him. So disgusting. Thinking that he thought she was looking for him just now, he softened his heart a little, but he didn't expect that she would hug another man in the next second. "Uncle Lu, drive over," he roared in a low voice. Uncle Lu looked away awkwardly and nodded quickly. He thought to himself, who told you to be so narcissistic? Now you've been slapped in the face. Uncle Lu felt that their young master was good in all aspects. But in the matter of Miss Xi Nian, he is always inexplicably self-confident. He thinks that Miss Xi Nian must be with him. But he doesn't know that in this world, no one is indispensable to anyone. It's just that the young master doesn't seem to understand it yet. That's right. Miss Xi Nian has loved him since she was a child, and has been until now. It's normal that he can't accept the sudden change. Xi Nian and Zhou Yueshan came to the Xi family. The Xi family was only allocated a residential building. The house is already very old. However, they have been children of a large courtyard for generations. They are not rich, but they are also worry-free and have no worries about food and clothing. Xi Nian's family lives on the 5th floor, and there are many people living on this floor. Xi Nian walked in front of Zhou Yueshan, then stopped in front of a door and knocked. Soon, footsteps were heard. Then, the door was opened. Zhang Suimei opened the door, and the moment she saw Xi Nian, her face suddenly changed, and her voice became louder. "Why are you back?" Xi Nian saw that she hadn't seen her for a while, and her face was full of hostility. She knew that during this period, Lin Cixi must have said something again, or did something that made the couple have feelings for her. Before they left last time, they were still full of guilt. However, after not seeing her for a while, she avoided her like a snake and scorpion. She acted as if she was afraid of being pestered. With such adoptive parents, the original owner was also quite pathetic. No wonder she ended up like that in her previous life. She chose to leave, and it was indeed the right decision. Xi Nian's expression faded a little, but her attitude was not bad. "Mom, I came back to transfer my household registration." Zhang Suimei made a cold face. "Why don't you let your family come to transfer your household registration? Why do you have to go there yourself?" No wonder her daughter said that she asked Fu Yang to pick her up in the village. How dare she think? Sure enough, she still wanted to Fu Yang from her daughter, so she ran here again and again, right? The same thing happened with her previous job. She couldn't have sold it to anyone else, but she had to sell it to Fu Qianqian, who she had never been on good terms with since childhood. After that, she secretly went to her daughter and asked her to ask her daughter to ask Fu Yang to pick her up in the village. What a big face. Now she even dares to come here by herself. Zhang Suimei thought that Fu Yang had agreed at the time, and she was worried that Fu Yang really had feelings for Xi Nian. She felt so anxious these days that she couldn't sleep well. She was just worried that her rich husband would be taken away by someone. It would be a miracle if she could have a good face when she saw Xi Nian now. Xi Nian looked at Zhang Suimei, who was alert, and her tone became cold. "My family members are here, but it's not easy for them to come in and find you. Only Zhou Yueshan and I can come in. Don't worry, we will leave after the household registration is moved. We won't compete with your daughter for someone else. I haven't fallen to the point of competing with others for a man. The household registration is also moved because Zhou Yueshan and I are about to get married. I can't get a marriage certificate with him in the name of your Xi family. You may think that I am unwilling to leave the Xi family, so I will marry him in the name of your daughter. That's why we took the initiative to come here to propose this matter." Her tone was calm, and she said every word. It made Zhang Suimei look petty. She was thinking about it before anyone else said the reason. Only now did she realize that if Xi Nian really came to take the opportunity to get close to Fu Yang, how could she bring Zhou Yueshan with her? Zhang Suimei was in a bad mood recently. The progress between her own daughter and Fu Yang was too slow. She was very anxious and pushed all the reasons to Xi Nian. So he was sarcastic when he saw her. Being mocked by her, he couldn't help but get angry. You talk as if our C family is ruthless to you. You are so eager to distance yourself from us. After that, she looked at Zhou Yueshan, who was tall and strong behind Xin Yan, with disdain. She heard from her own daughter that he was a butcher and dealt with a bunch of pigs every day, not to mention how smelly and dirty it was. Moreover, it is not convenient for rural people to wash and brush their teeth. Many people don't like to take a bath. Thinking that Xin Yan was going to marry such a person, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. Also, don't bring outsiders to our compound in the future. What will others think if they see us? Xin Yan heard her tone of disdain for Zhou Yueshan and almost couldn't hold it back. Just when she was about to get angry, she was pulled by the man behind her. She turned around and saw Zhou Yueshan standing up with a very calm tone. "Annie, please cooperate with the household registration transfer. The Lin family is still waiting at the door." It was not polite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tsuemei was immediately furious. He is indeed a countryman, what a tone. He has no manners at all, right? She wanted to drive the two away directly, but Xin Yan's next sentence directly hit her heart. "Even if it's not for me, you should think about Lin Cece. She has been back for a while, and she hasn't moved her household registration back. She must be unhappy, right? After all, she is your biological daughter. Of course, if you are worried that I came back with ulterior motives, then I can promise that after the household registration is moved, I will never set foot in this compound again. Is that okay?" Zhang Tsuemei was stunned by what she said, and it was hard to believe that she would be so easy to talk to. She had quarreled with her husband before just because of the household registration. Originally, she wanted to move the household registration back quickly so that Xin Yan would not be able to always entangle them. But her husband loved face and said that he was busy moving the household registration not long after sending her away, and others would gossip about the C family. She also felt that Xin Yan was already miserable enough being driven away, and if they couldn't wait to move her household registration, she was afraid that she couldn't accept it. Zhang Tsuemei was very upset. So in her opinion, the biggest problem of moving the household registration was Xin Yan. Xin Yan suddenly brought up this matter, and of course, she couldn't help but doubt it, thinking too much. Was she wrong? "If you don't believe it, you can go with us in person." Xin Yan saw that she was still skeptical and spoke. Zhou Yueshan looked at the watch on his wrist. "There are still 40 minutes now. I'll ask someone to wait and leave work after dealing with this matter. He rarely wears a watch unless he goes on a long trip to check the time." Zhang Tsuemei took a closer look at the silver watch on his hand. This watch looked so familiar. She remembered that her leader seemed to have the same one, and it was very expensive. The leader would wear it every time he had an important social event. Thinking of Zhou Yueshan's identity, she immediately cast a contemptuous look. He didn't look like a hypocritical person. I didn't expect him to be so pretentious, and even wear a fake watch. It's really unbearable. Xin Yan will learn bad things sooner or later if he is with such a person. What did he say just now? Asking the people in the police station to wait until this matter is dealt with before leaving work. He said that he was so awesome it was really hilarious. Zhang Tsuemei immediately said with great disgust, "No need. My cousin works in the police station. Let me call her. I won't go there. You can go there to handle it, and then give the household registration booklet to my cousin and ask her to send it to me so that you don't have to run another trip." After that, she went into the house and took the household registration booklet for the two people. From beginning to end, there was no plan to let the two people into the house. After the two people left, Zhang Tsuemei immediately went into the house and called her cousin, asking her to keep an eye on it and make sure that Xin Yan transferred the household registration as soon as possible. The other side replied, "Sister, it's not my business to transfer the household registration. People are about to get off work now. If you want to do it, you can only wait until the afternoon or tomorrow. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on it for you." Although Zhang Tsuemei couldn't wait, she had no choice. But in her heart, she looked down on that big talking man even more. Her cousin worked in the police station, and there was nothing she could do, but he still vowed to have people wait to help with the process. He made himself seem very prestigious, Tieske. Xin Yan and Zhou Yueshin left the compound. When they heard that the two had received their household registration books, Mother Lin, who helped hold Yao Yao, was also smiling. Xin Yan said, "It will take more than 20 minutes to get to the Public Security Bureau. Let's go quickly." She reached out and hugged Yao Yao, who wanted to be hugged. Yao Yao became more and more attached to her. As long as Xin Yan was there, she would basically cling to her. But she was also well-behaved. When Xin Yan was busy, she would ask others to watch her, and she would not cry or make a fuss, but wait for her quietly. Mother Lin said that she had never seen such a sensible child. In order to save time, the family took a taxi. But when they arrived at the Public Security Bureau, it was still time to get off work. "Why are you here just now?" "I listened to my sister, been waiting here." "It's time for dinner, go wait outside, and come back in the afternoon." Zhang Xiaoyan waited at the door deliberately because her cousin had repeatedly told her to keep an eye on it. She had met Xin Yan before, but she didn't like this niece very much. The reason, of course, was that this niece was so beautiful and strong in every aspect, crushing her daughter completely. Every time the family had a dinner together, everyone praised Xin Yan for being so outstanding, as if her daughter was so bad. Moreover, this niece was very arrogant. No matter how much she tried to please them, she didn't take them into consideration. This made her even more unhappy. Now she heard that they were not her biological parents and that they had to move their household registration. She was shocked, but she was actually quite gloating. The high-ranking niece, who was regarded as an honor by the family and was going to marry the son of the chief, Xin Yan, now had to move her household registration to the countryside. Tsk. There was no need to please her now. The tone was even impatient and contemptuous. Hearing this, Lin's father and mother changed their faces immediately. "Aren't there still more than 10 minutes? 10 minutes, what can you do in 10 minutes? You don't have to queue up. We can just serve you." Zhang Xiaoyan saw the simplicity and local flavor of the two people and knew that they must be Xin Yan's biological parents. He immediately looked disdainful. "Who is she?" Zhou Yueshin looked at Xin Yan. Xin Yan said, "My adoptive mother's cousin works here." Zhou Yueshin nodded, but did not continue to ask. Instead, he looked at the somewhat bewildered Lin's father and mother. "Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin, let's go in first." Lin's father and mother were a little confused, but since their son-in-law said so, they did not think much and nodded quickly. Seeing that a group of people ignored her and were about to go over, Zhang Xiaoyan was immediately angry and blocked the group of people. "Are you deaf? I told you that the bureau will be off work soon. I asked you to come back in the afternoon, but you didn't listen, right?" Several people paused. Zhou Yueshin frowned, already unhappy, and said in a low and cold voice, "It's still working hours now. We have the right to go over to handle affairs. Please get out of the way. Are you working here, or am I working here? You don't understand what people say." Zhang Xiaoyan was frightened by his cold eyes, and then thought of her identity, and immediately straightened her back. "What are you yelling about?" At this time, a full-bodied voice came from inside. Zhang Xiaoyan turned around and saw that it was the director and the leaders who came to inspect today. She was immediately scared and broke into a cold sweat. She hurriedly explained, "Director, isn't it time to get off work? I kindly asked them to come back in the afternoon, but they insisted on being stubborn with me. They didn't take us, the civil servants who serve the people, into consideration at all. They're still making trouble now." Lin's father and mother knew that they were important people when they saw them. They were a little flustered and said, "We didn't have any. We just wanted to go in and take a look." "Why didn't we? I reminded you just now, but you pretended not to hear it, didn't you?" Zhang Xiaoyan complained first. "There were still 10 minutes before the end of work, but you had to stop us from going in. How can you say we pretended not to hear it? How can 10 minutes not be a time?" Xin Yan stepped forward to block her parents. Zhang Xiaoyan is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. In memory, she was very servile to the original owner. Now that she knows that she is not a biological child of the Xi family, she immediately changes her face. Can't she understand that she is being deliberately suppressed? 10 minutes. What can you do in 10 minutes? Other people are also doing things inside. It's useless for you to go in. Zhang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at her, looking like Xi Nian was ungrateful. Xi Nian sneered. That's our business. Whether we go in and wait or wait outside, we don't need your consent, right? How come ordinary people can't even enter the door when they come to the Public Security Bureau to do something? When did the Public Security Bureau have this rule? Or is this the rule you set? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Xiaoyan's face changed immediately and she scolded. Silly girl, shut up. You are so disrespectful. All right. The old director spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Xiaoyan immediately said aggrievedly, Director, look at their attitude. They come to do things with this attitude and don't put us in their eyes at all. We are also human beings. Why should we suffer such grievances? She thought that the director was also fed up with the attitude of this group of people, so he spoke up. She was still complacent in her heart. However, the next second, the director's face darkened. What kind of attitude do people need to have when they come to do business? We are supposed to serve the people unconditionally. No matter when there is a problem, we must seriously solve it for the people. Why don't you let them in? Why is this Public Security Bureau opened by your family? Zhang Xiaoran, he remembered that he had relatives in the military compound and got in through connections. It is inevitable that there are some people with bad attitudes in the police station, and the director knows it. But there are too many people with connections these days, and people with real strength cannot get in. Instead, a group of self-righteous good-for-nothings are raised in vain. Zhang Xiaoyan was dumbfounded and almost thought she had heard it wrong. The director actually scolded her? She opened her mouth in disbelief and then saw the leaders around the director and instantly understood something. That's right, it must be because the leaders are there that the director will deliberately speak for these people. Usually, there are many arrogant people in the police station. Many people who come to do business can't explain clearly what they want to do. They line up in a line. Everyone is very impatient, and there are many people who are more fierce than themselves. Those old people came to do things, and the people who were doing things didn't want to say a word. Seeing those old people at a loss, everyone felt annoyed when they looked at them for a second, and they complained behind their backs. Didn't the director not care? I was just unlucky and happened to meet the leader, so I blamed myself like this. Although I knew this was the reason, Zhang Xiaoyan still felt very aggrieved. Then she thought of something, and she said gloatingly, Director, it's not that I don't want to help. I'm not in charge of their area. Now they are all off work. I can't call everyone back to do things for them. After she finished speaking, she glared at Xi Nian and others with pride. Lin's father and mother were worried about making a big fuss, so they hurriedly said, Forget it. Let's come back in the afternoon. The director comforted the two. Don't be afraid, comrades. Our Public Security Bureau is not so harsh. I have heard about this matter in advance from Xiao Zhou. They can't do it, I will do it for you. His voice was gentle, not at all harsh to Zhang Xiaoyan. When had Father Lin and Mother Lin ever seen such an important person and spoke to them so gently? They were stunned at this moment, staring at the director blankly. Zhang Xiaoyan, who was so proud just now, heard this, and her smile froze on her face. No, director. How can you do this in person? Wait, he said Xiao Zhou had said it in advance. Who is Xiao Zhou? Did someone already make a reservation in advance? Yes. Could it be that my cousin had already asked someone to take care of it in advance? Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, there would be no need for the director to help in person. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoyan was indignant. They must be very proud to have the director help in person. What are you proud of? She glared at Xi Nian fiercely. After the household registration is moved, they will have nothing to do with the Xi family anymore. The director glanced at her coldly. You don't need me, do you need to do it? Zhang Xiaoran was speechless and blushed. I don't do this either. The director sneered. If it's not, why are you meddling in other people's business here? Why are you stopping them? I really don't know when our bureau has a rule that no business will be handled in the last 10 minutes. Is it you, Zhang Xiaoyan, who made the rule? Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned pale. I don't mean that.
All right.
You do your own things in a mess, and you are better at pretending than anyone else. It is because of the existence of people like you that the people are so disappointed in us.
I won't bother with you this time.
Go back and write a 1,000-word self-criticism letter, and this month's full attendance performance will be cancelled. After that, he led the group away. Zhang Xiaoyan was so angry that she almost fainted. Their jobs are said to be decent, but the salary is not high, and they usually rely on performance and full attendance. As a result, it was cancelled for her. How much will she lose? She was really mad. It was all her sister's fault. She had already found someone to help, so why did she have to help herself? Zhang Xiaoyan turned around and called Zhang Suimei to make trouble. Zhang Suimei received the call and thought it was done. She was a little surprised. Xiaoyan, it was done so quickly? Zhang Xiaoyan's face was livid. What to do? They came so late. What should I do? Sister, you found someone else to help yourself. Why didn't you tell me? I was scolded by the director. After that, she was embarrassed and angry. You are so capable that you can even invite the director. Why don't you help your sister get a promotion? I am tortured to death working here. She was jealous. This cousin was luckier than her. She married into the C family, which had been in the army for 3 generations. Now she was engaged to the son of the chief. It was so glorious. Even the director came to do things for her in person. How could Zhang Xiaoyan not be jealous? But she couldn't expose her feelings. After all, she still had to rely on this sister to make a living. Hearing this, Zhang Suimei was a little confused. When did she ask others for help? The director personally did it for Xi Nian and the others?
Impossible.
Just as she was wondering, she heard her sister say sourly, I remember that the director has a good relationship with the Fu family. I heard that the director and the old leader were comrades in arms before. Sister, you are really great. Your daughter is going to marry and become successful. Don't forget us sisters who have been with you through thick and thin. Hearing this, Zhang Suimei was immediately pleased. Yes, how could she forget? The Fu family is very powerful. Mr. Fu is the most influential chief in the military region. Since the director is his comrade in arms, he must know that there is an engagement between his family and the Fu family, so he will help. She just had a moment of suspicion that Zhou Yueshin was really related. It was so funny. Zhou Yueshin was just a pig farmer in the countryside. How could he have the ability to ask the director for help? Thinking of this, Zhang Suimei instantly swelled up. It was indeed right to get engaged to the Fu family. What, Xiao Zhou, are you getting married? After handling the household registration transfer for the two, the old director opened his mouth in astonishment when he heard Zhou Yueshin say that he was going to get married. There was no serious temperament at all. Zhou Yueshin looked at Xi Nian and the Lin family who were talking and laughing outside the door, and his eyebrows flashed a little soft.
Yes.
Didn't you get married just a few years ago? The old director almost dropped the cigarette in his mouth. Zhou Yueshin pushed the cigarette he handed over. He never smoked in front of his children. He leaned back and glanced at the old director in front of him. Divorced a long time ago. You kid, second spring? The old director was even more shocked. In the past, Zhou Yueshin was famous for not being interested in women. Some people even reported him, asking if he liked men, saying that they didn't want to live with him, saying that the way he stared at people made people's butts hairy. Then Zhou Yueshin had a single dormitory. This young soldier king, who became famous at a young age, and the old leader had thrown many olive branches, but failed to invite him, chose to retire resolutely after a mission was completed despite opposition. Everyone thought that he would be lonely for the rest of his life. Who knew that he would have 2 children in these 3 years? The old director cast a look at Zhou Yueshin. I didn't expect you to be such a... Zhou Yueshin rubbed his eyebrows. He hated gossiping people. He hated people who were still gossiping at such an old age. He looked at the old director quietly for a few seconds and said in a low voice, Do you have any objection? The old director's mouth twitched, and he waved his hands. How dare I? If Zhou Yueshin retired, he might still be in power now. This stinky boy is still so arrogant. He is already 30 years old, and I thought he was more mature and stable. What's wrong with gossiping about it? Old director. Wronged, JPG. Zhou Yueshin stood up straight, lowered his eyes, and said, "No more words. I'm leaving first. This matter is troublesome." The old director was very proud. "You kid will also trouble me one day. He can brag about it for half a year if it gets out." Zhou Yueshin glanced at him and mocked, "If your people are useful, you won't be troubled." He was talking about Zhang Xiaoran just now. The old director's proud smile froze on his face. "Good guy. This is poking him in the heart." Zhou Yueshin walked out of the office. "How is it, Xiao Zhou? Is it done?" "What did the director say?" Lin's father and mother asked with concern. Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly. "Don't worry, it's done. Let's go back." "Just like that? So fast?" "We don't need to do anything else. Do we need to come later?" Lin's mother asked 3 times in a daze. Zhou Yueshin shook his head slightly. "Don't worry, you don't need to come again." Xinyan looked at Zhou Yueshin for a while. If she had heard correctly, the old director called him Xiao Zhou. No wonder he said in front of Zhang Tsuemei before that someone was waiting to help with the process. Xinyan originally thought that he might just know someone acquaintance in the bureau. Who knew that person was? The director? No wonder the business in the village can be so big without certain resources and connections. It's not that simple. This man can make so much money, not by luck. Xinyan was thoughtful. Zhou Yueshin was such a person, so he naturally noticed Xinyan's inquiry. He stood there, raised his eyes slightly, his apple slid, his fingertips pinched the household registration book, and some emotions flashed between his eyebrows. He never liked to trouble others to do things before. This time, he was impatient. As soon as the group parted with the Lin family and returned to Xingfu village, they were blocked by people. "Boss, I heard that you and your sister-in-law will get the marriage certificate soon. Let's celebrate." Yu Dong and his group rushed over with wine and said they wanted to celebrate for the two of them. Zhou Yueshin glanced at the group of people. His eyebrows and eyes were cold. "Don't make trouble. I still have to pick up the children from school." "Hey, boss. When did you care about your family so much? On such a good day. Why pick up the children? We will pick them up for you. Hurry, hurry. Everyone has prepared the meal and is waiting for you too." A group of people pushed the two to go to the farm. The farm is very large and ventilated, and sometimes everyone will cook a big pot of rice. Yu Dong felt guilty about Zhou Yueshin and Li Mingjun's affair. After all, it was because they helped that slutty man that the incident happened. So when they heard that the two were going to get married, they immediately organized a party today. Xinyan was pushed by everyone to speed up her pace. She was holding the child, a little unstable, and subconsciously grabbed the hand of the person in front of her. Zhou Yueshin stopped and tilted his head to look at her. Thinking that she didn't want to go. "What's wrong? Do you want to go back?" Xinyan panted lightly. "You walked too fast. Hold the child." Zhou Yueshin was stunned for a moment. Then he snorted. "Okay, do it, push." After that, he picked up the child and pulled Xinyan with one hand, letting her walk in front of him. Seeing his behavior, the people around him whistled. Xinyan's face turned red for no reason, and the ambiguous eyes of the people around her made her a little embarrassed. When they arrived at the farm, everyone poured wine for her, and she didn't refuse. When she was in the company, her drinking capacity was the best, but no one dared to claim second place. She went to all the social events. "I haven't had a drink for a long time, and I still miss it." Zhou Yueshin glanced at her and saw that she was smiling and seemed quite happy, so he didn't say anything. He just held the curious Yao Yao silently and made some soup with white rice to feed her. From time to time, someone came to toast him, and he didn't refuse. They were all brothers and they drank a lot, so it was rare for them to be happy. Yu Dong rode his motorcycle and said he was going to help him pick up the child, but Zhou Yueshin didn't say anything. Xinyan was drinking with those sisters-in-law over there, so it was not easy to leave the child to her. The child was full, and the little one fell asleep in Zhou Yueshin's arms. Zhou Yueshin looked at his daughter's pink little face, her little hands still tightly holding his sleeves. So cute. There was a flash of love in his eyes. He carefully held the child and went to the office. Putting the child down, Zhou Yueshin walked to the back door, lit a cigarette with his fingertips, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, There was a sound behind him. Zhou Yueshin frowned and tilted his head to look. Then he saw Xi Nian standing there staggeringly. Xi Nian leaned against the wall, rubbing her temple with her hand and supporting her head with her other slender wrist. Her legs were too weak to stand steadily. She was drunk. Zhou Yueshin bit the cigarette, hurried over, raised his hand to hold her wrist, and frowned slightly. Seeing her like that just now, he thought she was a good drinker. Xi Nian also raised her eyes. She actually forgot that this body was a teetotaler. She was drunk and dizzy. She felt that the man in front of her had become several people, and she couldn't catch him no matter what. Xi Nian shook her head very hard, and her eyes were full of water vapor after being drunk. Smoke floated in front of her. The harder she tried, the more blurred it seemed. Zhou Yueshin looked at her with his dark eyes for a long time. Xi Nian? Xi Nian made a sound in her throat, thin and soft. Zhou Yueshin sighed lightly, took out the cigarette, and held it between his fingertips.
I'll take you to rest.
He reached out to help her. Xi Nian couldn't touch him. Seeing the man approaching, she immediately let go of her hands that were supporting the wall, slowly moved upwards, tightly grasped the man's collar, and pulled him towards her with force. Zhou Yueshin lowered his head and moved closer following her force. The smell of alcohol mixed with fragrance rushed into his nose. His heart skipped a beat. He took a few steps forward, hurriedly threw the cigarette on the ground, and crushed the starlight with his toes. The two of them got close to each other. Xi Nian thought she was dreaming. After all, in her subconscious, she always thought that Zhou Yueshin was not capable. Although she had thought about it, she didn't think about it in her dreams. Has she come to this point? The old man was not silent at all. In the dream, he was overbearing and out of control. At the moment when the other party was about to retreat, Xi Nian reached out anxiously and climbed up his neck. The man lowered his head again. In front of him, he could vaguely hear the excited finger-guessing and laughter of everyone drinking. Everyone drank a little, and their faces were red. Yu Dong came back at this time, holding two confused little kids on the left and right. "Boss, little boss, I've brought you the big and the second brother." He shouted loudly, but didn't see Zhou Yueshin in the crowd. "Sister-in-law." He called Xi Nian again, but didn't see anyone again, so he asked, "Where are the boss and the others?" The people around were already a little drunk. After hearing Yu Dong's question, they pointed in the direction of the office. The boss took Yao Yao to sleep, and the sister-in-law seemed to have followed. Yu Dong was puzzled, but didn't think much about it. He hurriedly led Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan over. He was still shouting as he walked. There was a noisy sound. Zhou Yueshin rubbed her scarlet lips with his fingertips and pulled the distance between them. Xi Nian was already drunk, and the kiss made her even more dizzy. She fell directly into the man's arms, her head buzzing. Zhou Yueshin stared at her for a few seconds, and amid that unpleasant voice, he picked her up by the waist.
"Boss."
"Boss, where are you? I'm back to pick someone up. Come out and have a drink." Yu Dong walked over with the two children. Just as he was about to push the door, he saw Zhou Yueshin coming out from the corner of the office, holding the drunken Xi Nian. Xi Nian was wearing a loose, white shirt with the buttons undone at some point. She buried her face in Zhou Yueshin's chest. The small leather shoes on her feet were hanging down, and the hem of her skirt slid up a little because of the princess hug, revealing her slender ankles. Half of her skin was surprisingly white, and her toes were slightly drooping, a very delicate beauty. Yu Dong's loud voice was interrupted. Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan, who were on the left and right, had never seen such a scene before and stared blankly. Zhou Yueshin's jaw was cold and hard, his features were tense, and there were a few red and ambiguous nail scratches on his slender neck. There was a bit of hostility in his eyebrows and eyes, as if he had been disturbed. After Yu Dong was silent for several seconds, he made a grass sound and awkwardly pulled the two curious children. Well, boss, I'm fine, you go on. He hasn't eaten pork, but he has seen pigs run." Yu Dong felt that he was so unlucky. He offended the boss twice in a row. He might as well pretend to be sick and take leave for the next month. He didn't dare to come to this class for a single day. He came to this party today just to apologize to the boss. Now, he has ruined someone else's good thing again. Zhou Yueshin glanced at him lightly and said in a low voice, "Get them something to eat." "Yes, yes, I'll get it right away." Yu Dong hurriedly pulled the two little guys and ran away. Not suitable for children. Not suitable for children. Zhou Yueshin said nothing and waited until the people left before carrying them into the office. The child was still sleeping soundly and was not disturbed. Because it was a little hot, the hair on the forehead was a little wet. Zhou Yueshin held Xin Yan, bent down and put her on the bed, and moved the child a little bit inside. This seemingly rough man was extremely careful and meticulous. After a while, he squatted down, carefully unbuttoned Xin Yan's black leather shoes, and took them off. Zhou Yueshin moved more gently, and just when he stood up, he found that the corner of his clothes was pulled by someone. He lowered his eyes. It was Xin Yan. She was leaning her head on his arms. He usually didn't like to use a pillow when he slept, and Xin Yan was not used to it. Zhou Yueshin sat on the bed and lowered his eyes to look at the woman in his arms. Her hair, it was very messy, but it spread smoothly on the shoulders like a waterfall. With a slightly tilted posture, the collar of the clothes was looser, and the scenery could be vaguely seen. The red lips were red. Zhou Yueshin immediately pulled the quilt to cover her. However, Xin Yan felt hot and struggled to stretch out her hands. Her arms were so white that they were dazzling. Zhou Yueshin did not dare to look at her for more. He withdrew his gaze rather inappropriately and put his hands on the table beside him, but his posture was no longer calm. I don't know how long it took. Everyone was drunk and wanted to leave, and then someone knocked on the door. The knock was cautious. Zhou Yueshin was afraid of disturbing the two, so he lowered his eyes and glanced at the big and small who were sleeping soundly, and a tender emotion that he had never had before flashed in his eyes. Then he moved Xin Yan back to the bed, got up and walked out. When Xin Yan woke up, it was almost dark. She slept quite comfortably. When she woke up, she was mostly sober, but she felt a little pain in her lips. She reached out and touched it, and it seemed to be swollen.
She didn't know what was going on.
Zhou Yueshin pushed the door open and saw her sitting on the bed in a daze, touching her lips, as if she was lost in thought. He paused, walked closer, and looked down at her. "Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Xin Yan raised her eyes to look at him. The man was still as calm as usual, and his tone was cold. It was indeed a dream. She shook her head. "I just feel a little dizzy, otherwise it's fine."
"You don't drink. Tell me next time."
Zhou Yueshin glanced at her and reminded her. Xin Yan was slightly embarrassed. Sure enough, traveling through time wouldn't bring one's alcohol tolerance with them. Her face flushed with shame. Fortunately, she acted like an experienced driver at that time, but she felt something was wrong after drinking 2 glasses. Her head was swaying and her face began to get hot. She wanted to ask Zhou Yueshin for help, but she saw him get up and leave. So she didn't care and hurried to catch up with him. Who knew that the man would walk so fast, and she felt dizzy. As she walked, she couldn't tell the directions. When she reacted again, it was now. She was drunk and had a dream in broad daylight. The object of the dream was standing in front of her now. His strict and self-sustaining appearance made her feel guilty. "Actually, it's not that I can't drink at all." She defended herself with difficulty. Zhou Yueshin looked at her for a long time before speaking in a low voice. "If I'm not here, it's better not to drink in the future." Xin Yan nodded, indicating that she understood obediently. She got up and put on her shoes, "Then let's go back." When we got home, it was completely dark. Zhou Yueshin held Yao Yao, who was still sleeping. Children are better and can sleep as much as they want all day. After returning to the room, Xin Yan couldn't stand the smell of alcohol on her body, so she went to take a shower. As a result, when she rubbed her waist, she suddenly felt some pain. Looking down, she saw a conspicuous mark on her waist, which hurt when touched. Xin Yan was shocked. When was she pinched? How could she not know? After taking a shower, she hurried to the mirror to take a closer look, but saw that the range was quite large. It was a mark bigger than her hand. The plot in the dream suddenly overlapped with reality. Xin Yan's eyes fell on her still red mouth. It seemed to be fuller than usual. The original owner's lips were quite plump. All signs indicate it was not a dream. Zhou Yueshin felt that Xi Nian's eyes looked at him with a little more evasion, and she was no longer as casual as before. He looked at her for a second longer and watched her with her back to him as she distributed breakfast to the two children and packed them in thermal boxes. Before, the two children took their food in bags to school for lunch. It was basically cold at noon. Xi Nian felt that eating cold food was not good for their health, so when she went to the city before, she bought lunch boxes for the two children. Xi Nian got up early today, and she really couldn't sleep, so she simply prepared exquisite lunch boxes for the two children. Zhou Yueshin also got up early. When she didn't react yesterday, she asked Zhou Yueshin, "Have you noticed that my mouth is a little swollen? Was it bitten by a mosquito?" Zhou Yueshin looked at her with a meaningful look at that time. When Xi Nian thought about it, she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. It was so embarrassing. Seeing the man looking at her, her heart beat faster, and she turned around and pretended not to see him. But even if she turned around, she could feel the man's hot gaze following her. Xi Nian tried her best to ignore it, handed the lunchbox to the two children, and waited for the two children to leave before looking at Zhou Yueshin and saying, "My mother said she wanted to discuss marriage with me. I think it's not convenient for her to run around, so I want to go back and live for a few days and take Yara with me." Zhou Yueshin paused, looked at her, then nodded slightly, and agreed in a low voice. Okay. Xi Nian didn't hide from him on purpose. The wedding was approaching, and nothing was prepared. The man was busy and the child was young, so she couldn't rely on her parents. She went over to take a breath. So when the people left, she immediately packed up and took Yao Yao away from home. Back to her parents' home. That day, the second child ate a beautiful lunchbox and was watched by the whole class. He was very proud, very happy, and very proud. He rushed home right after class, wanting to tell his stepmother that everyone praised her cooking. But there was no one at home. Zhou Yuehan could only suppress his excitement. He thought his stepmother had taken his sister out to play. He waited until the evening. The two still didn't come back. Now, even the eldest child, Zhou Yedong, was upset. The two children, who had no appetite, kept looking towards the door. After a lot of effort, he heard a voice and looked expectantly. But it was his father. Zhou Yuehan looked behind him. Where was his stepmother? Where was his sister? He looked left and right, but saw no one. Zhou Yueshin looked at the two puzzled children and finally dropped a thunderous piece of news. Xi Nian took his sister back to her parents' home. She didn't take them, only his sister. At night, the lonely Zhou Yuehan came to sleep with his brother and whispered, "Brother, when will my sister be back?" Zhou Yedong didn't say anything, just told him to go to bed quickly. After a while, he asked again in a daze, "Brother, does my stepmother not want me anymore?" Zhou Yedong felt a pain in his heart. He found that he didn't want to think about this possibility. Finally, there was a woman who was willing to treat them better. She suddenly went back to her parents' home. "I heard that people who go back to their parents' home are because they can't stay here anymore or they quarrel with their father. Is it because my father is too cold that my stepmother can't stand it and leaves? The previous stepmother always complained that my father was unromantic and didn't sleep with her, saying that it was no different from being a widow. So is it because my father is too cold that my stepmother is angry and goes back to her parents' home?" Zhou Yedong closed his eyes with a heavy heart. The next day, he got up very early. He always got up half an hour earlier than his brother and cooked breakfast in advance. In the past, there were not many seasonings at home, and the food was cooked casually. But now the kitchen is full and has everything. The stepmother loves cleanliness and tidiness very much. Even the bottles of seasonings are neatly placed and the table is wiped clean. Zhou Yedong put noodles in the pot and made seasonings like his stepmother. A drop of soy sauce fell on the table, and he quickly wiped it with a cloth and then washed it clean. When Zhou Yuehan got up, he smelled the smell of fried eggs and thought that his stepmother had come back. He ran downstairs and ran towards the kitchen. But he saw that the person standing in front of the big pot to fish out noodles was his eldest brother. Disappointment suddenly appeared in his little eyes. Zhou Yedong didn't know how to cook much. Every morning, he would cook some sweet potatoes and potatoes to eat at school. But now it's different. There are milk powder and a lot of eggs at home. The stepmother would boil eggs for them every day. After the two of them finished eating the noodles that didn't taste very good, he took out the cooked sweet potatoes and eggs from the pot, put them in their lunch boxes, and then carefully covered them. He even wiped the water drops on the lunchbox before handing it to his younger brother. "Brother, will my sister be back today?" Zhou Yuehan put the lunchbox into his school bag and asked. Zhou Yedong paused and looked at him. "You should ask Dad." Zhou Yuehan choked. Zhou Yueshin went downstairs at this time and happened to hear the conversation between the two children. He looked a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Xin Yan had been here for only a month, and the two children had been completely conquered by her. The previous woman had been here for so long, and the two children had never shown such an expression. The second child is fine, but the eldest child has always been more mature and difficult to approach. He is wary of everyone like a wolf cub whose territory has been invaded. However, he did not show any disgust now. Zhou Yueshin was a little surprised. It seems that Xin Yan may have done better in private than he thought. Xin Yan, conquer the younger sister and brother equals conquer Zhou Yedong. Let's go, I'll take you to school. He walked downstairs with a low voice. The two children hurriedly followed. Dad, our teacher said there will be a parents' meeting, so let's go to the meeting. The second child climbed up to the front of his father's motorcycle and sat down, nestling in Zhou Yueshin's broad chest. He liked it very much because the feeling of being held by his father was warm, generous, and safe. He went to school like this every day, and everyone envied him. As they spent more time together every day, he became familiar with it, so he spoke. Zhou Yueshin paused and said, "When?" "Next Monday." Zhou Yueshin started the motorcycle, his voice mixed with the sound of the engine, a little low. "On Monday, Dad has to go to deliver goods." Zhou Yuehan just showed a disappointed expression, and then he heard Zhou Yueshin say, "You can let your mother go." "Mom?" Zhou Yuehan chewed on this unfamiliar word. Obviously, he still didn't react. Dad is going to marry her, and she will be your mother in the future. Zhou Yueshin explained in a gentle voice. A little worried that the child would not be able to accept it, just as he was about to say something, he heard his son in his arms ask cautiously, "Dad, can I call her Mom?" Zhou Yueshin nodded. "Of course." "Will she be unhappy?" Zhou Yuehan asked again.
No.
"Then will she go to the parent-teacher meeting for me?" If others knew that he had such a beautiful mother, he would definitely be the most handsome boy in the school. Zhou Yuehan's excited face flushed.
Well.
Zhou Yueshin was silent now. Xin Yan said that he would be back for 2 days, but he didn't say when he would be back. He looked at his son, who was looking up at him expectantly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Tomorrow is a holiday. I will take you to your mother's house to find her, and you will know."
Great.
Hearing that he was going to his stepmother's house, Zhou Yuehan was so excited that he cheered. Unconsciously, Zhou Yueshin saw that he really liked Xin Yan very much. The second child was the kind of person who was particularly easy to coax. If you were a little nice to him, he would be eager to open his heart and lungs. Although the little boss didn't say anything, it was obvious that his hands were tightening a little. Unfortunately, Zhou Yueshin couldn't see that Zhou Yedong, who was leaning on his father's broad back, had a pair of eyes that used to look at people sinister, and when he heard that he was going to his stepmother's house tomorrow, his eyes, which used to look at people with a gloomy look, were also bright. Porta Huang watched all the family members leave, turned around and lay down listlessly, still holding the pig bones that Xin Yan had chewed until they were shiny in his arms, smacking his lips, and fell asleep again with his eyes closed. Xin Yan didn't know if it was influenced by the two children of the Zhou family, so she got up very early in the morning. Just as Mother Lin got up to make breakfast for her two sons, she got up. Seeing her, Mother Lin was surprised. "Nian Nian, why don't you sleep a little longer?" "Mom, I've slept enough." Looking at the two younger brothers sitting on the small stools in the kitchen eating noodles, Xin Yan suddenly thought of the two brothers Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan, who had good conditions in all aspects, but got up every morning to cook sweet potatoes and potatoes. When he was not at home, the two of them must have cooked something casually to bring over. For a moment, she felt a little pity. Xin Yan thought that after getting familiar with the two little guys, she must teach them how to cook. Boys who can cook and take care of the family will have an easier time finding a wife in the future. What research? What underworld? Why bother with those dark things? Lin Feng and Lin Yu looked at her carefully. This was Xin Yan's second time home. After not seeing each other for a while, they felt unfamiliar again. The three siblings, who had hardly spoken to each other, fell silent again. Mother Lin hurriedly asked Xin Yan to sit down and gave her a bowl of noodles with an egg. Xin Yan looked at her two brothers' bowls and saw that there was nothing in them. She sighed in her heart. Other families valued boys over girls, but why did the Lin family value girls over boys? The two children seemed to be used to it, and they lowered their heads and ate their noodles quietly. This scene often appeared in the Lin family before. In the past, Lin's Cece's bowl would have more eggs than theirs. Mom said that girls are weaker and need to supplement more. Boys are different. Boys are stronger than girls, so it doesn't matter if they eat less. Anyway, they have to be good to their sister and give in to her, because she is the only girl in the family. Although it is different from other families, they don't blame their mother at all, and they are also very good to their sister, giving her everything good. But the sister is an ungrateful person. When she heard that she was not her biological child, she immediately abandoned them and left. The two children cried in the quilt for several days. They still couldn't be happy with a new sister. Although this sister cooks delicious food. Maybe because she felt too quiet, the chatterbox Lin Yu finally couldn't help but speak. Mom, you don't know, there are two students in our school who are very glorious. Their father has a cool motorcycle and sends them to school every day. When he said this, his face was full of envy. I saw them very poor before, not having enough to eat every day. I even saw his brother picking up other people's biscuits on the ground. His face was full of sighs. Xin Yan paused and looked up at him. Are you talking about Zhou Yuan? Mother Lin also felt that this child was quite pitiful. When she heard this, she was also stunned for a moment, and then she realized something and her face changed. She had been to Zhou's house several times and had seen the two children before. They seemed to be very withdrawn and turned around and left when they saw them. Could it be the two children her son was talking about? I don't know. The two children started school later, and they were only in the second grade at the age of 10. Zhou Yedong was the same age, but he was already in the third grade. So they only saw these two people and didn't know which class they were in. Lin Yu didn't expect Xin Yan to suddenly talk to him. He became nervous and couldn't speak straight. Is their motorcycle black?
Xin Yan asked.
Lin Yu nodded blankly. Is their father very tall and strong?
Lin Yu thought about it.
He only peeked from afar every afternoon when he heard the sound of the motorcycle. When they went there in the morning, they had already left. It was all said by their classmates. His attention was on the car and the two peers. He didn't really see what the other party's father looked like. He nodded uncertainly. Xin Yan was silent for a moment. It was indeed Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuan. Hearing his brother say that the second child picked up unwanted biscuits on the ground and ate them, Xin Yan felt a sour feeling. Suddenly, he wanted to go back. After sending the two sons away and seeing the depressed expression of her daughter, Mother Lin knew that it must be because of what her son said. It's sad to say that if the person in these words was her own son, she would be heartbroken. The daughter is very good to the little girl, and she must be good to the other two children. With the conditions of the Zhou family, I thought everyone was living a good life.
Who knew it would be like this?
For a moment, Mother Lin's mood became a little complicated. On this day, Xin Yan and her family planned what they needed to buy. Mother Lin also measured her size, saying that she would buy cloth for her wedding dress. Xin Yan was absent-minded and busy all day. Perhaps it was because she went directly to Zhou's house when she first entered the book and stayed there the longest. She had only been home for 2 days, but she actually felt a little homesick. She was thinking about whether to go back tomorrow, but unexpectedly, the police came to the Lin family in the afternoon. The news that the Lin family's biological daughter was back and was going to marry Zhou Yuan spread out. When they heard that Xin Yan was back, many people took the initiative to come to the door to help. At this moment, Everyone was sitting in the yard sewing shoe soles, talking and laughing, and the public security comrades suddenly came to the door, which scared everyone. I thought the Lin family had committed a crime. Si Nian also looked over in confusion until the police said the purpose of their visit. Brother and sister, don't be nervous. We are here to understand the matter of the 3,000 betrothal gifts that were stolen from you. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Before, everyone had always suspected that the Lin family secretly kept it and was unwilling to return it. The police actually came. If they had hidden it themselves, they would not have dared to call the police. So, was the Lin family's betrothal money really stolen? Everyone was shocked when they thought of this possibility. Si Nian was also a little surprised. She was worried that the police station would not handle the case. After all, it was too far away, but she didn't expect that the police would actually come. The police asked about the situation at that time and then checked the situation of the Lin family. According to Zhou Suisui, she went out to work that day, and Lin Cece was at home. When she came back, the accident had already happened. Lin Cece went out to find a classmate at that time, but no one knew who she was looking for. The Lin family had so much money at home, and it was also well hidden. Her father even bought a lock to lock the door, and he would bring the lock with him whenever he went out. But that day, Lin Cece said that she forgot to lock the door, so the accident happened. When Si Nian came back, she actually learned a lot about Lin Cece from her family. For example, classmates in the village who had a good relationship with her, or people who often contacted her. Hearing this, she suddenly looked at the police and said, "Can I talk for a moment?" Several policemen looked at each other and nodded. In the city, Lin Cece learned that Si Nian and others had moved their household registration, and she was in a very good mood. She had never mentioned it before, just to create her kind and compromising personality. Si Nian took the initiative to transfer her household registration, which helped her a lot. After the household registration was transferred, the Si family immediately invited the Fu family couple to come and discuss the time of the wedding. As soon as the people arrived, the police came to the door. The Fu family didn't know what was going on and was a little confused. "You, who are you looking for?" Si's father and mother looked dazed. The police suddenly found their home. This matter was quite explosive at any time. After all, they are military families themselves. The police said directly, "We are here to find Comrade Lin Cece." "Is Comrade Lin Cece here?" Lin Cece was stunned. "Looking for me?" The Fu family looked puzzled. Then they heard the police say, "Yes, regarding the loss of the 3,000 yuan betrothal gift money of the Lin family, we need to understand the situation from you." Lin Cece's mind buzzed. Wasn't this matter over? Why did the police suddenly come to the door? Did the Lin family call the police? No. Even if you report the case, the police may not accept it. It's such a remote area, and there are so many thieves in the village. How can they possibly find them? At most, they will just give a perfunctory response. How did they find the military compound? Lin Cece suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. A premonition that the situation was beyond her expectation. Facing the puzzled eyes of her family, she quickly showed a worried expression. "Has there been any progress in this matter? Because the money was stolen, I have been unable to eat and drink, and I am very worried about the situation of my adoptive parents." The police shook his head. "There is no progress for the time being, so I came to ask you. I heard from your sister-in-law that you were alone at home at the time, and then you went out to find your classmates, and the money was stolen when you came back, right?" Lin Cece was a little panicked and nodded quickly. Yes. I really didn't expect the thief to be so bold at the time. It's all my fault," she said self-reproachfully. Si's mother hugged her distressfully. "How can I blame you? It's not you who stole the money." The police looked at Si's mother and said, "We want to ask some classmates who are usually on good terms with you. One of them is a girl named Yang Xiaoxue, who said that you were with her that day, right?" Lin Cece was a little confused. Why didn't she come to find me, but went to find her classmates first? Yang Xiaoxue was indeed her best classmate in the past, but in fact, looking for classmates was just her excuse. She didn't have time to find classmates at that time. But on the afternoon of the accident, Yang Xiaoxue did come to comfort her. Could it be this? So Lin Cece didn't think much about it and nodded. Yes, I went to find her. This directly proved that she was not there. She was really smart. Lin Cece just breathed a sigh of relief, and the next second, her scalp instantly numbed. Comrade Lin Cece, I didn't say you found her. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Cece. There was astonishment, there was doubt. Lin Cece's head was buzzing, like a thunderbolt. She never thought she could just casually deal with a matter. Who knew that these policemen would actually set a trap for her to fall into? Are the policemen so smart nowadays, or am I overthinking it, and it's just a coincidence? After all, Lin Cece was a person who was reborn. If it was her previous life, she would have lost her composure long ago. However, she was only panicked for a moment, and then she quickly recovered her expression, slapped her head, and said in annoyance, "Look at me. Too many things have happened during this period of time, and my memory is a little confused." Actually, it was Xiaoxue who came to see me that day. She came to comfort me after she learned that my family's money had been stolen. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head sadly to hide her emotions. She was panicked because these police officers were beyond her imagination. In their remote small village, everyone's family had things stolen. Even if the police were alerted, at most, they would just ask a few questions as a formality, and then leave it alone. After all, this is not the future, and there are surveillance cameras. If it is stolen, just consider it bad luck. Who would have thought that these policemen seemed to suspect me? Otherwise, why would they ask such a question? Lin Cece was annoyed again. She was panicking again. Why didn't something happen earlier or later, but happened when the two families were discussing the wedding date? The police's words just now pushed her directly to the forefront. Thinking that the Fu family was still there, Lin Cece panicked even more. The police looked at her again, with a strange expression. Then, may I ask, what was the name of the classmate you went to find at that time? Lin Cece's heart was lifted again, and her voice was a little stuttering. It's called Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong was not actually her friend, and was even one of the people she didn't even take seriously, but what a coincidence was that she went out shopping a few days ago and saw Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong worked in the city. She worked in a textile factory. When she saw her, Lin Cece still remembered the envious and humble look. At that time, her vanity was overflowing, so she went over to say hello to the other party. Since these police had asked about her friends in advance, they must have known that she hadn't looked for them. Hiss. It was a close call. She almost let it slip again. Lin Cece felt that her nerves were stretched to a thread at this moment, and there was an abyss under her feet. If she was not careful, she would fall into the abyss. She finally came back and had such a beautiful life. How could it be ruined because of such a small thing? Lu Dongdong can be used. These policemen will definitely ask Lu Dongdong, but they don't know that Lu Dongdong is not at home. She can use this time to find Lu Dongdong for help. There is another very important thing. Lin Cece has to go back. She must go back to find out the situation. Why did her family suddenly call the police after almost 2 months? And they found out about herself. Lin Cece had a hunch that this matter was related to Si Nian. It must be something she said to her parents at home that made her parents suspect her. But the question is, why would Si Nian suspect herself? Lin Cece clenched her palms. Sure enough, after hearing what she said, the police glanced at the notebook in his hand, as if looking for this name. Yuema frowned and asked, Lu Dongdong is your classmate? You have a good relationship? Lin Cece observed her expression and breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, she and I are from the same village. Didn't you ask her? She said deliberately. The police looked at each other, then retracted their gaze, looked at her for a while, and nodded. Okay, we got it. If there is any progress, we'll contact you again. Lin Cece's heart finally fell back and nodded hurriedly. The C family also breathed a sigh of relief. Just at that moment, they almost thought that their daughter was a thief who stole the 3,000 yuan. Fortunately, C's mother hugged her daughter and then became annoyed again. What do these people mean? Didn't the words just now suspect her daughter? And the Fu family is still here. If they hear this, what will others think? The Fu family seemed to be caught off guard by this incident. They stood up and said, "Since you have something to deal with, let's talk next time." After that, Ms. Jung took her husband and left first. After this happened, the C family was in no mood to continue the discussion and hurriedly smiled and sent the Fu couple away. As soon as the Fu family left, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. For the first time, C's father frowned at Lin Cece and asked in a deep voice, "Cece, what's going on?" He was not a fool. The words of the police just now clearly showed that they suspected his daughter. C's father cared about his reputation the most. The police coming to their house was seen by people in the compound, which had an impact. Now the police suspected her. The impact was even greater. If this got out, he would still have shame. Lin Cece hurriedly explained, "Dad, I don't know. This matter really has nothing to do with me. I didn't expect my adoptive parents to suddenly suspect me like this. It must be because I chose to leave them in the first place. They are unhappy, and because of me, they let Sister C Nien marry that man. They have some thoughts in their hearts, so they blame me like this. It's all my fault." Hearing her husband blaming his daughter, Zhang Tsueme was also incredulous. "Boss, why do you blame our Cece? What does this have to do with her? It must be that the Lin family has greedy money. Now that they see that our family is rich, and Cece is living a good life, they are jealous and will take the opportunity to find fault. How can I not understand this family's thoughts?" The last time she went to the Lin family, she found out that the family was as poor as a dog. They looked honest on the surface, but who knows what kind of people they are actually. And it just so happened that they came to find fault right after their daughter moved her household registration back. Everyone knows what they are thinking. Father C frowned upon hearing this. Of course, he didn't want to doubt his own daughter, but the tone of the policeman's questioning today was really embarrassing for him. He was angry for a moment and questioned his daughter. Now, after hearing what his wife said, he became a little suspicious. Seeing her husband wavering, Zhang Tsueme added fuel to the fire and said, "Didn't I tell you about the household registration transfer a few days ago? That day, the director took the initiative to help them handle it because of the relationship between our family and the Fu family. Maybe they saw that we had such a relationship, so they set their sights on our daughter. They really underestimated this family." She looked contemptuous. Father C was stunned for a moment. "What did you say? What director?" "Director Lee of the Public Security Bureau. He personally handled the household registration transfer for our family," Zhang Tsueme said proudly. She was proud of this for a long time and told everyone she met. Everyone envied her so much. Father C frowned and murmured, "What is the relationship between Director Lee and the Fu family?" "You don't know?" "My sister said that Director Lee and Chief Fu were comrades in arms before." Zhang Tsueme looked at her husband in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Father C came back to his senses and his face darkened. Nonsense. The two were competitors before. How could they help each other? It would be good enough if he didn't find fault. Besides, Director Lee hates people who rely on connections to get in through the back door the most. He personally kicked out a group of people who got into the police station because of their connections. He had a relative who wanted to go in before, but he couldn't do anything. How could he personally help them transfer their household registration now?
Ah?
Zhang Tsueme was dumbfounded when she heard this and murmured, then apart from the Fu family, who else can get the director to help in person? She thought of a possibility and shook her head quickly. It must be like this. What you know is just the surface. Now the Fu family is in its heyday. Who doesn't want to please them? It's normal for him to help. That's true. I'll ask next time. If it's true, we have to thank the Fu family very much. Although very confused, this also indirectly represents that the Fu family values their C family, doesn't it? So C's father didn't think much about it. The couple of the Fu family walked not far away, and Ms. Jung asked her husband, "What do you think of today's incident?" Fu's father snorted. It is obvious that the police have suspected her. Judging from her performance, this matter is probably related to her. This is what he is most dissatisfied with his future daughter-in-law. No one wants their daughter-in-law to be dishonest. Mr. and Mrs. C believe in their own daughter, but they are not foolish people. Although Lin Cece's reaction was quick, they were both people who could see her panic at once. It's just that it would not be good for both families if this matter was exposed. So they chose to remain silent. Ms. Zheng also frowned. She looks very well behaved, but her mind is really not simple. Hey, I just want to find a wife for my son. Why is it so difficult? She sighed. At this time, passers-by greeted them. Isn't this Chief Fu and his wife? Are you going to the C family to discuss the wedding? The visitor is also a military wife in the compound, with a flattering expression. Ms. Zheng nodded. Yes, I have been worried about my son's marriage. The visitor smiled and said, Fuyang is so outstanding, but he is still worried about this. I heard that the C family's household registration has been moved back, and it was you who helped. Can't the marriage be done at any time now? Hearing this, the Fu couple were stunned. We helped? What did we help with?
Huh?
I heard from Director Zhang that the household registration transfer was done so quickly thanks to the good relationship between the leader and the director of the Public Security Bureau. Don't you know? The man had a strange expression. Upon hearing this, Fu's father's face suddenly sank. When did he have a good relationship with the director of the Public Security Bureau, and how come he didn't know? The Fu family hated backdoors the most, so even if it was their own daughter, they wanted her to work her own. Who would have thought that the C family would use this relationship to do such a thing and spread it everywhere? How would outsiders see their Fu family? The faces of the couple were not good, but facing each other's puzzled eyes, they could only smile and say MNP in their hearts. Several policemen walked out of the compound, and one of them couldn't help but speak, with a sigh on his face. It's amazing, Comrade C guessed it. The team leader who led the team had a gloomy face. Don't alarm the snake. If it's really as Comrade C Nian said, then she will definitely take the initiative to find this person named Lu Dongdong and find someone to keep an eye on her. They didn't expect that the comrade named C Nian asked them to ask about Lin Cece's classmates first. At that time, several people were still puzzled, but now they have an epiphany. Since Lin Cece went to find her classmates at that time, the first ones to be affected must be those who had a good relationship with her. But if this was done by Lin Cece, then she would have no time to find friends at all. Lin Cece thought that the police wouldn't care about these things in this era, and since it was a remote village, her family wouldn't suspect her. So she was fearless. Who knew Si Nian would keep on holding on to this matter? She didn't expect Si Nian to have calculated that if it was really her, she would subconsciously find evidence to prove her absence. Then let the police first question all her classmates who had a good relationship with her, and then get her to say it. Sure enough, Lin Cece was exposed. She knew that all her friends had been questioned, and she would definitely not tell the names of these friends, so she would find someone with a general relationship and who the police could not find for the time being. This way, she would have time to deal with it. Little did she know that the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Linjia village. Si Nian got up early in the morning and started packing up to go back. In order not to let her parents think she was very anxious, she also took the initiative to make breakfast. Si Nian's best skill is ramen. She had been to Lanzhou for a trip before and loved the chewy ramen. After returning, she learned it herself. You can make it if you have flour at home. When you are at home, the little one and the second child can also eat a big bowl. Although the family members didn't say anything, they would subconsciously look at her every time when it was time to eat. Si Nian knew that these people were greedy for her food, but were too embarrassed to ask. The simple and refreshing scallion oil and egg ramen was especially appetizing. Because there were many people in the family, Si Nian needed it a lot, and her hands were sore before she started. This was a physical job, and she was sweating all over early in the morning. As soon as she put the noodles in the pot, she heard footsteps behind her. Si Nian looked back, only to see Lin Yu with a head of silly hair. After seeming to be stunned for a moment, he suddenly turned around and ran out. Second brother, it's not Mom's turn to cook today. He spoke the last two words in a very low voice. Lin Feng, who was squatting on the ground washing his face with a small towel, glanced at him without saying a word, then squeezed the hot towel dry, turned around and washed the face of the little kid Yao Yao who was standing. Lin Yu grabbed it and said, "I'll wash Yao Yao." After that, he gently held Yao Yao's little face and said, "Sister Yao Yao, brother will wash your face." Yao Yao had gained a lot of weight and looked even cuter. Lin Yu had never seen such a beautiful and cute child. He felt so soft and comfortable in his arms. He kept thinking, if only he had a younger sister instead of an older sister. He would definitely take very good care of his younger sister. Xin Yan prepared the seasoning soup for the whole family. No one had ever tasted noodles that looked so simple but tasted so tasty. They also tasted different from the noodles rolled at home. The two children the soup and juice into their mouths. For a while, the whole yard was filled with the sound of slurping noodles. It smelled so good. After dinner, Mother Lin hurried to the kitchen to clean up and asked her daughter to pack up and go back early. It was not good to stay at her parents' house for a long time in this situation, for fear of gossip. Xin Yan was worried that he could not find a reason, so he went to pack up and leave with the children. When Lin Yu heard that they were leaving, he hugged Yao Yao and said with a reluctant look on his face, "Yao Yao, you must remember to miss me." Yao Yao did not understand, and babbled and stretched out her round little hands to touch his face. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at her son and told Xin Yan to come back often to play. Just as Xin Yan was about to turn around and leave, she heard the sound of a motorcycle coming from the gate. She was stunned for a moment, turned her head and saw Zhou Yueshan, dressed in a black suit, walking in with long legs. There were two little kids following her like little tails, looking at her nervously and aggrievedly.
Xin Yan.
"Xiao Zhou, why are you here?" Mother Lin, who was about to send her daughter out, looked at the man with two children in a daze, a little stunned. Zhou Yueshan nodded slightly and greeted, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin." Then he looked at Xin Yan, who seemed to be ready to go out with something in his hand, and frowned slightly. "I heard from Nian Nian that you were preparing things for the wedding, and I came here after I was done. I can't trouble you with everything." Hearing this, Mother Lin was immediately relieved. She was still worried that Zhou Yueshan might have some thoughts in her mind because her daughter had been back for 2 days and had not returned. She looked at her tall and steady son-in-law with satisfaction and said happily, "Nian Nian just said that she was worried about you and wanted to go back early. I didn't expect you to come. It's great." Hearing this, Zhou Yueshan paused and looked at Xin Yan with a dark look. He thought she would stay for a few more days before going back. Unexpectedly, she actually wanted to go back now. Was it because she was not used to staying at home, or because of them? After saying this, Mother Lin looked at her daughter ambiguously. "Look, this daughter and son-in-law are a good match. They miss each other. This is a good sign." Although the son-in-law has 3 children and is a little older, he looks cold on the surface, but after getting to know him, you know that he is a thoughtful and caring man. As long as the daughter doesn't mind these, they will definitely live happily in the future. The children don't seem to be as scary as the rumors say, such as driving away the stepmother, turning a cold face, etc. In her opinion, the children miss their own daughter very much. Look at the way his eyes sparkled when he saw his daughter. It was obvious that he treated her as his own. Mother Lin was a mother with children. Could she not see what the 2 children were thinking? But now, looking carefully, the 2 children were indeed a little thin. They were not as good as her 2 sons. You should know that her sons were twins, so they were born with malnutrition and had always grown slower than ordinary children. But these 2 children. Thinking about the situation of the 2 children from her son's mouth, Mother Lin sighed in her heart. Yao Yao, who saw her brother, was the first to react. She stretched out her little hand and ran towards her brother's arms. Zhou Yedong bent down and picked up his sister and rubbed her head. Lin Yu over there was envious and jealous. Isn't this the student who has a motorcycle to send him to school every day? It's okay that his father rides a motorcycle to send him to school every day, but such a cute sister is still his. Has the lonely world of only himself without a sister been achieved? Yao Yao was much more enthusiastic when facing her brother, hugging his neck tightly. Zhou Yedong's usually serious little face also showed a rare doting smile. Si Nian didn't pay attention to the children. After she came back to her senses from Zhou Yueshin's call of Nian Nian, she was embarrassed by her own mother's words. In fact, she was not so impatient to go back. It's just that she is used to staying in one place, so she is a little uncomfortable when she changes places. But she didn't expect Zhou Yueshin to bring the child here. She scratched her hair a little embarrassedly and looked at Zhou Yueshin. "Are you not busy at the factory?" he said in a low voice and casually. "Well, I have arranged it during this period. Everyone knows that he is going to get married, which is a lifelong event after all, and they are all working very hard and don't want to trouble him, so it's okay if he doesn't go there." Si Nian looked at the man again. It was the first time she saw a man wearing something other than casual clothes. The black slim-fitting clothes similar to combat uniforms, with a belt around the waist and other meticulousness, made his already tall figure look slender. Broad shoulders and narrow abdomen, the cuffs are slightly rolled up, revealing the perfect muscle lines of the arms. This clothes on him is so handsome. His hair seems to have been shaved on purpose. With a flat head, his eyebrows and eyes look even sharper, and his features are deep. In the past, Si Nian always disliked the kind of military uniform or uniform that filters a person, but now she finally understands. It smells so good. The old man looks handsome in a vest. He looks even more handsome in slim-fitting clothes. Si Nian even suspected that she was bewitched by the man. Anyway, she thought he was handsome and full of tension from every angle. It also sounds especially nice when she calls her own name. "That's great. I was just thinking of asking Nian Nian to go back and tell you about going to the city to choose cloth. I think there's still time, and I want to make a wedding dress for her with her sister-in-law." Mother Lin clapped her hands and said happily. Zhou Yueshin lowered his eyes and looked at Si Nian. Her face was a little red, and she looked up at him with a little obsession in her eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. Okay.
He has time.
Whether it's buying fabrics, taking wedding photos, or looking at wedding rings, as long as she wants, she can go at any time. He knows that people in the city pay attention to these things, and they will buy a lot of jewelry and clothes when they get married. He will give them to her. Si Nian looked at Zhou Yueshin quietly. He lowered his eyes and listened very seriously to what Zhou's mother said about the things she needed. The profile of her face is clear. She her saliva. Her mother and the man looked back at her at the same time.
Si Nian, I'm.
Nian Nian, go with Xiao Zhou. I'll help you look after the child. Mother Lin said hurriedly. The happiness of her daughter and son-in-law will be protected by her, Niu Hulu. Mother Lin. Si Nian looked at Zhou Yueshin again. He had no objection, so he said okay. Mother Lin helped her take care of the children, and she was also happy to relax. The second child came over eagerly, obviously worried, but he didn't dare to tell Si Nian, but secretly tugged at the corner of his father's clothes. Dad is leaving? He was not used to this unfamiliar environment, and was afraid that the two would leave. Zhou Yueshin squatted down his tall body, but he was still a head taller than his son. He rubbed his son's head with his rough hands, nodded slightly, and said in a gentle voice, Dad will go buy some things with Mom and bring delicious food to you and your sister. You have to be good at Grandma's house, okay?
Grandma?
Zhou Yuehan looked at his father confusedly and then looked at Mother Lin timidly. Mother Lin showed a loving smile. Good boy, I am your grandma. Don't worry, play at Grandma's house and Grandma will make you delicious food. When Zhou Yuehan heard about making delicious food, his eyes lit up. Grandma is the mother of stepmother. If stepmother's cooking is so delicious, then Grandma's cooking must be twice as delicious. He immediately nodded obediently. I will wait for you to come back at Grandma's house. When he comes back, he will definitely be able to muster up the courage to tell his mother and ask her to attend the parent-teacher meeting for him. He looked at Si Nian excitedly, which made Si Nian a little confused. However, after 2 days of separation, I always feel that the child seems to be closer to her. This seems to be a good sign. Oh, what future big devil, underworld. Isn't he a pitiful little kid who wants his mother now? Si Nian reached out and touched his head, and the little second child immediately ran behind his brother with a red face. Lin Yu said sourly, Huh, what's so great about it? Lin Feng looked at Zhou Yuehan, and then looked at his younger brother. Why do I feel that these two people give people the same feeling? He looked at Zhou Yedong again, and was stunned. They are obviously the same age, but Zhou Yedong gives people a strange feeling. Strangely mature. Lin Feng frowned for a rare time. He was not as stupid as his brother, and could not figure out the relationship. Since his sister married Zhou Yedong's father, she was Zhou Yedong's stepmother. Zhou Yedong's stepmother was his sister, which meant that he had become Zhou Yedong's elder. Zhou Yedong was a year older than him, but now he wanted to call him uncle, who was in the 2nd grade. Should he do it or not? The mature Lin Feng had begun to worry about the future. The children had their own plans. Mother Lin led Zhou Yueshan into the house and asked the 2 children to take care of the 2 brothers Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan. Don't bully the youngest, do you understand? Mother Lin warned before leaving. As soon as the people left, the naughty Lin Yu stood up, put his hands on his waist and looked at the 2 little kids who were not even as tall as him, raised his chin and asked, "Hey, why does my mom call you little boss and little brother?" Zhou Yuehan looked at him blankly, then looked at his brother, and when he saw that he didn't speak, he said stupidly, "Because others say that my father is their eldest brother, and we are his sons, so they call us little boss and little brother." Lin Feng was very jealous of the fact that these 2 people had a domineering, cool, tall, and mighty father. He stared at the cute sister held by the 2 people, felt envious, and muttered, "I also want my parents to give me a cute sister." Zhou Yuehan hugged his sister and said, "My parents don't need to give birth to me. I also have a sister, look." He proudly raised his sister. Lin Yu was so angry that he blew air through his nose. "It's just a sister. I'll let my mother give birth to one right away." After saying that, he ran into the house and shouted loudly, "Mom, Mom." Mother Lin was talking to her daughter and son-in-law and was interrupted by her son's loud voice. She raised her hand and slapped him. "Smelly boy, what are you yelling about?" "Mom, give me a sister soon. I want a sister too," Lin Yu said aggrievedly. After hearing this, Mother Lin's old face turned red, and she wanted to stuff her son back to the furnace for retraining. "Stupid, do you think a sister can be born whenever she wants? Go and play quickly." Her 2 sons had children in their old age. If they had another one now, they would be laughed at. Lin Yu was driven out of the house in disappointment and felt even more heartbroken. Others have motorcycles and sisters, but he has nothing. How can there be such a miserable person in the world? Lin Yu was feeling sad, and suddenly there was a sound of a car horn outside the door. He looked at it in confusion, but saw that the elder sister who abandoned them, Lin Cece, got off the beautiful car. Lin Cece was very different from before. She was wearing a little dress, small leather shoes, a flower hat on her head, and strange things on her face, like a flower girl. On the other side, another man in military uniform got off. His eyebrows and eyes looked scary. He shuddered, forgot his sadness, and hurried into the house and shouted, "Mom, Mom." Being interrupted again and again, Mother Lin was furious at her son's noise. Just when she was about to raise her hand to teach him a lesson, she heard a familiar voice. "Mom, I'm here to see you." Mother Lin looked up in surprise, but saw that it was her adopted daughter, who was dressed exquisitely. She was obviously dressed up today, exquisite from head to toe. She had spoiled her daughter since she was a child, so although Lin Cece was a little tanned, she was still much prettier than other girls in the village. Everyone kept praising her. Now she was dressed up, not to mention how fashionable she was. Normally, Mother Lin would be shocked by the look of her adopted daughter. However, after seeing the peerless beauty of her own daughter, Lin Cece seemed a lot more exaggerated. How to say it, it's a kind of exquisite ugliness. The clothes she wore were out of tune with her. Mother Lin hadn't reacted yet, but she saw a tall and straight young man coming behind Lin Cece. The other party was still wearing a military uniform. With that look and that demeanor, you can tell at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. She thought of something and her face just changed, and then she heard Lin Cece speak. "Oh, what a coincidence, Sister Xin Yan. You're here too. We are here to pick you up." Xin Yan just made a bowl of noodles for Zhou Yueshan and sat opposite him, and saw the 2 people walk in. Before Lin Cece gave her a warning, saying that she would bring Fu Yang to find them to take wedding photos together. She originally thought that Fu Yang would not agree to it given the degree of disgust he had for the original owner. But unexpectedly, Lin Cece actually did it. She is worthy of being the heroine, and she can make the hero treat her so specially. Xin Yan was almost in awe of her. There was no jealousy and excitement as Lin Cece had expected. Xin Yan did not even stand up. Instead, she put a fried egg into the man's bowl and said slowly, "Okay, we just happened to go into the city. Please take a seat, both of you." She spoke as if she was at home. Zhou Yueshin held the chopsticks in one hand and smelled the faint fragrance when she stretched out her hand. He took a mouthful of noodles and put it in his mouth. His jawline was distinct when he bit it. His eyes fell on her face, watching her smile. It didn't seem like a disguise. Lin Cece gritted her teeth, thinking that she must be pretending. She wanted to see how long she could hold on. As soon as Fu Yang entered the room, he noticed Xin Yan sitting in front of Zhou Yueshin with a smile on her face, her eyes as gentle as water. He thought he must be crazy, otherwise, why would he feel that this scene was so dazzling? Moreover, Xin Yan's performance was completely different from what he expected. She was not shocked at all, as if she had expected it. This huge gap made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the man again, he was much older than himself. Could she really like such a man? Or everything she did was just to deliberately provoke and avenge him for neglecting her? Fu Yang frowned, unable to accept the way she took care of another man in front of him. Such an obvious look made Zhou Yueshin glance at him. His eyes passed through his military uniform, calm and without any waves. Such a look made Fu Yang squint instantly. He felt an unpleasant aura of aggression and danger. That was not something that ordinary people had. Only veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time had this aura, but at this moment, he felt it in this man. Fu Yang looked at the man in front of him, and he felt more and more uncomfortable. "Since you two still have to eat, we will leave first. After all, I am very busy and don't have time to wait for you here slowly." He was as arrogant as ever. He just wanted Xin Yan to see clearly the gap between the other party and himself. If he wanted to leave, she would definitely not be able to pretend and would follow him immediately. Fu Yang returned to his car confidently, and Lin Cece hurriedly chased after him. Before she could ask, she saw Fu Yang tilting his head to look at her. She was nervous at first, but she saw that his eyes were looking outside instead of her. But she saw Xin Yan came out. She was wearing simple jeans and small leather shoes, which were her favorite ones. Then Zhou Yueshin followed her, holding her bag in his hand. Such a discordant and quite contrasting side fell into her eyes, which was a bit dazzling. At this time, Fu Yang started the car as if he was angry. Lin Cece pretended to be nervous on her face, but she was proud in her heart. Fu Yang didn't want to pick them up, so they walked. She subconsciously looked at Xin Yan's reaction, but saw that the two walked to the other side. Lin Cece was stunned, and Fu Yang was also looking at the rear-view mirror. The next second, a clean motorcycle parked on the side of the road came into the rear-view mirror. Zhou Yueshin carried Xin Yan into the car with one hand. Zhou Yueshin handed over the hat again. It would be fine at other times, but now there are people waiting to laugh at her. How could she wear this green hat when going out? She would definitely be laughed at. Her resentful eyes fell on the man. Zhou Yueshin said in an unquestionable tone, "Safety, you have to wear it." Xin Yan knew that in the future, if she didn't wear a helmet, she would be fined. But why did she return to this old age? And there were men who would not tolerate any questioning. Zhou Yueshin reached out to buckle her helmet. This hat was indeed not good-looking, but she was good-looking. The green hat made her skin look even whiter and more tender. Her little face was exposed in it, which made her less gorgeous and more lovely. He reached out and touched her head through the helmet and comforted her softly. "Let's go to the city. I will change you a new one. Don't wear this next time, okay?" The old man's gentleness was lethal. Xin Yan nodded blankly and said yes. Then she heard the man's low voice, "Hold tight." She subconsciously reached out, the motorcycle started, and slowly approached the slow-moving car in front. The mountain road is not good, and this small car has a low chassis, so it drives very slowly. Even if Fu Yang is a good driver, he has to slow down. After all, it is troublesome if the car breaks down. However, there is no need to worry about this problem with motorcycles, especially for Zhou Yueshin, who is used to driving on this kind of road. That speed is definitely faster than that of a car. At this moment, the wind swept past the car, leaving only two figures, one tall and one short, close together. Fu Yang and Lin Cixi saw this scene before they came to their senses. At the same time, their faces turned blue with anger. Lin Cixi didn't understand why Zhou Yueshin bought a car so quickly in this life. She knew that Zhou Yueshin was rich, but she didn't know how much. This man hid it very deeply, unlike other men who could be dug out with a few words. So she always thought that Zhou Yueshin ran such a large farm and invested a lot every day. In his previous life, he also drove a motorcycle, exactly the same as this one. But the time he could use it was very short. The relationship between the two was not good, let alone riding. But now he was driving a motorcycle with Xin Yan, so glorious. Lin Cixi knew that she didn't like Zhou Yueshin. But when she saw him being so intimate with another woman, and a woman who had taken away her happiness, her heart felt as if it was stabbed by a needle. Originally, she thought that no matter how powerful Zhou Yueshin was, he was just a country boy. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much money he made, he couldn't compare to Fu Yang, who came from a military and political family. But at this moment, she felt a sense of being outdone. No, it's just a motorcycle. It's nothing special. Fu Yang was driving a car. Motorcycles are just a few people in the village, but there are a lot of them in the city. It's nothing special. He is just rich, but Fu Yang is powerful and influential. In this era, being powerful and influential is the top. And Zhou Yueshin doesn't want children. No matter how rich he is, Xin Yan can only help others raise children. What's the difference between her and a nanny? But she is different from Fu Yang. She will have her own children in this life. And her child will be born in the city. His father is an officer, and his grandfather is a leader. He will enjoy the highest level of treatment in the future. This is something Xin Yan will never achieve in his entire life. Thinking of her own glory in the future, Lin Cixi's mood instantly improved a lot. When she gets to the city, she will let Zhou Yueshin see the gap between her and Fu Yang. She will also step on Xin Yan, the eldest lady, under her feet. At this moment, Lin Cixi was completely blinded by the urge to surpass the two of them, and she even forgot the purpose of her return. She wanted to come to the Lin family first and find the Lin family to find out the truth about calling the police. Unexpectedly, she met Xin Yan and Zhou Yueshin by chance. Her attention was over. Why did she run into them both times she came here? Could it be that Xin Yan and her family are so familiar with each other that they often visit each other? Obviously, before, she turned a blind eye to the Lin family and avoided them. Lin Cixi felt very strange. Since Xin Yan agreed to marry for her, she felt like a different person. She lowered her eyes and fell into deep thought. Fu Yang's attention was not on her. His car followed closely behind the motorcycle. The person in front seemed to do it on purpose. The speed was not particularly fast, but it was just the speed his car could reach on this road. The car was bumpy. Lin Cixi, who was standing next to him, was dizzy. She almost vomited because she didn't ride in cars very often. She looked at Fu Yang pitifully, who knew that Fu Yang's eyes were fixed on the two people in front of him, and he didn't notice how embarrassed Lin Cixi was. In less than an hour, the group arrived in the city. Xin Yan had just been helped out of the car by the man when she heard a wow from the other side. She tilted her head to look, but saw that it was Lin Cixi squatting on the ground and vomiting. The people around her covered their noses and distanced themselves in disgust. Even Fu Yang stayed away from her. Xin Yan didn't look at her for long. She was also disgusted. Zhou Yueshin frowned and pulled her away. "Sister Xin Yan, we have already made an appointment with a photo studio. Let's go together." Xin Yan was impressed. Lin Cixi didn't forget to chat with him. Did the photo studio plan something for her? That's why she was so impatient? She raised her eyebrows. Okay. She actually wanted to take wedding photos of this era. There are not many wedding photos of the old era left, and only those with better conditions are willing to spend money on it. She looked at Zhou Yueshan. Zhou Yueshan lowered his eyes and looked at her, nodding slightly. Let's go. Xi Nian said again. Let's take a few photos, and then next time we have time, bring the children to take a family photo together. Zhou Yueshan's eyebrows softened instantly, and his voice was low. Okay. The four of them walked towards an old-fashioned photo studio not far away. The photo studio was quite large, and there were many photos hanging on the walls inside, basically in black and white style of the old era, and of course there were some color photos from the Republic of China period, which looked very tasteful. There were many people taking photos around, men and women and families. Lin Cece dressed up specially. The little dress she wore was the latest one she bought, and even her little leather shoes were carefully selected. Look, what she and Fu Yang wore made it obvious that they were rich people. Look at Xi Nian, who is dressed so casually. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell who is the real lady. Lin Cece straightened her back with a proud look on her face. Masterly, we made an appointment to take pictures here before, she said to the master wearing a hat. Masterly nodded. Don't worry, we'll arrange to take pictures for you right away. Lin Cece immediately looked at Xi Nian and Zhou Yueshan proudly and said, Sister, did you make an appointment in advance? If you don't make an appointment in advance, you need to queue up. Masterly's photo studio is the most popular one in the city. Xi Nian took his eyes off his own photos on the wall and was about to speak when Master Li suddenly spoke in surprise. Ah, isn't this Nian Nian?
Xi Nian nodded. Uncle Li.
As soon as these words came out, everyone in the group was stunned. Lin Cece looked at her blankly. Do you know each other? Xi Nian looked at her expression as if she had swallowed a fly, and her heart immediately felt good. Yes, when I was a child, I often came here to take pictures. Uncle Li thought I took good pictures and asked me to be a model from time to time. Master Li immediately sighed. That's right, I have never seen a girl as photogenic as Nian Nian. Nian Nian's photos are still hanging on the wall of my house. Whenever someone comes, they ask, who is this? And they also want to take the same photos as Nian Nian. Many parents want to take photos exactly like her. He pointed at the photos on the wall. Lin Cece looked over, and sure enough, there were photos of the girl from childhood to adulthood on the wall, hanging in frames. Although they were a bit old, they were still exquisite. She was so jealous that her eyes turned red. What Xi Nian, it should be her life. Her own photos. It's just that she was lucky and exchanged identities, so she was qualified to take pictures here. Otherwise, how could it be her turn? Lin Cece really didn't expect that she asked her mother to help her make an appointment with a famous photo studio with great difficulty and wanted to give Xi Nian a warning, but who knew that she was an old acquaintance of them? It really hurt her off. Zhou Yueshan also stared at the person in the photo. It turned out that she was so fair and had such beautiful eyebrows and eyes since she was a child. The girl had a sunny smile on her face and bright features, which made people couldn't help but take a few more glances. The parents on the side pointed at the photo and said that they wanted to take the same photo. Fu Yang also stared at it. He and Xi Nian grew up together. But he never knew that Xi Nian was here. There are actually photos in the book. She is the same in the photos as in my memory, always smiling. Her forehead is smooth, her eyebrows are thin, clean and beautiful. When facing the camera, she would be a little shy, and her pink cheeks would be flushed. Although they are just a few photos, he felt that the former Xi Nian was standing in front of him, staring at her with such admiration and love. He was a little dazed, and when he came back to his senses and looked at Xi Nian, he saw that she was talking to Zhou Yueshan with her head tilted up, and the two were very close. From his angle, he could only see her profile, and her eyes curved when she spoke, revealing a small piece of white and tender teeth. Fu Yang felt for a moment that the person in front of her should be himself. Zhou Yueshan listened to Xi Nian talking about the past. He was listening carefully, but he felt Fu Yang's gaze. As a man, how could he not understand what that look meant? He glanced at the other person coldly and reached out to bring Xi Nian into his arms. There were many people around, and Xi Nian didn't think much about it and said, "There are more clothes to choose from on the second floor here. Why don't we go there? The prices on the second floor are a bit more expensive, but it doesn't matter, I have money. Zhou Yueshan nodded slightly. Yeah. Master Li, let's go to the second floor to choose clothes. The clothes on the first floor are the most ordinary, taken by Master Li's apprentices. They are not of the same level as the second floor. When she first came to the photo studio, she hadn't reacted yet. When she saw the photos on the wall, she recalled the original owner's memory. Master Li immediately smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go up right away." Lin Cece was anxious. "Wait, shouldn't you help us take pictures first?" Master Li turned around and explained, "My apprentice will take pictures for you when they are ready, miss. You don't have to worry."
What?
"Why didn't you take pictures for me?" Lin Cece said angrily. She made an appointment herself, but in the end she let a little apprentice take pictures for her? What's the reason? Master Li was still patient. "Because several of my apprentices have graduated, they basically don't need me. I only take pictures for acquaintances now. I mean, do I know you?" Lin Cece's face turned green when she heard this. She turned around to look at Fu Yang, but saw that he was still staring at Xin Yan's back as she went upstairs. He had no intention of speaking for her. She felt more and more grieved and uncomfortable in her heart. She was even more disgusted and jealous of Xin Yan. Master Li ignored her and turned to go upstairs. Xin Yan took out the lip gloss from her bag and applied it, and the whole person immediately looked better. Her skin was very white and her features were bright, so she looked very beautiful with just a little makeup. She chose a wedding dress with a Republican style and went into the dressing room. Zhou Yueshan was sitting aside, and even when he was sitting, his tall figure was hard to ignore. The makeup artist wanted to do some makeup for him, but the man had deep eyebrows, prominent features, sharp eyebrows, and even a buzz cut, so she didn't have a chance to make a move. When Xin Yan came out wearing a pearl gauze, people around her gasped at the same time. Everything around her was eclipsed by her appearance. She was smart and stunning, with white gauze curls and round pearl accessories, gorgeous and noble. Even a man like Zhou Yueshan, who rarely paid attention to a woman's appearance, couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. His fingertips moved, and it was strange that he had a rare urge to smoke. Lin Cece over there specially increased the price to come to the second floor. It was rare that Fu Yang didn't object. As soon as the two of them went up to the second floor, they were shocked by this scene. Lin Cece regretted it. She was so stupid. No matter how she dressed up, the defects on her features could never be surpassed. She was better than Xin Yan. At this moment, her exaggeration made her look like a clown in front of Xin Yan. Pearl tulle and silk lace seemed to be high-end luxury goods tailor-made for her. She didn't even put on much makeup. The people around her also looked at Xin Yan infatuatedly, as if they were stunned. Xin Yan was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. After all, when she put on this dress just now, she was so beautiful that she posed in front of the mirror for a long time. She lifted the hem of her skirt and walked towards the man who was looking at her. Zhou Yueshan also stared at her. His eyes were deep and hooked, as if he wanted to her in. She had very long eyelashes, looking into his eyes. Her breathing tightened unexpectedly. Her heartbeat quickened. As he approached, she suddenly forgot what she wanted to say. Zhou Yueshan looked at her for a few seconds, and his hand hanging by his side suddenly touched her face. "Are you shy?" Xin Yan's already hot face suddenly became even hotter. She was so panicked that she seemed to hear the sound of her own heartbeat. The hand that fell on her cheek was warm and aggressive. "You are staring at me like this. How can I not be shy?" She said stubbornly. "No, it's hot." His fingertips were against her face. Zhou Yueshan looked into her eyes. She was close to her. Her eyebrows and eyes were very beautiful. Her lips were also very beautiful, and her skin was as delicate as snow. Zhou Yueshan withdrew his hand, stared at her for a few seconds, and said, "Do I need to do anything?" "No, you are very handsome like this." Xin Yan looked at his clothes. Not to mention, this hard black slim suit matched her pure white pearl lace quite well. Master Li watched them talking with interest. One of them was tall and handsome, the other was beautiful as a fairy, and Xin Yan's height was just right. The picture was really pleasing to the eyes. He had a hunch that after the two of them took photos of this wedding dress, Many people would come to him to take photos of the same style in the future. Thinking of something, Masterly smiled. Nian Nian, this is the fiancé you used to talk about? Although he looks older, he is steady and mature, and there is nothing wrong with him. Si Nian used to talk about her fiancé. Si Nian's smile froze. Zhou Yueshin looked at her meaningfully. Fu Yang over there finally came back to his senses, his eyes also fixed on Si Nian. Did she always talk about herself in the past? Yes, she used to like herself so much. Si Nian felt the gaze of the man next to her and said with a stiff upper lip, Uncle Li, he is not that fiancé, and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Uncle Li was stunned for a moment and immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and felt annoyed and embarrassed. I'm so sorry, Nian Nian, I thought. Oh, look at my stinky mouth. Si Nian shook her head. It's okay, I don't blame you if you don't know. Uncle Li nodded quickly. Okay, let me help you take pictures first. He led the two to the shooting location. There was a patterned iron stool in the middle and some decorative background behind it, which was very retro. Si Nian secretly glanced at Zhou Yueshin. He thought he shouldn't care after all. He knew that the original owner was unmarried. Fu Yang's face was completely dark. It doesn't matter? Even if there is no engagement, they are childhood sweethearts who grew up together, right? She actually said it lightly, that it doesn't matter? Did you two just meet? Masterly looked at the two people standing far away and smiled. The man should take the initiative, right, come closer, Nian Nian, let the man hold your hand. That's the right way, Masterly directed the two of them professionally. There was a blanket on the ground, and Si Nian had some difficulty walking in her wedding dress. She tripped after just 2 steps and rushed towards the man. Zhou Yueshin subconsciously opened his arms to hug her. Masterly immediately took 3 consecutive photos. The effect of the snapshot was much more pleasing to the eye than the stiff movements of the two. Masterly nodded with satisfaction. After taking a while, Si Nian went to change her clothes again. Lin Cixi and Fu Yang over there seemed to be a quarrel. She glanced at them, and Fu Yang felt her gaze and immediately waved away Lin Cixi's hand. The next second, Si Nian had retracted her gaze and didn't look at it anymore. As soon as she changed her clothes, the zipper got stuck in her hair and couldn't be pulled down. Just when Si Nian was sweating anxiously, a man's deep voice sounded outside. Si Nian, what's wrong? He stood outside, and a piece of cloth was pulled over the changing area. The man heard Si Nian's rapid breathing at once. Si Nian's voice, as soft as a mosquito, came from inside. Zhou Yueshin, I'm stuck. Zhou Yueshin paused. He looked around, and except for Lin Cixi, he didn't recognize the other women. After hesitating for a second, he suddenly stood up. Si Nian felt a huge shadow pressing down on her back. She raised her eyes in panic and saw a man as tall as a mountain behind her in the mirror. The already crowded fitting room became cramped because of him. Si Nian held the clothes in her hands, with a look of helplessness and panic in her eyes. Zhou Yueshin lowered his eyes and met her eyes. The light fell into her eyes, and the fine and fragmented starlight was soft and incomparable. His Adam's apple rolled. Don't be afraid, I'll help you. His big hands lifted the hair on her back, and a few hairs broke off the zipper and got stuck in front of her beautiful back butterfly bone. The dress was red, and the red color set off her skin like snow. Zhou Yueshin zipped up her zipper in a few seconds. Lin Cixi and Fu Yang were sulking. She was just choosing clothes and had chosen several sets. She asked Fu Yang for his opinion, but Fu Yang was very perfunctory. She was so angry that she said she didn't want to shoot anymore, but he actually agreed. She was so angry. Now that she was angry, he didn't mean to coax her. Lin Cixi couldn't bear it anymore and went to see him, but saw that his eyes were fixed on the position of Si Nian's fitting room. The next second, the curtain was pulled open and Si Nian and Zhou Yueshin walked out. Lin Cixi's face changed immediately. Si Nian was changing clothes inside, but Zhou Yueshin went in front of so many people. Do they still have any shame? What does Fu Yang mean? He has been staring at Si Nian all day. Doesn't he dislike Si Nian at all? An hour later, Zhou Yueshin and Si Nian have finished the photo shoot. Lin Cece and Fuyang took a few symbolic photos. Both of them had sour faces, which made the young master, who took the photos for them, speechless. After leaving the photo studio, Lin Cece couldn't stand it anymore and turned around and ran away crying. Xin Yan hid behind Zhou Yueshin and watched gossipingly. If she remembered correctly, Zhou Yueshin and Lin Cece had a blind date. They fell in love with each other, so Zhou Yueshin was willing to pay a betrothal gift of 3,000 yuan. But now it seems that Zhou Yueshin is not familiar with her at all. Seeing people like this, his eyebrows didn't move. Fu Yang on the side was even more amazing. His brows were furrowed. Judging from the original owner's memory of him, he was obviously very impatient. But he seemed to think of something and chased after him. The world was finally quiet now. Xin Yan couldn't understand why Lin Cece asked her to come to this photo studio. She shook her head, not quite understanding the heroine's tricks, and looked at Zhou Yueshin. Then let us go by ourselves. Zhou Yueshin nodded slightly. Next, the two of them went to buy fabrics for wedding dresses and some gold jewelry and jade bracelets. Xin Yan was still a little afraid to speak when she saw the prices, but whenever she looked at them more, Zhou Yueshin would let someone try them on for her. Her favorite was a pearl necklace. Her temperament and skin were both porcelain white, and with pearls, she had an inexplicable noble and elegant atmosphere. She liked pearls and jade more than gold bracelets. Finally, Xin Yan put on the gold bracelet, jade bracelet, and pearl necklace, and asked Zhou Yueshin with sparkling eyes and a soft voice, "Look which one looks best?" She raised her thin white wrist. In fact, she had fair skin and looked good in any of them, but it was too expensive. The cheapest one was also several thousand, and jade and gold were expensive these days. Xin Yan only planned to have one. Zhou Yueshin was a good man. She could spend his things, but she couldn't empty him. She still understands that she eats and drinks every meal. Zhou Yueshin looked at her seriously, his thick black eyebrows knitted tightly. It seemed that he had encountered some problems. After a long while, he spoke in a low voice. "All look good. Xin Yan, which one looks the best?" This stumped the man. There was a long silence. The salesgirl next to him covered her mouth and laughed. "I'm afraid you can't choose any of them, sir. After all, everything you wear is very beautiful." Xin Yan frowned. "Then you can't buy them all." "Okay," Zhou Yueshin responded.
Xin Yan?
The salesgirl smiled even more happily. "Sir, you are generous." Xin Yan hurriedly said, "No, just buy one. How can you buy all?"
Bald head.
Zhou Yueshin didn't think that she was implying that he liked them all. She hurriedly took off the gold bracelet and jade bracelet and looked at Zhou Yueshin eagerly. "I just want this necklace." This necklace is more than 2,000, which is within her acceptable range. But you have to know that more than 2,000 in this era is all her family property. Zhou Yueshin frowned. "No, you have to buy it." He saw Lin Cece just now, wearing gold and silver. She kept showing off in front of Xin Yan. How could Zhou Yueshin not understand? On the contrary, Xin Yan, after returning to the countryside, dressed more and more casually, without any jewelry on her body. He thought that the gold bracelet was very suitable for her. It would look good all over her body. Zhou Yueshin also saw the price. For a family like theirs, it was indeed very expensive. But money can be earned again if it is lost. Marriage is a lifelong event, and she cannot be wronged. At least it must be gold. He pointed to the gold bracelet and said, "Both this and the necklace." Although Xin Yan thought it was too expensive, this good thing would be more valuable in the future, and there would be no woman who would not love it. She was worried that the man would be embarrassed to buy such an expensive one. But she didn't expect that he didn't think so at all. Men who take the initiative to spend money on women are really attractive. The people around all cast envious glances at Xin Yan. In the end, the price came down to more than 3,000. Only people in the city could afford this price. Xin Yan felt that the bag was burning hot in her hands. But her eyes were bright. When Zhou Yueshin met her eyes, he felt that she was just like a child. Because when the second child bought a new school bag, he had the same look. Halfway through, Xin Yan's eyes were suddenly attracted by the shallots in the field by the roadside. She hurriedly patted the man on the back. Zhou Yueshan stopped the car and looked at her sideways. "What's wrong?" "Look, there are so many shallots." Xin Yan pointed to the lush shallot seedlings in the field next to her. The shallots are especially fragrant and delicious when added to the clear soup noodles, and they are also delicious when fried with eggs. The most important thing is the fruits below. The small garlic fruits are soaked in soy sauce and are very delicious with rice. Along with the hautuinia cordata, it is one of Xin Yan's 2 favorite dishes to go with rice. She is afraid of heat and has a poor appetite in hot weather. So I like to eat pickled radish, pickled garlic, and other things to go with rice. But garlic tastes too strong and spicy. The taste of young garlic is just right. Scallion sprouts can be used to cook noodles. In fact, there are also some in the fields in the village, but they are from other people's fields and it is not easy to dig them. And things, once the season comes, they are everywhere. Soak them once and keep them for a long time. This is in the wilderness, so she doesn't have to worry. Zhou Yueshan also saw that some villagers also eat this, and it smells good when fried with bacon. Xin Yan loves to cook, so it's normal that she likes these things. So the 2 stopped the car, and Zhou Yueshan got a wooden stake and easily dug a handful. Xin Yan couldn't stop digging, and felt very relieved. If it weren't for the sudden raindrops, she would still be unsatisfied. She held a handful of green onions in a bag, and carried it. It looked like a lot, but in fact, not much could be soaked. The 2 hurriedly got on the motorcycle. However, the rain came suddenly, and it poured down in a short while. Zhou Yueshan covered her with his coat, but he was soaked like a drowned chicken. The rain slid down his sharp eyebrows, but his eyes did not move at all. He took Xin Yan home at the safest speed. Seeing the 2 coming back in the rain, Mother Lin hurried forward to help carry things. Although Xin Yan's pants were wet, her upper body was fine. Zhou Yueshan was much worse off than her. She touched her nose in embarrassment. If she hadn't been delayed by digging shallots, the 2 of them could have avoided the rain. However, it was useless now. Mother Lin found a piece of her eldest son's clothes and handed it to Zhou Yueshan, asking them to go back to the room to change clothes. Fortunately, Xin Yan brought clothes when she came, which was convenient. It was still the same room as before. When the 2 entered the room, they stared at each other. About 2 minutes later, Zhou Yueshan turned around and was about to go out. "You change first, I'll go to another room." Just after taking 2 steps, her hand was grabbed by someone. It was a little cold. Zhou Yueshan frowned and looked down at her. Xin Yan had a towel on her head, her nose was red, her hair was wet and sticky on her face, and she looked soft. "Change here, I won't look at you,"
she said.
Zhou Yueshan. Who is protecting who? For a moment, he felt that their identities seemed to have been swapped. However, Xin Yan had turned around and started to take off her clothes. "You're getting married soon. Why are you still pretending? Don't I know whether you are capable or not?" She rolled her eyes and took out her skirt to put on. Turning around, the man was wearing gray cloth trousers and his upper body was. There were drops of water sliding down his neck to the groove of his back. Zhou Yueshan wiped it with a towel to block Xin Yan's gaze. Then she put on her elder brother's not-so-good-looking clothes, which seemed a little small. But judging from this figure, her elder brother should be quite tall. The man instantly changed from a tough guy to a farmer, but the same thing was that his eyes were still deep and indifferent, with a temperament that ordinary people could not have. Zhou Yueshan was a little uncomfortable with her staring at him. His Adam's apple moved, and he spoke first. "I'll go out for a while." He turned and walked out of the room. Xin Yan was puzzled, always feeling that this man was indescribably strange. He would hide from her if she looked at him for a few more times. If it weren't for that stern face, she would think he was shy. She wiped her hair and waited for her body to warm up before going out. Several little kids were sitting in the room, lining up neatly to do their homework. Of course, Zhou Yedong and Lin Feng were the only ones who were serious. Lin Yu and Zhou Yuehan were impatient, biting their pens absent-mindedly. When Xin Yan saw their eyes staring at the kitchen, She knew that they must be thinking about eating. Mother Lin and Zhou Suisui were busy in the kitchen, and Yao Yao had gone to bed. She didn't see Zhou Yueshan. Xin Yan was puzzled, thinking about the man's unnaturalness. She asked, "Mom, where is Zhou Yueshan?" Mother Lin took the time to reply, "Xiao Zhou? Didn't you see him? Didn't he just come out?" Xin Yan was puzzled. It was raining so hard, he couldn't go out, could he? She walked around the house and paused. Under the eaves of the back door, the tall man leaning against the wall smoking there. Who else could it be but him? The sound of rain outside was very rhythmic. The man was in the dim light, with his thin lips biting a cigarette diagonally, and smoke drifted out from time to time, making his handsome face with sharp edges more hazy. She rarely saw Zhou Yueshan smoking, and she even didn't like men smoking. But for the first time, she felt that men smoking could be so handsome. Although she had never smoked, she always felt that the cigarette must be very good. When Xin Yan reacted, she had already walked in front of the man, staring at his lips. Zhou Yueshan looked at her, straightened up, and lowered his eyes. Xin Yan stood still for 2 seconds, and then asked slowly, "Is it good to smoke?" A hint of a deep smile flashed in Zhou Yueshan's dark eyes, and his voice was very low. "Want to try it?" Xin Yan looked at him, and there was some expectation in her almond eyes. Zhou Yueshan laughed softly, and the sound seemed to come from his chest. These days, tobacco is grown by farmers themselves, not cheap at all, and it doesn't smell bad. No wonder she had never seen Zhou Yueshan smoking, but occasionally smelled a faint smell of tobacco. Xin Yan opened her misty eyes, put her hands on his chest, and raised her eyes in this dim light. She blinked and subconsciously lowered her head. The man took his hand back.
Xin Yan.
So today, because the Zhou family came over, Mother Lin showed her housekeeping skills and cooked a lot of delicious food. There were 2 large plates of meat alone. One was bacon, and the other was the fresh meat that Zhou Yueshan had sent before. The bacon was fried with green onions, and it tasted delicious no matter how it was fried. The Lin family also steamed the rice that the children loved the most. Although it was not as delicious as what Xin Yan made, it was already very good for a home-cooked meal. The eldest and the second child sat at the table obediently, with their shoulders straight and their faces serious. The 2 brothers of the Lin family stared at each other. After the 2 of them sat at the table, Mother Lin started to eat. The 2 children were a little shy when they came to someone else's house for the first time. Mother Lin was afraid that they would be shy, so she enthusiastically served the 2 children food. She only picked the fat meat. Zhou Yueshan took a bite with great anticipation, and his expectant expression was stunned. He took another bite uncertainly, and it felt greasy and tasteless. He subconsciously glanced at his brother. Zhou Yadong ate the meat in the bowl with an expressionless face. He looked at the 2 brothers of the Lin family next to him. They looked as if they were used to it. Zhou Yueshan didn't dare to speak, and lowered his head to continue eating. But his little brows were frowned. It's not that Grandma's cooking is bad. It's just different from what he imagined. And Grandma kept putting meat for him, and he didn't dare to refuse. The second child looked pitifully at Xin Yan, who was feeding his sister. Xin Yan glanced at him, and saw the high pile of meat in his bowl. There was silence. "Mom, you eat your own food. Don't worry about the 2 children. They eat it all the time." Mother Lin thought so too. The Zhou family ran a pig farm, so why would they worry about not having meat to eat? The second child breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner, the rain stopped. Zhou Yueshan sent the 2 children back first, and then came to pick up Xin Yan. Mother Lin wanted to stay the night, but her daughter had indeed stayed at home for too long, so she didn't say much. When Xin Yan and Zhou Yueshan arrived home, it was already dark. Xin Yan was a little surprised to see that the 2 children had not returned to their rooms to sleep. Usually, the 2 children went to bed very early. Zhou Yueshan stood behind Zhou Yadong, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Xin Yan was wondering when Zhou Yadong walked up to her and looked up at her. Can you go to Xiaohan's parent-teacher meeting?" Xin Yan looked down at him with a stern face, trying to imitate Zhou Yueshan's steady look, but in fact his eyes were full of deep anxiety. Xin Yan was stunned for a moment, Then she found it funny that a little brat had to imitate an adult. She raised her hand and rubbed Zhou Yedong's head. What else did she think? It was just a parent-teacher meeting? Of course. She agreed easily. Zhou Yedong was stunned. This woman actually touched his head. Later, Zhou Yuehan didn't expect this to happen, so he hurried over, looked at her, and then looked at her hand. Xi Nian immediately understood what he meant. He also wanted her to touch his head. Xi Nian smiled all of a sudden. What a cutie. She raised her hand and touched Zhou Yuehan's head. Okay, go to bed early. Yeah. Zhou Yuehan nodded heavily and went back to his room, looking back every few steps. In the middle of the night, he ran into his brother's room again with a pillow in his arms, his face full of worry, and he was actually suffering from insomnia. Brother, do you think she would dislike me if she knew that I am not good at studying? Everyone likes children who study well. For the first time, Zhou Yuehan regretted why he didn't study hard. Zhou Yedong was very sleepy and didn't hear clearly what his brother said. He fell asleep again in a daze. The more Zhou Yuehan thought about it, the more anxious he became. Seeing that his brother ignored him, he sighed heavily. So early the next morning, when Zhou Yedong got up, he rarely saw his brother got up before him and was sitting on the sofa reading a book very consciously. Zhou Yedong was shocked. Every time he asked his brother to study, he would listen to it in one ear and out the other. Why did he suddenly studying so hard? He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. Zhou Yueshen went to the farm early in the morning. So when Xi Nian got up, the two children were sitting in the living room doing their homework. She didn't disturb them, but went into the kitchen to cook. The big bag of small garlic fruits she brought back yesterday had not been processed yet, so she had to process it today. Small garlic fruits are not easy to handle. After all, they are small and need to be washed several times. Xi Nian had washed several transparent plastic jars before, and the pickled radishes in them were already very tasty. They can be pickled for a long time. Small garlic fruits, it's the same. It took her more than half an hour to pick and wash the small heads of garlic. After soaking them in salt for a while, she can start pickling them. There are many ways to pickle garlic, and they are relatively simple. Use salt according to 10% of the total amount of garlic, and then season with soy sauce and vinegar, and add a little sugar. Pickle it overnight, and it's ready to eat. Xi Nian put her full small jar of small garlic fruits on the cupboard, and next to it was a jar of radish strips. The transparent jar was wiped very clean. The red peppers, white radish strips, and soy sauce-colored small garlic fruits looked delicious. Xi Nian looked at the full kitchen and felt very happy. A sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously. The dried radish in the winnowing basket beside has been dried. When eating, you only need to wash it, add seasoning, and marinate it. Xi Nian felt bored at home. It happened to rain last night, so she could go to the mountain to pick some mushrooms. She is from Yunnan, and when she was a child, people there loved to go to the mountains to pick mushrooms. In this era, the mountains are full of treasures. As one of the army of time travelers, she would be disrespectful to the era if she did not go into the mountains. But Xi Nian was not very familiar with the environment here, so she changed into long clothes and long pants, tied a ponytail, and found Zhou Yedong and Zhou Yuehan. Little one, big two, do you know where there are a lot of mushrooms on this mountain? The two children who were doing their homework on the table immediately looked at her. Picking mushrooms? Then their eyes lit up. Mom, do you want to pick mushrooms? Little Lao Er dropped his pen and immediately ran to Xi Nian to ask. He got up early in the morning to study and sat in front of the table, afraid that Xi Nian would not see him. As expected, adults love children who love to study the most. His mother even made him his favorite steamed eggs in the morning. Soft and smooth, with a lingering fragrance, little Lao Er is still savoring the taste.